seamless way. Now the Goldingo cannot protect this next turn. It is in that spot where it has to switch out or it has to Terastallize, has to make a decision either way, Ben, and it is very threatened.
And we didn't actually see what the damage calculations were, whether with the Terra Water the overheat was survivable, because you got to think the sun, the choice specs, the overheat, the same type of attack bonus, all of those things are really adding up in Giovanni's favor. Wouldn't be surprised if even when the Goldingo resists, it might even go down.
Yeah, it might do. And for that reason, we are seeing it leave the field. And that overheat into a Dragonite now. Multi-scale intact and still doing
it would have gone down.
So much damage. It would have gone down. No doubt about it. Parting shot now from the Incineroar on Giovanni's side. Wants to get out of the fray. Just get an all-important attack drop onto the opposing Incineroar when the opportunity is there and allow something else to come onto the field that's going to also help pressure alongside that Charizard.
This pivoting is so important for Giovanni. Getting on out of there, the Incineroar is a big adaptation here. Now Charizard gets its choice specs knocked off, and that might be helpful for Giovanni a little bit later, but the damage certainly will be racking up on that Charizard every turn it gets that solar power damage.
Yeah, definitely having the option to switch around moves and match like this where there is such a revolving door of Pokemon is going to be really beneficial if you can preserve it for later in the game, of course. Now the Ursaluna on the field has had its Flame Orb activated and in a really good position to start pressuring knockouts onto the Incineroar with those ground type attacks. Now knowing that the Dragonite's on the field, there isn't that safe switch in the back for Giuseppe coming into this turn to get around that Headlong Rush or the Earthquake potentially here. So the Dragonite can't rest on its laurels either. It needs to be careful. If a Facade comes out into that slot, it will be enough to take it down. But there is the threat of the double up skill shot, Flare Blitz into the Ursaluna that you can't forget about.
Well, the Incineroar is going to maybe put a little bit of a spanner in those works with the Intimidate coming in. Scale Shot also putting a spanner in the works and not landing its mark here onto the Ursaluna. But I think wise for the Incineroar on Giuseppe's side to just say, hang on a second, I want to get out of here. I want to make sure that Ursaluna is not in the strongest spot that it could be, maybe so I can mitigate some of that damage. Here's Rillaboom to also try to mitigate some of that damage and take a resisted hit from a Headlong Rush.
Yeah, that is a great switch. If you got access
it's a Facade!
Facade, though, coming out into it and a massive damage, really taking advantage. Not falling for going for that ground type attack. Giovanni going for the safer option, saying, yep, I don't think you're going to bring that Goldingo in on that slot. So risky knowing that a ground type could come here.
Exactly.
I'll go for the Facade. I can hit your Incineroar if it stays in for good damage, and if that Rillaboom comes in, I can really make its life a lot harder than it already was.
I think this is a really good long-term strategy for Giovanni. It's not about necessarily picking up the KOs in this matchup. It's about putting things into KO range.
Yeah.
And that, as far as the sort of mid to late game, strategy really does start to pay off the longer this game goes on.
Here we go. Well, we could see a big play happening this turn. The Dragonite going to retreat from the field for Giuseppe here, but it looks as though Giovanni did lock in with a Terastallization on that Ursaluna, and it is that Ghost Terra typing as well to get around a potential fake out. But Rillaboom not sticking around either. A double switch here for Giuseppe as they want to adapt their board position coming into this following turn. Can the things that have come on the field, though, survive what Onslaught is oncoming? Because here we go, there's that Terastallization. The Ursaluna going to turn into that Ghost type, and it will have an immunity to all of those potential fake outs coming down the line in the future. Now committed there, fake out coming out into the Goldingo slot, which was that Rillaboom. Headlong Rush into the Incineroar though, and it will be enough. Headlong Rush into what was the Dragonite. A huge call, picking up a big knockout onto what is one of those pivotal pieces for Giuseppe.
Giovanni is reading Giuseppe like a book right now, just getting call after call after call correct. That's one of the fake out components gone, but it's more importantly the Intimidate and the Parting Shot component removed from Giuseppe's side of the field. So now, if Giovanni is able to reposition their Ursaluna, then it will come back in without all of those debuffs that Giovanni helpfully showed us on that turn. -2 attack, -1 to pretty much everything else.
Yeah, and you've got a nice safe switch in the Torkoal now where you can bring it onto the field. It is a little bit conflicting because if the sun's still in effect and you bring it in and it ends, then it makes it difficult to get back up to power up the Charizard. But of course, it's worth it. The Torkoal, probably the one thing in the back that you say is quite happy to be switched in and kind of soak up and sponge some of those hits. But not seeing any switches just yet, as that Goldingo is going to terastallize in response to that last turn. Water, Terratine, and Pierre going to take away that ground resistance, the ground weakness, and have that fire weakness taken away as well.
Okay, they're smiling. Maybe this is another call that Giovanni has made in this turn. Scale Shot goes into Incineroar. That's going to hit at least 4 times, do a nice chunk of damage here. But what has Giovanni locked into? What mischief is that Bear still up to on this turn? Dragonite gets its defense drop, gets its speed boost. Here's a parting shot from the Incineroar, pivoting it out, getting ready for either that Charizard or the Torkoal to take its place.
It is, and we're going to have to see what this Ursaluna's locked into here, but we will have to wait a little bit longer. But the Charizard now going to be able to come in on the field for pretty much free here, depending on what we see this Ursaluna do. It is a headlong rush, and it is into the Goldingo once again to get some good damage, but a good terastallization and a good opportunity taken by Giuseppe to get those nasty plots set up.
I was wondering whether the Ursaluna was going to target down the Dragonite that turn, try to utilize the defense drops from the Scale Shot to their advantage. And look at all those debuffs on Ursaluna. That's a very sad Bear right now. But look at all those buffs on Goldingo. And I think now the key is going to be how the interaction plays out between Charizard and Goldingo, because even though the choice specs has been knocked off, in the sun with solar power, Charizard is still going to be doing great damage, and maybe an overheat is enough to pick up the KO on either Dragonite or Goldingo in this spot. Either deny the Tailwind or put the Goldingo under pressure of a KO.
The problem is, though, the Scale Shot's already been utilized by that Dragonite, so it's +1, so it's going to have the ability to set the Tailwind up if they want to. Put that Goldingo ahead of everything else. Drop Shadow Ball into the Ursaluna or a Make It Rain, whichever they so choose, you know.
Okay, so the Torkoal comes in. There's a defensive play, protect on the Ursaluna, and just making sure that it's not going down this turn. You were absolutely spot on there, Lee. Tailwind coming out from the Dragonite. Make It Rain on the Goldingo now. Torkoal is resisting that hit, so it's going to be able to take that pretty well.
Whoa. Pretty well.
For a 2+ Life Orb boosted Make It Rain, I think that's taken that pretty well.
That is taking that it is taking it pretty well in all accounts. Now down to +1, but the Tailwind there, a really key piece of the puzzle here for Giuseppe to get back into the game. Now going to be able to pressure with the Dragonite and the Goldingo going into this next turn on that Ursaluna, and with all those debuffs as well. It's going to mean it has to switch out here, which opens the door up again for Giuseppe to kind of get rid of not only the Torkoal with another Make It Rain, but whatever comes in next to it, the Charizard solo health. And is that Incineroar going to be able to take a Make It Rain at +1 and a Scale Shot on top of it?
But I think the key thing here is that the Ursaluna is on such high HP that maybe Giovanni has the opportunity to just bring in the Charizard, for example, maybe the Incineroar, and reset all those debuffs, but also then put the Ursaluna out later in the game, in this end game, without them, and be able to just attack into Giuseppe's team. I think Giuseppe's got to be really thinking quite hard about like whether or not another Make It Rain goes out. This Scale Shot is absolutely not playing ball this game. Incineroar comes in, lives on 1. If the Scale Shot connected, that would have been a double KO, but Incineroar gets the opportunity now to go for a fake out. That's going to be big for Giovanni.
That is huge, and now the fake out going to be active going into this next turn, which is massive. Now you can fake out that Goldingo because it is a water type, not a ghost type anymore, and you can really support that Ursaluna. Like you said, switching out gets rid of all of those debuffs that it had. Now it's coming back onto the field, fully powered up, and now you've got that perfect support option with the 1-turn fake out from the Incineroar. Does it force a double protect though on that Dragonite and Goldingo? And could Giovanni maybe see through that? Could you then switch your Charizard in for the Incineroar this next turn? That's when the Tailwind's going to end. scouting out the double protect, it could be an opportunity to do that. It is risky, though, because if you do that and you don't fake something out, you could get punished in return for it.
Okay, Incineroar is going out, so there is the opportunity here, but if Giuseppe does play it safe, as you said, then they will not be taking any damage this turn. Here's the first protect coming out from Dragonite, and going to be protecting itself from any damage this turn. There's the double, so now Charizard is getting into play. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm counting correctly, that is the last turn of Tailwind.
Yes, I believe the Tailwind will end now. We're going to take a ticket of that solar power damage there and the Flame Orb damage. No, one more turn. Okay. So pretty key. But the big thing is switching that Incineroar out means you can switch it back in this next turn, drop another Intimidate, weaken that Dragonite even further, deal with that Goldingo that's on the field, and then the Dragonite isn't really so much of a threat to that Ursaluna anymore.
But I wonder if Giuseppe has to think about doubling up with a Shadow Ball and a Scale Shot into the Ursaluna to have a chance to pick up a knockout. But if they do that,
opens the door for Charizard
to be going for its sun-boosted attack. So here's the Scale Shot into the Charizard. The Dragonite not wanting to play around Giuseppe, just targeting down that Charizard and making sure that it's going down this turn. But I wouldn't be surprised to see this Ursaluna hanging on.
Yeah, and it all comes down to whether or not this Shadow Ball will be enough to take down this Ursaluna. Has it got enough in the tank to take at least one hit to get a return knockout onto one of these key pieces on Giuseppe's side? Shadow Ball is the moment we're waiting for, but it's enough to take down the Ursaluna.
Big KO there on a big bear. That Life Orb coming in absolutely clutch. It doesn't have any special attack buffs because it went for Make It Rain twice after the nasty plot. So it is trained to perfection there. Giuseppe putting themselves in a perfect situation to double target this Incineroar and wrap things up here in Swiss round 10 of the Lille Regional Championships. Here is the forfeit being locked in as well by Giovanni. So both players playing this so well, but it's Giuseppe Musico that is going to be moving on with a 9-1 record.
Wow, what a victory here from Giuseppe. How well was that match played?
And the thrills just keep on intensifying. Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the spooky season here at the Lille Regional Championships 2026. I am joined by the ever-gallant gentleman, Miss Magius Marcus, Burnett Ben, and Lee, I'm struggling to think of a ghost type that starts with L. Have you got one? There we go. Litwick Lee. I myself, Chandelier Charlie. Thank you so much for joining us today. We cannot wait to get into day 2 because day 1 was full of all kinds of excitement. Lee and Ben, we heard you there just on the desk for the final round of yesterday. And yeah, we could have kept on going. All of the matches were such high caliber, Ben.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just seeing all of the creativity that came out of our trainers yesterday, but also those tried and tested teams, the experience, meeting the newcomers, and we had a little bit of a mix of everything going on all day long.
Yeah, Charizard, that was cool to see. We saw a Venusaur on stream as well. Where's Blastoise? Where is it?
Where is it indeed?
Yeah.
I don't know, but Charizard and Venusaur, definitely good picks coming into this format. I think with the Weather Ball as well, with on the Venusaur, it kind of opens the door up to not only utilize the sun, but maybe some of those other weathers that we're seeing in the format as well to exploit those opposing team weaknesses.
Weather Ball is such a cool move.
I want to see
rocking the Blastoise.
I want to see Tyranitar played with Charizard and Torkoal, so you've got that rock Weather Ball into Volcarona that Marcus has been championing so much this weekend.
Trainers in the venue, if you're listening, get that on your team right now. But Marcus, Lille is just one of our stops, isn't it? We've got so many more along our journey to the World Championships in San Francisco.
Yeah, we're just at the beginning of the season, and that's just so beautiful to see this calendar and so many great adventures ahead of us. We've been in Frankfurt a couple of weeks ago. Now we're in Lille, and there's so much more action coming up this season, of course, with Gdansk just next weekend, and then LAIC coming up in Sao Paulo. But then after that, the action does not stop. Stuttgart to end of the year, and then, yeah, more action coming up next year as well. We got EUIC coming up. We got NAIC New Orleans, of course, and then everything is leading towards that Pokemon World Championships as a part of Pokemon XP in San Francisco for the first time.
Pokemon XP is such an exciting new event, and we can't wait to see what more details will emerge from that. Yeah, if there's one way to make a year go quickly, it's measuring it out in Pokemon events. My goodness gracious me, just flying by. But Ben, how do people qualify for the World Championships? I've always wondered.
Well, it's championship points, Charlie.
Aha.
That's what trainers earn this weekend with their placings from first down to 64th, getting up to 350 points. And the winner, of course, gets a direct invitation to the World Championships in San Francisco. Now, if you don't get a direct invitation along the season, that's okay. Finish up with the top 80 points, at least in EU and NA, across the whole of the season, and then you'll get your invitation to the World Championships.
You could just win, though.
You could just win.
That
would be easier.
Yeah. Just channel that spirit, trainers. Thanks very much indeed. But it's not just going to be those championship points, of course. What else do we have in our candy basket of trick-or-treating to hand out to our players?
Well, points mean prizes, don't they, Charlie? Yeah. And we have a lot of prizing up for grabs for our players. First place, obviously, receiving in Masters Division, $6,000, as well as 108 booster packs on top of that, which is a nice little bonus, but just incredible prizing. You can see it goes right down to top 16 in Masters. Juniors and seniors that are in attendance this weekend are also going to be eligible for that prizing. First place taking away $1,000, which is incredible. Imagine being a junior, Charlie, and winning $1,000. That's a lot of candy you can buy with that.
You're so right. Yeah, I don't think I'd know what to do with myself. I certainly wouldn't know what to do with that. So exciting to have so much on the line for our trainers here. But I think, the thing that you can't put a price on is what everyone really is competing for. It's that title, that glory, that honor of being the Lille Regional Champion. But it's not just that, of course. There'll be trainers here who are just testing the water for the first time. Some will have made Phase 2. Some maybe aiming for, top 32. Or maybe just come to have a good time. It's all up for grabs, and you can define it however you would like to. Now, of course, we have reached Phase 2 here at the Lille Regional Championships. We had some thrilling battles yesterday. Now we can take a look at some of these incredible names.
Yeah, a lot of familiar names, of course. They're on top of the list. Marco Silva, who was doing so well yesterday, also with a unique pick, finishing the day with a 9-1 record. And with a good start today in Phase 2, we might see him later on in the top cut. Then also Federico Camporesi, a fellow international champion, also doing really well. Then we saw Giuseppe, for example, who we just saw in the rerun of yesterday's last round. And yeah, just so many talented players. We still got last year's winners, Nils Dunlop, as well in the mix out there, doing very, very well as well. We got Dill. They showed really, really powerful play with their Komo'o, if you remember that from yesterday. And then a lot of exciting strategies as well that we didn't get to feature yesterday, where I'm hoping that maybe we'll see some of it today.
All of these trainers have lost just 2 games, so they're still in contention for top cut. And Alessandro Marchioni with the Dax bun there, Lee. Ben.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of a shout out there as well to Angel, who was able to make it all the way to the top of the standings, at least at this point in Phase 2, and their first ever Day 2. And especially as well, and we talked about it in the interview with them yesterday, they didn't have a great Frankfurt. It wasn't their tournament by any stretch of the imagination, and they've come back and they've taken this tournament by storm.
Yeah, taking it by storm is absolutely what I'd say, especially with all this Kilowattrel out there as well. But Kilowattrel, just one of the fascinating Pokemon we saw coming out. Let's take a look at what we were expecting to see this weekend. I think, expectations maybe with a bit more of a pinch of salt, but we did see a Kingdra on stream, and we saw a Golduck on stream yesterday. Thank you very much. And surprise, surprise, there's also Blood Moon Ursaluna too, Marcus.
Yeah, of course. I mean, one of those Pokemon that is just a staple of this format. But yeah, looking at your predictions, Charlie, are we going to finish the bingo there with a Lucario and Sunflora today? What do you think?
We got the Golduck.
Sure.
We got the Golduck yesterday.
Sorry?
We got the Golduck yesterday.
Oh, I know, yeah, we got the Golduck and indeed the Kingdra, my friend. Lucario and Sunflora, I'm not sure if any have been brought, to be honest, but they did both make Day 2 in Milwaukee. Lee, we saw an Amoonguss. There's a Suin Typhlosion out there as well.
Yes, we haven't had much opportunity to see King Gambit yet, but I still believe today is the day for the king to reign supreme.
The Supreme Overlord, indeed. But these days are probably running Defiant. It's a cool ability, though, Supreme Overlord. Ben, I'm kind of grateful that we haven't seen any Dondozo Tatsugiri.
Yeah, but it's been kicking about.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I had a look at some of the standings, and I think there is a couple of Dondozo teams out there doing pretty well. So, yeah, maybe, I don't know which Tatsugiri form they're using, though.
Well, I thought we'd give the stretchy form a little bit of love in the caster predictions, but I'd take any of the 3.
I think it's quite fun, though. The idea of a Dondozo going super speedily, that big fish.
But it did see play right at the start of Regulation Set A, right? Where it got scenes play. The curly form, definitely the more common one nowadays. But I think regardless, the combination of Dondozo Tatsugiri is the thing that I'm really focusing in on. If somebody's been able to figure that combination out in the current format, I think they could be having a good time.
It's got legs, ironically, because neither of those Pokemon have legs, quite clearly. By the way, everybody, I was communing with the spirits last night, and they pushed the clocks back an hour. So you're welcome. You're welcome for that. You're welcome for the extra hour in bed, and hope you all slept very well. Let's take a bit of a deeper dive into some of those matches that we had yesterday, because, yeah, there was Kingdra, and I wasn't casting, and I was gutted, but there were also so many thrilling... Lee, we were casting over... We had 2 rounds yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, we did, Charlie.
And I'm trying to remember which players we were casting over, but I remember they were absolutely fascinating games.
They were, and now you've put me on the spot. They were great games, though.
Absolutely did. Well, I wasn't...
Giving you nothing here.
Who was casting over the Dusclops game?
Oh, yeah, that was us, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Calvin
Foster.
Remember that game?
Calvin Foster, yeah.
Was the Dusclops, yeah.
But Calvin didn't end up on top, did he?
It didn't make it to Phase 2. I checked. There were 2 Dusclops, actually. Also, Oliver Eskelin using that, but both of them finishing at 5 and 3.
Yeah. That Dusclops endgame was really cool that we had yesterday. The whole thing where we were hyping up the pain split in the early game, before the match started, and then we got that pain split endgame. At the end of game 1.
Split.
So cool.
Oh, my goodness gracious me. Yes, we saw Victor Medina and Tear Team Masso.
We did indeed.
Absolutely incredible match. In fact,
Tier Team just played so well.
Oh, always does.
Absolutely amazing, and has made it through to Phase 2 of the tournament, still in contention for that top cut spot. So hopefully we see a little bit more of them this afternoon.
Yeah, time after time we saw somewhat the underdog trainer come out on top, which was fascinating, and maybe there'll be more upsets as Lille Day 2 continues. Ben, if you were to pick one Pokemon that really stood out to you yesterday, what would it be?
Toedscruel.
Toedscruel, nice. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think it put in a good showing? I know we saw it on stream.
Yeah, Jacob was running it around 6 or so yesterday. And paired with the Glaring Wheezing, we've seen that strategy before. But not only that, it was able to get some spores going. It 2-hit KO'd a Golden Go with Earth Power, but it also got a Bullet Seed KO into a Mousehold as well, all pretty much within the same game. So it really put a shift in that match.
It's great when those supportive Pokemon can also do meaningful damage as well, like with that Bullet Seed.
Yeah, and then also with that massive special defense that we just saw highlighted on there, it took that Blood Moon from Ursaluna.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah.
Right? Not something that I was expecting.
Just a sliver of hate. And
then the Vacuum Wealth after that, yeah. The reduced special attack, and after a little bit of recovery from Grassy Terrain, but still, that's quite amazing.
Yeah, it did everything in that match.
The fact that you didn't pick the Kingdra from that match is somewhat upsetting, but I think Toadscruel definitely has a lot to recommend it as well, for sure. But you and I, Ben, we were casting over, or was it me and you, Lee? I can't remember, but anyway, we saw Marcus Dion as well. Marcus Dion has hopped across the pond to join us here in Lille, along with Offa Messier, for example. Having a good time. Marcus Dion, of course, running that hard trick from team, which seems to be a strategy that has a place right now in the metagame.
Definitely does. I feel like it matches up well into that kind of the standard 6 that we saw win in Frankfurt in particular. I'm curious whether or not it is going to come out on top today, because I think we've seen other archetypes maybe have a little bit of an advantage over that harder trick room, especially when players have been able to kind of get through those initial 5 turns.
Yeah.
If you can't get that second trick room set up, if that's denied, if there's an option there, then I think that team struggles, and once one of those dominoes falls in the team, then the rest of it kind of quickly fall around it. So maybe players are kind of wising up to how to approach that matchup, making it more difficult. As we get into day 2, I think things will unfold and we'll have a clearer picture on where that team in particular sits in the format going forward. Because unfortunately, I don't think Marcus or the other Canadian that came over made it into phase 2 of the tournament. I feel like one of the only players is a fellow caster playing that team is Costa Didamos that made it into phase 2. So he is representing going into the second part of the tournament.
Shout out to you, Costa. All the very best to you for phase 2 today. But of course, we have to mention this incredible Golduck Oricorio strategy that you and I were casting over, Marcus. I mean, I was going to say, when you're putting all your eggs in the Trick Room basket, it becomes harder and harder to execute as pieces fall out. And it's exactly the same with that. Golduck in particular, with that Simple Beam move, meaning that any boosts that the target of the move Simple Beam gets a double, and any drops a double as well. That means Volcarona gets double boost with Quiver Dance, Oricorio with Dancer, then copies those boosts. Also, Fiery Dancing can do damage as well. And we did see that team win in Game 1. It was such a fun set, wasn't it, Marcus?
Yeah, that was definitely something that set quite the revelation, one could say. I know we saw Golduck be the star of that first game with the Muddy Water, getting the accuracy drops, and then also taking some key knockouts there. Then making it through that final turn there and getting the Ice Beam off on the Amoonguss.
Terra Ice Beam.
Terra Ice Beam, exactly. That's what it's about. And yeah, that Golduck beating Emanuele, our reigning regional champion from Frankfurt. And yeah, that was quite something. Of course, then Emanuele was able to turn things back in games 2 and 3. But just the fact that, Luke, with that innovative strategy, was able to take a game off of them, that was quite amazing.
It was definitely a highlight. I think even when we wrap up Regulation Set H at the end of this year, it will remain one of the standout matches from the entire regulation. And to highlight a little bit more Oricorio, this Dancer ability means that not only does it copy those boosts from Volcarona thanks to that ability, but then it gets to move twice in a turn, so to speak, because you get the Quiver Dance and then you get to attack with something like Revelation Dance.
So I learned 2 things about Oricorio yesterday that are scaring me. The first one, of course, the game that we saw with the Dancer ability, but then also the Pokédex entry.
Yeah. This was the only one we had 5. We were 5 for 5 on Pokédex entries, Marcus and I. We were doing great. We had ones we were working as a team. You took some, I took one. We were having a great time. Then we got the Pokédex entry for Oricorio, who
was talking about its malice.
It's
and
like like
Summoning.
summoning things from the dead and taking other Pokemon's malice to use it for its own power. And we figured it out. We figured it out. And
we
then
were
we're
there's no way. This is Mario, right? But
like, what?
the more you know.
The more you know. It was heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking and absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, all at the same time. I need my blanket back. I need my blanket back.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, but I hope you got enough sleep last night, not too many nightmares. Or yeah, yeah. Thanks for that extra hour that we had.
Thank you, Charlie.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Well, everybody, it's nearly time to get things kicked off here in Lille. You know what you need to do to follow along? You got to head to that Pokemon.com/broadcast. That's where everything is going to be going on. And I've got a question for you all. What do Pidgey like to do on Halloween? They go trick or tweeting. And speaking of tweeting, use that hashtag on 3, 1, 2, 3. Play Pokemon. Scary, wasn't it? So let us know your thoughts and share your character customization from Pokemon Legends ZA. Follow us along on all of that social media and on YouTube and Twitch as well. Wonderful. Well, let me just use my crystal ball here to work out who's going to the desk. It's going to be sensing a strong Lee presence here, and Marcus. I think it's you guys. Hey, and you were a psychic there. You worked it out with your future sight. All right, you guys, you Phantom Force over to the desk. Ben, we're going to carve some pumpkins. Oh, yes, we are. And you're going to carve a Sableye. I know it. And you know I'm going to be carving a Kingdra. Well, everybody, it's a pleasure to see you. Buckle up, because it's time for Lille Day 2.
The 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Well, we've whisked our way over to the desk. My name is Lee Provost. If you're just joining, and I'm joined once again by the lovely, amazing Marcus Mann. How are we doing, Marcus? Ready for this Phase 2 of the Lille Regional Championships?
I am absolutely ready. Thank you, Lee. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, we had such an action-packed day yesterday. 10 rounds that our players went through, and there's a couple more, of course, to be played today. In fact, the first round already going on, and we will jump right into the action with a decisive round, because the next round will already decide who will make it onto the third and final stage of the tournament, the top cut.
Yeah, it's really exciting, isn't it? And this is all the crunch time of the tournament. Like you say, everything on the line. There's no room for error now, because this last round will determine if you're on the cusp, if you're at that 9-2 record. You need to win this next game to really guarantee yourself a place in that top cut. If you lose, unfortunately, you will only go away with just, well, you get some prizing and you get some points, but that's, I think, if you're at this stage of the tournament with that record, that's not what you're looking at. You want to come away with a little bit more and probably progress a bit further on in the tournament.
Absolutely. If you made it that far, if you powered through the competition so far and were able to make it with only 2 losses, because, of course, only trainers that have a maximum of 2 losses and then, well, up to 10, 11 wins, then they will get to move on. And so, of course, if you're still within that small group of players that have only lost 2 times, then of course you want to keep on winning. You don't want to go out now in the final stretch. But there are some players that are still in the tournament that are still doing so well, that are used to being in this situation. And of course, this could be an advantage, but we've seen it time and times again in the Pokemon VGC that there are always those Cinderella stories. Some players like Angel, for example, who's doing maybe not so well at some of the previous tournaments, but now is really doing so well here yesterday with a 9-1 record at the end of the day. And let's see if some of those journeys will continue into Top Cut.
Hopefully they do, and I'm sure there will be more journeys that will be able to follow through the rest of the Top Cut and the remaining Swiss rounds that we've got to play out here at this event. But it's incredible, and the Cinderella stories in particular are just so exciting to kind of see unfold, and we get to see new players introduced to the format, and then we can follow them as their journey progresses throughout whatever events we've got to kind of feature for the rest of the season and beyond.
Yeah, and something that I'm, of course, always interested is the stats. So how did the metagame change, and what are we expecting to be seeing today? So let's have a look at the Phase 1 statistics. So this is from the first 8 Swiss rounds yesterday. We saw a lot of familiar faces with our players. We see some familiar faces here, of course, with the Pokemon that our trainers are bringing. Incineroar, Golden Go, Rillaboom, all of these are stars of the format. But then there are also some Pokemon that are currently, maybe it feels like they're rising up, and we get to check that in a second, comparing them to Phase 2. But Volcarona is one of those Pokemon that I have my eyes out on for in this tournament, just because of how well it matches up, or it can match up into some of the top threats of this format. Yeah,
it was a really good scoop, I think, coming into this event, with the Volcarona being that really good pick for just kind of tackling a lot of the big issues in the format. And when you look at those top row of Pokemon, there's a lot of those that really don't want to be going up against Volcarona, especially if it's well supported and it gets that Quiver Dance off, or multiple Quiver Dances. Then it's going to have the ability to just run through a lot of these Pokemon, where the Goldengo is not really going to be able to hit it for super effective damage. It's going to be threatened. Same with the Rillaboom. And once those Quiver Dances stack up, the Ursaluna becomes way less effective, because the Blood Moon actually relies on that special attacking stat rather than its brethren that does rely on that more physical side of things. Sneasler as well, one of those Pokemon that really loves to enjoy the speed of that Unburden boost. Well, Quiver Dance helps you with those speed boosts, and few of those going to help you outspeed that and then deal with it. And it is a bit of one of those not very defensive Pokemon that we kind of know it for. Even with the Grassy Seed boost that it normally does get to those defenses, Volcarona going to completely hit it on the other end of the spectrum and just be able to mitigate it pretty easily. So a very good pick. And if we can take a look at the Phase 2 statistics, I'm sure you'll be happy with the scene of that Volcarona as well, and how it progressed into this in day 2.
I think my guess, just before we help into them, I think Ursaluna maybe is one Pokemon, not the Blood Moon variant, but
the original.
Hisuian Ursaluna, I think, is one of those Pokemon that has been doing quite well yesterday, and I wouldn't be surprised if it made the jump onto our Phase 2 statistics. But let's have a look and compare some of the numbers to see how the metagame has been shaping out, and there it is, sitting in the 9th slot.
Yeah, impressive. And the other thing is that top row have not changed completely between day 1 day 2. So they pretty much feel like that they found their place in this format, at least coming into this event. But there are some changes there with the Volcarona rising in usage, like you said, Marcus, as well. Hisuian Ursaluna rising right up the ranks, Pelipper falling off, and Annihilate falling down, as well as that Archaludon. But Ninetales Lola is rising up, as well as that Basculegion, which is interesting because the Pelipper falling off, indicating, I said this yesterday, was that more players are kind of jumping on the trend of the adaptability, Choice Scarf, Basculegion, and running the Ninetales with that Auroraville disruption support there as an option rather than the Pelipper, and opting for that mode and having probably a lot more success indicated by these day 2 statistics.
Absolutely, good point. Yeah, being a little bit more weather agnostic, so to say, being able to use your Pokemon regardless of which weather is in the sky, because that Alolan Ninetales, such a popular countermeasure against weather-based teams. But I gotta say, I'm a bit proud because, Ursaluna is the only change here in the stats. And that is also kind of what I witnessed yesterday. We saw someone like Victor Medina, for example, bring it. We saw Federico Camporese bring the Ursaluna. So a lot of top players opting to go with that Pokemon, of course, with Flame Orb and Guts. Just so powerful. And players have figured out ways to operate both in Tailwind and under Trick Room, and that makes it really, really scary to go up against.
Yeah, and you can't make any mistakes against it. I think a lot of these Pokemon, you have a bit of room against how you kind of set up your board against these big threats. But I think with Ursaluna, and it puts you almost, I'm speaking from experience, puts you on edge when you see that Ursaluna and that those speed controls alongside it. And you think, if I get one of these turns wrong, it's going to be in the perfect position. And then because it is so devastating on the battlefield with those big attacks, with that Flame Orb activated, it is going to start picking up knockouts. And I'm not going to be able to recover from this position that my opponent's been able to get to. So got to play so carefully against it, and for that reason it's such a big threat. Even in team preview, I think you are mentally having to prepare alone for that Pokemon and how your opponent's going to try and weave it into a board position where it can kind of overwhelm you. So a scary threat, and no wonder like a lot of players are having success with it and opting to use it coming into this event.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. I think also we saw kind of the downsides that can have sometimes in the game exactly yesterday between Filippo and Dill, where Ursaluna was on the board and was exerting so much pressure, and we were like, okay, when is he gonna like go for the big swing, or is he gonna attack, right? But Dill was just unfazed by it and just like saw right through the tricks that like Ursaluna was trying to put down, and then instead of playing defensively, they actually played offensively, and that was the right thing to do in that moment. But that's in the past. But yeah, I'm curious seeing is whether Dill, Ribombi, and Komodo are still fighting strong in this tournament. But it seems like our round is ready. So should we have a look at some of the matches that will be coming up in this round?
We have, and I believe this is a community choice, so it's down to you viewers at home to pick which game you would like to see, and here are the choices. You've got Ryan versus Luis, you've got Nils versus Sebastian, Var versus Weled, Jay and Alessandro. So some brilliant matches there, and some really interesting Pokemon choices as well, and those matchups between them.
Yeah, so hop over to twitch.tv/Pokemon and you will find the poll in the chat where you can decide which one of these amazing games you want to see. And there are, in fact, quite a few interesting choices. We see the Daxbun, there's a Serena on there. We got, Kilovatral, Kilovatral, Toadscruel, Galarian Weezing, and Typhlosion on the same team. Yeah, the Weavile, as you pointed out. So quite a plethora of different options to choose from for you at home.
Yeah, and all of these, just to note, these are all 9-2 records. So this will determine whether these players, they win, make it through to the top cut, or unfortunately not, and that will be the end of the tournament. So there's everything on the line for these players.
But that also means that either a Weavile or the Daxbun will make it to the top cut, and either Serena or the Kilovatral Galarian Weezing team. That's exciting.
Very exciting, yeah. That's you never really expected to see a Weavile there, but it is one of those Pokemon that has a lot of tools in its arsenal, and it is a very speedy Pokemon, which lends itself in this format to being able to kind of supersede a lot of those other threats and do some big damage and disruption, which is very good. But obviously, it is down to your choice at home. Get voting, as Marcus mentioned, over on twitch.tv, and you can pick which match you would like to see most.
Yeah, and I'm curious to seeing how the viewers will decide, because I feel like there's kind of like two different types of matches. We got Ryan against Lewis, both with kind of trusted compositions. Yeah, two very strong local French players.
Yeah.
But two teams that we have seen before. Then also Sebastian and Nils, two absolutely like amazing players, bringing teams to the table that we have seen before in a little bit more of like a standard matchup. And then we got Ivor against Valid and Jay against Alessandro, and all four of them have some like really unique twists on their teams. So I wonder if we're gonna go with one of the, let's say, more standard, probably more strategic matches, or if it's gonna be some matches that maybe promise a little bit more chaos.
And maybe, I think you can't really lose with whichever match you pick. You've either got these really big hitter players that you can feature with these solid teams that they've built, or you've got these other players that have went for, and they're not big hitters. I don't mean that in any disrespect. I just mean that they have picked more obscure choices and can create a bit more of an exciting thing. And maybe you're sitting there wondering, I kind of want to see what this team's all about. I wonder what the Weavile does. I wonder what the Dash Bun does, you know? So maybe you want to pick that one and vote for that. But get your votes in quick, because we will be deciding very soon.
Yeah, and I really wonder which one's going to be. But then, of course, all of these players, no matter whether they will be featured here or not, they will go up against each other for this spot in our top cut. But it seems like you have made a decision, and I tend to agree with what I'm seeing here, because that looks like a really exciting match that you have chosen.
Let's have a look at the results if we can bring the graphic up to see where the votes have lied. And it is Jay Ballester versus Alejandro Mascione, and it is going to be an incredible match. We've got the Hisuian Typhlosion, the Dash Bun, the Torkoal, the King Gambit against Jay with that Weavile, the Pelipper, the Raincore, and that Tatsugiri and Dondozo. So very fun matchup. Great choices for all of you. Big props to everyone that has put a vote in, and I'm very excited to feature this one. Marcus, how are you feeling about it?
Yeah, absolutely incredible matchup. I actually had a quick look at some of these teams just in the morning to kind of have a look at what's going on out there in the metagame. And you know, like maybe, of course, Alessandro and Jay, their teams, they have what it takes to maybe influence the metagame a little bit going forward. But I can already say that the Daxman is not the only surprise on Alessandro's team. And similarly, Jay also definitely has some tricks up their sleeves. So yeah, that's going to be an exciting match-up. Our players will be getting ready in a second. So it's hard to say what I'm expecting from this. One thing,
right back. It's rain. Yeah. Rain versus sun.
It's rain versus sun, right? It could be as easy as that, but I'm really wondering, like, what are the ways for Alessandro to deal with Dondozo? And do those ways include the Daxman? Or maybe do they need to rely on some of their other pieces, like the Jumpluff, the Rillaboom, the Typhlosion? And because, I mean, Daxman, of course, with its well-baked body, has great ways of boosting its defenses, but against a unover Dondozo, that might not be the smartest thing to do.
Yeah, I look at Alessandro's team, and the first thing that comes to mind is the Jumpluff that can come in onto the field, and it does have normally a lot of options to disrupt. Sleep Powder, On-Call, it can come in against that Dondozo and really disrupt that Pokemon, shut it down, and then it allows the partner next to the Jumpluff to maybe start chipping away at it and work a little bit of magic to try and get rid of that big powerhouse. Because like you say, there aren't too many options there. You're not really going to want to lean into the Hisuian Typhlosion, the Torkoal too much. The Torkoal helps because it reduces the damage of Wave Crash, of course, but I think you need options to really help mitigate that Pokemon a little bit more than just putting the stun up and trying to throw attacks out continuously, because the Dondozo is going to return with some big attacks of its own.
For sure, yeah, you need to have a good answer to Dondozo, or you will just be run over by that combination. But I think one thing that is pretty interesting to see with this is the fact that we had a look at the statistics just now. But you don't actually have to go for some of the most popular Pokemon if you want to do well at one of our events. But instead, yeah, you can come up with your own innovation, with your own tricks. And that is, I think, what we are most excited about for that upcoming match.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that there's some really, those niche picks, in particular the Weavile that is on Jay's side of the field, is such an interesting choice because we never really get to see that. We see the Sneasler more often than we've ever seen Weavile. And, you know, I think this is a Pokemon that has a lot of potential in the format with that high speed that it does have. It has good attack as well, and the amount of different options that Pokemon has, it gets a lot of different moves that it can access, utilize, and to disrupt an opponent. Fake Tears, it gets access to that. Screech, it gets access. Taunt, it's really good. Fake Out, and the list goes on. Weavile is a really good Pokemon, but you know, hasn't really been fully utilized yet. Maybe Jay has been able to unlock that potential.
And then, of course, we have a couple of multi-hit moves as well that Weavile can use to really boost its allies. We've seen this countless of times, of course, in this format with Mousehold using Beat Up on Annihilate, or, for example, a Dragonite using Scale Shot on Archelodon. Weavile has a couple of options like that. They could use Beat Up on Annihilate or on Archelodon on that team. It could also go for a triple axle if you want to get really lucky, but that's maybe more for hitting the opposition and then also hitting and bypassing a Focus Sash, for example.
And it's really good against those multi-scale Dragonites, right? The multi-hits. Ice type attack, which has got that same type attack bonus on top of it, breaks the multi-scale with that first hit, and then that second one, it is increasing in power again.
Yes.
I would have thought you probably don't need the third one in most situations, but if you do, it's going to be enough to take down a Dragonite and single-handedly remove that Pokemon. But like you say, more importantly, deal with those Sash Pokemon so effectively. The only thing is the accuracy issues with that move. But when it hits. Yeah, it's a very good option, and Weavile, a very good user of that. So we'll get into the match details in a minute, but we can take a look at the standings of the tournament and before we get into this match to see where our players currently are, who's top in the leaderboard, and what the tournament is shaping up to look like.
So 4 players have managed the incredible feat of coming out with, after 11 rounds, with 10 wins, only 1 loss. No undefeated player left, but that's fine at this stage. I mean, hard to imagine anyone being undefeated in such a stacked field, but we got Eduardo, Marco Silva, Javier, and Giuseppe, and all of them already booked their ticket for Top Cut, but then there's a lot of players that are trying to join them.
Definitely a lot chasing that top pack for sure, and yeah, congratulations to our players that have managed to get into that top cut, secure their place, but everyone below that 4th spot will be, you know, chasing, doing everything they can to secure their place in this top cut of the Lille Regional Championships, and they're all doing so well so far. Like you say, such a stacked event with so many top names, and you can go down the list and there are just recognizable names throughout that we've been able to feature on broadcasts this weekend or past seasons. And yeah, it's so tough to make it this far in the tournament at this record. Is just incredible, and all our players need to just give themselves a big pat on the back, which I'm sure they will have, but there's still a little bit of work to do. Don't rest just yet.
And our reigning champion also is still in there, Nils Dunlop, a former champion of Europe, EOIC champion, and then also, of course, regional champion from last year. We all remember the frozen Corviknight, so he's still in it as well, but he will not be the star of the next match because our players are ready to be on stage and battle it out with their unique choices.
Yeah, and I'm really excited. I really am excited about this one. The interaction between both teams is so interesting. I think we said, strip it back, it is just a rain versus sun match, but there's so much more to this matchup than just that. But it will dictate a huge part of how both of these players do play the game, and the weather control is going to be a real key in knowing who's going to come out on top. If you can keep control of your weather, it really nullifies a lot of the things that your opponent can do. So, you know, I think you said it yesterday when we were on the desk. If you've got access to Torkoal, it does give you an advantage because of the speed of Torkoal. It's so slow, you're quite happily to lead it out to guarantee the weather, especially if the Pelipper comes from the opposite side. But it is a risk because if the Pelipper isn't brought out front by your opponent and you lead the Torkoal, then it's an easy switch.
Yeah, Torkoal in rain just doesn't really do too much.
No.
But yeah, I think one really interesting dynamic with these kind of weather battles is the fact that once you put Dondozo on the field, of course, you cannot switch out any longer. So you would be locked into whatever weather is there at the time. And this could be something that could come up in this match for sure. As, yeah, both our players, I can assure you, this is not the matchup that they were thinking about when they were thinking about, okay, what is it going to be like playing the win-and-in on stream in Lille? Maybe they were thinking about, oh, I'll face like some Incineroar, Golden Go, something like that, right? But no, these Pokemon are not part of this upcoming battle between Jay and Alessandro.
No, definitely not. I don't think we would have seen, but we'll kick off with the accomplishments of our players. Jay, looking for those accomplishments, getting them here at the Lille Regional Championships. If they can progress through this round, they will be able to add a top cut from this event to that list. But over on the other side, Alessandro has got a good amount with that top 8 in the seniors in 2019 at the World Championships. He was the seniors finalist in 2022, Bologna Special Championship top 128, and more recently last season Dortmund Regional top 8 finish, which is incredible. So very versed at this sort of level of tournament.
Yeah, Jay Ballester coming in without any achievements on our list so far, but there's definitely going to be one after this tournament. And now this match will decide whether it will say, oh yeah, he made it to phase 2, or if he will have made it into our top cut, top 16, and maybe even further than that. So this match, so important for their personal legacy, of course, as well. And here we see Jay's team. It is that Dondozo Rain team, but not the Surf that we sometimes see with the Rain, but instead, yeah, the more traditional physical attacker. We have Weavile that you were talking about, and it is holding a focus sash. So yeah, nothing like a wide lens to boost up the accuracy of Triple Axel. This is something that we need to look out for in this match. And then also Annihilate with a Citrus Berry, no bulk up, but a Taunt. Maybe this could come in handy against some of the supporting Pokemon over on Alessandro's team. And then our Chalodon, yeah, a traditional attacker under a Rain team. And it makes sense to me that, yeah, you would pair up Weavile with both Annihilate and Archelodon, because you can kind of use Speed Up to activate both of their respective strengths. Boost Rage Fist for Annihilate, and then boost Stamina, and therefore boost Body Press for Archelodon.
Yeah, and I really like that inclusion of the Choice Scarf item on the Pelipper. That is going to put it so much further ahead of Pokemon that are maybe normally easily outspeeded. But we are going to take a look at Alessandro's team here, and we've got the Rillaboom, that Dash Bun, the Torkoal, Typhlosion, Hisui, the Jumpluff, and the King Gambit. Some real opposite ends of the spectrum here for Alessandro compared to that Rain team that we've just seen from Jay.
Life Orb, Terra Stella, Rillaboom. That Rillaboom is all about damage.
I feel like a lot of the team is all about the damage, right? You've got, other than the Torkoal there with that Yawn, and it's got the Lava Plume, the Overheat there, some big attacks, disruptive attacks as well. But then you look at that Hisuian Typhlosion with the Choice Specs item. Then you combine that with the Rillaboom. Both of those Pokemon are going to be hitting extremely hard. And then you got the Dash Bun, which has got that Body Press. Any incoming attacks are going to activate that well-baked ability, boost that defense stat, power up that Body Press. But it's also a supportive option as well to slow opposing threats down with that Snarl, which is really nice to see. And then at the end of it, you've got Helping Hand to support partnering Pokemon like that Hisuian Typhlosion that can really benefit from that Helping Hand, especially with that Eruption in the Sun.
Yeah, we got the dual Lava Plume, both on Torkoal and Typhlosion, to boost up Daxbun with its well-baked body ability, but also Lava Plume, a move that hits both opponents as well and has a high chance to cause burns. And of course, Dondozo that is burnt, that is not something you would want to see.
No, it is not indeed. Well, we're going to start off the battle with Alessandro leading out with the Hisuian Typhlosion and that Jumpluff. And on Jay's side, we see the Weavile leading out with that Tatsugiri.
Yeah, I like Tatsugiri. It's a really unusual choice, but it's one of the Pokemon that can take on those really strong Fire-type attacks. And yeah, Jay, with a 4-time resistance to Fire-type attacks, could go ahead and just fire off, let's say, Muddy Water to hurt Typhlosion. Also, Weavile with Focus Sash can definitely take a hit. So I kind of like the start here from Jay, but it's so scary to go up against a Typhlosion in the sun. And yeah, you need to be ready to take on those powerful eruptions for sure.
Yeah, well, we are seeing a bit of a switch up here. It is the Rillaboom coming onto the field for Alejandro, and they are going to enter the fray, set up that grassy terrain, which is going to be really beneficial for getting some of that health back throughout this battle, and starting off in fashion here with a terrestrialization, and it will be onto the Jumpluff. Because of the threat from the triple axle on the opposite side on the Weavile, it is going to revert to a water type going forward in this match, which will help out immensely. But no ice type attack, and knockoff coming out into that slot, and going to remove that precious Clover Cloak item as a sleep powder in return onto the Weavile. Going to shut that really fast defensive option down, but it does leave the Tatsugiri open to go for a big attack, and it is a Draco Meteor and a massive miss into the Jumpluff. The double up into that slot, not paying off. Really unfortunate for Jake, but Alejandro gets away with it.
Yeah, that's very impactful, because that attack would have definitely knocked out Jumpluff, and then, well, Weavile is asleep, but then you could maybe pivot into Dondozo, as we see, yeah, with the Tatsugiri on the field. Of course, it's coming with its partner in crime, Dondozo, waiting there in the back, but now the positioning is completely different, because Jumpluff is still on the field, can go ahead and maybe try and set up a Tailwind. Tatsugiri is holding safety goggles, so you cannot put that Pokemon to sleep, but we were talking about a Life Orb Rillaboom. That's going to do so much damage now.
It is. We are seeing the Tatsugiri threatened by that Rillaboom go for a protect here, but the Grassy Glide into the Weavile wanting to target down that slot, and you can see how much damage it is doing with that Life Orb, boosting the attack there, and no, Weavile is going to stay asleep after the guaranteed turn, and the Tailwind now set by that Jumpluff, giving an advantage to Alejandro on the speed side, so that Rillaboom the next turn is going to be outspeeding the Weavile and that Tatsugiri that has just protected.
Yeah, great turn by Alessandro, getting speed control ready while also doing a ton of damage to Weavile, ignoring Tatsugiri that could have gone for a Draco Meteor to knock out Jumpluff, but was a little bit too scared, because of course, if you lose Tatsugiri, then your whole strategy around Dondozo, Tatsugiri, and Commander would not work anymore.
Well, with the threat that's on the field and the potential wake-up from Weavile, we're seeing a Rage Powder from that Jumpluff now to protect the Rillaboom as a Woodhammer chosen into that Tatsugiri slot. That's now a Pelipper coming onto the field and will be taken down with one fell swoop. A huge knockout, taking full advantage of these Tailwind turns. And here's the question is the Weavile going to wake up? It is not. It is going to stay napping for another turn.
Yeah, this is a huge, huge pickup by Alessandro, because it means that now with Pelipper down, Jumpluff could just go ahead and set up Sunny Day to counteract, or Torkoal could switch in from the back. So Jay forced into Dondozo. Maybe now is the time to combine. Maybe now is the time to go ahead and go for order up to maybe knock out Jumpluff. But with that terrestrialization into water, not only did it help against a potential triple axle, but it also meant that Jumpluff is grounded, so it was enjoying a little bit of grassy terrain recovery in these turns, and now it seems to be healthy enough to maybe take an order up from this range. Yeah, Jay really has to hope that going for this attack now knocks out Jumpluff.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that we would say here is that the terrestrialization in this situation on the Dondozo to get away from that grass weakness is a real double-edged sword, right? Because you go for it, yeah, you get around the Rillaboom threat, but the other big threat that we're going to see is that Sun mode. Typhlosion and that Torkoal. The Torkoal coming onto the field now and setting the Sun, and that will be here for the remainder of the battle. No Pelipper to overwrite that. So for the next 5 turns, it will be shining bright. Now Jay mixing things up, taking that Weavile out of the fray as the Tatsugiri enters the field and activates that Commander ability, giving the Omni boost to the Dondozo. All of those boosts across each and every stat, and will be becoming very powerful, but it will be on its own for the next few turns. Can it make any sort of headway here, as we are seeing that terrestrialization locked in? Jay deciding it's time to go into a grass type to get away from that Rillaboom. So an even stronger switch from Alejandro to bring the Torkoal onto the field that is now going to be able to threaten with those boosted attacks, those fire type attacks from the Sun.
Yeah, with the grass typing, you get to ignore Sleep Powder and Rage Powder, but because Torkoal switched in and the Sun is up, this Wave Crash just not quite doing the damage that Dondozo needed here. And because we also have grassy terrain still on the field. It means that Earthquake also won't be that effective. So a lot of the damage from Dondozo just cut in half right there. And with Torkoal having Citrus Berry available, with this Dondozo now being terrestrialized into a grass type, and with Sun being up, it just feels like Alessandro has found a really, really great spot. And it all came down to Jumpluff making it through the first couple of turns here.
Yeah, and we are seeing a switch up already from Alejandro. Done the job with Jumpluff as the Rillaboom is going to make its way back onto the field. You're thinking for Alejandro, they may want to get that Typhlosion out into a safe position. The Order Up coming out. It is going to give it a hack boost to that Dondozo, but here it is. There's the disruption starting, the support from that Torkoal as a Yawn comes into it, and it will only be a matter of time before that Dondozo takes a little nap, and that might be enough for Alejandro to get the board position that they require to start getting rid of this big threat on Jay's side of the field.
Yeah, and now you have Rillaboom on the field. You can go for Fake Out, you can flinch Dondozo, then Dondozo has to take a nap. And yeah, you can use that time to reposition into your Typhlosion, and then you have the perfect opportunity against a sleeping Dondozo in the sun that is terrestrialized to grass, that cannot switch out. And yeah, do you think that's just going to be like a clean one-hit KO from Typhlosion?
I don't know. It will be very close. I mean, when you look at the choice specs item, the sun there boosting everything, single target attack. Oh, it's not single target attack because it counts the Tatsugiri, of course, as well. But the way that Alejandro is kind of dictating play here, forcing the protect there. So now the Yawn is going to kind of set in, and Dondozo is asleep, of course. The Typhlosion in such a strong position where you can just fire off an attack, maybe get the Jumpluff out, like we're seeing the Rillaboom retreat now, and then be able to set that Tailwind up to keep that Typhlosion if the Dondozo wakes up in a really good spot. Dondozo gonna have that guaranteed sleep turn here, and leaves the Typhlosion. Eruption coming out. How much damage will it do to this grass type Dondozo? Oh, a huge knockout, more than enough. Yes, and Alejandro maybe knowing that calculation already. There's the double-edged sword, though. That grass terrestrialization not beneficial in any way for that the Dondozo in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Dondozo tried to get away from Sleep Powder from Jumpluff by terrestrializing into grass, but then, yeah, eventually Alessandro was like, okay, well, that is only one of my ways to put Dondozo to sleep. Then brings in Torkoal, uses Yawn, and sets up this perfect checkmate, taking game one convincingly.
Very convincingly, yes. Just really dictating the play and pinning in Jay in a lot of situations, and really, I think, utilizing not only first in that match the Rillaboom to put the pressure onto the Dondozo when it entered the field, but really well utilization of that Jumpluff to really shut down a lot of those faster threats on Jay's side, and the Weavile, as soon as that goes to sleep, makes life so much easier for the Jumpluff. And you can see what Jay was trying to do, get rid of that Covert Cloak on the Jumpluff, so later on in the game, if you preserve the Weavile, you can come in, you can fake it out, you can slow it down, especially if you haven't got control of the weather. But then getting no utility out of that Pelipper comes in just to be knocked out. It was very difficult, and I think Jay's hand was almost forced there, because if you lose the Tatsugiri in that situation, then, well, your Dondozo's half as effective, and it wasn't that effective anyway. So I think Jay needs to reevaluate. If you're Jay going into this next game, what are you doing, Marcus?
So the first question that I would ask myself is it even worth to go for Dondozo against this team? Because, yeah, you were just talking about it. The fact that with Dondozo and Tatsugiri, you're kind of limiting your options in terms of switching around, because, yeah, you cannot really afford to lose either of those pieces, meaning that your Pelipper all of a sudden would become a little bit more of a, like, switch in that you have to take sometimes, but losing Pelipper means that you also lose the ability to change the weather. So I feel like instead of going for a Dondozo, now we've seen, okay, Alessandro has a plan into this. He's probably played against Dondozo teams a couple of times at least, and between the Life Orb Rillaboom exerting pressure with the Jumpluff in the sun, Terra Water, like that all just looks really, really strong into Dondozo. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jay decided to leave Dondozo behind, maybe focus more on Annihilate, for example, since Unaware, since with Beat Up, you would be able to boost Rage Fists to a power level where then maybe it can deal even with some of the Pokemon over on Alessandro's side, like that Torkoal or Rillaboom. And I think the Pokemon that I might be most scared about actually when leaving Dondozo behind is that Darkspan, because if Darkspan can be set up with a couple of boosts to its defense...
You want that unaware ability, really, don't
you? Exactly. But I just feel like with how game 1 went, if I were Jay, I would try to go with a game plan that does not involve the Dondozo.
Got to remember as well, there was that Draco Meteor miss, so if that had hit the jump left, things might have turned out a little bit differently. But we are seeing the same lead here from Jay with that Weavile and the Tatsugiri. Bit of a change up on Alejandro's side with the Hisuian Typhlosion, same lead, Typhlosion and the jump left here. So the same exact situation. Are we going to see things play out exactly the same as before? Is that jump left going to terrestrialize here, or can you maybe get an advantage with a triple Axel into that slot instead of the knockoff? It was really good to double up into it, but if you do connect with both those attacks, or if you can kind of get this move right, it can pay off dividends. The problem is, though, if you do concentrate too heavily on that jump bluff, then the Hisuian Typhlosion's left unchecked, and it can get a free eruption off, which the Weavile in particular is not going to enjoy taking.
Yeah, though with the Focus Sash and with Tatsugiri's resistance, it might actually be fine for Jay to take that attack. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jay just went after jump bluff. We know jump bluff cannot protect. We know Tatsugiri will make it through the turn pretty much no matter what. And if you can knock out jump bluff, that would be a big, big win for Jay.
Well, there's the knockoff. It is going to remove the Covert Cloak item as Sleep Powder in return, but this time it is not going to connect. The Weavile avoiding that attack as the Draco Meat. It does connect, and it plays out in Game 2 exactly like Jay wanted in Game 1, and able to remove that big threat and jump bluff early on in Turn 1.
Yeah, so now this time, Alessandro, not fortunate with the accuracy here. Sleep Powder missing Weavile and jump bluff being knocked out, but not before setting Tailwind. So Alessandro does have speed control. We have Rillaboom on the field once again, and this is the Life Orb variant. With Terra Stella, that would just do so much damage to anything. And we also have the potential of a Fake Out into Weavile as well. Weavile does not have Protect, so that is something to be aware of as well. While Typhlosion maybe just goes for an Eruption in this spot potentially. But then, can you maybe... I guess the question is, where do you want to target? You cannot guarantee 2 knockouts this turn if you're Alessandro. So you need to kind of predict, okay, what's the move going to be for Jay?
And you do have to be careful about that Ghost Terrestrialization on the Weavile there, because if you fake out into it and expect to shut down or stop that Weavile this turn, it can go against you with that Dark Threat on Jay's side of the field. And it's exactly what we're seeing. Ghost Terrestrialization to avoid any fake out threat from that Rillaboom that's entered the field on Alessandro's side, and it is going to be a huge threat into that Hisuian Typhlosion. But in response to maybe that threat, we are seeing another Terrestrialization, and this time it is into the Rillaboom, and it will be going for that Stellar Terrestrialization, boosting all of those attacks on its side of the field, on top of the Life Orb held item that it has got access to. Helping Hand coming out from the Tatsugiri, going to further boost the attacks on that Weavile. But are we going to see a Fake Out? No Fake Out. It is a Grassy Glide. Is it going to be enough to get the Tatsugiri in? It is. Wow, what a big knockout here. Some big return from that Rillaboom, but it does leave this Weavile open to going for an attack. Maybe Alessandro thinking because of the pressure, this is going to switch out, knock off into that Typhlosion, and more than enough super effective damage to take that big threat down. So trade for trade, Marcus.
Yeah, so with Terra Ghost here, Weavile guarantees that it will get to move as, even that Grassy Glide from the Terra Stella Rillaboom might have brought down Weavile to Focus Sash. But with that, and with Weavile being the fastest Pokemon on the field, it just could take the knockout there on Typhlosion, and because Jump Bluff went down without setting up Tailwind, Weavile is the fastest Pokemon, and so the Dondozo strategy was disrupted. Tatsugiri went out, but how do you stop this Weavile from just taking another knockout this turn with Triple Axel on Rillaboom?
Well, the Rillaboom going after the Weavile here. Not enough to take it down to the Sash, but doing a respectable amount of damage. In return, though, the Triple Axel, how many hits? 1, 2, and is it going to get the third? Does. It is going to be a knockout, and that Rillaboom is disposed of pretty quickly from the Weavile. But again, the Dondozo protecting it. Hasn't got its partner in Tatsugiri any longer available, and this Torkoal left open to go for a big attack. Is it going to be the Lava Plume, or is it going to be the Eruption? Either. The Overheat, it is into the Weavile, and with the initial damage that it had taken from the Grassy Glide, 11 HP was not enough for it to survive that sun boosted overheat from the Torkoal. So the Weavile has got some good value though. It has been able to take down 2 big threats on Alejandro's side of the field.
And now, this time, Pelipper was saved until the very end, and it starts to rain. And yeah, poor little Torkoal staring down 2 water-type Pokemon. There is nothing Alessandro can do at this point, and Jay ties up the series.
Yeah, really well played from Jay. Great adjustment coming in, and we can see the difference that Draco Meteor connecting made in this game. It missed in that first game. The Sleep Powder as well missing. It's really something that makes it a lot more difficult for Alejandro if you cannot dispatch of that Weavile quicker, because it is going to be able to get those big attacks off like we saw, and because of its sheer speed and that security of the Choice Scarf item, it can take at least 1 attack, leaving it open to potentially removing a lot of those big threats on Alejandro's side of the field in that Rillaboom, in the Hisuian Typhlosion. And once those pieces fall, things become very, very difficult.
Yeah, so I really wonder what these players are now thinking for the 3rd and final game of the series that will decide who of them moves on into Top Cut, because now we've had 2 turn 1s where, yeah, something went wrong for one of our players. In the first game, we saw Draco Meteor miss Jumpluff, and that just gave Alessandro enough room to breathe. And then in the second game, we saw, of course, Sleep Powder miss Weavile, and then all of a sudden, Weavile was left unchecked. So it seems like Jay is saying, okay, you know what? I am fine with the same kind of outcome, or just going for the same play again, because with Weavile being just naturally so fast, it puts on so much pressure on Jumpluff, also on Typhlosion with knockoff. And Alessandro is opting out of that mind game now, bringing Torkoal and Typhlosion right away, but that just seems very scary if Jay just switches in Pelipper.
Yeah, and it looks exactly what is going to happen here as that Weavile leaves the field now. Pelipper coming onto the field. Going to get that Drizzle ability activated, override the sun, and set that rain, which is going to benefit the Tatsugiri as well. The Torkoal not in the best spot, so in response to that, we are seeing the Typhlosion switch out, the dash button hit the field, Muddy Water fired out from this Tatsugiri, boosted by the rain, enough to take down the Torkoal, and Jay already solidifying the weather is going to be in their control for the rest of this game with that drought ability gone. The dash button coming in, taking lots of damage as well from that Muddy Water. Not something that Alejandro would have liked to have been played out.
Yeah, now Jumpluff would have been the last chance for Alessandro to set up the sun with Sunny Day, but the last Pokemon they brought is Rillaboom, and this is such a great start for Jay. Using Tatsugiri offensively, such a nice identification there that if you switch in Pelipper, override the weather, Muddy Water just deals with anything that Alessandro can kind of have on the field at this point, and knocking out Torkoal in 1 hit is such a huge swing of this battle.
Yeah, and I think the Rillaboom as well on Alejandro's side maybe is going to be forced to terrestrialize, go for a Grassy Glide, and hope that you get that Pelipper because of the Choice Scarf item there will be speedier than the Rillaboom, able to get a guaranteed Hurricane into that slot, and being a more offensive Rillaboom, has it got the defensive capabilities that we're used to seeing on it, or will that Hurricane just be enough to take it down? If you lose that piece of your team now at this stage, it's going to be really, really difficult for Alejandro to come back. So this next turn, really pivotal, and in response to that knockout from that turn 1, Rillaboom is going for that Stellar Terrestrialization. Is that what we're going to see, Marcus? Is it going to be that Grassy Glide, and will it be enough into the Pelipper? Well, the Tatsugiri feels very threatened here, doesn't want to take any attacks. Protect coming out, going to keep itself safe for at least 1 turn, and in response to that, the Dash Bun as well does not want to take another one of those Muddy Waters. Grassy Glide, though, boosted by that Stellar Terra type, and it will be into the Pelipper, and it won't be enough. The Pelipper managing to hang on, and that Rillaboom is now a sitting duck indeed for that Hurricane that comes out, and it will be enough to pick up the knockout. That is a huge, huge pickup by Jay, taking a massive advantage in this game 3.
Absolutely crucial for Pelipper to make it through that turn and get the knockout with Hurricane as well. This could not have gone any better for Jay, as now there's still a full Dondozo waiting in the back as well. I feel like Darkspawn was a cute idea here for a game 3, but it seems like now, under the rain, Typhlosion, that is not what you want to bring on the battlefield. Of course, Pelipper with Choice Scarf could just decide to swap out and come back in later for some powerful Muddy Waters. But now it's really just Jay's choice. How do you want to end this battle? But it's just over.
And our winner will be Jay Balistan, and we'll be moving into the top cut of the regional championships here in Lille after a dominating show in that game 3. What a match. So fast-paced, back and forward, trading blows between each other until the very end, and Jay coming out on top, winning the weather war with the Pelipper coming in and making the difference.
Yeah, Alessandro throwing in the towel there, knowing that there was no way to come back from this disastrous position there. Down 2v4, and then also playing under your opponent's favorite weather in the rain. That was not going to work. So Alessandro is like, okay, well, it was a good run, and finishing the tournament here with 9-3. That is an amazing result for Daxbun.
Oh, amazing result, yeah. And I mean, if you are Alejandro, that was a really tough matchup. And I think we saw in game 1, they got pretty much most of the turns right. They got a bit fortunate in the respect that there was that Draco Meteor miss early on. And I think if that had connected, maybe the game would have turned out a little bit differently. We got to see that play out in game 2, and you know, that was a bit different. The Rillaboom so effective, though, with that stellar terrestrialization, and then the double-edged sword of that terrestrialization chosen from Jay with the Dondozo. Yes, you get around the threat from the Rillaboom, but at the same time, that terrestrialization puts you in harm's way of all those fire-type attacks that were your downfall in game 1. Turn game 2, we get that Draco Meteor hit. The Jump Bluff way less effective and didn't hit that Sleep Powder as well. Then the Rillaboom comes in, does kind of claw things back, but just falls to that Weavile that was able to dispose of the Hisuian Typhlosion in one fell swoop, and then that Rillaboom after that. And then game 3, the positioning of the Pelipper, that Choice Scarf coming into play. Amazing adjustments from Jay after that game 1 loss, where it must have felt like things were slipping away, but not giving up, determined, and turning it around and becoming our winner of that last round. Incredible.
Yeah, we were talking about Weavile as this kind of maybe support Pokemon going for beat up to boost up its allies, but it was really an offensive threat there, and yeah, really proved as to why maybe it still has some merit to be used over Sneasler.
It was really good, yeah. It'll put on a lot of pressure, you know. I think the Jump Bluff didn't have the Suns, that Chlorophyll ability wasn't active, and in that scenario, then it is so susceptible to whatever the Weavile wants to do. Yeah, you can get around the fake out with the cover cloak, but if you don't terrestrialize, you're really susceptible to that triple axle, and even if you do, you're taking over 50% damage from a knockoff, and like we saw, double up, you can only get so much value out of it if you are getting doubled up into. And yeah, Jay really identifying that and taking full advantage of it. You just needed to hit those attacks, which was just a bit unfortunate in game 1 where that Draco Meteor missed, but when it does connect, we saw how things played out, and it was just a little bit too much, a little bit overwhelming for Alejandro. And I think as well, the terrestrialization on the Dondozo game 1 was probably because of the scenario and how things had played out.
Yep.
A normal situation, you'd probably go with something else. But yeah, I really enjoyed seeing the Weavile, and it is an offensive threat. I mean, that's what I kind of know as from, you know, Generation 4. When it first came onto the scene, it was a big offensive threat, but it does have a lot of utility as well and ways to disrupt opposing teams. Not only that, but you can't ignore it as a threat on its own.
Yeah, and that's a great point that you mentioned there about this first game, because yeah, it was a quite unusual situation there with that Draco Meteor miss, meaning that Jump Bluff made it through that turn. And yeah, if we can jump into that point of the game again and talk a little bit about how Alessandro was then able to use this kind of room to breathe that they got because Jump Bluff made it through the turn and the offensive pressure that they were exerting.
Yeah, and I think an analysis of this is quite key. We got to kind of see things play out in game 2 slightly differently, but then it would have been great to see the Sleep Powder connect and the Draco Meteor connect, because then we would have been able to get a real true gauge of these moves. But I mean, that's the thing as well. A lot of the times with these moves, there is that high risk, high reward, where if they do land, it is maybe game changing, and if they don't, then it also is game-changing, but in a more negative kind of aspect. But I think, yeah, those two situations really hinged a lot on how the rest of the match played out. But I think it still comes back down to the fact that Jay was able to kind of not let that affect their game plan. They were quite, you know, convinced that that lead of the Weavile, the Tatsugiri, was the best way to approach it. But like you say, Marcus, let's take a look at the match itself, and we can have a look at some scenarios and how things did play out and the different effects that different options missing might have had in game.
Yeah, so we pulled up a situation here in the very, very first game. This is just going to the right spot. This is when turn 2, right? We just had Weavile take a little bit of a nap there, right? So Weavile is asleep after Sleep Powder. And now the pressure is all over in Alessandro's court. And with this Rillaboom, presumably being so fast, then Jumpluff setting up Tailwind, and we have a huge threat here on Tatsugiri, which just protected our the previous turn. And so I think what Jay kind of had to do there was switch out the Tatsugiri, because if Tatsugiri goes down, then your whole plan around Dondozo just falls apart. But we know that the Pokemon in the back for Jay, they were Pelipper and Dondozo, and so you really had to make a choice that, yeah, there's no good option here, because the powerful Wood Hammer from Life Orb Rillaboom, that's gonna hit this slot no matter what. And we see it as we then continue to play the clip. In the end, Jay decided to swap back and go into Pelipper, but yeah, as we could expect here in this spot, Alessandro smart enough to identify that this is a perfect opportunity to launch this powerful, powerful Wood Hammer. And yeah, that just then is knocking out Pelipper in one hit. This then spiraled into yeah, Alessandro getting that weather advantage with the rain, and eventually they were able to take that game. So really instructive to kind of see how Alessandro was using the opportunity that they had, and how Jay's team did not actually have the defensive synergy to kind of come out of a bad spot. Instead, it feels like Jay's team is more constructed to be in the driving seat and to really kind of play the game with the offensive momentum being in your side of the field, having the fast Weavile, for example, to put on offensive pressure. But then when Jay was in a spot where the pressure was on them, yeah, their team is not built to have these defensive switches. There was no like Incineroar waiting in the back to switch into this Wood Hammer, so Jay had to let one Pokemon go down, and with that, kind of the whole kind of strategy just fell apart in game one.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at the opposite side of the field. Alejandro's still having that Torkoal in the back to bring in at any point, right? And once the Pelipper's disposed of, it's really difficult to kind of make any sort of momentum swing to get back into the game. And like you say, and I think you said it between games 1 and games 2, the Tatsugiri Dondozo is great at combination, but it adds to what you're saying here. It limits the ability of what you can do. And when you look at really outside the Tatsugiri Dondozo, well, your other 2 Pokemon are Weavile and then the Scoff Pelipper, and both of those are not Pokemon renowned for being able to take many attacks. So yeah, it really makes it difficult, and you've got, like Jay has to do, is stay on that front foot. And why they probably led so offensively in all 3 games, because they knew if they could get rid of the one thing that could disrupt that flaw in the Jumpluff, then they would have an easier way around it. So yeah, really well analyzed, Marcus. Loved it.
Yeah, but then of course...
Nice drawings as well.
Thank you. But then in games 2 and 3, Jay was able to come back, of course, and put Dondozo in better positions, use Tatsugiri and Weavile especially, and now, of course, they must be over the moon, having made it into Top Cut. So let's hear what Jay has to say about this.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here with a winner and the player guaranteeing their spot in our asymmetrical Top Cut. Jay, how are you feeling right now?
Wow, I'm feeling amazing. I'm ecstatic. I didn't expect anything at all.
It's the first time day 2 as well.
Yeah, it's my first day 2 and my first Top Cut, yes.
Yeah, so this has been such a great tournament already for you.
Yes.
And what a great match for your last round of Swiss. Tell us about it. Like, after game 1, when it didn't go your way, the Draco Meteor didn't connect, your Weavile stayed asleep,
yes,
the Dondozo got KO'd. Coming back to game 2 and game 3, what was going through your mind?
Well, my rivals team was a bit weird. I had played against similar teams, but not this exact version. So I had a few ideas. I know Lead Tatsu is my best bet, and if I KO the Jumpluff, then I can play the game.
Yeah.
But when I missed, it was a bit over already. But yeah, it was interesting.
So your plan for game 2 was like, just try to KO the Jumpluff at all costs. You managed to do that. You dodged the Sleep Powder as well.
Yeah, that was good, yeah.
Which was really helpful.
Yes.
Were you worried when the Rillaboom went for its Terracella, like, started going well on the offensive?
Yes, because I expected it to actually KO my Pelipper at some point, and it hanged on, which was helpful. I think at the point, if I get with Dondozo in after Jumpluff is out, it's fine. But yeah, that Rillaboom is scary with the Life Orb.
Yeah, I had to look again when I was watching the match.
Yeah.
Oh, it is Life
Yeah.
Orb. That's kind of scary. Okay, and then in game 3, everything just went your way.
Yeah.
You had the Pelipper in the back, you brought the rain in, and you just absolutely dominated.
Yeah, when I saw the lead, I saw if I connect the Moody, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
And then it hit, and yeah.
And then the Muddy Water button, you click it and you think, oh no.
Yeah, it's always a bit scary clicking that move, but when it works, it works.
And it worked so well for you.
Yes.
Okay, so let's zoom out to your team. Because this is pretty unique.
Yes, okay.
And the Dondozo Tatsugiri thing is something that I've been predicting for this tournament. Tell me about Dondozo Tatsugiri across the tournament for you.
Yeah, look, Dondozo might be my favorite new mon. I mean, I've been playing it a lot since I started playing back again in regionals and VGC in general. And in this regulation, it's quite hard to play Dondozo with this much haste with Dragonite and all that. So I stopped playing it for a while, but then I found Weavile, and then the pieces kind of click together. So it's the matches where I can bring Dondozo, I can bring the other mode, and it works better than I would expect. And Dondozo, if the opponent doesn't have a way to clear it, it just runs with the game.
I really like that because, and I think this is important for trainers at home, Dondozo maybe has turned into a mode of a team rather than a Dondozo team. And you've got the other 4 Pokemon are a great team on its own as well. Really like the way that's gone. So looking forward to the rest of the season, what are your plans going forward?
Well, this tournament already went way better than expected. I have already Stuttgart booked, so I'm planning to play that. And then EYC and maybe Seville and a few more regionals, yes.
Okay, well, we're excited to see what you're bringing to those. Who's been helping you back at home?
Well, I have a lot of friends that are watching me now. I have David, Mark, and John here, and everyone in Mallorca and Madrid. It's a lot of people that I had a lot of help with this, yes.
You know who you are at home. Well, Jay, congratulations for making our asymmetrical top cut.
Thank you.
We're going to let you rest up for when that gets going. And in the meantime, trainers, stay tuned because we'll be right back with our top cut here at the Lille Regional Championships. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We have the pleasure of being joined by Simon van der Borret. And Simon, you are a fantastic member of the community, not only a player in multiple titles, but also a judge. And that's really what we want to get a little bit of insight from you today. Tell us, player or judge, how did you get started?
Well, I first got started as a player, as most people do, but afterwards getting interested in more judging, in trying to be able to help people really and be able to guide people as well. Being a judge has a lot of properties to it, where there's organizing, but there's active judging. You are a cornerstone of the community and you're quite important in that regard. So I try to help as many people as I can with that judge status then.
Yes, are there any specifics about judging, sort of some elements in the role that you most prefer?
What I do prefer is being able to say hello to everyone again, coming back to these events as well, and being able to provide as much help as possible, because there are situations, of course, where you have to resolve a problem that occurred. For example, in TCG, you can have a lot of player faults, or even for VGC, where players get a disconnect, and try to just go through it, explain it carefully, and then you do feel like you're being helpful at least.
Very much so. I mean, I know as a player myself, having those judges on hand to support everybody is a really important part of keeping the tournament moving. And speaking of tournaments, it's not just small events that you've been a judge in, but also large tournaments, regionals, internationals. Tell us what the difference is between judging in those sort of smaller events and also making internationals carry on working as efficiently as they do.
So judging at a regional is a bit different than at a local because you still have your fellow judge there, but at the regional you have multiple judges with the same mindset where they just want to make the event run as smooth as possible and as fun as possible as well, because you have side events, you have the main tournament as well, you have even MSSs or cups on the side as well where the judges also have to be part of as well. And it's a big integrated system where it's quite nice to see how you're just a cog in that machine to make a regional work as well as it does.
So I think you touched on it quite well there. You're sort of part of this big support system for all the players, and you're able to sort of answer any sort of queries or uncertainties that any players do have. But I'm going to touch on something that you mentioned, side events. So how have you actually judged a side event yourself?
Yep.
Have you been able to actually host any particular different type of one? Because I'm sort of more interested in actually finding out what kind of side events we actually host at these tournaments.
Well, there's quite a few. A fan favorite of mine is Pick a Pack, where everyone gets one pack and have to play with a certain Pokemon, and you have a small deck to play with each other. You can play that in small groups. Another one is the Chaos Cup, which is of
chaotic.
Course, for VGC. It's always interesting because you have these grand players every time making teams to have a different view of VGC sometimes, where sometimes you can find something interesting in that regard, where you're not playing with every Urshifu or Fluttermane, but suddenly you have a Florges and you have to deal with that.
I mean, Florges is like your favorite Pokemon, right?
It is my favorite Pokemon, and you know, I do want to talk more about Florges, but traders, that is all we've got time for today. So whether you're involved in playing a tournament, judging a tournament, playing and coming along to compete in the side events as well, there is so much more than just playing in the competitive circuit. But that's all we've got time for. We're going to be getting back to the action very soon.
Soy Zainus y soy de Perú. Mi primer compañero sería Pikachu, porque vi una parte del anime y vi que es un buen amigo. Fue de hecho por una amiga, compañera, que me enseñó el juego, lo jugué y me gustó mucho. Mi primera competencia fue en el 2022, en la Copa Mensual de enero. Solía admirar a Mashio, un jugador de Japón que juega el rol de atacante. Mi rol es ofensivo, atacante. Aprendí a hacer nuevos amigos y a confiar mucho en mis compañeros. Algo que podría mejorar sería mi posicionamiento en las peleas y seguir siendo el mejor. Fue más que todo los picks, ver los picks que llevaron el día de ayer. Vimos que jugaban mucho Sarina y a la vez Config con el Zoroark, entonces decidimos bañar esos picks. Creo que en este match fue la mayor parte Anemo, porque aparte de que menciona mucho sobre los picks en el momento del draft, y porque también en este momento no estuvimos del todo muy bien. Sí, hay un Pokémon que me molestaba mucho y era la Leafeon, solo eso. Porque sentí que podía borrarme en cualquier momento y tenía que cuidarme de eso. Mi plan para counterar la Leafeon era bien piquearlo en la fase de picks o jugando a la Blissey.
Blissey and Leafeon are snatched up by Peru immediately.
Estuve de hecho en dos finales. Una el año pasado, que fue contra el mismo equipo de ahora Z Division, que antes se hacían llamar Cavichans, y llegamos a ganar la EOF Cup. Y la segunda fue en EWIC, fue una final contra Luminosity, el cual ellos ganaron. Mi momento decisivo fue la última partida, porque sentí mucha confianza cuando le quitamos el Mewtwo al jugador a su atacante de ellos.
We are Peru. They eyed their way in. Rayquaza's low. It's a turn. It's a turn. The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions.
emocionante ver todo el público gritar Perú y fue demasiada emoción y muy inspirador. Es algo inexplicable lo que se siente, pero a la vez me siento muy alegre. Que nunca se rindan, que sigan sobresaliendo a pesar de los errores y todo esfuerzo tiene un buen final.
Well, trainers, you're probably wondering how I got my hands on all of these fantastic goodies. Welcome to the prize wall here at the Lille Regional Championships. Got my Articuno hat, arguably my favorite ever legendary, getting into the spooky season with this fluffy Gengar backpack, and of course, our big Giratina here. And I've got my buddy here, Leander, to talk to us about what exactly the prize wall is. Now, I'm going to put this down, because otherwise I won't be able to interview you. So, Leander, thank you for talking to us today. Tell us a little bit more about the prize wall.
Yeah, so for the prize wall, it's mainly for, especially for players to play when they play side events. We have the on-demand and scheduled events. You get prize tickets here there, and when you get your tickets, you cost one something for that. And the prize was the place to be. You can fulfill your heart with plushies, with pins, with ETBs, booster packs, stuff for video game. Everything, every Pokemon heart that wants something gets something here. So yeah, it's just fantastic to get your joy out of the event, especially.
Absolutely, it's not just the main event on offer. If you want to come and have a bit more of a chill weekend, then you can participate in these side events, maybe win some fantastic prizes. But speaking of the side events, Leander, how do they work? What do you have on offer?
So how do they work? So we have, if you want just some small, quick games, we have on-demand events. These are just 4-player pods. You can group up with a group of 4. You can also meet up with new players you never met before. Play a quick, fun, free game side event, gets you points. But if you also want to go bigger, we have our scheduled events. Like for the video game, we have our Chaos Cup, that's always fantastic. We have Malamar Cup. We have our fantastic Sisterhood event in the afternoon. We also have a challenge if you still want your championship points towards your qualification. So everything you need, everything you'd like, you can do. Of course, also for the trading card game and Pokemon GO, it's all of that is there. You can sign up online for these events. You can sign up at our side events Hive around the corner of the prize wall. And yeah, if you play, you compete, you win tickets, you get prizes. That's basically how it all works.
So exciting, and I have participated in a Chaos Cup before, and yeah, they are chaotic, but a lot of fun. We have sort of themed teams there, you know, like only Ice-type Pokemon, for example, on team, only Bug-type Pokemon, and you're matched up against other trainers rocking that same thing. I love Malamar Cup too, especially with Mega Malamar recently joining the fray. Leander, can I ask you one more question? If you could choose any one of these prizes, what would you choose?
I mean, probably Squishmallow, Piplup over there. I mean, it's just squishy. It's so cool. It's the most fun. Yeah, I'd love someone to get it. Honestly, it's so cool.
But how on earth are they going to pack it to take it home with them? That's the question.
I mean, if you want it, you can get it, and if you really want it, you find a way to get it home. Let's be real.
Exactly. Yeah. The heart will find a way. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's going to give some good hugs. Well, Leander, thank you so much for talking to us today. Hope you enjoy the rest of day 2 here at the Lille Regional Championships. But now we'll get back to the main action.
Kevin Hahn, this is his first year in the seniors division. 1 game away from being a world champion for the second time. Double KO!
Absolutely incredible!
My name is Kevin Hahn, and I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'd like to say that my first game was Sword and Shield because my brother didn't play it for me. Not my first tournament. It was more of a family vacation. I got top 8, but it was a 7-player regional, and my only win was the bye. I put that experience on the side. Until 2022, tournaments were starting to pop up again, and my brother really wanted to go to Secaucus, and we made it a family trip. I actually made top 8, and it wasn't a 7-player regional this time. When my brother won NESC, that's when it really kicked in. I was like, oh, that's so cool. I want to be just like that. That World Championship, my parents convinced me to go. I ended up making it to top cut. I think that was the beginning of my Pokemon era. My brother helped me with every move. But after that, I started to practice on my own, and I kept pushing and pushing, and here I am today. During 2023, I put high expectations on myself. It didn't end up working out the way I expected. I got second at Orlando, which is really good. I was just so focused and tunnel visioned on just winning. I even threw my medal on the floor, which is really, really bad. In the moment, I was just so sad because I was so close. At Worlds that year, I didn't do very well. It was very tough for me. Seeing my brother so happy felt a little weird because I felt like I couldn't enjoy competitive Pokemon like others did. I talked with therapists and family members about it. They all told me to keep going. There's always next year. Try to put less pressure on yourself. And I did. The 2024 season was amazing for me. Don't overwork yourself. Don't force yourself to practice. You should really enjoy it. That gave me a new sense of fun and enjoyment from the game, and then that's what pushed me through. At UIC, NEIC, and even Worlds, I won them all, which is insane to me. My #1 goal this season, I thought was pretty ambitious, was to win a regional. After Atlanta, I was like, okay, I can enjoy my first year of being a senior. My team has not an amazing matchup spread into most of the field, but it gives you a lot of options, and there's never an unwinnable matchup. You have First Scarf Miraidon, which can make a sort of speed sandwich. You're faster with your Miraidon outside of Trick Room, and you're faster with your Calyrex Ice inside of Trick Room.
Kevin Hahn is undefeated and now just one match away. The energy here has just been electric.
My toughest match is probably finals. There's so much nerve up on the stage.
He was the junior world champion. So much pressure to come out into this new age group.
It's one of the matchups where playing safe doesn't get you anywhere, and it's the easiest way to lose. I had to get a lot of predictions right, and whenever I practiced it with my friends and my brother's friends, I got destroyed. The most memorable moment was when Calyrex picked up the 2 KOs at the end.
That is the Glacial Edge!
Wow, flawless victory from Kevin.
So much noise, so much screaming. It felt unreal. I had done it. I had become a back-to-back world champion. It still hasn't sunk in, but I feel like I've done something amazing.
Ben, you like Golbat?
Yes.
You should join his fan club. Welcome back, trainers, to the Lille Regional Championships. The spooky spirit is in full flow, and so is the god-tier comedy.
God tier. No, it is. It's right up there. Top of your class, Charlie.
Top of my class. Let's not talk about how that compares to other classes. But, I'm Charlie Merriman. I'm joined on the best by Ben Kiriakou, and goodness me. Oh. That was terrifying,
Did not see that coming.
Oh, my goodness.
Did not see that coming.
Yes! Oh, are you running the Incineroar then?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I switched it in.
Right. Oh, well, that's a shame, isn't it? That's terrifying for me. But from one spooky Pokemon to another, why don't we test our knowledge, Ben?
Okay,
why don't we
let's do
see
it. Let's do it.
which Pokemon we can guess from those Halloween spooky ghost types? Oh,
now
the music indeed.
Yeah. Now, yesterday, when Marcus and I did this,
I'm sort of doing a creepy.
we got 5 out of 6.
5 out of 6. Okay.
5 out of 6, Charlie.
Nice.
Now, most of the credit for that goes to Marcus.
Sure. I can imagine.
So I'm not putting any pressure on you, Charlie.
No.
but also, please carry me.
I back myself. I back myself.
yourself. Okay.
Frankly, coming into this, I knew I'd be doing most of the heavy lifting.
Yes.
Let's see what entries going up. Let's see if we can guess what Pokemon we have in store. And obviously, everyone do play along at home. Let us know what your thoughts are, because some of these Pokedex entries, they are very chilling. I can't wait to see what the Pokedex is going to thrill us with. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's see this first entry. All right. Legend says that on clear, quiet nights, it listens for the voices of its kin living on the moon. I, too, often think of my homeland so far away. Very nice. It strikes me as a Legends Arceus Pokedex entry because written by Professor Laventon. So more personal experiences there.
Voices of a kin living on the moon.
On the moon. I mean,
I'm thinking of like Lycanroc Dusk.
Wow. Sure. I mean,
it doesn't fit into the ghost type theme, but
it could work. Yeah, but I was also thinking
moon kind of entry,
Clefairy line. But that again isn't that spooky, I guess.
Not. It's a little bit cute and fluffy,
it's
isn't it?
Direct opposite.
Cute and fluffy. Okay, just like that Piplup.
The voice of its kin living on the moon.
Living on the moon.
But surely it's got to be a ghost type, right?
That's what I'm thinking as well.
What ghost types are from the moon?
Oh, could be. Is it Lunala? Maybe.
There's only one of them, right? That's the legendary.
I suppose so, but it is related to the moon.
It is related to the moon. What other, like Lunatone? No, that's not in Legends Arceus, and I really think it's going to be in Legends Arceus. Which Clefairy is.
Quite clear types. Voices of its kin on the moon.
Wow. I think it... The best thing I can think of right now is Clefairy, but is there another ghost type or dark type maybe that has a tie to the moon other than Lunala? Not Lunatone.
No, I'm trying to think of
Cresselia, but again, that's another legendary.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is a tough one.
Yeah, I say we just lock in Clefairy. I think we're going to be so wrong.
No, I think we are.
We're going to be so wrong. But hey, that's going to be a trick or treat in itself.
All right,
let's find out. Oh, no!
Charlie.
Mortified.
You were so on point. So on point. Okay.
Mortified. Clefable, not Clefairy. Half a point, surely.
At least.
At least.
I think 3/4 of a point.
Right, wow. I think that's maybe a little bit too generous.
I want to push the boat out on this.
Okay.
All right, let's get another one.
Fine. Wow.
It changes into the form of others to surprise them. Apparently, it often transforms into a silent child.
I recognize this one, and I'm trying to deduce. What do you reckon?
I was going towards Zoroark, and
I think you're right.
Hisuian Zoroark.
I think you're right.
Specifically, the It's not. I don't think it's the Zoroark.
Yeah, I think
in either form.
I think Hisuian Zoroark is right. Actually,
yeah, I think so.
I think I'm feeling pretty good about that.
You want to lock that in?
I think let's lock it in.
That's it. Let's do it. Lock in.
Let's find out. Oh, no!
Oh, come on!
Goodness gracious me.
So close, and yet so
really
far. Over and over again.
Every single time. Wow.
Okay.
Can't quite get there, can we?
I'm still going down the go. I think we're being had on here with the ghost typing.
Or you think we're being fed wrong Pokédex entries? Oh, no.
No, as in,
sure.
I'm going towards the ghost-type Pokemon, but maybe this is the non-ghost-type Pokemon route.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's just regular Zoroark, or Unovan Zoroark. Okay. We can do it this time. Here we go.
Third time's a charm.
It gazes at the stars to predict the future. It acts somewhat detached because it has seen the end of all existence. Wow. Ben Kiriakou, lock it in. This is exactly what I mean, though, right? These Pokédex entries, they can get pretty dark. Now, I think I know what this is.
Okay. Tell me.
I think it's one of the Gothitelle line. And it would fit in with the non-ghost types. Gazes at the stars to predict the future. It has someone to touch because it's seen the end of all. It's one of that line. It could be Gothorita. And if it is, then it will be that classic Chazzy Bezzy trip-up. But I think...
I'm okay to go with it. Because it does feel nice, but okay. What else is?
I think it's more likely to be Gothitelle than Gothorita.
I'm
convinced it's one of that line. It's just whether it's Gothorita or Gothitelle.
Okay, I'm quite happy to go Gothitelle.
Yeah. It's going to be Gothorita, isn't it? Let's lock in Gothitelle.
Yeah,
okay, let's do it.
Let's try it.
Oh, phew.
Yes.
Oh, we did
Okay.
it. Excellent
Right.
stuff. Excellent
On
stuff.
top of the moon.
I was so, nice. I was so ready for Gothorita to appear there, and I would have taken off my headset and walked right that way. Oh, okay. Well, we've got, I say 2 points overall, because we've got 2 half points and then 1 point there.
Wow.
But we're so close. All right. Should we have another one?
It spends most of its time sleeping in graveyards.
Okay.
Among all the dog Pokemon, good clue, this one is most loyal to its master.
It's gotta have to be Greavard or Houndstone, right?
Well, I think it's Houndstone because we had Greavard yesterday.
Okay.
With a different Pokedex entry.
Okay.
So I think Houndstone.
Yeah, well, I think by that process of elimination, I think that's sounding pretty
Does seem
good.
like a loyal Pokemon.
What do you all think at home, of course, chucking into the Twitch chat? Are we going to lock it in?
I think we're going to lock it in.
We should. Okay, Houndstone. There it is. There it is.
Easy.
We're motoring now.
Easy.
We're motoring now.
3 out of 4.
I didn't do that thing when I took my fist away.
No,
But thanks for holding up the...
I'm still loyal to you regardless.
Hey, there we go.
There we go. Right.
Another one.
Okay.
The antenna on its head captures radio waves from the world of spirits that command it to take people there. I think I recognize this one as well, but what are your thoughts, Ben?
So I'm thinking about the antenna on the head and struggling with thinking which Pokemon has an antenna.
So I think I have a suggestion.
Okay.
Dusk Noir. It's got a little...
Okay.
Yeah, and I vaguely recognize this one. I think it might be Dusk
Captures
Noir.
radio waves from the world of spirits. It's nice to see them coming into the 21st century, actually. The world of spirits. With their radio waves.
That's true. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
That's good. Okay.
You know what? We've got AM, FM radio. You know what the FM stands for, don't you?
What's that?
Fluttermane. So I'm thinking... yeah, I reckon we go Dusk Noir.
I'm down.
You down?
I'm down.
All right, let's reveal it.
I told you, you're going to have to do the heavy lifting. There it is.
Here we go, Ben. Don't leave me hanging, Ben. Don't do it. Don't do it. There we go. Oh, I was about to have a nightmare of my own. Okay, so we are similar to a record to you, actually, with Marcus yesterday.
Yeah.
We have essentially one short because we had 2 half points. So not too bad, not too bad.
Okay.
I feel like I'm upholding the end of the deal pretty well.
All right.
Go for it.
With a voice like a human child's, it cries out to lure adults deep into the forest, getting them lost among the trees.
I mean, I'm feeling like Ledibur and Omanite here. That's terrifying.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe Phantom or Pumpkaboo, maybe.
I vaguely recognize this one as well, but I'm not... With a voice like a human child's, it cries out to lure adults deep into the forest, getting them lost among...
It's the forest thing that's going on.
Yeah. I worked
like
that out.
luring into the...
Yeah. But the forest could just be a total misdirection. I did one of these with Jamie Boyd, and it was set in the forest, and so we think about that. But it turned out to be Primplub for sharpening its wings by cutting down trees.
I think we can rule out Primplub, though.
Can we?
I think we
All
can.
bets are off. No, we can't.
Okay. Phantom is the thing that comes to my mind immediately.
Yeah.
I had Trevenant yesterday, but...
Oh, did you? Okay.
We could see Phantom.
Get them lost among the trees. Listen, I'm happy to go with Phantom. I'm not entirely certain. I'm happy to go with Phantom. Let's see. Ooh, good job, Benny
There
boy.
we go.
Good job, Benny boy.
All right. I'm pulling my weight.
You are pulling your weight.
You're not doing all the heavy lifting here.
No, absolutely, yeah. You teach me and I'll teach you, my friend. This is pretty good. It's pretty good. So we got 5 out of 6 so far. 5 out of 6. Let's see what's next.
Okay, go on.
I'm gonna, you know what, for extra spooky factor. Well, okay. The idea was direct eye contact.
You got it? You got it?
Okay. No. It can pass through other dimensions and appear anywhere.
Anywhere.
It caused a stir one time when it stuck just one leg out of a wall. That's a leg prop I prepared earlier.
That is causing a stir right now. Yeah.
Now,
anyone in chat can do that. Fair play.
I'm going to give a shout out to our fellow caster Marcus Harmon here because I feel like he just happened to say this one to me backstage, actually.
Ah,
I think he had read it in advance. And I believe it's Mega Gengar. Oh, no. Yes, no, I remember who it was. No, it wasn't Marcus. Yeah. No, I think it's Mega Gengar.
Mega Gengar.
Mega Gengar specifically.
One leg, but
It's got 3 of them, right?
Well, it's kind of like...
It's got 2 on front and then 1 on the back.
Yeah.
Marcus was wearing his pin yesterday. We should have studied it.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, if you've got...
I mean, other alternate dimension Pokemon, I mean, Dialga and Palkia, but I
don't think so.
The idea
Giratina could be.
Giratina, yeah.
Could be Giratina.
I love the idea of these big worship legendary Pokemon and their Pokédex entries. It stuck a leg out a wall. Giratina could work.
And it's got 6 legs.
It does have 6 legs.
Any of which could go for a wall.
True. I mean, that would apply to any Pokemon with legs.
Yes.
Yeah. You're so right. I think it's Mega Gengar, though.
Well, look, okay. We'll go with it.
Okay.
I think Giratina.
Okay, fine.
But if it is Giratina...
If it's Giratina, well, you have to give me a forfeit. Yeah, trick or a treat.
Okay, trick or a treat. Well, we'll figure that. We'll figure that one out in a minute. Okay, but... it's Mega Gengar. Okay, all right. Yeah, fair enough.
There you go. All right.
Okay, what... You can work out a forfeit for me later.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We'll do it both ways round. Hold my hands up. Hold my hands up. I'll stick my legs out for you.
Yeah, you can suggest in the chat as well what trick or treat we'll have to get Ben to do. This is not bad. I'm impressed by us, Ben.
Yeah, I think we're doing pretty well.
That's nice.
I think we're doing pretty well. Okay.
Great. So we got 6 out of 7 there, I believe. So, hey, and what with Marcus, you got 5 out of 6?
5 out of 6.
Hey, well, one better, but I mean the same record, so to speak. And, you know, you could argue that a couple of those early ones could have been 3/4, like you said.
Yeah,
I think so. Zora instead of Zora. And what was the first one we had?
Clefairy instead of
Clefairy instead of Clefable. Yeah.
Which I think so close.
Decent. Yeah.
So close.
Decent.
And we did say Clefable.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Mega Sableye here. Your pin. We got Miss Drevis here as well. Did you hear what... Did you hear who Miss Drevis took out on a date?
No, Charlie, I didn't hear who Miss Drevis took out on a date.
His girlfriend. While Ben gently weeps. Trainers, I hope you're enjoying the Lille Regional Championships so far.
That one was actually pretty good.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
I'll give you that.
We'll be getting into our top cut very shortly, and it's 13 players who have made our top cut here. So, why don't we take a look at one of our trainers, Ben? And I believe this is someone who you were talking about yesterday with Leon's stream. It's Giuseppe Musico. Let's take a look at their run through the tournament. I can't wait to see what matchups they came up against, because some really thrilling, creative Pokemon picks that there are out there in the field right now. So we'll be able to take a look at how Giuseppe got to this position in the tournament that they did very shortly.
And it was against Giovanni Piscitelli that Giuseppe was on stream against yesterday, and it was such a good match. So here they are, coming up with 1 loss overall in phase 1 of the tournament to Sam Tabner from the UK. But look at all those names there that Giuseppe was able to overcome on the way. Ibrahim, very prominent, well-known player from Germany. And look, running that Dondozo Tatsugiri combination as well, so he was able to overcome that, much to my dismay. But there's a nice little range of teams that
there is.
Giuseppe was playing up against yesterday, and having to find a strategy, find a game plan against... a lot of those teams weren't really forefront of the metagame.
Sure.
It won't have been top of the list to prepare against, but maybe you prepare against some of the components and you have to figure out the rest of it on the fly.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Lee there with that Tyranitar. So cool that there is at least one of those out there. That's Giuseppe went up against Swiss round 4 against Matteo Ferrari. And yeah, this question of weather is really interesting in Regulation Set H. There's a lot of rain, there's a lot of snow. We've seen quite a bit of sun this weekend. I feel like that's on the rise. And then the Tyranitar with the sand there, that's definitely the rarest of the weathers, but only 1 loss so far through the tournament. Yep. So, and running that classic 6 Pokemon that Emanuele Brigante won the Frankfurt Regional Championships with. Smeargle, that Eduardo Cunha is running, that is a Pokemon we saw much more in Regulation Set I, but it's great to see it have a place in Set H.
Yeah, it's like... And the question is what it's doing. I think Eduardo's a player of a caliber that he's like hone in what the Smeargle is actually bringing to the table very, very well. Giuseppe was able to beat Angel, who was our undefeated player for so long across phase 1 and phase 2, but still managing to come out on top there. Angel was the top seed that we were looking at this morning when we were on the couch. Of course, there was a couple more matches that were going to be played afterwards, so that ranking will have changed along the day. And as we were saying before, Giovanni Piscitelli using that classic sun room team with the option to go a little bit fast, a little bit slow. And Giuseppe, it wasn't really Giuseppe's match. He wasn't having the run of the game overall, but he was still able to come out on top, and he looked so strong in that match. No wonder that he made it to top 16 of the World Championships in Anaheim.
Ooh, an incredible result. And actually, hopefully we'll be able to hear from Giuseppe Musico in just a moment in a special little interview there. I do want to give a shout out to Angel, because such a dominant display on stream yesterday. Yeah, and it was, again, a newer name that was rising to the fore. And it was a player who lost game 1, but then came out on top in both games 2 and 3. And I think that's always the mark of someone who has got their head in the game. They're refusing to be tilted. They are just focused on their game plan and how can I adapt. And adapting masterfully, bringing Dragonite to the fray when there wasn't a Alola Ninetales that was coming to every single game. It's a bold call, but it worked out. If you can deal with that Ninetales, and Dragonite has a much better time able to get off those scale shots. It was wonderful to watch.
I think one of the things that really stood out to me in that match was how well Angel was able to make all of the predictions that he made.
Yeah.
It was one of those things where turn after turn after turn, it was like, oh yeah, but this is a bit of a risk. Maybe he needs to take a risk here, but it's quite dangerous. Like, maybe he's not going to do it. And it's like, boom, in prediction after prediction after prediction, and just getting them right, call after call. That's hard to do, especially at the level that all of these players are playing at. But also, after playing lots of Pokemon all day, it's not easy to lock in to that level and commit to it.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Against Juan Manuel Odriozola, of all people. I mean, absolutely incredible player. Giuseppe Musico, though, it can't be overstated just how incredible the season that Italy as a whole had in 2025. I mean, Federico Camporesi, our North America international champion, but meeting Marco Silva, a fellow Italian, in the finals. Marco Silva won the Latin America international championships. Many regional level wins as well. Federico won a regional championship in the last season as well. Exactly. Gdansk. Wasn't that also Marco Silva in the final?
Yes.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. So it's stunning. It's not just the name. Francesco Piapera had a wonderful season as well. EYC, really good finish there. I believe it was top 16, a top cut finish, and some other incredible results to their name. And Giuseppe Musico is just another example of one of those incredible trainers, and it's such a good showcase of how important the community is in this game, helping each other just thrive.
I feel like Giuseppe's also come into their own in the last couple of years, where they were maybe a player on the fringes a couple of years ago that was knocking on the door to those big finishes and that consistency that they've brought. I feel like they've leveled up so much over the last couple of years, and I want to hear a little bit more about that from Giuseppe himself, because we've got him ready on the couch for a little interview. So let's kick it over there.
Thank you so much, Ben. We're not on the couch, we're actually out in the floor on the action, but I am joined by the person themselves, Giuseppe Musico. Thank you so much for taking some time to tell us a little bit about your run here this weekend. Your 11-1 record at the minute in the tournament. It's just absolutely incredible. So how are you feeling going into this next stage of the tournament?
No, definitely I'm very happy to be back in a top cut of a tournament. My last tournament was Frankfurt. I didn't do that well and even made phase 2 of the tournament, but now I should be guaranteed for a top 8, and it's definitely good. I have a chance to win the tournament, even though it's very difficult to do so with so many strong players in cut, like Marco, Edu already locked for top cut. We will make it very difficult, but I definitely try.
I think, you make some good points. There are a lot of big names in that cut, but I think one thing you got to remember is you're amongst those big names now, and because how well you're playing. I mean, you played Giovanni. We got to see you on broadcast yesterday, and Giovanni was making plays just after play after play after play. He was playing out of his mind, but you still kept control of that match and just made even better plays, surpassed those, and came out on top in what seemed like such a difficult situation. Can you just talk us through a few of the decisions that you were making in that game and how it was to kind of face a fellow teammate, because I'm assuming that you're probably quite familiar with each other's play styles, teams and things like that, which might have made the mind games even more difficult in that scenario.
Yeah, Giovanni is a friend of mine, really good friend. We were both happy to be streamed on such a game. I never played him with that exact matchup, but I was expecting him on what to do. And the game, how it was going, like, it was trying to make predictions. I was trying to at some point looked like he was in a better position, even both games. Also do like scale shot miss. But then I managed to win both the games, which wasn't to be taken for granted, like in such a matchup. I think we both made some mistakes because it was 10th round of the day. We were very tired, but definitely we had fun, and that's what matters. For the matchups, I came up with the Dragonite on the team like 2 days before the tournament, because like my team is very similar to the team that won Frankfurt by Lille. And I decided to take out Ninetales to put Dragonite on the team for 2 reasons. I mean, 3 reasons. One, I was trying Ninetales, I didn't like it, its gameplay, like, it wasn't Pokemon for me. Second reason, I was noticing that there were a lot of fire types into the format to adapt for the team, like Typhlosion, or even like some teams. They were difficult to match with the Ninetales on the team. So putting on Dragon, still with the speed control, like Dragonite as Tailwind, was definitely a good choice. And third reason, I decided to mix a bit of the team because it was so popular, dominating, that I was expecting many people to adapt to it, like have a fixed game plan against it, and I didn't have any game plan against all my opponents. So I wanted to like bring them out of prep. So I Dragonite team, you're maybe expecting Ninetales to be brought in a matchup like that, but I Dragonite, so makes things different, and they don't know how I would play the matchup. Like, I think one mistake that Giovanni did was trying to play the matchup like he would have done if Ninetales was on the team, but he didn't bring Porygon, which was really good into Dragonite. And he didn't think about that because, okay, it's just the standard balance. I know what to do. And Dragonite brought him out of prep, as I said.
Yeah, and I think I'm so glad you talked about that Dragonite in particular, because on the broadcast, that was one thing we highlighted, that change from that standard team and your integration of Dragonite and how much it really benefited that matchup in particular. And yeah, just a really good choice, a really good call coming into this format, and it obviously has been paying off. Giuseppe, we know you're going to have to kind of get ready for the rest of the tournament because you've got a lot of matches to play. You've got any shout-outs for anyone here at the venue, anyone home that might be watching before we finish?
Friends from the server, they always help me, and it's so fun to play tournaments with them. I think we have like 4 players in cut already. Me, Marco, Campo, and Stecca, so we're doing definitely good.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, Giuseppe. Good luck in your Top Cut games. Hopefully we get to see a lot more of you. Excited to see more of you. And we'll throw it back to the casters before we get into our next match.
Wonderful to hear from Giuseppe there. And yeah, Ben, what's your take on this Dragonite adaptation?
I like it. I mean, it does bring a different dimension to the team, as Giuseppe was saying. And I think it's one of those Pokemon that's very hard to ignore in the format. It's so good across the board, and it brings some tools that Ninetales doesn't. And I think, like, the ability for Haze, the ability to attack with Dragon-type coverage, and more notably, just go for Scale Shot. We know how much damage that knocks out Sneaselers. It puts things down into KO range. It brings Dragonite up to a speed tier where it can get KOs turn after turn after turn. Not to mention, just having multi-scale and a Dragon Flying type Pokemon, it's hard to get through at the best of times. So I think it brings so much to every team that it's on, and when you already take such a good team and put something as stable, as secure as Dragonite in there, I think it's a really good shout.
Speaking of Dragonite, that's exactly what Marco Silva has brought to the tournament this weekend. Alongside Rabombi, just like Dil Yeoman's brought as well. Rabombi could be the unsung hero of this tournament, could be the unexpected pick none of us saw coming, rising to the fore. Now we can take a look at Marco Silva's player run, our Latin America International Champion, defending champion, in fact, from this past 2025 season and 2024 season. Could it be 2026 as well? Only a few weeks until we can find out. And some more fantastic different Pokemon that we can see here. We've got Garchomp, another Tyranitar. We've got Klefki here. We've got the Hisuian Typhlosion. Marco went up against a couple of those. Dragapult 2, the Excadrill. Oh, goodness gracious me. Lots of fun. It'll be thrilling to talk to Marco about all of these matchups. But what's standing out to you here, Ben?
Well, I mean, is it the going up against Eduardo Cunha in round 2? That's what's standing out to me, because you could pick that matchup, just like Giuseppe's run, you could pick the matchup out.
Yeah.
of that run and just be like, okay, there's the finals.
Yes, exactly.
Good job, everyone. And so, yeah, having that caliber and that caliber of players across the field, it can just happen that way, that two amazing players get paired up against each other. But I think that's the nice thing about watching or looking at these sort of runs, just like Giuseppe, playing round one, taking a loss, and then just going undefeated, not letting that phase Marco at all. He's been there, done that, usually has undefeated records in phase one of a lot of tournaments that we've seen, but even if that doesn't happen, even if the clean sweep doesn't happen, he's still there ready to try and take it all.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you've taken... Of course, it doesn't matter if you've taken 2 losses or fewer. And whether it's a clean run or not, the fact is you've still reached phase 2. Went up against Federico Camporesi as well.
And won this time.
Federico tends to... Marco and Federico, we like to say they are those Pokemon rivals, the ones that inspire each other to do better. They have this... of course, they are fellow Italians. And so far, Federico has a much better record against Marco. But this time, beat Federico there. Would be fascinating.
That's that would have been such a cool match to watch as well. Marco versus Federico round 3, so to speak. I mean, it's not in the finals this time, so maybe it's not round 3.
Yeah.
But still, you're seeing that evolution of their rivalry, and it's like, okay, Federico's been on top a couple of times, but Marco can still take the cake. And certainly, both of these players are such great players across the board that, all of them. Either of them could have taken a win at any point, but Federico's been on top so far. Marco might be able to set the record straight this weekend.
Yeah, it's important to point out as well that, of course, sure, in the heat of the moment, in that battle, you're focused, you're trying to win, but as soon as that battle's over, the friendship is right back there, and then just cheering each other on, everyone supporting each other. And in fact, we're going to be able to hear from Marco Silva themselves, and I can't wait to do that. So, Marco, tell us more.
Well, thank you, Charlie. And Ben, we are here with another extremely top-level player in Marco Silva. How are you doing, Marco? Congratulations, 11-1 record this weekend. You've guaranteed yourself into the top cut, and I think you're in a position where you've got the bye as well going into this next round, which makes things a whole lot easier. How are you feeling?
Yes, I'm really happy about these results. I hope to go for a tournament, and yeah. So, yeah, I feel like it has been like quite difficult, especially because yesterday we had to play 10 rounds. But the team has been working pretty well. I'm pretty satisfied at the moment.
Yeah, very brilliant. And I think one thing that I really would like to ask you about is the team choice coming into this event, because you've definitely got one Pokemon in particular that is not really that commonly seen, and that is the Ribombee. And how has it been performing for you this weekend? Has it been performing to the level that you thought it would coming into this event?
Yeah, actually it has been performing even better. I just needed like a tailwind setter for my team, and Ribombee worked extremely well, because I also needed some type of way to like go for fake tears into Incineroar, which is one of the reasons why I decided to go for Ribombee instead of Whimsicott. Also, has been really clutch the fact that Ribombee, like for its ability, basically works as a cover clock, so it's able to have both the cover clock and the focus sash, and yeah, so like you avoid all the status, so you cannot get flinched by fake out, and also the damage is also great, especially with Terra Fairy.
Yeah, I think we talk about it on broadcast quite a lot. I think this format really struggles to find those like consistent fairy types that you want to bring and really utilize against a lot of the threats that are kind of rising up in popularity, because a lot of them are kind of weak to those fairy type attacks, but we've not really got the fairy type users. But Ribombee kind of fills that hole as well. And you said it's exceeded expectations. Have you been using it more on the offensive, or has it just been a mix between that supportive and offensive outlet?
So it really depends on how I decide to play like the matchup. There are some matchups in which I really want to attack. Like for example, I played earlier I think with Dondozo, and it was really clutch because I was able to go for a fake tears, and then obviously like with Terra Fairy Moonblast, it was doing like quite a lot. And since they cannot really switch around with Dondozo, that was pretty key. Also, it was pretty strange because with the Terra Fairy, it was one change that me and Dio made like really last minute, because we have been playing Ribombee for like around 2 months. And at first it was a whole other build, and it was pretty hard to basically get the wind up into other teams that had taunt, for example with the Whimsicott. So basically we made sure that we were able to with the Terra Dark, but then as the teams switched around, we were able to find other type of game plans to play around the other Tailwind teams, in which we weren't really bringing Ribombee. So a couple of days ago, we just changed the Terradark to Terrafairy because Terradark wasn't really coming to play, and it was so clutch in this tournament, so I'm glad that we made the change.
I love hearing that, especially when you do make those last-minute changes and you think, is it going to be the right thing to do? And then you come to the tournament and it pays off. That's such good, I think, experience from yourself to know that having that conviction to do that, but then to be able to kind of put it into execution as well is so good to see. And it's obviously paying off at this event. How are you feeling in general going into the Top Cut with the amount of other kind of top players in there? Obviously, you're one of the biggest names amongst the collective of players in going into Top Cut. Going to be one of the favorites to take the whole championship, in my opinion anyway. But how are you feeling, like, team matchup-wise going into this Top Cut of the tournament?
So I take a look at all the teams the other players in Top Cut are playing, and it looked like more of them look kind of playable. So I feel like it really comes down to if I'm able to play better than them, which is one thing that I like about the game, especially when the matchups are pretty even, because it really comes down to who plays the better.
Yeah, and you've only taken one loss this whole weekend. It was very early on in the tournament, and then you've went on this absolutely running streak of wins since then. What was that match like, and how was it? Like, how did you feel to kind of be able to kind of recover after that? Was it quite an easy transition into game round 3, or was there a lot to kind of consider if you've got that matchup going into this Top Cut? If you face that again, do you think you'll approach it differently now?
Yeah, so usually I really struggle, like, after losing, I really struggle to come back and focus again in my other matches. Luckily, I think in the round right after, I was able to win one game clean, but like the other game, my opponent played really well, but I got a little bit of luck. And I feel like that, like, after I got the win, then I just played really well in all the other games. So I feel like that match in particular, I didn't play my best. Like, the matchup basically consists on getting a couple of turns right in the first two turns of the game, and I was able to get them, but then I wasn't able to, like, close out the game. So I was a little bit frustrated because I felt like I had the advantage and I kind of, like, threw it. So yeah, like, I feel like if I play it again, I will try to be more careful. Obviously, like, I lost against another, like, one of the best players in the world, which is also a world champion, Idu. So yeah, it will be pretty difficult. I will try to approach it in a different way, but I feel like I still have a good chances to beat him.
That's really great to hear, and I hope that we do get to see that match on the broadcast. Marco, I know that you're going to have to prepare for Top Cut games very soon, so I want to give you as much time to rest up and get ready for those as possible. So thank you for coming by. Before we let you go, is there anyone you would like to give a shout out to here in the venue or at home?
Yeah, so I want to shout out my team, Novo Esports. I want to shout out my friend group of the server. And I also want to shout out Dio, that build and run the team with me at this tournament.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Marco. It's been a pleasure talking with you. Thanks for taking the time to come by. And we'll throw back to casters, and we'll be right into Top Cut very soon.
Just one of the incredible players here in Phase 2 of the Lille Regional Championships. And very shortly, we're going to be able to take a look at our top 16 bracket. Very exciting indeed. These will be the trainers who are still in contention to take it all home right here in Lille. The ones who have been able to resist all of the spooks and surprises coming out this weekend. Fantastic to pick the brains of a top trainer such as Marco Silva there, going for gold. What stood out to you there, Ben?
It's just the way that they were able to, Marco was able to bounce back, saying that they struggled with doing so, but then found a way to kind of get themselves set straight. But here is our top 16 bracket here. Marco, Eduardo, and Giuseppe do have the bye into our top 8. All of the other players here will have to play the top 16 round before we get our clean top 8. And as a reminder to everyone at home, we're not playing Swiss anymore. This is a knockout set of rounds. So if you lose here, that's it. Your tournament run is over. You've done very well, but your tournament run is over.
Now, we've heard from Giuseppe there as well as Marco, but I really want to shout out Ivar Vliga, who has made the top 16. This is a trainer who I remember back in the 2023 season, all the way back then, was running the Dunsparce, was running Squawker Billy. I believe this was Regulation Set C. And then last year in the 2025 season at the Dortmund Regional Championships, I think was one of the first to bring Kilowattrel to Regulation Set H. So fascinated to see what Pokemon Eva has up their sleeve. Going up against Marcus Ko there. And we've got some new names rising to the fore, which is always so exciting to see. Armin Lehner, that's actually a name I recognize. Sebastian Liu Li, that's one I'm less familiar with as well. Livio Sandberg here. And, I mean, we had Jay Ballister, who won our first round that was streamed today as well. It's going to be, we've got Federico Camporesi there too. So it's a really nice balance, and I can't wait to see how the top 8 bracket shapes up.
It's going to be really competitive, and I think this is exactly what I was hoping for when we started the stream yesterday morning. It's just seeing the combination of tried and tested trainers, tried and tested teams versus those new names, those new faces that we get to have their first journey into this level of competition. Of course, Jay I spoke to after he won his winning in on stream in round 12 overall of our Swiss rounds. And this is their first day 2. Not only that, now they're in asymmetrical top cut. It's just wonderful to see.
Absolutely incredible. We've got our eyes on you, Jay, and very good luck to you. It's time to look at the matches that will be going on. Let's see how they'll be facing up into each other. Let's see what we will have the pleasure and the privilege of bringing to you fine people for our top 16 or top 13 round. I can't wait to see also the little preview of the teams that these players have been running. We've just seen the names there. Let's take a look at those notable matches very shortly indeed. I mean, I'd be terrified if I was top 13.
It's a tough place to be. I mean, you're sitting there, so many great players there. You know that everybody is on form. There are our notable matches here. We're going to be seeing Rayan versus Stefano, and it's looking like a pretty cool matchup that we've got. We'll get a little bit deeper into that later on. Let's look down. Federico versus Jay. That's a rain team that Federico has been adapting from their Gdansk team coming into the second go at Regulation Set H. They're doing something a little bit different. Notice 2 Dondozo Tatsugiris there as well, Charlie. I'm feeling pretty vindicated right now.
With your caster predictions, yeah, need I remind you that we have another Water Dragon that made Phase 2 in Kingdra, and Golduck didn't, but we did see it on stream yesterday. Ryan is the final French player in Top Cut. Fascinatingly, even though we're on home turf here in Lille, could be Ryan that goes all the way. Ben, what's catching your eye there?
Evar's team.
Evar's team, yeah. Kilowatt Drill and the Galarian Weezing and the Toad Scroll can be so difficult to play around, those abilities being switched off with neutralizing gas. We have some Annihilate and Mousehold. You'll love to see it in Regulation Set H being run by Armin Lehner. And then Sebastian Liu Li running this Charizard and Torkoal and Jumpluff composition that was so good at the Latin America International Championships last season.
Nice to see just how that strong team, piloted well, still has a place this time around. I think you look around and players have really tried to adapt into Regulation Set H this time round and do something a little bit different, level up their play. You know, we start with a little bit of a head start about what's going on, but a few tournaments in, then you get to really work out how those metagame adaptations work, and all of these players have been playing so well. I've got to shout out Jay again. The match that they played on stream was so cool, and just that game 3 where they led against Alessandro and were just able to switch in the Pelipper, get the weather control, and just take the game 3 by storm. They can be the scariest games where it can be so tempting to make that adaptation, but Jay didn't. Jay just kept it going.
Absolutely. And that Weavile, in case you missed it there, very cool that one of those has made our top cut, but our trainers are getting ready on stage. There is still no plushie metagame to speak of. They are locked in and focused. Our first match that we have the pleasure of streaming for you here in Top Cut of the Lille Regional Championships. Surely these trainers will be exchanging their open team sheets so they can see all of the details that we're about to see on screen as well. The only thing they can't see, though, is the building of those Pokemon, the stats that they have, what they've invested in. Is it going to be a bulkier variant? Is it going to be a more offensive variant? And that's something they'll just have to glean as the course of the match unfolds.
So that thing that you figure out along the way, those small speed interactions between 2 Pokemon really do make a big difference. And whether or not Pokemon is a bit bulkier, a bit more offensive as well, that really does change the matchup in your favor. You got to adapt to that on the fly, but both of these trainers have been doing that all weekend long. We know that they are on form coming into our top cut. They've already played a couple rounds of Pokemon. They're warmed up. and they're ready to go for our top 16 match.
And so are we, and we know you all are at home as well. It's time to head into the business end of this tournament as the trainers get ready with the judges. And Ben, I know that this is a position you've been in many times before. What sort of thing do you think will be going through our trainers' heads right now?
Well, what I'm hoping for all of our trainers is that only the match is going through their head.
Yes.
That's the tough thing in that situation, just locking in and focusing on the match that you're playing. It doesn't matter that you're in Top Cut.
No.
Because the game is the same. Doesn't matter if you are sitting there in front of the audience and the crowd. The game is the same. And I think that's the thing that is so difficult to do. But so many of our players that we have on stream just show us that they can still lock in, even though this feels like a more pressured situation.
100%. Ryan and Stefano getting ready to go. I think it goes for so many things in life, Ben. Just focus on the task at hand. This is, at the end of the day, just another game of Pokemon. Now let's look at how decorated these players are. And I mean, they go beyond what we can show here. Both of them looking for that first big win.
Ryan here, our French representative, still representing their home turf here at the Lille Regional Championships. Top 32 in Seville, that's no mean feat. That was a very, very stacked tournament. Getting top 8 in Stuttgart just before that was regulation set H as well. So a good indication that Rayan is very comfortable in this format. Stefano, on the other hand, top 16 at the Global Challenge 1. That's no mean feat in a completely different type of tournament. Closed team sheet best of 1, but still managing to convert, and before then getting top 8 at the Bologna Special Championships.
Incredible. Very recent events from both of these trainers as well. Perhaps there will be more that would extend beyond what we can show here, but one thing's for certain. They certainly have been racking up those achievements, and they have that momentum behind them. They have the wind in their sails. Stefano having that Grand Challenge fantastic finish in the 2026 season as well, really coming off fresh there. But now it's time to look at Ryan's team. Amoonguss, Incineroar, Golden Go, Kilowattrel, Tyranitar, and Garchomp. There it is, this classic Tyranitar and Garchomp combination. They synergize so nicely with the Golden Go as well, because the Sandstorm that Tyranitar will summon with that ability is not going to damage the Garchomp being a part ground type. It's not going to damage the Golden Go being a part steel type.
But it is going to break that focus sash on the Kilowattrel. I think that's completely okay. The Kilowattrel has been picking up a lot of momentum in this format as one of those Pokemon that can really put pressure to the Incineroar-Rillaboom combination. And a lot of the times in these matchups where if you knock out the Incineroar and you knock out the Rillaboom, then you can start picking off those pieces that they're supporting.
Well, speaking of putting pressure on that matchup, you've got the Terra-flying Terra Blast with Tyranitar, meaning that you can hopefully just eliminate Rillaboom from the field, especially since Tyranitar is a physical attacker. Rillaboom likes to hold the Assault Vest, boosting its special defense.
And it's such a good offensive and defensive Terra type, allowing it to go for Garchomp to go for Earthquakes while you avoid those ground type moves. Now, moving over to Stefano, the Rillaboom, Dragonite, Golden Go, Annihilate, Ninetales, and Ursaluna composition that we've seen pretty frequently, but having a little bit of a different spin on it. Annihilate does like to have partners that can hit it multiple times to boost up the power of its Rage Fist. Now, Dragonite will do a lot of damage if it does that, but on the other end of the spectrum, you've got Ninetales with the Icicle Spear. Now, Ninetales is not a powerful attacker on the special side, but it's even weaker on the physical side, so it's a great way for Stefano to really get that Annihilate going very, very quickly in a match after you've got the speed control and after you've got that Aurora Veil in play too.
Yeah, it's a wonderful moveset that Ninetales has. It's a Pokemon that really wants to run about 6 or 7 moves. There are so many useful things it gets access to.
Or 8 or 9.
100%. Something that Ryan is going to have to be a little bit careful about as well. Speaking of how well the Tyranitar can counter the Rillaboom Stefano can bring, his grassy terrain on the field is going to be mitigating the damage that their Garchomp can do with Earthquake. And he spread ground-type moves, so that's going to include Bulldoze as well. that power is going to be mitigated, and so certainly Rillaboom could be something that Ryan is going to want to remove ASAP. The Icicle Spear, so nice, not only just to get the Annihilate set up, but Garchomp isn't going to want to take a double super effective multi-hit Ice-type move. Problem is, of course, Ninetales, you're not running the loaded dice, you're running the Covert Cloak, so the Icicle Spear could hit just 2 times.
I feel like that's enough when you're setting up the Annihilate, but not necessarily when you're trying to KO a Garchomp. Fortunately, for Stefano, there's also the Blizzard option there, as well as other members of the team to take that weight for him. I think this is going to be a really fascinating matchup, Charlie. It's definitely, there's a weather war going on, there's some speed control wars going on, and there's a lot of really bulky Pokemon.
Having said that Rillaboom often runs the Assault Vest, this one here is actually running the Miracle Seed, and that means that Kilowattrel could deal some significant damage to this Rillaboom, more so than it could otherwise. Kilowattrel, of course, being that special attacker. I can't wait to get into this game, Ben. I know you can't either, and I know that everyone watching at home cannot wait to kick off our Masters Top Cut. You see these two really fascinating teams match up into each other. The players look locked in. They are ready to go. We'll see which of them will emerge victorious in our first game of Masters Top Cut here at the Lille Regional Championships in just a moment's time.
It's all kicking off here, and here we go. We're getting into it. Rillaboom and Goldengo kicking us off.
With Kilowattrel and Tyranitar over on the other side for Ryan.
Okay, so immediately there is that tailwind pressure that Ryan is putting on, with the ability to go for a Terra Ghost to avoid the fake out from the Rillaboom, then get the tailwind up, and then Tyranitar is in a nice position to go on the offensive. But if you go for the Terra Ghost at Kilowattrel, you're not going for the Terra Flying on the Tyranitar. And I think overall in this matchup, where the Make It Rains are so prevalent, but also that Miracle Seed Rillaboom is really putting a lot of pressure on the Rock-type Tyranitar. You do have to think, if you're Rayan, about how to play that defensively.
Rayan deciding to preserve the Focus Sash on Kilowattrel, switching it into the back and swooping onto the field instead. It will be the Incineroar, dropping crucially the offensive stat of that Rillaboom. The physical attack is threatening Tyranitar with super effective damage. Time to Terrastalize, time to channel those crystals from Area 0. Tyranitar will be adopting those balloons on its crown, hovering above the ground. It's now a Terra Flying type. It's all the safer from Rillaboom's attacks. It's all the safer from Goldengo's Make It Rain, but it's not going to out this turn. Fake out, flinching it. Here comes that Make It Rain. Resisted now by the Incineroar. Tyranitar taking it a whole lot better thanks to that Terra Flying, and Goldengo with his special attack mitigated.
Yeah, this is a really good situation to think about. Is like, where does the fake out go? Because the Kilowattrel was pressuring both the Tailwind and quite a lot of damage onto the Rillaboom with an Air Slash, but instead Stefano deciding that the Tyranitar was actually the bigger threat overall. Either Knockoff or Terra Flying Terra Blast could have picked up a KO on this turn. And because the Tyranitar has Terrastalize into a flying type, it no longer gets that special defense boost from the being in sand condition and being a rock type. Yep. And so Tyranitar actually takes quite a bit of damage, not under threat so much this turn, especially not with the fake out support that Ryan has brought in with their Incineroar, but certainly it gets you started. And sometimes when you're playing these Tyranitar matchups, you've really got to think in the early game, how do I do enough damage to the Tyranitar so that it doesn't just run through my team in an endgame?
Speaking of the Kilowattrel, it also threatens super effective damage into Stefano's Goldengo, which has that Terra Water type. Rillaboom going to be withdrawing, and Ninetales joining the fray instead. Yes, this weather war here. Ninetales setting up the snow, but now Ryan switching out their Tyranitar path, predicting that so that they can provide that Sandstorm on the field later on. Kilowattrel is coming back in crucially with that Focus Sash intact. Goldengo taking no damage this turn, threatened heavily by super effective Dark-type knockoff into that slot. That's exactly where Ryan's head was at as well.
So this is a really nice play from both of the players, right? So you cancel out the sand, you make sure that the Goldengo doesn't get knocked off this turn or a Flare Blitz dropped into it if you're Stefano, but equally Ryan's kind of one step ahead in terms of the overall weather war, and can, if they want to, just bring that Tyranitar in, just make sure that the Aurora Veil doesn't go up this time. The downside of that is that if Stefano goes for a Blizzard, that is a flying type Tyranitar in the back.
As a flying type Tyranitar and, of course, a flying type Kilowattrel on the field. It's going to be protecting, it's going to be keeping itself this turn as Dragonite wings its way into the fray. That is that Blizzard. Incineroar, of course, going to be resisting that hit. And if it were to go for a Flare Blitz, then it would just be able to melt that ice immediately. But knock off Dragonite no longer with its loaded dice. The scale shots, far fewer scales being flung in Ryan's direction now.
Well, not necessarily. You just got to roll the loaded dice that you've just been knocked off to the floor. It could be 2 hits, could be 4 hits, could be 5 hits, but we'll have to see how that shakes up. I think because Kilowattrel's just not so much of a defensive backbone, or doesn't have so much of a defensive backbone, actually, a few scale shot hits probably would pick up the KO here, especially since the Dragonite has come in without an Intimidate. The Incineroar was already on the field.
Tailwind, though, meaning that Ryan now has the speed advantage. Wind in their sails, keeping up the momentum. Parting shot, meaning that Dragonite is not going to be hitting half as hard, even less so without that loaded dice now, thanks to the scale shot move. And Incineroar now is going to retreat back to its trainer. Ryan can now switch something in from the back. It's going to be the Golden Go. We have the reveal of all 4 Pokemon for both of our trainers now. And it is so nice here to threaten the Ninetales with a lot of damage. And speaking of threatening a lot of damage, there's that Kilowattrel. Super effective hit. It had the Focus Sash anyway, but there's the freeze now onto that Golden Go. It doesn't have a reliable means of melting the ice, but it could just randomly thaw on the next turn. This could be dire here for Ryan.
And matching the Tailwind with the Dragonite as well. So the Tailwind that Kilowattrel's brought up and spent a turn actually getting up rather than going on the offensive has been matched by Stefano. So these trainers matching each other turn for turn here. Kilowattrel, the fastest Pokemon on the field, puts a lot of pressure on with the Thunderbolt, but seeing as it's so low, actually it seems like the Pokemon that Raya maybe wants to preserve for an end game that little bit later. Hope that the Golden Go does in fact thaw out this turn, because a Make It Rain is looking very threatening to all of the Pokemon that Stefano has at their disposal.
Make It Rain, the Steel-type special damage that otherwise is so lacking in Regulation Set H. That's going to be Kilowattrel swooping out, Incineroar coming in again instead, dropping crucially the physical attack of the Dragonite. Let's not forget that Dragonite now at -2 in its physical attack. But just going to reset those drops. Stefano switching out the Dragonite, and still now emerging from the lagoon, that will be Golden Go. A Golden Go apiece here, a shiny one to boot at that. Another Icy Wind here so that the speed drops are coming out, mitigating the Tailwind that has been matched on both sides of the field now. The question is, does Ryan's Golden Go get the thaw? No, it's going to stay frozen. It's still chilling in the fridge.
Okay, so now the Golden Go on Rayan's side, it's probably trained to be a little bit more defensive because it's holding the metal coat, but that also means that Shadow Ball doesn't necessarily pick up the KO on Stefano's Golden Go, and even if it did, it would have to get through a Shadow Ball from Stefano's Golden Go. Carrying the Life Orb should pick up the KO overall from this range on average, but you do have to worry about that Incineroar. Ninetales has been doing a great job, don't get me wrong, but its offensive potential is something that Rayan is really playing around, making sure those Blizzards are landing into Pokemon that resist it so easily. And while the speed control has been important, I'm not surprised to see Stefano actually bringing it out this turn, preserving it for later when maybe some Icy Winds could be really impactful.
Ninetales has access only to Ice-type moves, so unsurprising to see Stefano switching it out here, as now the Golden Go over on Stefano's side goes for its Terra Water. No longer a Steel and Ghost type, it is fully plunged into the pool. Now, Shadow Ball, super effective onto Ryan's own Golden Go. Is it going to be able to take it? Is it going to go down? 4 HP. Does it thaw is the massive question right now. It does!
Okay.
Golden Go with Ryan's celebration on the stage there. Goes for that Make It Rain. The Dragonite brought down oh so low. Yes, Stefano's Golden Go resisting, but every little bit of damage counts, all the more so as we climb up the ranks here in our Lille Regional Championships Phase 2, and that's the Life Orb gone from Stefano's Golden Go too.
So neither the Golden Go or the Dragonite have their items intact anymore. That means a Scale Shot could only be hitting 2 times. That means that Golden Go's Make It Rains and Shadow Balls are going to not hit this Incineroar as hard. Now, if Golden Go on Rayan's side was a Life Orb, maybe those attacks start to pick up KOs, but equally, you get KO'd from the Life Orb recoil. This turn, though, Make It Rain coming out from Stefano's Golden Go and picking up a key KO.
Ryan deciding that it's time to sacrifice that Golden Go, time for some of the Pokemon in the back to do their thing. Let's see how many times this Scale Shot hits. That's twice. Again, the loaded dice has been knocked off here. Will just leave it to the minimum loaded dice roll. Incineroar, all the safer, but now Dragonite does get that speed boost alongside the Tailwind that's on that side of the field, but that's now going to be the knockoff. Securing the KO, Dragonite swooping back to Kanto as the Tailwind peters out for Stefano, and indeed so does Ryan's. Matching, but now he can set up another one with Kilowattrel, and you can't on Stefano's side.
This is why you save the Kilowattrel for later, even though it's on pretty low health, even though back at that point in the game it wasn't really necessarily able to put a lot of offensive pressure on. Now it is. Now it is, because it can go for a Tailwind. But that's why Stefano brings out the Rillaboom here. If Fake Out doesn't do it this turn, Grassy Glide can do it next turn. But that does open the door for the Incineroar to go on the offensive here. And these are the mind games that these trainers are going to have to run. If the Incineroar's Flare Blitz is enough to pick up the KO on the Rillaboom, then maybe we're playing a little bit of a different game here. And maybe Stefano could maybe think about attacking into the Incineroar with a Wood Hammer boosted by that Miracle Seed. Maybe that's a route through the game that stops Rayan's counterplay to this Rillaboom that's putting on so much pressure.
Ryan just gave us a sneak peek of the health bars in the back. You can see just there, all in the orange or the red, deciding that it's time to switch in Tyranitar in place of the Incineroar here. Did Ryan go for it? Is their Kilowattrel going to be flinched here? Sometimes when a player's telegraphed, that's when you go all in and decide it's time not to fake out. That's exactly what happened. The Thunderbolt able to secure the KO onto Stefano's Golden Go here. Now Stefano brought down to their final two Pokemon. We turn our attention over to Stefano's Rillaboom. Where did it target? What did it go for? The high horsepower, but fantastic switch in from Ryan there. Terra-Flying Tyranitar, no longer a part rock type. That means it's going to be immune. And the Kilowattrel hangs on to see another turn, because the Sandstorm chip, yes, it's adding up, but it's not enough to secure the KO on that Kilowattrel.
Always makes me double take when I see Tyranitar taking chip to its own Sandstorm after it's gone for the Trustalization. But now, no more. The snow is going to be on the field, and having Incineroar in the back here is a really, really big deal. It allows for Rayan to protect the Kilowattrel this turn, get the Incineroar in potentially, and then go for the Fake Out and either Tailwind or just an Air Slash into the Rillaboom, try and pick up a KO.
Yeah, you probably don't actually want to preserve the Tyranitar for the Sandstream, because now the Pokemon you have left on Ryan's side of the field, they will be taking chip damage from Sandstorm. None of them are ground, rock, or steel type, so probably you're content to let the snow sit there.
I think so, probably, yeah. And Tyranitar, the question I have is whether or not you switch out the Tyranitar, or in fact whether you try to just go for a cheeky attack, weave in something else where this Incineroar switch in is maybe quite telegraphed overall. But as you said, Charlie, those are the turns that really matter.
The Intimidate drop as Kilowattrel now will be keeping itself safe here. No damage heading into that slot. Grassy Glide, though, into the Incineroar. Incineroar, of course, takes that majestically. Another Blizzard now. How well will Incineroar be taking this one? Not very effective, but the health bars are dwindling. 30 HP. Do we have another freeze? I thought for a moment there that was a freeze, but no, just a recovery from grassy terrain.
And now the question is how you deal with this Ninetales overall. I'm wondering whether or not the Tailwind is enough to start bringing this game in Ryan's favor. If you get the Tyranitar, maybe it's trained a little bit faster with the Terra-Flying Terra Blast in the snow. Could they be enough to pick up these two crucial KOs?
Yeah, the Tailwind now blowing once more, of course. Ninetales holding the Covert Cloak, so a Fake Out wouldn't have done anything into that slot. And the dodge onto the Kilowattrel is really big. That surely would have been enough to secure the KO onto the Kilowattrel there. It gives Ryan enough wiggle room now to be able to play around and have that crucial extra piece at their disposal.
Yeah, now the fun thing here is that the Ninetales is probably still faster than the Incineroar, even in the Tailwind, after that first Icy Wind. The Rillaboom is probably not, but there can be, because Ryan isn't able to KO the Ninetales this turn, there is the opportunity for another Icy Wind to come out into that slot. In fact, it's not in Ryan's favor that the Kilowattrel did avoid that attack. And of course, you can go for the Grassy Glide into the Kilowattrel, but I think it's more impactful to try and get the KO on this Incineroar.
Is there going to be a flinch as well on the Rillaboom? We will have to find out. And Incineroar this time going to dodge the Icy Wings Kilowattrel, though. That is going to secure the KO here. So Incineroar.
That's big.
Ryan, I don't know what he's been telling his Pokemon, how he's been making them dodge these attacks. Incineroar now just going to go for the Flare Blitz, and Rillaboom is down. We don't even get the opportunity to see if it would have flinched or not. Now it's going to be very low health Incineroar and Tyranitar versus Stefano's Ninetales. And Incineroar holding the safety goggles means that it's immune from that Sandstorm chip damage. So really nice item choice there from Ryan.
Yeah, that's like, now the Tyranitar comes in, and the question is, how this Tyranitar is trained. Is it going to be one of those speedy ones that can now outspeed the Ninetales in a Tailwind environment? Yes, it is.
Rock
Single
slide.
target Rock Slide.
Single target, super effective. Ryan, the only French player remaining in Top Cut with the critical hit there, which probably wouldn't have mattered. The Incineroar could have secured the KO when it was going to move. Is going to be going up one game in our our Top Cut match.
Yeah, that was pretty close there. That was very, very well played there from Ryan. I feel like the Icy Wind dodges really did play a big factor there, because if the Icy Wind had connected with that Incineroar, the Rillaboom would have got one more attack off. And I feel like those key things allowed Ryan to have a path to victory here. But you've got to go for them. When you're in that situation, you're up there on the stage, you're playing in Top Cup. If you lose this round, you are out of the tournament. You've got to do everything that you can. I think Stefano played it really, really well, though. Was always just putting on the pressure, using their Golden Go really well, switching in and out the Ninetales to have it there for the end game. I think it could have gone absolutely either way in that game one.
And also the Thor on Ryan's Golden Go there. If you're frozen for one more turn, maybe the game goes in a different direction. There's all sorts of dices that are being rolled, but one dice that wasn't being rolled is that loaded dice on the Dragonite that was knocked off, of course. And maybe if Stefano's Dragonite had been able to get off more scale shots into the Incineroar in the early game, then it goes down sooner, and then Ryan has all the fewer resources to be able to work with.
But that's where the knockoff becomes so crucial. Knocking off that loaded dice is a soft check to these Dragonite that have been running so rampant in Regulation Set H. Now looking forward to Game 2. I'm actually wondering if there even needs to be that many changes to either of these players, but I'm wondering if that Blood Moon Ursaluna could be something that Stefano thinks about bringing in this game. Based on what Ryan brought, it could be very, very strong.
There it is, Ben, the Ursaluna and the Dragonite. And for Ryan, it will be Kilowattrel and that Tyranitar, the same lead as we saw in Game 1.
Okay, so there is also the opportunity for the Vacuum Wave here on the Ursaluna, because it is carrying the Assault Vest. It's going to shrug off most of the attacks from Rayan's side. So Stefano putting them in a great spot to be able to both match the Tailwind that the Kilowattrel is threatening, but also put some big damage onto either Tyranitar or Kilowattrel. There's no Terror here, so an Earth Power could be big into that Tyranitar.
The speed advantage now on Ryan's court. That's knockoff into his own Kilowattrel there. The Focus Ash gone and the Scale Shot, and that's going to be the Dragonite with a speed boost and a defense drop. From Ryan's reaction there, that looked like maybe that was a misclick.
I think that might have been. You know what? It happens to the best of us up there. Kilowattrel is going to be going down. At least Ryan is a game up. So if that is the thing that decides this match overall... After the Earth Power, Tyranitar, it's fine.
It's fine.
It's a Tyranitar. It's in sand. It's a rock type. It's carrying the Assault Vest. This is one of the things that makes Tyranitar actually really strong in this format, is its ability to stand in front of Pokemon like Ursaluna pretty confidently overall. But now Dragonite gets its Tailwind up as well to match things up. So Ursaluna still putting a lot of pressure onto both Golden and Tyranitar.
Crucially, Tyranitar Sandstream has just broken the multi-scale on that Dragonite as well. Nice way to be able to passively do that rather than having to double into a slot here.
Yeah, it's like... The question is whether or not you do actually even get an opportunity to double into that now. But this Golden Go coming out could have the opportunity, I think, to think about going for a nasty plot in this spot. I think Ryan's got to maybe push the boat out a little bit, maybe go for a call, something a little bit more risky to get themselves back into the driving seat.
Time for our terrestrialization, time to get sparkly. That's going to be Ursaluna Blood Moon for Stefano. Going for its Terra Water here now, so switching up its type profile, and of course now resisting those Make It Rains that Golden Go can dish out. Dragonite protecting, no damage coming its way this turn around. Now, nasty plot. Golden Go afforded the opportunity to go for that. Let's see if Ryan is able to still claw this back after what was an unfortunate turn 1 play. Rock Slide now neutral into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but of course it always has that opportunity to get a flinch. It doesn't this time. Earth Power Knight, Tyranitar, one more, and that Tyranitar is down.
Okay, so the Ursaluna with its Terra Water is now resisting those Make It Rains. That makes a big difference in the way that this plays out. But I've been in this spot before with a Life Orb Golden Go, where I've had 2 nasty plots go up, and it's still not be enough to get the KO on a Terra Water Ursaluna with a Shadow Ball. So without the Life Orb boosting up the Ghost-type attacks and instead being the Metal Coat variant, I feel like the Golden Go here on Ryan's side has got to start thinking really hard about whether or not to just go for the Make It Rain, try to remove the Dragonite so that the Tailwind can't go up in the later game.
In fact, the iron plates rather than the metal coat, but they still have exactly the same effects as Tyranitar goes for its Terra Flying now. Just like it did in the previous game, no more Earth Powers would be able to do any damage to that. But predicting it, the Vacuum Wave, but now resisted rather than double super effective into that slot. So good call from Ryan. Another Make It Rain. That's going to be enough with the nasty plot to secure the KO onto the Dragonite. I think the big question in everyone's minds here is, can Ryan now win this game after that turn 1 play?
Yeah, I really think they could. They're getting themselves into a really nice spot. Big KO there, but the Sand is going to take it.
The Sand will take it because the Ursaluna is now a water type, no longer a ground type, whereas the Tyranitar does. Takes your own medicine.
Chef's kiss there, Ryan. Definitely. Yeah, that Ursaluna going down, getting the double KO is big. Ryan taking every KO so far in the... Oh, no, the Scale Shot did actually get the KO.
Yeah.
Okay, nearly.
No, yes, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Nearly.
Eventually got the KO, even though it was the prior damage from Ryan's own Pokemon that brought it down to its sash, yeah.
So now we get to see what 2 Pokemon Stefano has in the back. It is the Rillaboom coming out there, and the Golden Go. Okay, so the Life Orb Golden Go going to be putting a lot of pressure onto Ryan's Golden Go, but we saw in the last game that Golden Go was trained on Ryan's side to be a little bit more bulky. It took the Life Orb from Life Orb, took the Shadow Ball from Life Orb Golden Go very, very well in the last game. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Ryan actually try to lean into that defensive training. But if Stefano doubles into it with a Grassy Glide and a Shadow Ball, this could be the Golden Go going down. The thing that has given Ryan a ticket back into this game.
But Ryan does still, of course, also have 1 Pokemon unrevealed in the back that could just be exactly what they need. It's a game about conserving your resources, and that, even though Ryan didn't do that with their Kilowattrel in turn 1, they still have that final Pokemon. This Golden Go for Stefano is going to be keeping itself safe. Let's not forget, trainers, whoever loses this game is now out of the tournament. No more Swiss round structure here. The Grassy Glide enough, even though resisted, to secure the KO onto the Terraflying Tyranitar. It is just going to be 2 Pokemon apiece, and that Sandstorm is swirling away on the field.
Okay, Make It Rain coming out from the Golden Go there, making a call that Stefano was going to play defensively.
It's not an Assault Vest Rillaboom. It's got a nasty plot, but it's brought down now to about 1/6 of its HP.
Okay, so now this Rillaboom is definitely under threat. And if there's an Incineroar in the back, Incineroar is one of those Pokemon that really likes to go for 1v1 versus Golden Go. The other Pokemon that likes to play into Golden Go is that Garchomp coming out for the first time this set.
Very cool indeed. Now again, Earthquakes, that's kind of off the table because not only is the grassy terrain mitigating it, but you're doing so much damage to your own Golden Go. But we saw how much damage the Make It Rain did to Rillaboom. That could secure the KO, and Garchomp super effective into Stefano's Golden Go.
Which cannot go for its Terra because the Ursaluna already committed to Terra Water earlier in this game. So Stefano is trying to get the win here, but a Grassy Glide into the Garchomp. Gonna take some recoil damage. Here's a Life Orb Stomping Tantrum into the Golden Go.
Yeah, that's the one-hit knockout. That's all of those checks cashed in, and it looks like, against all odds, Rangwezi, who took out their own Kilowattrel turn 1, is proceeding to our top 8.
And what a way to win that match. I mean, absolutely in style there, Ryan. Congratulations for making it into top 8. Commiserations, Stefano, you gave us a great show out there. But, I mean, after that misclick in turn 1, honestly, I really did think that it could all be over for that game. We're going into a game 3, and who knows what could happen there.
It's incredible scenes. I mean, it just goes to show that it happens to the best trainers. It really does. It's just some human error that rises to the fore. So if that happens to you, trainers, I hope you're not too disappointed, because we just saw it happen to Ryan Gwezi there. But for you, Ben, remind us, what do you think was the crucial turning point that it actually enabled Ryan to win that game?
I think it's that decision to go for multiple make-it rains.
Yeah, okay.
In the face of the Ursaluna and the Dragonite. I think the key there was to be able to put that offensive pressure on the board, knock out the Dragonite. That stops for the Tailwind for later, that stops any haze shenanigans, that stops any speed boost shenanigans going on. I think that's really critical in the board state that we had. But looking back on game 1, seeing that freeze come out onto the Golden Go, yeah, it wasn't ideal, but Rayan had trained their Pokemon so well. Their Golden Go still got that opportunity to get that big make-it rain off.
The roller coaster of emotions that Ryan was experiencing there. And then, of course, it was all going to go pear-shaped again, targeting their own Kilowattrel instead. But maybe we'll be able to see that. Maybe we won't be able to. Ryan was just able to have the advantage against Stefano there. And what do you think was working for Stefano in terms of the way they were approaching this match?
I think, like, the way that Stefano was able to put out the pressure, get their Life Orb Golden Go in play, was really, really nice. And actually how well they utilized the Miracle Seed Rillaboom overall. You see those grassy glides really stacking up there, but in game 1, and we talked about it before, the Icy Wind didn't connect with the Incineroar, but they were targeting really, really well with it, just making sure that they were going for the right slot at the right time. And even though they were doing all that work, it still wasn't quite enough to be able to take the win. And not to mention against a Tyranitar that was just able to shrug off all of those attacks from Ursaluna.
Yeah, and such beautiful play when that Terra Water Ursaluna Blood Moon was able to go down thanks to that Sandstorm that it had set up. If it hadn't terrestrialized, of course, it would have been immune to that damage. So we have a guaranteed Tyranitar and Garchomp in our top 8 here at the Lille Regional Championships. And, of course, our only remaining French player in the top 13, top 16, but it was only 13 players, has now progressed through to top 8 as well, bearing the expectations and the hopes of the entire region on their shoulders. Let's see if Ryan Gwezi has it in them to be able to go and secure that.
I think so, and you know, it's really nice seeing how the local representation then goes into the regional championships. But how do we think Rayan got there? Well, it was the friends that they made along the way, I'm sure, in the community. And if you want to get involved in your local community, there is so many good opportunities to do so.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
If you're not spending a weekend watching the regional championships from whatever region they may be in, why not go along to your local Pokemon League? Why not dip your toe in the water, test your skills? It's a fantastic, exactly that, testing ground to be able to work out what kind of team you want to run. We've been talking about a lot this weekend, finding your comfortable playstyle, and that is what is paying dividends for so many trainers in this regional championships, and all of them have a scan of that QR code, and you will see your nearest local.
It's so useful just to be able to scan the code and just be able to see exactly what is going on around your area. There's so many dedicated tournament organizers all around the globe that take time out of their busy schedules to put on these events and just have such a welcoming atmosphere to anyone. Honestly, I've had such a good time in my local scene. And obviously you go there to play in the competition, but I think it's also all about that social aspect as well. Finding some friends that you can maybe bounce ideas off of, or even just have a good time talking about the game, playing the game that we all love in the community that we love so much as well.
Do you remember, Ben, when we didn't necessarily go to our nearest local, but we did attend a local in Belgium?
Yeah.
And when we were there, Ben,
yeah,
that was a lot of fun.
We went a long, long way. You got your first championship points there.
I got my first championship points. That was wonderful. I had a Frostmoth team as well. This is back in Regulation Set F, I think it was.
Yes.
Regulation Set F and Frostmoth, providing some utility there. You had Okie Dokie, didn't you? But you brought Kingdra.
I did.
The first time around.
Yes, only because you copped out.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Right, okay, traders at home.
Oh, here we go.
I spent a lot of time, not a lot of time, enough time, building a Kingdra team for Charlie to take to Belgium to play at locals. And who had to represent that team? It was me, not you, Charlie.
It's true. I own it.
That was such a good... Wait, we had some Dragon Cheer shenanigans going on.
I really wanted to make it work, but I won't forgive you for whenever we did practice battles. I said, please, Ben, just let me get off this fun strategy.
Let me do the fun thing.
The guaranteed critical hits with the scope lens. He never did. He never did.
I just don't like fun, Charlie.
Well, I mean, not only
don't like fun.
Experience. Yeah, not only that, but of course, the Stuttgart Regional Championships in 2025, where you're both playing. I was just going to bring Kingdra for the fun, and then, I didn't. I brought a team that had won recently. I went 4-4. It was fine. But then, of course, Kingdra then becomes a regional champion at Toronto that season too. And, of course, saw Kingdra on stream yesterday. It hasn't made our top cut, unfortunately. But I should have just backed myself. Should have just said no.
Yeah.
Have fun. Play with your favourites, as Karen of the Johto Elite Four would say. And it's never been a better time for Kingdra. Next time indeed.
Next time
indeed. Have you ever tried to make Sableye work, Ben? Regulation set?
I have.
Yeah, definitely has potential.
Yeah, and Oliver Escalin was representing it in Frankfurt, got top 8 with that team. So, yeah, I think, showing what winning with your favourites is all about.
100%. And it's definitely the way in, I think. And going to your local is the fantastic place to try winning with your favourites. If it works, great. You're having all the more fun because it's with Pokemon that you really love, really believe in, that have been there for you over the years. And again, Regulations at Age, I don't think there's ever really a better format to experiment with things than by competing in Regulation Set Age. Try and make your favourites work in that format.
Well, shall we do it, Charlie? Shall we kick it over to the couch where our winner from that round, Rayan, is waiting to have a little chat to us about their team and their run so far in the Lille Regional Championships.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie and Ben. And you were just talking about locals, and well, we have the last remaining local player from France in the tournament.
Yeah.
Ben, how are you feeling about this set?
So, of course, I'm very happy. Unaccepted result after round 4 of yesterday because I was in a 2-2. But of course, now I'm very happy, and I can just win now.
Well, yeah, it was such an exciting set, and I think you also added to that excitement. Of course, in game 2, turn 1, I watched the replay. Yeah, you were like, okay, I don't know, knock off into the Dragonite. Everything seemed fine, but what happened there?
So the idea was to knock off the Ursaluna to deal some damage and to remove the Assault Vest. But I was very sure of my play. That's why I clicked very fast and I knock off myself Kilowatt Well.
I mean, it can happen to all of us, right? You're moving just too quickly, and your mind is already thinking about the next turn, and then
of course,
all of a sudden, knockoff hits into your own Kilowatt. What did you think about that, or how did you continue? Because of course you ended up winning that game.
I was very disappointed, of course. So I preferred to load of this and to focus on the next of the game because. I lost my Kilowatt Well, but I have Tailwind. And now Dragonite lost his multiscale, and he is at -1 on defense. That's why I know that if he uses another time, maybe Scale Shot, I can one-shot him with Tyranitar. And I know that it stayed possible to win because it's a matchup with a lot of 50-50, with a lot of mind games. I was pretty sure that the tier last was a Rillaboom and Golden Go.
Yeah.
So I decided to continue to play the game, and finally I had reason.
Yeah, and it worked out so well because then, you could deny the Dragonite's Tailwind, and then you had the speed advantage, and then also bringing in the Garchomp as the final Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's really helpful getting the Stomping Tantrum to knock out Golden Go and then winning the match from there. So, really, great showing of just to continue playing, right? Even if something goes wrong, right? I mean, it happens sometimes, but you did a great job.
It's an error. We do error, it's normal.
Yeah, so now, you told me before, top 8, you did top 8 before, but your best result.
Yeah.
Now, what would it mean to you to make it even further?
I don't understand.
What would it mean to you to make it even further to get that medal here in France in your local event?
Of course. It's clearly why I'm here today. I prepared a lot of time. I play the same team since 3 months. I prepared with my friends, so they are here on the public, and they are all French players. So it can be good to win in France.
Yeah, then, well, you're the only remaining French player, so I'm sure they will cheer to you.
I'm pretty sure too. Yeah.
Before we will let you go to play in your top 8 match.
Yeah, thank you.
I think against Marco Silva next.
I don't know.
You will figure that out.
Watch any D3.
Yeah,
I didn't see. Sorry.
But then, final question: do you have any shoutouts that you want to give to your friends?
I want to say thanks to Team PE, so my team, which I prep. Thanks to some other players who helped me during my preparation and during the team building of my team. So Michael Derbest helped me. Thanks to Antoine Guyadera too, and all Team PE, and particularly to Karl Akpovi and Anthony Liuzzo. So thank you guys.
All right, then time to get ready for top 8. Thank you very much and good luck there. Of course, also for us, it's time to get ready for top 8. Our top cut here in Lille will continue just momentarily.
It's the big one-hit KO, Luke Whittier!
Unbelievable.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world. My name is Luke Whittier. I am from the Bay Area. My favorite starter Pokemon is Serperior because it's cool and I was born in the year of the snake. I first got into competitive Pokemon by watching Wolfie VGC videos on YouTube, and I built my first team in Regulation H by using his videos to figure out which Pokemon were good. I improved my strategy every tournament, and I won 1 extra Swiss round every tournament. I look up to Kevin Hahn because he's really cool and he's also really good. My advice is always go for the safer option in Pokemon battles if there isn't much to lose. Keep trying to get better because you can always get better. When I won Milwaukee Regionals this year, that was one of the biggest moments. It felt much less nerve-wracking to play at Milwaukee.
They won Milwaukee, they were second in Portland, top 4 at San Antonio, top 16 at the North America International Championships. This is their very first season competing, and now they have the opportunity to go all the way and become your junior world champion.
My strategy was to either do a ton of damage with my Calyrex Ice and Rhydon duo, or try to get a ton of damage up in Trick Room before it runs out. I would say all of my Pokemon had the same value.
You couldn't pick one MVP?
No. My most difficult match was against Ishmael. I had a matchup with a lot of 50-50 scenarios involved. I could lose on a coin flip.
My #1 goal this season was to play on stream. Felt like the commenters were saying something that I couldn't hear, and it was really annoying because I wanted to see what they were saying.
It's finally time to get into the first game of our VGC Juniors Final!
Saw my coach and my parents and a lot of people. On stage, my favorite 2 moments were when I gained more momentum by swapping in my Miraidon on the last turn of Trick Room. I was in both matches. I knew I was the world champion when only Walking Wake was left on the field.
Miraidon right into that Walking Wake. It's down. Real Junior Video Game World Champion, Luke Whittier!
What am I gonna do now?
Hello everyone, we are here at the Latin America International Championships, and there is so much to do and see. So we're going to be checking out some of the things that are happening around the venue. And we're here checking out one thing right now. I was hoping that you could introduce yourself and tell everybody what you're doing here at LAIC.
Hello, I'm Sarah, and for this event, I'm the side events lead.
So what are side events, and why should people come play?
So, not everyone on the Pokemon community are competitive or being able to register for the events. So they always have this thing that it's called side events. It's smaller events. We also have championship ones, smaller. But it's the place for the players to have fun and to do other stuff when they are not in the main events. They have all kind of different events. We have some that has a schedule, so it has a time to start, and usually we don't have a player limit. And then we have the on-demands. The on-demands are the events that is always happening. We just need 4 players. As soon as we have, we sit them and they start to play. For every side event, you can collect prize wall points. Those points, you can keep it or spend it right away, and you can go to our amazing prize wall and change for any kind of products we have there. You just need to exchange the number of points for the products you can get for those points. And yeah, that's it. Each person picks whatever they prefer. We have a lot of different choices, a lot of different sets, and this is usually the mode that we have for these internationals.
Sounds like there is so many different ways that people can compete in side events, so many different ways that you're able to enjoy the game. What games can people play here to really participate in these side events?
So in side events, we always have TCG, VGC, and GO, of course. In TCG, we have a lot of different formats. I can tell that some special ones we have, it's the raids format, that it's a bit of new here, not new in America or Europe, because it's a very popular format there. We also have the Journey. The Journey is a format that it's being done for the first time, and it's in the first event ever on the planet. The idea is to be fun without all of the big Pokemon, you know. For the VG, we have the regular standard format, but we also have the Chaos Cup that some of you may know. You also participated in one. So the Chaos Cup is very fun. We usually have people that do rental teams, and the players need to play to see which team they will play in that round. So it's very chaotic, that's why the name. For Go, we also have all cups. So imagine you're a Pokemon Go player and you already played the Great League on the main event, and you just want to do something different and fun. We just need 4 people, and you can pick whatever league you want to play. It's very flexible for them, and they can get prizes for that. That's the biggest part, because they are not just playing for fun, but to get the prizes, to get to the prize wall and the products, yeah.
There's so many amazing products back there to be able to win at the prize wall, but if you had to pick one to go for, what do you think that would be?
It's difficult, I didn't decide it. And most of the products are in Portuguese, because this event is run by Copag, and it's Copag products. So, to be honest, I don't know, but you guys can pay attention, but we will have some special Cosmic Eclipse boosters, so maybe that.
Sounds like that might be the prize of choice. So thank you so much for joining me to discuss side events It sounds like there are so many different ways that players can get involved, so we hope to see you there at some of the side events.
Jazz, we've reached top 8. We have. Very exciting indeed. And we'll be able to bring you another absolutely thrilling match momentarily. I am Charlie Merriman. This fine gentleman to my left is Ben Kiriakou.
And this fine gentleman to my right, Charlie Merriman.
And this fine gentleman to my... and so on. Hope you've been enjoying the stream very much indeed, trainers. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know your thoughts. And also show us your character customization from Pokemon Legends ZA. But yeah, we have our final 8 trainers in the tournament. Just a few more rounds until we know who our Lille Regional Champion will be. We just saw Ryan Guezi, the only remaining French player in the tournament, go ahead and win. So they could do it. They could, on home turf, become our Lille Regional Champion. Or will it be one of the other incredible names? And we'll be able to take a look at those names in just a moment.
The great thing about this tournament from a stream perspective is that we will be able to see all of our top 8 matches. So we'll be seeing every single one of the trainers' journeys through this top 8 set. And I myself am very excited to see what they have in store for us. Here is our overall top cut bracket, including those top 16 rounds that we've just seen coming out. Ivar Vliga getting into top 8, going to be facing off against Eduardo Cunha. Amin versus Giuseppe down there. Marco versus Rayan, who we just saw coming into our top 8. We're going to be focused, though, on Jay versus Javier.
Yeah, and Jay, you can see there, just beat Federico Camporesi in a 2-0 set. Federico, of course, our North America International Champion in the 2025 season. Absolutely thrilling scenes, and not only that, but Jay is running a really unique and fun team featuring Weavile, but we'll be able to show you that in a little bit more detail, of course, in just a moment's time. And yeah, Ivar Vliga, as you say, Ben, a trainer who is well known for building these creative teams as well.
And a 2-0 victory there too. Maybe using that toad scroll that we were talking about this morning on the couch with that Galarian wheezing as well. Looking forward to seeing how that match with Giuseppe Musico versus Amin is going to be going too, because Giuseppe has shown us on stream just how much of a consistent trainer, how much they've been leveling up the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, what a fascinating top 8. Ben, if you could pick one of these names that's going to become our champion, which would it be?
Okay. Well, look, I want to see some new faces on our graphic of regional champion. So I'm going to go for Jay.
You're going to go for Jay?
I'm going to go for Jay. Nice. Well, I've got an opportunity to have a chat to them on the couch with an interview, and such a nice person getting their first day 2. Yeah. We've seen it time after time across the last couple of years, either players playing their first tournament or making their way to their first day 2 and making it all of the way to be one of those names that we see time after time, event after event on our regional graphics.
Not just the past couple of years, but the past couple of days as well this weekend. Yesterday's day 1, or phase 1 of the Lille Regional Championships, was full of what could be called upsets, with these newer players coming out on top of the more established ones. For example, Angel versus Juan Manuel Odriozola. Do go back and check that out. But then we had some players hopping across the pond as well from the NA region. And it looks like in our top 8, actually, none of them remain in the competition. But I hope they had a fun time. That's the most important.
And maybe took some championship points home with them as well. I think it's like, regardless of whether you earn some championship points or not, the amount of side events that's going on, or even just having the opportunity to explore yet another beautiful city, is something that's very worthwhile as far as traveling goes.
Yeah, that's right. We're in Lille. We may not be in Kalos, but we certainly are in France. And couldn't be a more fitting time given the recent release of Pokemon Legends ZA as well. I hope you're all enjoying playing along with that game. Perhaps you're doing some shiny hunting alongside watching the stream. But let me tell you, as the matches get more and more intense as we progress through our top 8, your attention will be slowly but surely coming 100% to our stream here in Lille this weekend. What Ghost-type Pokemon, Ben, do you think has the biggest potential of the ones that we don't normally see? So you can't choose Golden Go right now,
Can't
but
choose
in Regulation Set H.
Yeah, okay, well, that takes option 1, 2, and 3. Annihilate being the other common Ghost-type Pokemon that we see. I've been actually really impressed with what I've seen of Hisui and Zoroark recently.
Yes, yes.
That's been something that I think in a lot of formats previously where Zoroark or Hisui and Zoroark, even one of them, has been allowed, the focus has been on illusion as the primary reason that you would run that particular Pokemon. But with Hisui and Zoroark's Ghost typing, being immune to the Fake Out makes a big difference to that, because a Fake Out can't just break the illusion straight away. It's also easy to forget that regardless of that ability, it's still actually a really strong, really fast Pokemon that can really put some pressure on an opposing team. And Bitter Malice, the signature move, not only does it do a decent amount of damage, but also dropping an opponent's attack stat is effectively like having an Intimidate that you can target where you want. And so I feel like all of those things come together, and its immunity to annihilate its fighting and ghost type coverage, just make it a really well-rounded Pokemon that actually I think we could see some more use of.
Yeah, I really like that answer, Ben. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for asking. I would say probably you were going fast there.
You carry on.
You're going fast there with the Hisui and Zoroark. I'm going to slow things right down with Dusclops, actually. That's a Pokemon I have my eye on. We definitely saw one on stream yesterday. But also, I was talking to Lee about this. Lou and I were casting the Lille Regional Championships in 2023 season. It was her and I on the desk for the final round of our first phase of the competition. We saw a Dusclops there, and it got to a point where Dusclops' pressure ability was just whittling away at the PP, and that meant that actually Dusclops' opponent, it could no longer do any damage into the Dusclops. And so, just by a process of elimination, that stalling strategy, the Dusclops did win. And Pain Split, such a depressing move to see when you're the opponent and your Dusclops' HP goes from very low right up to very high from their perspective, because Pain Split just divides the HP equally between the two of you. Really cool Pokemon.
So it did that Pain Split strategy yesterday on stream. Calvin was able to win game 1 doing that. But Charlie,
yes,
should we have a look at some notable matches?
Yes, please.
Which is all of the top 8 that we've got here. All 4 matches are, of course, the most notable that we've had so far this tournament. Here they are on a different kind of graphic. Marco versus Ryan, Jay versus Javier, that we'll be seeing in just a moment. Eduardo versus Ivar, and Amin versus Giuseppe.
Yeah, Eduardo Cunha really rising right up again through the ranks here. Wonderful to see. And going up against Ivar Vliga, I wonder how Ivar must be feeling going up against our 2022 world champion. Marco Silva running this Rabombi, which is a tech that we've seen coming out this weekend. Dil Yeomans, for example, was also running that Pokemon. And Marco, we heard from Lee a little bit earlier that the Rabombi really has been putting in work.
And as a reminder to all of our trainers, we will be showing all of these matches, so we don't have to worry about whether or not we're going to see any of these particular matchups or any of these trainers that we've been supporting all weekend long. We're going to see every single one of them, starting with Jay and Javier.
Jay and Javier. Tatsugiri Dondozo, so I know you'll be thrilled about that, Ben. We've got a Solo Annihilate. We don't have the Mousehold alongside that we commonly see. Got this Archaldon Rain. It's sort of, we've talked about 2-2-2 combinations of Pokemon before. Yeah. We've kind of got that going on here with Jay's team as well. Of course, you were talking to Jay earlier in your interview, Ben. What sort of little nuggets did he give you there?
But I think it is that combination of Pokemon that has a Dondozo Tatsugiri in it, as opposed to being one that is focused on Dondozo Tatsugiri itself. I think this is the key to Dondozo Tatsugiri as a composition in this stage of Regulation Set H, with so many teams out there running Haze Dragonite and other kind of softer checks, moves like Encore. Marco was talking about playing up against Dondozo Tatsugiri using Fake Tears on Rabombi and it not being able to switch out, and so the Terra Fairy Moonblast was doing lots of work for him in that particular matchup. But when you can take it in those situations, it can absolutely run away with any match that it comes to.
100%. Now, the team that we have been seeing omnipresently so far in Regulation Set H Part 2 is actually nowhere to be seen in this top 8. The closest team is Giuseppe's, but of course, running a Dragonite over the Alola Ninetales that we saw, and those 6 Pokemon with the Alola Ninetales, one in Frankfurt last month. It was both finalists teams at the Milwaukee Regional Championships as well. So, this is what happens happens, isn't it, in competitive Pokemon VGC? The teams sort of are on this sliding scale. You adapt to whatever's done well previously. Now, that team is always going to be good, don't get me wrong. But because it's such a threat, it's actually unsurprising to not see it in the top 8 here. Because if there was one team that trainers will have prepped for coming into this weekend, it's that one.
That's exactly what Giuseppe was talking about earlier on interview with Lee, how he wanted to have a little bit of a difference to that team, but still take the overall composition, still take all of those ideas and use them to great effect. The words that he said were, take my opponents out of prep. And I think that's a really nice, succinct way of explaining exactly what Giuseppe was trying to do. Is like, well, we'll just shift things enough out of the preparation that you've done in order for the matchup to not be obvious. But Charlie, it is time to get our match started here. Jay on the left, Javier on the right.
Jay Ballester versus Javier Corrales. Cannot wait to see how they'll match up, especially with that cheeky Weavile that Jay has brought to the fray. I feel like maybe our friend Jamie Boyd actually brought a Weavile to Regulation Set H last year. Might even have been the Lille Regional Championships as well. But clearly a Pokemon that has all sorts of potential in Regulation Set H. And not one that I don't believe we've ever seen go ahead and win in Regulation Set H. So maybe maybe is Weavile's time to shine. Jay has just taken down Federico Camporesi as well, our North America International Champion, if you're just tuning in, trainers, from the previous 2025 season. So really got the momentum behind them. And sometimes it's just that mindset that is so crucial. In fact, all of the time, I would say. As you were saying before, Ben, at the end of the day, just another game of Pokemon. Just focus on the task at hand.
This is where it gets really tough. I know Jay was coming off of the match that they played on stream in round 12, feeling a little bit hard in their mouths. Really nervous about the matchup that they were playing. Hopefully they've managed to settle things down now and get into a little bit more of a rhythm as we take a look at the previous achievements of our trainers. Jay will get to add this achievement to their repertoire the next time, and I'm sure there will be a next time that we see them on stream.
100%. Jay, hope you're feeling very proud of yourself. I hope that from this point forward in the tournament, anything is a win. Frankly, I hope that even just making phase 2 was the big win in itself. But Javier's achievements, Grand Challenge, our first one in the top 32 in the 2026 season. So it's clearly some momentum coming off the back for Javier as well. And of course, that's a very different kind of format. It's closed team sheet, it's best of one. But we've got a few top 32 there for Javier, so clearly wanting to go for that big win as well, and proving that they can also play, of course, in this best of 3 open team sheet format.
Now, looking at Jay's team, this is such a cool composition, and all of the pieces they were saying have really fallen into place here. Now, the Dondozo Tatsugiri is that combination that we know and love from previous formats, but this Tatsugiri is a little bit different, carrying the safety goggles, having the helping hand to help out its partner along the way. Dondozo Terra Grass, something that's fallen a little bit out of favor, but is coming back here. Definitely a sign of maybe trying to deal with the pressure that Amoonguss can bring to this team. Pelipper with a Choice Scarf. Yep. Really big. It's had a really strong showing overall in this event. But I want to talk about this Weavile very briefly before we move over to Javier's team. Having the beat-ups that can both boost up our Chaladon, but also get that Rage Fist on Annihilate going.
Yeah, and our Chaladon with the Terra Fighting so it can resist that beat-up to boot. Right, for Javier, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Basculegion, Volcarona, Ninetales, and Blood Moon Ursaluna. So, some common Pokemon that we've seen in the format in the top 2 and the bottom 2. Basculegion and Volcarona rising up as well is a really fun composition, this Basculegion and Volcarona complementing each other so well. Volcarona, you don't want to leave it unattended because getting those Quiver Dances up, the Heat Wave is going to be hitting all the harder. But of course, on Jay's side of the field, you have that Pelipper dampening its spirits, meaning that the Heat Waves don't hit as hard. But Adaptability, Choice Scarf, Basculegion means you don't have to run Swift Swim, you don't need to run a Rain Setter, still going to hit very fast and very hard. And it's time to get into our match, our first top 8 match, and we will be streaming all of them here at the Lille Regional Championships. It's going to be that Weavile and the Annihilate, opposite the Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and Ninetales.
Both of these trainers coming out the gate wanting to set up their strategy. Ninetales really does want to get an Aurora Veil up. Javier needs to have that defensive backbone, especially when Weavile can easily set up a beat-up onto Annihilate this turn. but you've got to be a little bit worried if you're Javier, because a triple axle will go before Ninetales can even act. And that's going to do massive damage to an Ursaluna if it connects all 3 hits. So lots of things to consider in this overall matchup. Now, the Ursaluna could be quite important for Javier if Jay has decided to bring that Dondozo Tatsugiri mode, because Yawn is such a key way to put Dondozo to sleep, bypassing the Terra Grass and being able to slow it down for just a few turns.
Beat up synergizing so nicely with Annihilate's Rage Fist as well as Stamina on the Archaldon. Really fascinating team Jay has brought. Unsurprising to see the Terra Electric from Ursaluna on Javier's side of the field. It doesn't want to take any super effective triple axles to its name. Knockoff is not even the triple axle, just removing the leftovers there, so Ursaluna cannot get that passive recovery that could, of course, stack with the Rillabooms, Grassy Surge, Grassy Terrain lurking in the back. Meanwhile, Alola Ninetales is left free to go for this Aurora Veil. Blood Moon now into the Weavile, easily enough to bring it down to its Focus Sash.
These are the calls that you've got to make when you're playing Annihilate-based teams. Do you go straight for the beat-up, or do you protect the Annihilate, knowing that your opponent is going to want to put it under pressure and try to target it down? Now that Annihilate has protected itself, Jay's going to be thinking very strongly about whether or not he keeps it in, because that Ninetales has Encore and could lock that Annihilate into Protect. And so there's a lot of different factors going on. One thing that works in Jay's favor, though, is this is not a Vacuum Wave Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's carrying the leftovers, or not anymore, and instead of that, it doesn't have the coverage that the Assault Vest ones would be able to use.
Pelipper the Apathetic is joining the fray, but let's hope it finds some of that gumption as it switches off the snow and instead turns on the rain. Ursaluna, having had its light bulb moment, is now going to retire back to Javier's Pokeball. Incineroar joining instead, dropping the attacks out of, crucially, the Weavile and the Annihilate having been switched out. Pelipper, a special attacker, doesn't mind that in the slightest. Knockoff now able to connect into the Ninetales. No, it's not very effective damage, but crucially, you've broken that Focus Sash and indeed totally got rid of it. Ninetales did indeed attempt that Encore into the protected Annihilate, but a freshly switched in Pelipper doesn't mind it.
With a Choice Scarf as well, that's going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto Javier's side of the field, and so the fake out here is really, really crucial. But that Pelipper does have access to a Terra Ghost, so could in fact be able to avoid that. Not only that, just taking any extra damage from a Blizzard in the rain. More likely that Jay is going to switch out the Ninetales in this spot and try to get things repositioned. But I don't dislike this Weavile getting out there now that it's out to its Focus Sash.
Our child on the rampaging has come in. Let's see if it can be a bridge over troubled water for Jay, as now Incineroar switches out for Javier. Switching in its place, the Rillaboom. Setting up the Grassy Terrain, the reveal of all 4 Pokemon for both of our trainers here in our first Masters Top 8 game at the Lille Regional Championships. That Grassy Terrain providing the passive recovery at the end of each turn. Ninetales will benefit from that, having stalled out a turn with Protect here. Muddy Water is not going to connect on the Ninetales. Let's hope it connects onto the Rillaboom. Not very effective damage, but there could be an accuracy drop that we saw so crucial on stream yesterday. Rillaboom might not be hitting its targets, but no accuracy drop to speak of. And there it is, the Grassy Terrain paying dividends.
And that's putting a lot of pressure onto Javier's side of the field. Really difficult to reposition when a Choice Scarf Pokemon is putting all of that spread pressure on your side of the field. And maybe it's not enough to KO the Ninetales. It's definitely not enough to KO the Rillaboom, but equally, what are you doing to this Archaludon? I think Jay's identified something really, really strong in this matchup. If the Archaludon stamina gets going, it's going to be very difficult for Javier to break through after having taken some damage with the Ursaluna.
Javier's Rillaboom does have access to high horsepower, and it would be super effective against the Archaludon, but Archaludon's defense stat is so high, you probably don't mind taking one of those as the Muddy Water double connect here. Incineroar gonna take a huge amount of damage being a fire type. A critical hit on the Rillaboom to boot. No accuracy drops. The Electro Shot is able to go off in 1 turn thanks to the rain being set up. We don't have a Power Herb Archaludon. It will be the Assault Vest. It's channeling all of that amped up power. Is gonna head straight into the Incineroar. It's still not enough to secure the KO, but crucially, you've got the special attack boost heading into the future turns. Pelipper
but it's not enough.
is going to take that Wood Hammer on just 10 HP. It's not a Focus Sash. It's holding that Choice Scarf, of course. Really well trained here by Jay. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a move that they have specifically done the damage calculations.
I suspect so. Just make it fast enough to be able to dish out some damage, get the special attack going, but you do want to make sure that Wood Hammer's not ruining your day.
Now Pelipper's going to wing its way back off the field, and swooping in its place, Annihilate, the chosen one, certainly just been chosen by Jay right now. Let's see if it can live up to that moniker in this game. Takes a big grassy glide, but gets a free stack to its Rage Fist move. Flash Cannon, thankfully, with the special attack boost, that will be enough to secure the knockout, albeit not very effective, onto Javier's Incineroar.
Now this Annihilate is sitting in a really good spot. Now it's not going to be threatened by a Ninetales coming back in. As to whether or not it's going to protect or be on-called into protect, now it has a choice, or now Jay has the choice of what move that this Annihilate is going to lock into, and a Rage Fist is looking very, very potent. If Javier brings in the Ninetales in this spot, then it's one of those opportunities for a Blizzard to go off, maybe set up the Aurora Veil again, but if you go for a Blizzard in this turn, you get a stamina boost on the Archaladon, but you also get a Rage Fist proc on the Annihilate, and that's definitely something you want to avoid doing. So Javier's in a really tough spot. Jay's positioned this game really expertly.
Ninetales running the Terra Ghost here, and so it could terastallize away from its Steel type. Double weakness with the Flash Cannon. It's a fantastic position for Jay, even though, ideally, in some situations, you want the Weavile next to either the Annihilate or the Archaladon to get them set up. But when you've got a wall of stats in front of you, yeah, it's going to be very hard to punch through. Ninetales, having set up the snow, is actually going to get out of there straight away. Ursaluna switching in instead, the Terra Electric from that previous turn. Now, switching out the Annihilate and swooping in instead for Jay. Here's Pelipper once more, the Apathetic. You've reset the move that Pelipper can lock into. It doesn't have to be Muddy Water anymore. Flash Cannon now resisted by Javier's Ursaluna, being that Terra Electric. Good call there by Javier. Another Wood Hammer. Pelipper, it might have taken one. It certainly can't take two. That's going to be Pelipper back down in its nest.
Well, I think the damage has been done here because not setting up the Aurora Veil on that turn is really, really crucial to what Jay's trying to do, is trying to keep Javier under pressure by this Archaladon, and to have to switch in the Ninetales or have to switch out your Pokemon, that means that you're not going on the offensive. That gives Jay so much more space to be able to keep attacking with the Archaladon, and Javier's been quite reluctant to go for any sort of high horsepowers into the Archaladon, trying to save it from getting those stamina boosts, which is really nice on paper, but Javier does need to start investing damage into it fairly soon.
It's really nice information for Jay as well, thinking, okay, well, I know you don't want to target my Archaladon, I know you don't want to give it free stamina boost, and so you can play around it. You can say, well, therefore, I know to play my moves differently than if I didn't know that you didn't want to target my Archaladon. But Weavile now next to the Archaladon to be able to try and boost it up with those beat-ups, give it those stamina boosts, and get the Archaladon hitting all the harder. One thing's for certain, Javier here has won this weather war because Alola Ninetales is in the back, but Pelipper is down. It cannot reset that raid. Now, Ninetales is coming in. Speak of the devil, setting up that snow, or should I say, speak of the fairy. The snow swirling around on the field, fake out into that freshly switched in Ninetales. Everybody counting now. Is the Dragon Pulse with the +1 special attack going to be enough? Yes, it certainly is. That's Blood Moon Ursaluna and the terastallization option down and out for Javier.
And the biggest option to be able to deal with that Archaladon now down as well. Weavile's come in. This grassy terrain has been up for a few turns, but Javier has timed it so well. The grassy terrain comes out, Rillaboom comes back in and resets it for another 5 turns.
And a fresh fake out switched in as well. Grass springing up all over the field, and now you've still got this Weavile and Archaladon in the position where they want to be. Ninetales, Weavile, it's on such low HP that even though it's going to resist any blizzards, it can easily go down, but then you do have some key threats in the back for Jay with that Annihilate and Archaladon.
I think it's like you have to pick off the Weavile to stop it going for a triple axle into your Rillaboom, but that means that you have to commit damage into that slot this turn. Annihilate comes in, the Grassy Glide goes into Weavile, so both of these trainers kind of going through the motions a little bit on this turn, but still kind of going onto and up, going into the right direction. Encore coming out from the Ninetales, a really clever way of trying to lock this Archaladon down, and Jay seeing through it. If the Archaludon was locked into a Dragon-type move, it wouldn't be able to do any damage to a Ninetales.
Yeah, very good point. Now, that encore pressure is still very much on the field, and Jay has to be very careful about the moves they lock into here. This Archaludon hasn't been boosted up. The Annihilate has a couple of Rage Fist stacks. Let's see if it's going to be enough to secure this first game of Masters Top 8. Now, Ninetales won't be taking any damage this turn. We turn our attention over to the Annihilate. A big close combat into that Rillaboom, brought down to about a fifth of its HP there, but crucially the Annihilate softening itself up as well, dropping its defenses. The Flash Cannon now into Rillaboom here with that sacrifice special attack boost. Not enough to secure the KO. The Wood Hammer into the Annihilate certainly is, though. That's going to be the Annihilate raging all the way back to its Pokeball. It's Archaludon against the world. But the recall damage from Wood Hammer means that this Archaludon is actually in exactly the position it wants to be in. Ninetales can't Terastallize away from that Steel-type weakness because it was already spent on the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
And no encore pressure to encore this into this Archaludon. It could be a freeze.
It could be a freeze here. That could be the way out, but the stamina boost, no, it's just going to be the Flash Cannon. That's going to be the Alola Ninetales down. That's going to be Jay bridging the gap now into our second game. If they win one more, that could be their spot secured in our top 4.
Yeah, this is like really, really well played for Jay. Just keeping ahead of the match all the way through, and although things got a little bit dicey, the Pokemon that he had being at such low HP, the Weavile on his Focus Sash, the Pelipper on 10 HP, he was just able to use those last pieces to reposition his Pokemon exactly as he needed to in those endgames.
Now, ordinarily in this position, I'd say that Javier would be much less prepared against the kind of team that Jay is running than the other way around. But in a way, Javier will have had experience against similar archetypes. Teams that like to set up the Annihilate and the Archaludon, albeit not with a Weavile, certainly with a Pokemon that acts similarly. Then you've also got that Choice Scarf Pelipper there. So there's still a little bit of experience that Jay has against a composition like Javier's that Javier won't have the other way around.
Yeah, it's like that's the real mind game that these players have to play in. And I'm wondering if the Ursaluna coming in the back, thinking about Game 2 adaptations, is something that Javier could maybe hold on to a little bit longer. Maybe try to, now that they've seen that Dondozo hasn't come to the match, maybe the Volcarona is something that they could lean into as well.
Volcarona could be an absolutely crucial piece in this situation, but let's see if it's going to be joining the fray. There it is, Ben. That's the Alolan Ninetales. That's the Volcarona. Here comes the Pelipper, and here comes the Weavile.
Okay, so the Volcarona did make that adaptation here, and now you see the disadvantage of the Pelipper having a Choice Scarf. It means that it cannot sit in front of the Ninetales and get its weather up on turn 1. Now Weavile is sitting under quite a bit of threat, but this Pelipper does have an ace up its sleeve in the fact that it can go for a Hurricane. Maybe not the most accurate move, but it does put a lot of pressure onto that Volcarona slot. And you got to be wondering, like, Javier, I think, like, really does want to get that Volcarona into a position where it can get a Quiver Dance up and start putting some pressure back on Jay's side. But if it takes a Hurricane for its troubles, it's not going to be able to last as long as maybe Javier would hope.
Well, Jay has an ace up their sleeve as well. Here comes Dondozo, and you better believe that it's its best buddy Tatsugiri lurking in the back as well. But Tatsugiri not switching in this turn, but Weavile is able to break the Focus Sash onto the Alola Ninetales. There's that Quiver Dance, but of course, Dondozo with the unaware ability, it doesn't mind that.
It can't see it.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't see it.
You what, mate? It's
you what? Yeah, Dondozo coming in here is really, really strong, and the change up to Dondozo Tatsugiri, I'm sure Jay has done many a time across this event, scouting out what your opponent wants to use, revealing that you don't have that Dondozo Tatsugiri. Your opponent gets a little bit more comfortable, and Javier has certainly done that with adapting the 4 Pokemon that they've brought, at least one of which being that Volcarona. Now the Heat Wave coming out, putting...
Do we have a burn? Do we have a burn? Is there going to be a burn? It's going to be the Focus Sash hanging on. Weavile there on 1 HP. There's no burn, but the triple axle is going to be resisted by the Ninetales. But with 3 hits, it's racking up.
Okay, so the Ninetales taking a little bit of damage there, but does get to activate that Aurora Veil. That is something that Dondozo is painfully aware of in this spot. The Wave Crash, the follow-up, so Jay covering any switches that Javier wants to make, and that Ninetales is really taking that very, very well. Left those on Dondozo, just making sure that it stays a little bit healthy.
So Weavar's brought down to its focus staff, but maybe you want to switch it out and back in because it can still provide a fake out in later turns. Javier probably assuming in this position that the final Pokemon for Jay is that Tatsugiri, but even though you have that information, what do you do with it? Can you play around the combination of Dondozo and Tatsugiri? And is it going to be the Tatsugiri joining the fray here? Is it time to go for that mode? Of course, once they combine, they can no longer be switched out for as long as they remain on the field, but Pelipper instead. So Javier still has to play around this mind game. Pelipper has reset the weather. It's overwritten the snow, providing the rain, but Javier keeping the Ninetales in the back to be able to provide the snow later on in the game as well. Rillaboom has joined the field. Okay. There's that grassy terrain. Volcarona goes for another heat wave here, a double resist. A burn onto the Dondozo would be very detrimental, but it's going to go onto the Pelipper instead. That is the one target that you probably mind less. And now a wave crash, super effective onto the Volcarona here. Super effective and boosted by the rain to boot. The one-hit KO. Is there going to be any kind of follow-up with a flame body perhaps as the damage from the recall ticks away? Fortunately, Jay gets away with that one.
Yeah, no burn in sight on the Dondozo. But yeah, I think the Dondozo showing here why it's so strong overall, just shrugging off the heat wave and being able to get those wave crashes. And I really like the way that Jay's playing it in rain rather than combined in this spot, because actually a water-type Pokemon in the rain is usually pretty strong. Our Chaladon shows us that time after time after time. Now, this Ninetales comes in, resets the snow, but there is still the opportunity for Jay to go for a Trustalization on their Pelipper to avoid any fake-outs from the Ninetales here. And I think that's going to be pretty key as to like how this battle goes and to whether or not the Rillaboom on Javier's side starts to go on the offensive, or if Javier starts to try to play defensively around this Dondozo threat.
You certainly could make yourself resist the attacks that Rillaboom can dish out, but then you're making yourself weak to the Ice-type moves that Alolan Ninetales is threatening. That's going to be Pelipper switching. It's time to commit to this Tatsugiri Dondozo mode. Shiny to boot. That shiny combination, let's hope it can gleam a path through to the grand finals for Jay. And now Dondozo's going to get all of these lovely boosts. Its attack is sky high. Its special attack is not going to use. Its speed is somewhat better. It's not the fastest Pokemon, but its defense and special defense, meaning that it's going to be able to take incoming attacks so much better. Ninetales is just going to be protecting. Let's see. This could be the opportunity for Jay to carve out an advantage here, but no, just the wave crash into Javier's Alolan Ninetales. And now we turn our attention back to this Rillaboom. The Woodhammer, it was targeted into the Tatsugiri slot, so a moot turn here in some respects.
Yeah, it's like, but also a lot of stuff happened that turn where the Dondozo combined, and now that changes the whole landscape of the match, right? Because the Dondozo can no longer switch itself out. It is weak to this Dondozo, but it's not weak to the Ninetales, and now locked into the wave crash. I think that's really important for Javier to think about whether or not they even want to encore that move to allow the Rillaboom, especially with the Terra Grass on this Dondozo, to be able to take it down.
Is this going to be enough to secure the KO onto the Ninetales? It absolutely is. With all those boosts, the Ninetales on such low HP. Jay is giving us a masterclass as to how to run this combination, and all four Pokemon... Even though they won the previous game, knowing how to adapt for a Game 2 strategy. It's masterful.
I kind of think the hammer took more damage on that turn.
Yeah.
Going down into the Dondozo. Yeah, that was a really nice wave crash and a good opportunity to see how Jay has trained this Dondozo to be so speedy, outspeeding the Ninetales after combining with it, being able to knock that out, knowing that Encore was a big threat. But here's the replying Terastallization from Ursaluna, not being weak to the wave crash anymore. The recoil is going to be a big deal here as to whether or not Javier can get through this Dondozo and maybe take us to a Game 3, but it's looking like Jay is getting closer to sealing things up.
Yeah, absolutely. You get not only the recovery from grassy terrain, but also the leftovers here. And it's so nice going for that Terra Electric on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, not only because now you're not taking super effective damage from the water-type moves Dondozo can dish out, but of course the Earthquake that would be super effective, its power has been mitigated by the grassy terrain that's on the field. Whereas otherwise, you'd be freer than you normally would to go for those Earthquakes, given that the Tatsugiri wouldn't be taking any damage. And that's the Aurora Veil worn off as well. Absolutely incredible here from Jay.
Yes, like the Terra Electric is definitely the last vestige of hope that Javier has here. The Wave Crash not able to pick up the KO though.
A little bit of recall too onto the Dondozo. Another Wood Hammer. You just got to go all in here. Lovely sound effect. Thank you for that, Ben. Again, a decent amount of recall damage in all respects, but Yawn is a really nice play to be able to go for from Javier here. Still have three more Pokemon technically with the Tatsugiri too, but let's not forget Weavile is brought down incredibly low as well. This means that Dondozo will be falling asleep at the end of the next turn.
Yeah, now you've got this situation where the Ursaluna can go on the defensive, play Protect. Jay has one turn where they're not going to be going to sleep to put some pressure onto the Rillaboom slot and do a little bit of damage over there. But once the Dondozo is asleep, Javier gets the opportunity to set up a Blood Moon KO into the Dondozo to try and take it away from the field.
Another Wave Crash now. It's going to be not very effective into the Rillaboom, and even with those boosts, the Rillaboom is remaining in the green of its HP here. The Wood Hammer, just another one you've got to keep chipping away. Without the grassy terrain now, it's hitting even more lightly, but now Dondozo, with the snow dissipates from the atmosphere, it gets that leftovers recovery, but now it's going to be taking a snooze, and you cannot switch it out.
Javier kind of wants the speed orders to be reversed here, where Ursaluna is actually faster than the Rillaboom, so that you can Blood Moon into the Dondozo, make sure that gets KO'd, and attack the Tatsugiri when they decombine and the Tatsugiri is a little bit vulnerable. That's not going to be able to happen this turn because the Rillaboom is naturally faster than the Ursaluna, but you'll still take being able to knock out this Dondozo this turn. It's been such a big threat.
It's curious, the Earth Power decision there from the Blood Moon Ursaluna, of course, resisted by the Dondozo here. It can't switch out, so Dondozo gets another turn where it might just be able to wake up.
Yeah, that is the risk here in this spot for Javier. If the Dondozo does wake up and just go for a Waves Crash into Ursaluna, that is absolutely
and
game over.
Happens.
Here it is.
Dondozo has had enough of a snooze. There's going to be that Wave Crash. The Blood Moon Ursaluna, that's going to be down and out. It's just the Rillaboom left on the field now for Javier. Jay, with all 4 Pokemon remaining, has given us a masterclass showing just how to pilot this fascinating composition. High horsepower, resisted by the Dondozo. Look at that, 14 HP and a Dream. We're going to have a little bit more leftover recovery. Dondozo can go for something like an Order Up now into this Rillaboom just to seal the deal. That's exactly what Jay's locking into. Order Up here with all of those boosts. Still not quite enough for the KO,
Veil is still up.
Slowly but surely it's going to be Jay that takes us into our top 4 bracket with their name right there in lights.
This is what I love about seeing these Dondozo-Tatsugiri combinations. It has been so threatening, but it's after game 1 that it comes into the 4.
The battle is forfeited. Javier is down and out. It's going to be Jay Ballester progressing through to our top 4.
What a fantastic victory that Jay has had here. The way that they're piloting this team is absolutely unbelievable. They just know at every moment how they need to adapt to the situation. Their targeting has been absolutely on point. Their switching has been defensive. It's been offensive at the same time as well. That's the mark of a great team, to be able to both switch defensively and then still put pressure onto your opponent, force those end games, and it's just an absolute wonder to behold.
It's a signature team of Jays as well, one that we haven't seen previously in Regulation Set H, really. And with that classic combination of Tatsugiri Dondozo, you kind of have a combination of Weavile with the Archaldon as well as the Annihilate 2 with that beat up, and Pelipper synergizing with the Archaldon as well. I love the call out that you made in that previous game, Ben. You don't necessarily need the Tatsugiri as long as you've got the rain set up. The Dondozo is still dealing out such massive damage, but now we're casting our minds back to the very first game here, where Jay was able to use that combination combination of Annihilate and Archaludon to sweep through and then totally changing up the game plan in game 2. And it's so often that we see the trainer that's lost who changes up their plan to be able to try and get the advantage. But Jay was one step ahead of Javier, saying, I know the adaptations I need to make. This time, I'm going to bring the Tatsugiri Dondozo.
I think that's the real key here. And I think Jay identified so nicely in game 1 that the Archaludon was going to be difficult for Javier to be able to play into. And notice that, hey, the Volcarona comes because of that, to set up those quiver dances, to maybe put some pressure onto Weavile after a quiver dance. Then maybe Dondozo is the play here. And all of those wave crashes after another, the Dondozo didn't even go down. I did actually like what Javier did in that spot as well, actually, for going for the high horsepower and the earth power to just cut down a little bit of HP and just try to make sure that the Blood Moon was going to be able to pick up the KO next turn onto the Dondozo. Kind of try and use all of those sleep turns at least to your advantage. But the Dondozo wasn't feeling particularly tired at that point in the match.
Certainly wasn't. It had just enough HP to be able to eke out what it needed to do to be able to secure the game for Jay. But very well played to Javier there, making the adaptations they needed. The Volcarona that came to the game 2, for example. But again, that's just something that Jay was able to prepare for by bringing the Dondozo and going for that big wave crash in its direction. It's got to be said, you know, there are a couple of opportunities for burns that could have happened on Dondozo
certainly.
there.
That first Volcarona knockout.
Exactly, yeah, that could have changed the course of that game, but as it was, that didn't come into play. And you know what they say, Ben? Sometimes to progress through these tournaments, you need to play well, but you also need the luck to go on your side.
And a little bit of both doesn't hurt along the way either, because both of our trainers were playing very, very well. I think this is the mark of this tournament for me, the creativity, but also that's meeting the skill of the players. And I think that combination is such a dangerous thing, and something that we talk about quite often is where you have the experience if you're running the slightly more unconventional team against all of the other teams in the format. They have to work out their game plan on the fly, and that gives you a real advantage, especially when you're playing so well.
Yeah, I wonder how many Weavile Javier had prepared against in order to make it to the Lille Regional Championships this weekend. Well, so much for Javier. It's time to head over to our interview. So, wasn't that a thrilling first match of our top 8? Let's go and hear from Jay. It's a date.
Thank you, Charlie and Ben. Well, I have the pleasure to be joined by Jay, our winner in our first top 8 match. Jay, firstly, before getting into any of the match details or anything, huge congratulations.
Thank you.
You're progressing now into top 4. How are you feeling just after that match?
I can't believe it. When I took the flight here, I was thinking, just another tournament, we'll do the best that we can. But we're playing still, I guess.
Well, you're playing the best you can is definitely outdoing the rest of the field at the minute, because you're playing incredibly well and you're doing it with some really interesting picks. I know you had the interview earlier, but I do want to talk about that Weavile. I think it's such it's not a common Pokemon at all. See Sneasler so much in Regulation H, but Weavile is such a good Pokemon and you're utilizing it so well. What was your kind of train of thought when you were putting it on the team?
Well, at first, I was looking for a replacement to Mousefall, which wasn't working the best for the beat-up strat. And when I was browsing for the monsters with beat-up, I saw one of the fastest one was Weavile, and it had some good synergies and interactions, and I kept testing, and at first it was a bit of a joke, but then it stopped being a joke. And yeah, I brought it to every match.
Every match?
And I think only one of them wasn't on the lead, so Weavile has been the MVP for sure.
Wow, that's incredible. And yeah, it's great to hear that you've not only just picked a kind of a niche Pokemon and put it into a team and it's working, but that it is probably the star of the show as well so far. So hopefully that continues for you. And I think it gives you the advantage where a lot of players kind of coming in against you haven't really played against the Weavile, so don't really know what to expect from the Pokemon, and it is surprisingly fast and does hit very hard. The other thing I'd like to talk about as well, Tatsugiri Dondozo, we know it's a big combination that was introduced in Scarlet and Violet. Hasn't seen as much usage in Regulation H, but you're really kind of sticking to it and playing it so well. In that last game in particular, you just positioned it and brought it at the right time and just made it really impossible for Javier to kind of gain any sort of momentum swing the way you used it in that game.
Yeah, it's a really hard matchup to play Dondoso because of the Rillaboom fake out and Incineroar Intimidate, and Ursaluna with John is an aimer. But after game one, I kind of expected Javier to switch up what he was doing, and I thought Doso has a chance there, and I took it.
Yeah, and how well as well, you know, coming against Javier, who is such an incredible player in their own right, and they had that threat of the Ninetales with the Encore. There was a lot of situations where you kind of had protected and you were susceptible to that Encore, where you could have stuck on the field or switching could have gone really the wrong way, but you were very good at being able to kind of just pilot around that issue the whole time when it was present on the field.
Yeah, Anchor is a big threat, and the good thing is that if I switch to avoid the Anchor and I get hit, a lot of my mons like to be hit, Annihilate and Archalun, so it's not the end of the world if he doesn't click Anchor, so it's a fairly safe play to switch there.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And I hope it continues for you, Jay. And I know you're going to have a top 4 match to prepare for now, so we don't want to keep you too long, but it's brilliant getting some insights into the team and your run so far, and hopefully this isn't the last we see of you this weekend. Before we do let you go, though, any shout-outs for anyone here, anyone at home?
Yeah, of course. A lot of people. My best friend Javi, which is watching from home. Mark, which helped me build up the team. It's a lot of people, and I'm very grateful for all of them. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Jay. Well, I hope to see more of you later on in the broadcast. But for now, good luck in your top 4. Congratulations once again. And thank you for taking the time to come back. Sit tight, everyone. Go get a beverage because we'll be getting into our next top 8 match very soon.
Been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international, tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof, the hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing. The judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokémon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a blast burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V.
No.
And that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies to retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down goes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. now. Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul as it's able to go for the wave crash and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if he can wake up here, but I think Gabriel knows this is it. The battle is over and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Well, we are getting right back into the action here with our next top 8 game coming right up. My name is Lee Provost. If you're just joining, and I'm joined by the wonderful Marcus Haman. I hope you're all enjoying the show so far, but we've got a lot of treats ahead of us, Marcus, and we're going into top 8, our next top 8. So after that one, I can't wait.
Yeah, we're going to show all the top 8 games, followed by both of the top 4 games and the finals. So yeah, a full day ahead of us still with, just filled with action and the highest level of quality that you can find around here.
Yeah, well, we got 2 high-quality trainers that will be able to feature next. Of course, at this stage of the tournament, you're going to get nothing else, but we're going to have Marco Silva going up against Ryan Guizi, and it is going to be an incredible match. We've not been able to feature Marco on the broadcast just yet, so nice to be able to feature them finally, but we did have Ryan earlier on, and they played incredibly well, even after that kind of misclick that might have went against them, but actually turned out all right in the end.
Yeah, that was crazy. If you have not watched that game, definitely go back and see Ryan click knockoff into their own Kilovatral on accident and then coming out on top still against Stefano Greppi there in that top cut game. But you actually had the chance to talk to Marco a little bit earlier out on the floor. So yeah, what did you feel? What did you get from him?
Yeah, it was a great opportunity to get to speak to Marco and just get a bit of an idea of how he's feeling coming into the tournament. I honestly felt he's quite confident about coming into this latter stage of the tournament where, I think he kind of scouted out the matchups of players that were remaining here and kind of felt like if he plays well enough that he can overcome anyone that's put in front of him. And I think that is the attitude of a champion, right? Having that confidence in your team. And, he said that the Rabombe been testing that for at least 2 months now. So that is a long period of time testing that one particular Pokemon. So it's not a last-minute decision. There were some odd last-minute decisions with some options on the team, but not the Pokemon themselves. So I think, Marco, very familiar with what he has brought to this tournament. And obviously it is turning out to be a really great choice, and we all know Marco is an extremely good player, so it's going to be a tough match for Ryan. But I think Ryan in particular has been playing incredibly well, so this is just such a great top 8 match. 2 top players going up against each other, wanting to make their way to that next step in the tournament, into top 4 and hopefully on to the final and beyond.
Yeah, our 2 players are ready. Marco Silva, of course, one of the best players in the entire world. We've seen him win LAIC not once, but twice already, of course. Most recently with his trademark Sun team, but that is not the team that he is bringing to this tournament. He's also won OCIC back a couple years ago, making him one of the very, very few players who has won 3 of these absolute major international titles.
Absolutely incredible, isn't it? But we cannot forget about the accomplishments on the opposite side. Ryan there with a top 16 finish 2023 at Liverpool Regionals, Utrecht Special Championship top 8 2024. Consistency is the key here. 2025, another top 8, adding another top 8 this event, along with a special event top 32 in Seville last season as well. So really familiar with this sort of stage, but he's going to want to push on, because top 8 being that kind of top finish that Ryan's been able to achieve, I'm sure they're capable. They've shown that they're capable of getting to that next stage. Can they do it here? This is a big test with Marco in front of them.
Yeah, I was talking to Ryan in the couch, and he was talking about how, yeah, so far top 8 is his best performance, and it would mean so much to him if he was able to break through that ceiling now here in France, in his home area. And this is the team that he wants to do it with. Kilowatt Sand, as they might call it.
Well, I was going to say a familiar combination for both me and you, that Tyranitar and Garchomp, making its return from past formats.
Way back in the day.
Back. and doing so well coming into this one. And I think you pointed out rightly there, the Kilowatt is going to give Ryan a really big advantage in this match. If you know anything about Kilowatt and what Narco's running in that Rabombi, the Kilowatt has a slight edge there and is going to have a bit of a speed advantage, which could cause that Rabombi a little bit of a problem.
And then over on the other side, Marco Silva, we talked about it already. 3 international titles, but only 1 regional title. And that one is, yeah, quite a few years ago. So I know for a fact that Marco is really looking to add another regional title to his name, already having lost 2 regional finals in this format in the last season. One, of course, against Wolfric in Toronto, and then the other one in Gdansk against Federico Camporesi. So he has come close to taking down a regional championships, but this is the team that he wants to do it with here in Lille, Rabombi. We've seen the same kind of combination of Pokemon already from Dill yesterday, but Marco, yeah, you were saying it, having practiced with this team for, what, 2 months now? That is definitely a big threat to go up against.
Well, here we are. We're going to get into our top 8. It is Marco Silva versus Ryan Guizi, and they are going to lead out. Marco with the Dragonite and that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and Ryan with the Kilowatt and that Tyranitar.
And all eyes are on this game, as this is the only game currently going on in the hall. All our viewers in the venue glued to their screen as Ryan is thinking about whether to go ahead and go after this Ursaluna Blood Moon. I believe he actually faced this exact same lead combination in his earlier Top Cut match. This is exactly the position where he went for the knockoff into Kilowatt. So, okay, Ryan, okay, take your time. Yeah, slow and steady, I like it. But I think going after Ursaluna makes a lot of sense, because multi-scale will be broken on Dragonite at the end of this turn because of the Sandstream anyway.
There we go with the tailwind set from that Kilowatt. Going to expedite the speed. The Tyranitar going for that low kick into the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Not enough. Followed up by a skill shot from the Dragonite from Marco's side into the Tyranitar. Getting some big hits. There's number 3. Is it going to get 4? And is it going to get 5? Because that extra damage can be crucial in this match between winning, knocking something out, or maybe not getting over the line. There we go with the Ursaluna taking that low kick pretty well in this situation. There's a speed boost on the Dragonite. That's going to be useful. Followed up by a Hyper Voice. Taken so well by that Tyranitar, but more importantly, it is doing a nice chunk of damage to that Kilowatt.
Yeah, even with a critical hit, no way that attack is knocking out Tyranitar. And now, Kilowatt definitely the fastest Pokemon on the field, but what is the speed interaction between Dragonite and Tyranitar, as Dragonite also boosted its speed with Scale Shot? However, of course, Tyranitar could be trained to outpace that Pokemon, and that would give Ryan a great spot to maybe go for some double attacks here and threaten a lot of damage, maybe even knocking out Dragonite with knockoff.
Yeah, well, we're going to see a little bit of a switch up here. The Tyranitar not wanting to stay on the field. The Garchomp taking its place. Going to take that extreme speed a little bit better than what the Tyranitar maybe would have done, and that rough skin activating a little bit of additional damage and the vacuum wave coming out as well as it leaves the Kilowattrel open to get that big Thunderbolt off into the Dragonite, and it is doing some nice damage there. So we're going to see some buffs about that speed interaction. Kilowattrel always going to outspeed if that extreme speed isn't chosen, but the Kilowattrel going to be susceptible to that extreme speed this next turn, Marcus.
Absolutely. Marco going there for some priority attacks, but Rayon seeing right through that, swapping out Tyranitar. This is something that he also did in the top cut matches as well. He's really, really good at just keeping his Pokemon around, does not want to have a Pokemon be knocked out, and is willing to trade some health on some of his other Pokemon. So now, yeah, the threat is there of extreme speed, but Kilowattrel could also go ahead and go for a Terrestrialization into Ghost. So Marco has to be aware of that. But if Rayon gets this turn correctly, yeah, he could once again grab 2 knockouts as Ursaluna cannot protect.
No, it can't, but one Pokemon that can is the Dragonite, and it does just that here as that vacuum comes out from the Ursaluna. Not quite enough to get the Kilowattrel there as that Thunderbolt is fired off again into the Dragonite, but that Protect going to preserve it for at least one more turn. Dragon Claw from the Garchomp into the Ursaluna, and it will be enough to take down this behemoth on Marco's side of the field.
So first knockout of this series goes to Rayon, and Tailwind is still up. Kilowattrel just barely hanging on after this round of Sandstream Tick. And yeah, Dragonite still in there and still threatening extreme speed. I mean, at this point, you gotta wonder, yeah, does Rayon really want to protect or terrestrialize a 5 HP Kilowattrel? I don't really think so, but here is Kommo-o. That is a pretty unique Pokemon over on Marco's side, and one that you really need to respect here, because if Kommo-o can get going with that Throat Spray activation, it's naturally faster than Tyranitar that is in the back and has a decent matchup against that.
Yeah, and like you said, do you want to terrestrialize a Kilowattrel? Because even if you do, it probably will go down to the next round of Sand Tick, so you're essentially only ever going to be guaranteeing one attack off this next turn. So we'll see what happens. There is a terrestrialization, like you say, Marcus. Where will it be? Will it be into that Kilowattrel?
Wow.
Yes, it is. The commit was there to get around that threat of the extreme speed on the Dragonite from Marco's side. But has Marco went for it? That's the question. Or will this terrestrialization be wasted? No extreme speed. Thunderbolt does take the Dragonite down, but a wasted terrestrialization, although you do get a knockout onto that Dragonite.
Yeah, but this is what Rayon was fine with, as now Dragonclaw hitting Kommo-o for a one-hit knockout.
Massive knockout onto that Kommo-o in one fell swoop. The Garchomp on Ryan's side takes it down, not messing around. Terrestrialization, key there to being able to get the Thunderbolt alongside that Garchomp that is not showing any mercy.
Yeah, and Rayon was fine there with Dragonite not going for the extreme speed. At the end of the day, Kilowattrel got the job done, knocks out Dragonite, and brings Marco down to his final Pokemon in this first game.
Yeah, now we've got that Goldinger coming in on the field for Rihanna, and it is the Goldinger from Marco, but 2 against 1 here, and one of those Pokemon, being a Garchomp, really threatening with those super effective ground-type attacks. There is the potential. Wow. We are just going to see locked in. Marco wants to get back on with Game 2 as soon as possible. Rihanna taking Game 1.
Yeah, Garchomp there, of course, threatening the KO on Gholdengo, and Marco locks in the forfeit. Rayon going up 1-0, and this was a really, really convincing Game 1 for him. Look, yeah, just setting up the Tailwind and then just out-damaging Marco's team. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I just feel like the Rabombi's really difficult to bring in this game, where you would normally lean into it for that kind of to match the Tailwind, right? Ryan's probably going to set up with the Kilowattrel, but because the Rabombi's slower than it, it is going to really struggle, and it is threatened from an air slash as well, taking super effective damage. Now, do you commit the terrestrialization into that Pokemon if you bring it just to get the Tailwind up, or is that terrestrialization useful somewhere else? I think you need to get more value out of the Kommo-o if you are bringing it, and maybe utilizing the Dragonite, but getting your own Tailwind setup is really important for Marco, I think, in this game, because never really lent into it in that last one.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of turns where maybe the Dragonite could have gone ahead and just set up Tailwind, but he was still looking for the perfect opportunity and going for that double attack there with Extreme Speed and Vacuum Wave. But Rayon was ready for that, swapping out Tyranitar, but even if Tyranitar went down with how the battle played out, it feels like it might have been fine.
Well, we are going to get into game 2 here with Rian taking an early lead, 1-0 against Marco Silva, who leads out with that Dragonite and the Blood Moon Ursaluna. No changes for Rian here as they have that Kilowattrel and the Tyranitar and the lead.
Yeah, now of course the question is, will we see a repeat of what happened in game 1? I believe Marco might try to go for Tailwind a little bit, more actively in this game. It feels like the Dragonite, well, it got the Scale Shot up, boosted its own speed, but then because Rayan countered that with Tailwind, speed advantage still in Rayan's side, and so Marco needed to get both the Scale Shot and Tailwind in. So I wouldn't be surprised if Marco just went for that here on turn 1.
Well, we'll see how things play out, but there is an early Terrestrialization. It will be onto the Tyranitar this time. We'll be turning into that flying Terra type with the balloons that are going to power it up, take it away from the ground, so that Earth power is not going to be a problem going forward. Tailwind set up by the Kilowattrel to boost the speed on their side of the field for the next few turns, and a knockoff into the Ursaluna to get rid of that all-important Assault Vest that could be a little bit of an issue. Skill Shot from the Dragonite does connect from Marco's side. It is going to hit into the Tyranitar and do some nice damage. Take it below 50% with its 4th hit, and with a 5th hit, it might even take it even further. The critical hit key there, and this Tyranitar not looking in a good spot going into the next turn, but the Tailwind definitely a big support in allowing it to perform at least one more turn.
Oh, and it is Earth Power coming out. Tyranitar avoiding that with the balloons flying up above the ground. Now, in the game 1, the combination of Scale Shot and Hyper Voice was not enough. So Rayan correctly identifies that, okay, Marco might now want to make sure that Tyranitar goes down with Scale Shot and Earth Power and counters that with a perfectly timed Terrestrialization. Now, of course, Terrestrialization is already on the board, and this might give Marco a little bit of an easier time maneuvering the next couple of turns, especially if Extreme Speed gets the knockout on Tyranitar from this range.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, the Extreme Speed here. Well, we'll find out very soon, and it is enough. Gets rid of that Tyranitar in one fell swoop, leaving the Kilowattrel open to going for an attack, but we know from the damage that it's done earlier that it isn't going to really achieve the damage that you want it to. The Vacuum Wave now redirected into the Kilowattrel. Yeah. So some nice little chip damage onto that Pokemon as the Air Slash in response into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and not quite the damage or the return that Rihanna is looking for from that turn.
Yeah, even without Assault Vest, Ursaluna Blood Moon being a little bit too bulky, and yeah, I mean, Kilowattrel, there's a reason why we don't get to see it too often, but now together with Garchomp, Kilowattrel can form a very, very strong offensive duo. Another Air Slash might get that Ursaluna, and then Dragon Claw could deal with Dragonite over on Marco's side. Of course, Terrestrialization is still in the cards for Marco as well, but it is a Terra Steel on Dragonite, and you don't want to run into Earthquake, of course.
You definitely do not. And the Protect coming up from the Dragonite to see what's locked into. Another Vacuum Wave from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Just wanted to get some last-ditch damage onto that side of the field, as that Air Slash from the Kilowattrel is enough to take that big bet down. Does leave the Garchomp open, and it's a good opportunity to scout out what is incoming onto Marco's side. It is the Dragon Claw, but that Protect going to block any damage this time around.
Yeah, now with Vacuum Wave and Sandstream, maybe Kilowattrel is in range of Extreme Speed, and this is what Marco has been waiting for. Wants to knock out Kilowattrel at the right time and then potentially set up his own Tailwind, but that's easier said than done. And once again, Marco being forced into Kommo-o, and we saw in the first game how Garchomp was able to just get a clean knockout on Kommo-o. However, this time around, Marco still has Terrestrialization available, but also Kommo-o's Terrestrialization into Fire would make it weak to ground type attacks. So a lot of mind games going on this turn.
Well, Extreme Speed into the Garchomp here from the Dragonite. It does some nice, respectable damage. That Rough Skin going to leave some residual attack there. Air Slash into that Kommo-o and doing some heavy damage. It's a Dragon Claw into the Dragonite from Rian's side. It is enough to pick up the knockout there. The Dragonite going down, but this Kommo-o has not attacked yet. It has survived the Air Slash. There is the flinch chance. Can it get through? It does, and hits that Clanging Scales and picks up a double knockout against these two Pokemon on Rian's side.
Huge double KO for Marco, and exactly what he needs to get back into this game. Now, Kommo-o will drop its defenses, but more importantly, knock out two Pokemon and activate its Throat Spray, boosting the special attack. And now, depending on what Marco has in the back, Tailwind just went out for Rayon. Golden Go, their last and final Pokemon. And if this is something that can help Marco win... okay, with Golden Go, I think this still definitely is in Marco's favor. But depending on how Golden Go is trained over on Rayon's side, there might still be a slight chance.
Yeah, and Marco still having the ability to terrestrialize their Pokemon definitely has an advantage, especially with that Golden Go that could go for it. And because of the threat there, Marco tying this set up, taking the game, and we are going to be going to a Game 3.
Yeah, seems like Rayon is convinced that his Golden Go is slower than Marco's and that there is no point in giving your opponent any more additional information about damage rolls. For example, locks in the forfeit, and we will be going to Game 3.
Yeah, how do you feel about going into the Game 3 now? We've seen it pretty one-sided from that Game 1 with Rian, and then we've got Marco kind of making all the plays and coming back in that Game 2. Would there be adjustments from either player coming into Game 3? Because neither have really altered from those leads in either of the games that we've had so far.
Well, Rayon had a chance there in the second game to go after Kumo once more and go for a Dragon Claw there, instead deciding to go after Dragonite. However, I believe that, yeah, maybe Marco was going for a Tailwind there anyway, and then even if Kumo goes down, Golden Go would have come in under Tailwind, and then Golden Go plus Dragonite might have been enough to win the game there. So I feel like while Marco was controlling the second game, yeah, pretty much from turn 2, because the first turn actually going for terrestrialization into flying and avoiding Earth Power, that was a nice way for Rayon to get started. But then I guess he didn't really have the follow-up to it.
No.
The knockoff did some decent damage, but then Air Slash into Ursaluna Blood Moon, it's just not enough for a KO. And then you spent 3 turns attacking the bear. Yeah, I guess you would need to also take care of the Dragonite a little bit sooner.
Well, we're going to find out soon enough how these players are going to adapt going into this Game 3 in top 8 here at the Lille Regional Championships. Marco leading out with that Como and Ursaluna, a little bit of a switch up, but the Tyranitar and the Kilowattrel, tried and tested for Rayon, is the lead that they choose.
Yeah, and this lead from Marco really feels like a little bit of a counter lead into this, because you have 2 Pokemon that are not that fast and there is not a lot of support that they can give to each other, but just very strong attackers. But it works against Rayon's lead because Kilowattrel just doesn't exert too much offensive pressure. Yeah, I feel like just a Hyper Voice and Clanging Scales would knock out the Kilowattrel, of course, but then you also threaten a fighting-type attack into Tyranitar right away.
Well, there's the S-Slash coming out, and the Aurora Sphere into the Tyranitar. No terrestrialization, but it is able to take that because of that Assault Vest. A low kick, though, into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it will now be its turn to attack, and it is that Blood Moon.
Into
Tyranitar, but it doesn't pick up the knockout. It does survive.
No.
It gets through this turn.
Yeah, if that was into Kilowattrel, Kilowattrel would have gone down. And there would not have been any Tailwind for Rayon for the end of this game, but now the double up into Tyranitar, maybe underestimating Tyranitar's bulk a little bit and thinking that, okay, you know what, no matter kind of whether you terrestrialize or not, I'm doing a ton of damage into that Pokemon. But Blood Moon, yeah, that definitely would have helped Marco if that went into Kilowattrel.
Yeah, now that Como is in a really awkward spot where another Air Slash is going to pick up the knockout onto it. Another low kick from the Tyranitar probably would get that Ursaluna as well, but there is Vacuum Wave that could be an option from that Blood Moon Ursaluna. We are going to say Protect on the Kilowattrel here from Randstad. Want to preserve that a little bit longer and maybe Protect on the Protect that we're seeing come out from that Como. But now it leaves the Tyranitar to go for a big knockoff, and it is enough to pick up the Ursaluna once again.
Yeah, big turn there for Rayon. Getting the knockout on Ursaluna and forcing Marco now to make a decision there. Which Pokemon do you swap in? I mean, Dragonite is the obvious choice, I guess, because you still have Multiscale intact and you can use this turn to potentially set up Tailwind. But at the same time, Kilowattrel is still the fastest Pokemon on the field. Will get up Tailwind first, so this Tyranitar probably, yeah, can get one more big move in.
Yeah, and I think if you're Marco as well, there's also the chance you switch a Como out maybe for the Golden Go if it's in the back, set the Tailwind up so it's in a really nice spot the next turn. But I guess the threat of the Tyranitar with that knockoff is really going to weigh over that decision and make it a difficult one, because if that knockoff goes into that Como slot, then it could really work against you and things would be so difficult after that spot to try and get back into the game.
Yeah, and the problem is, I guess, that Rayon still has Garchomp in the back, and Garchomp is naturally faster than all these Pokemon Marco has shown so far. Yeah, and also, has super effective moves against all of them. So if Rayon can keep the speed control up, then Garchomp, that would be in a fantastic spot against the remaining Pokemon of Marco.
Well, there's a tailwind from the Kilowattrel, the knockoff from the Tyranitar, but into that Dragonite slot as the tailwind is now matched from the Dragonite. The switch in from that Como-O to the Goldingo is there, and now in a decent enough spot, Marcus.
Yeah, so now there's a big opportunity for Marco to go for Make It Rain, knock out Tyranitar, do damage to Kilowattrel, and then scale shot the Kilowattrel as well. Take 2 knockouts, because, yeah, both of Marco's Pokemon will outspeed Tyranitar. Tyranitar is kind of low, and then you could try to have the faster Tyranitar against the Garchomp in the end game.
Here we go. We're going to just see a double protect though. No attacks chosen this turn. Maybe to try and get around an opposing protect from the Kilowattrel, but not chosen from Rayan's side. It is just a Thunderbolt here, which makes this next turn even more difficult for Marco to decide what to do. Followed up by a Rock Slide from that Tyranitar, but no damage going to be taken.
Yeah, this could be quite smart, actually, as you also stall out 1 turn of Tailwind, and it seems like Marco is quite confident that, well, if either Kilowattrel or Dragonite make it through the end of Tailwind, it's more likely that it is Dragonite that gets to set up another Tailwind, and he feels quite confident that he will knock out the Kilowattrel before it gets the chance to set up another Tailwind. But yeah, as you were pointing out, maybe now is a good time for Kilowattrel to protect or to switch out, because that speed control will be crucial for the end of the game.
Yeah, especially if those scale shots do come out, where the Dragonite does have a little bit of leverage with those speed boosts against something like the Garchomp that could come in under normal circumstances and deal with that Dragonite quite effectively. So it all comes down to what our trainers decide to do this next turn.
Time's running out. Gotta make a decision.
10 seconds left, right down to the timer. Locks in, and we are going to see a Terastallization in response to that. And will it be on that Dragonite? It is onto the Dragonite. It gone into that Steel typing as well to take away any potential weakness that it had from those Rock Slides from the Tyranitar.
Yeah, this is quite risky, of course, against Garchomp that is in the back, but if Scale Shot comes out, connects, then the speed advantage will be with Marco.
Here we go, we see a Shadow Ball from the Goldingo. It is going to be into the Kilowattrel. 1 fell swoop taking that Pokemon down, but it leaves the Tyranitar on Rayan's side open to go for whatever attack they want into either target. But can they get through the Scale Shot first? If they can't attack. And no, it goes down. So 2 knockouts from Marco here, and the Scale Shot so important after that Terastallization. It is going to get a speed boost, putting them in a really good position in these latter stages of this game.
Yeah, absolutely crucial to connect here with Dragonite, Scale Shot, because now the boost is here, and while Tailwind is still up for both sides, Dragonite now with this speed boost is the fastest Pokemon on the field and can threaten Garchomp with another Scale Shot. However, Dragonite also, of course, weak to ground-type moves now, so Rayon could go ahead, Terastallize their Garchomp into Steel, and just go for it. Either go for Stomping Tantrum into one of them, or even go for a Protect and Earthquake play if you want to try and damage both Goldingo and Dragonite.
Yeah, how do you get around that? If that is the option that we do see, it's going to be very difficult, and we might see it sooner than later, because that Garchomp is clicking in with the Terastallization. It will be turning into that Steel type, and we'll see where these moves land and what Rayan has decided to do.
Yeah, how do you get around that? I think you double Protect here to stall out Tailwind, and then you can reset Tailwind the next turn. I think that is the play. Yep, and that's what we're seeing from Marco. So it doesn't really matter what Rayon is doing as long as he's not using Earthquake into his own Goldingo. But Marco is now completely in. He has to set up this endgame for Como-O. That's the only way.
Yeah, now we do see a nasty plot set up on Rayan's Goldingo. +2 special attack as both Tailwinds do run out. Now you've got the option here to set that Tailwind up on Marco's Dragonite one more time. Like you say, you need to get that Como set up and in on the field so it can put on some pressure, but you can't ignore the pressure that's been put on from the opposing Goldingo and that Garchomp as well that has access to Earthquake. It has the play of Protect Goldingo, Earthquake here, and everything on the field will be affected by that.
So even if Marco gets this turn right, you need to go for Tailwind, and then you need a Shadow Ball and choose the right target. Even if you go after Garchomp, it will not go down. Earthquake likely going for a double knockout, and then we would have a 2v1 situation against Marco's Como-O. It is under Tailwind, but it is against 2 Steel-type Pokemon.
It's the double protect here. The Goldingo going to be safe for at least one turn, and that might be enough on the protect of Rian's Goldingo as well for this Dragonite to get that Tailwind set up and put him in a dominant position going into this next turn. There is the Tailwind. What is this Garchomp deciding to do? It is the Earthquake, and it will be picking up the easy knockout onto that low health Dragonite that has Terrestrialized. Terrestrialization going down for Marco, and Rian now going to be in a really awkward spot with the Tailwind in effect for Marco.
Yeah, this is such high impact. This double protect on Marco's Goldingo allows him now to have 2 offensive Pokemon left under Tailwind. And I think this is exactly the route to victory that Marco had to take. And fortunately for him, that protect worked out on Goldingo. And now with Kommo-o and Goldingo, you have the option to go for Shadow Ball and Aura Sphere. However, you need to know quite a few of your damage calcs here. Aura Sphere is a powerful move, but is it enough to knock out Garchomp from here? It should be, right?
It should be, but you can't ignore the fact as well that the Goldingo on Ryan's side has got that +2 nasty plot boost, so that is going to be doing some big damage into whatever it lands on here. And
if
then,
it gets to move,
if it gets
then
to move, of course. Aura Sphere coming out, though. We're going to find out how much damage this does. It's going to be very close, taking the Garchomp down to 15 HP, but followed up by a Shadow Ball. It's not into the Garchomp, it's into the Goldingo. It takes it down. What has the Garchomp decided to do? If it is an Earthquake, will it be enough? Could it clinch the game for Rian?
Is it Earthquake or is it Stomping Tantrum? Oh, it's just a Stomping Tantrum.
Oh, and it's into the Goldingo. Will be enough to take it down, but now that Kommo-o in a spot where it is going to be faster this next turn.
The Life Orb.
The Life Orb recall. Is it going to be enough to take it down? It does. It takes it down. This means Marco Silva will be moving on to top 4, taking that top 8 game. What an incredible, fast-paced end to this incredible top 8 match.
Wow, I'm speechless. Royal had the win there with Earthquake. That would have been enough to get the knockout on both Kommo-o and Goldingo based on the moves that Marco chose for. And you could see it in Royal's face. He also realized at the last moment, he's like, oh wow, yeah, if you attack with both, then I needed to go for Earthquake. Because, of course, there was also a chance that Marco goes for a Protect on Kommo-o if he expects Aura Sphere not to knock out Garchomp.
Yeah.
Because then, of course, with Earthquake, you would attack into your own Goldingo, and then
you're going for yeah,
exactly. So it was a tough call to make, but I still think with Earthquake that could have been it. But Royan played so well against Marco in the game 1, getting off to a very, very strong start, then using the Terra Ghost just for 1 turn of damage, but it was enough to take the first game. But Marco wasn't done. Double targeting down Tyranitar. This time it worked, and from there he was able to just position his attackers in the end. And it all came down to that game 3.
It did indeed, and it all came down to just preserving that Dragonite with just enough health to get that last Tailwind up, because that was the difference maker in allowing Marco to get those attacks off to potentially win this game. And then it coming down to what Garchomp decided to do from Rian's side. Did it go for the Earthquake or did it go for the Stomping Tantrum? The single target attack was opted for, which then give that Kommo-o a free pass into the next turn, but wasn't required anyway because the Life Orb does have a cost, and that cost was that tiny bit of chip.
Those 10%, yeah, sometimes it feels like nothing, right? You're getting a big increase in your damage for just a little bit of HP every turn. But yeah, in this case, it mattered so much, of course. And
if it just survived, there was the opportunity then to just get a double protect. Yeah, and then if you get that, because Marco got it, if it balanced out, then that could have been a different story. But yeah,
that would have been quite the story.
Yeah, that was a crazy end to the match. And it's so hard, like you say, I think, if we go back to that turn where you're deciding Earthquake or Stomping Tantrum there. Because, like you say, if you end up choosing the Earthquake and it backfires and you knock out your own Goldingo and then your own downfall, it's a real tough decision to make in that situation where the Stomping Tantrum is just the safer of the options, and you hope that your opponent at that point just misses out on what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, I think we'll all remember the EUIC match between Eric Rios and Oliver Escolin, where in the end game with Earthquake, the fate was sealed there, knocking out your own Pokemon. But I think it only really came to that because in that final game, we had this turn where it was clear that Dragonite was going to go for this Tailwind setup, and then the question was, what would Golden Go do? So let's have a little bit of a closer look at this scenario again, because it's really quite instructive. If we just back up a little bit here, we had the situation where Golden Go and Dragonite had just protected the previous turn, right? So it was clear that Dragonite was going to go for the Tailwind, boost their speed for the next couple of turns. But then we were talking about this, well, even if Golden Go goes for a Shadow Ball, first of all, Golden Go here on the other side will protect. Like, that was very, very likely. So the only real target Golden Go could have gone for is the Garchomp. But Garchomp would have taken the Shadow Ball and hit back with Earthquake. Yeah, and because Dragonite terrestrialized, that would have been 2 knockouts. So in the end, we would have been in this 2 versus 1 situation, and Kommo-o cannot win that against 2 steel types. So Marco identified this, is saying that, okay, you know what? I have to go for the Tailwind, that's clear. But instead of attacking, I will also try to go for the double protect on my Golden Go, hope that I can make it to the turn, and then set up this end game with Golden Go and Kommo-o. And yeah, I mean, we saw what happened. Golden Go got the double protect. You can see it there on Marco's face. This is exactly according to plan for him. Rayon, yeah, he went for the protect as well and for the Earthquake. But because Marco identified that he had to go for the double protect here, it was absolutely necessary for him to stay in the game. He was able to set up Tailwind, bring in Kommo-o, and then win from there. So yeah, really instructive sequencing, showing that even if it feels like you have a way to proceed the game by just going for an attack, like Marco also could have gone, say, for a Shadow Ball crit, right? But a player of his caliber, he's really then in there understanding these scenarios, going through them in their head and understanding that, okay, my best chance to win is actually not to go for the attack, but I have to take a risk this turn and I have to go for the double protect, because if I don't get the double protect, no matter what I do, I will probably lose. He identified it, he went for it in game 3, absolutely clutch, gets the double protect and wins the game from there.
Yeah, I love the analysis here, Marcus. You explain it so eloquently as well. And I think the one thing that it is a really good example of that higher level play for our viewers at home to kind of consider these situations when they're in similar situations themselves, weigh up that percentage of, is it more likely I win the game if I go for this and get it, or is it more likely if I just go for the attack, and then weighing that up. But you've got to be able to practice and get into the flow of being able to process that sort of information in a very quick sort of time, and that only does come with practice. But Marco has had a lot of practice, of course, and a lot of time with this team, and I believe they are ready in interview to give us a bit more information about that last match and how they're doing after that incredible top 8.
There have been tricks and treats this Lille Regional Championships, and that match certainly was a treat. Congratulations to you, Marco, on progressing through to our top 4 here in Lille. I want to pick up right where the casters left off, first of all. That double protect that you got on the Golden Go. Talk to us about everything surrounding that moment.
Yeah, so like in that case, I feel like the first turn was pretty devastating in that game 3. I didn't really expect him to like let the Kilowatt Shell go down, like if I would attack it with Ursaluna. But it makes sense because I didn't have like Dragonite straight away on the field, so this play made a lot of sense. I feel like in that situation, like I try to go for double protects when I figure out that I have no way out from that situation. I figure out that his like obvious play that was always winning the game was protect and Earthquake, because if I Tailwind, he still wins because Garchomp always tanks one attack from Golden Go, so he gets Earthquake off, both my Pokemon are gone, and then Combo is not able to KO both Golden Go or Garchomp. So in that situation, I figured out that he was always going for that. So I tried to get a double protect, and then after that, I needed to get another Cold Right because I know that Aura Sphere would not KO the Garchomp, but or at least like it was probably like a borderline. So I knew that I had to either Aura Sphere the Garchomp and Shadow Ball, or call that he was gonna Earthquake with the Garchomp and protect my Golden Go and make it train. so the Garchomp would have taken some damage, Golden Go would have taken some damage, Earthquake would have KO'd the Golden Go before he attacks, and then Como, like if he doesn't get a double protect, is able to beat the Garchomp. So maybe like mathematically, I feel like he could have went for like Earthquake, because even if you don't call the turn right, you still have a chance to win with double protect. But I also know, like, because the team has been running, is a team that I saw around for quite a bit. I know that their Golden Go is specifically spreaded, like the EV spread are made to basically leave a shadow ball from the life row Golden Go. But my Golden Go is way more offensive than the regular Golden Goes. So I knew that I probably had like an extremely favorable role to KO, but he cannot really know that. So I assumed that he was going for that play, because that means that he just wins the game if Golden Go lives. So he just goes for Stomping and 2 attacks and he just wins. So I tried, like, in that case, I figured out that I was most likely not going to go for Earthquake for that reason, because if I just protect, then it goes, like, if he doesn't get a double, he wins. So, yeah, I got really lucky, but also I was able to get a turn right after.
Yeah, and you knew that that was the play that you had to go for. That was such a fascinating deep dive, Marco. Thank you so much for that. And I know that you had the opportunity to give shout-outs earlier on in the broadcast, and we want to let you get prepared for your next match. So thank you so much, Marco, for talking to us. Well, what about that match, Al? Wasn't it great? Now we'll continue with our Lille Top 8.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Black and White for the Nintendo DS. My favorite Pokemon has been changing a lot. I feel like it's probably Mimikyu, but I actually really been liking Serperior. Mimikyu has been my favorite Pokemon for a little bit, because when I first started playing competitive in 2017, it was one of the strongest Pokemon, and I was putting in all my teams, while Serperior was simply the starter evolved from my first Pokemon game. I think the farthest I ever traveled to get a Pokemon event was probably Australia for the Oceania International Championship in 2020, since from Italy it's I think around like 20 hours of flight. I feel like there's probably not anybody in particular that I look up to, but I really try to motivate myself by seeing also the results that my friends are getting. Like, for example, Luca Ciribelli, that was able to win the World Championship this year, and also Federico Camporesi. My most memorable match that I ever played on stream was probably the finals of OCIC 2020, in which I was able to play Eduardo Cunha and defeat him, since it was one of my first international and I didn't really expect to win. I actually usually don't eat any type of food like during the event. I simply go like without eating anything, and then after I'm done, I go out with all my friends to eat dinner. My go-to snack is probably a bag of chips, simply because I feel like candy are probably not too healthy, while fruit I just don't really like it unless it's something really specific. My favorite city that ever hosted a Pokemon event was probably, I think, Melbourne of OCIC, but I also really like Toronto. The genre that I usually listen the most is probably hip-hop, but lately I've been also listening a lot to J-pop, so Japanese songs.
And we're back. They're coming thick and fast now, trainers. We're here in top 8 of the Lille Regional Championships. We've had 2 of them. We've got 2 more to go. I'm Charlie Merriman. You know I'm very merry by name and merry by nature, to be joined on the desk by Ben Kiriakou. Ben, this is cool.
This is very, very cool. Not often do we get to see all of our top 8 rounds and our journey through that top cut. We get to see the graphic part way through, but this time we get to live the whole thing, and we have got an incredible match for our top 8C lined up for you now. Eduardo Cunha versus Ivar Vliga.
Ah, yes, chef's kiss. That's right, Eduardo Cunha, our 2022 world champion. Ivar Vliga, that might not be a name that you recognize, but it might ring a bell, and that's because we saw Ivar with the Dunsparce Squawkabilly team back in 2023. I believe it was in Malmö. And last year at the Dortmund Regional Championships, kicking off the 2025 season as well, with a Toad's Crawl then as well, I believe. And now here they are on stage, going up against Eduardo. Going to be fascinating to see how these teams match up into each other, and of course how these players match up into each other. There's so much at stake. You lose here, you're out of the tournament. We just saw Marco Silva stamp their ticket through to the top 4. Now we'll be seeing whether it's going to be the underdog or the world champion taking that spot as well.
There's a matchup that
really could go either way. Both of these trainers are using teams that are a little bit unconventional, and I've been wanting to see how Eduardo Smeargle fits into their team.
Yeah.
All weekend long since I first saw it go on there. Ivar, on the other side of the field, is looking to play that little bit of a side game, this anti-meta kind of strategy, trying to turn off Pokemon's abilities with the Galarian Weezing and play their own game instead. Now, these two trainers have been waiting for their turn to play this match through two others, and I think they're both quite excited to be getting things kicked off here.
Eduardo absolutely beaming here at the Lille Regional Championships. Must feel good to be back in this position, and I believe this is going to be the best finish we've ever seen from Evolve Liga. So I hope they're already feeling incredibly proud of themselves, and listen, stranger things have happened this tournament than the underdog taking down the one that we expect to win. We've seen it time and time again, especially in day one. Let's take a look at these fantastic trainers' achievements coming up very shortly.
Yeah, we've already said it. Eduardo Cunha is a previous world champion, but not just a world champion, an international champion and a special championships champion from two different events in history. Now, he's also a global challenge champion as well. So if there was anyone that was used to winning an event across the board, Eduardo would be one of those trainers.
Now we're going to be able to take a look at the teams in just a moment, and it's going to be absolutely fascinating, so do not move a muscle. Ivo, we were talking about some of those accomplishments before. There is that Malmö 2023 top 32 finish, but look at that. We've got some top 64, we got top 16. We don't have champion, whereas the left side of your screen's littered with that word. Ivo already now has reached top 8 at the Lille Regional Championships, and that is to date their best finish. Wanting to convert it, wanting to go even further. As we take a look at Eduardo Cunha's team now, there are going to be some very familiar faces, but certainly a less familiar one, and also some less familiar sets.
I think, let's just cut straight to the Smeargle here. This is one of, I think, the glue components of Eduardo's team. Here he is tipping his beret, maybe to the Smeargle, maybe not, but you know, representing that Smeargle very, very well. I wonder if he's got a paintbrush in his pocket as well. Fake Out Tailwind, Follow Me, and Spore. So an unconventional set on the Smeargle, using it for speed control just as much as the support that it offers. Once you've got that speed control, you can get those spores out.
Now let's turn our attention to Wave, but Calm Mind means that this Ursaluna can get set up and deal even more damage than players are expecting. So Evar, whilst they might be more comfortable with this Rillaboom, Incineroar, Golden Ghost, Sneasler core, cannot sleep on some of these cheeky techs that Eduardo is running. And now, speaking of cheeky techs, let's take a look at Evolve Liga's team here in Lille. It's going to be a Toedscruel, an Incineroar, Hisuian, Typhlosion, Kilowattrel, Galarian Weezing, and Garchomp. That's another Garchomp that we've seen make it through to top 8 with some really fascinating techs here. We got Terra Water on the Galarian Weezing with the Terra Blast. Such a nice way to deal with something like Incineroar that otherwise Weezing would struggle with.
And Garchomp has been picking up popularity, I think, because Ursaluna Blood Moon has been going for Terra Electric. Ground type coverage is so important in this format. There's not many sources of it, and Garchomp is one of those stable ones.
Discharge on the Kilowattrel, synergizing so nicely with Garchomp and Toedscruel. Attacks everything on the field, exactly, and the ground types are immune. And then Earthquake, I know, Ben, I've seen it too. Earthquake, the Kilowattrel is immune from Typhlosion. Is that what you saw?
No.
Okay,
no,
Typhlosion has Sleep Talk in case it's put to sleep and can still deal big damage.
So good. No, I was looking above that to the Toedscruel, the Acid Spray on Toedscruel to make the Hisuian Typhlosion do that bit more damage with either a Shadow. Sometimes it's Shadow Balls can be a little anemic. They're not really hitting as hard as it really likes to, but with an Acid Spray support, I can see it picking up lots of KOs.
You could even side Acid Spray your Kilowattrel to get a competitive.
No, that doesn't work like that, unfortunately.
Oh.
You know, we had it back with my low tick in the day, and yeah, that would have been lovely. The side Acid Spray, unfortunately, not something that's gonna work. Sorry to burst your bubble there, Charlie.
But it's such an exciting team, either way, that Evol's bringing in. Let's see how it matches up into Eduardo Cunha's.
Here
it's going to be the Galarian Weezing, it's going to be the Toedscruel. Here comes Smeargle, and here comes that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Now, there is the fake out pressure that's bearing down on Evar's team, but that's not going to affect the Toadscruel because it's carrying the Covert Cloak. So there is a free Spore on the Toadscruel to whatever slot that Ivar wants to go to. And Eduardo is one of those players that's so experienced, he's going to have to work out exactly how he tries to weave in an attack. But to do that, and to do that effectively with the Ursaluna, you're going to have to worry about that Choice Specs wheezing at the same time.
Smeargle is now the center of attention. It's redirecting all single target attacks right its way. Spore, that's what the Smeargle is going to take. The Smeargle itself has access to Spore too, but of course Toadscruel is immune to that, being a part grass type. Yep. So no more pesky shenanigans, at least for the next turn. Dazzling Gleam, really significant damage onto that Smeargle, and it's chipping away at the Ursaluna, but it's just going to respond with that big one-hit KO thanks to that signature Blood Moon.
No need to take the risk of whether or not that Wheezing was going to go for the Terrestrialization. Just say, well, if you do go for the Terrestrialization or if you don't, the Blood Moon is still going to pick up the knockout.
And now Toadscruel will have its buddy joining it on the field as Smeargle gets a sharp boost to its attack. The only thing that's going to affect is Fake Out, and it's already used it. It can't use it again. Here comes Hisuian Typhlosion. And that, with the Choice Scarf, it's got Eruption, Heat Wave, and Shadow Ball. It's going to deal fast and heavy damage.
Especially with a Smeargle asleep. And if the Smeargle does not wake up on this turn, although it can... Oh, no, it cannot. This is a guaranteed...
It's guaranteed turn
With the Acid Spray as well, that Eruption is putting on so much pressure.
Let's see how much... Well, it's definitely going to be enough to secure the knockout onto this Smeargle, and the Toadscruel is going to be left on its lonesome. Doesn't have any kind of boosting move. We'll just see, get a little insight into what Ivar was thinking had that Ursaluna been attacking here as well. Safe from all the damage thanks to that Protect, attempting an Earth Power, headed into the Blood Moon Ursaluna's direction.
Now, this Typhlosion is carrying a Choice Scarf, so we'll actually, I need to correct myself slightly, we'll go before the Toadscruel has an opportunity to get an Acid Spray onto Eduardo's team. So now, trusty Incineroar coming out to play. Now, his Fake Out isn't going to make any difference in this matchup whatsoever, but the Incineroar will be able to resist that Eruption from the Typhlosion and offer some pressure of its own. Eduardo still needs to think about how he's going to reposition against these two really formidable threats, but at least Eduardo doesn't have to worry about the Incineroar going to sleep from a Spore.
And at least Blood Moon Ursaluna's Mind's Eye ability lets it hit those ghost types like the Typhlosion. And of course, even though it's immune to the Fake Out, it's certainly not immune to something like Knockoff. Would be super effective damage into that ghost Pokemon. But then if you go for the Terrestrialization, then you can be faked out.
Yeah, it's like, and this is the trouble with this particular scenario, especially when you've got Rillaboom in the back. All of that Eruption damage at some point is going to come down to bear, and probably more likely on the Ursaluna, but then if you have the Ursaluna knocked out, how is your Rillaboom going to stand in front of this Hisuian Typhlosion?
That's Eduardo shaking their head, putting their head in it, their hand to their head, because Hisuian Typhlosion has indeed gone for this Terrifier. Perhaps Eduardo was debating going for the Fake Out play, but let's see how it unfolds. Here comes the Choice Scarf Terrifier, boosted Eruption from Hisuian Typhlosion. The Blood Moon Ursaluna does hang on with 15 HP here. The Earth Power, though, super effective into Eduardo's Incineroar. It's not the most offensive of Pokemon. Here comes the knockoff, but that could actually end up working in Ivar's favor, so they can switch up the move you lock into. Well, it would have done had this Earth Power not convincingly removed Hisuian Typhlosion from contention.
Okay, so Hisuian Typhlosion's down. That's a big benefit to Eduardo, but to do that, Eduardo had to take so much damage in the process, and now Ursaluna on such low HP would be able to be picked off by whatever Ivar has in the back. That being the Garchomp is actually really significant here because it has the ability to go for Earthquakes and that spread pressure where the Toadscruel doesn't mind even taking an Earthquake itself. There's no priority moves for the Incineroar nor the Blood Moon Ursaluna, so Ivar is still keeping on the front foot.
But Eduardo has exactly what they need in the back here with Rillaboom, the Unrivaled. It's going to create that grassy terrain on the field, and that means that Earthquakes is going to be hitting all the less hard, mitigating the power of spread ground moves. Ursaluna, though, just going to go for another Protect. It's going to benefit from grassy terrain recovery, as well as that leftovers recovery. Ivar not falling for the grassy terrain, the Dragon Claw into the Rillaboom, and Earth Power attempted just to remove this Blood Moon that's been sitting on the field since the start of the game.
Yeah, no need to take any risks here. Just go for the accurate attacks and cover the switches while you're doing it. Now, there is an Intimidate switch in the back, but I feel like this Covert Cloak has been doing so much work for Ivar across the entirety of the set. breaking down this Incineroar Rillaboom combination. You don't need to be able to put those Pokemon to sleep if you can just consistently pressure them all the way through the match.
Woodhammer would be neutral into this Toedscruel, and it would be very powerful indeed, thanks to the grassy terrain supporting it there. The health bars are looking very healthy over on Evo's side. The same cannot be said for Eduardo's Pokemon here, but which one is going to be able to eke out the advantage? Incineroar joining the fray. Garchomp will have its attack load, and it cannot switch out to be able to reset that. No clear amulet in sight either, just the Life Orb. Dragon Claw, another one into the Incineroar, easily enough to secure the KO here, and no more Intimidates or indeed parting shots now to worry about. Moving over after this Life Orb recoil to the Rillaboom, attempting the Woodhammer into the Toedscruel in the grassy terrain, but it's not enough to secure the KO. That could well be a calculation that Eva has specifically worked to counter. Attempting the Spore, maybe anticipating a switch in, or we was heading into the other slot here, but of course Rillaboom being a grass type going to be immune to that.
Yeah, this could have gone either way as well. Now the Toedscruel is in range of a grassy glide. There's still a couple more turns of grassy terrain remaining. And actually this Ursaluna looks like it's getting itself with the Intimidate on the Garchomp into a pretty decent spot. If the Rillaboom's able to get this grassy glide into the Toedscruel and knock it out. Effectively, the recovery from the grassy terrain and the leftovers coming into play to allow this Ursaluna to survive the attack.
Garchomp here is certainly going to be the main damage dealer, and it looked like Eduardo is thinking about protecting their Blood Moon Ursaluna on this turn. So let's see if Eva has targeted correctly into the Rillaboom to try and at least remove that piece from contention. The Rage Power attempted just in case the Ursaluna are attacking. Again, Rillaboom being a grass type is not going to mind that one bit.
Hey,
Grassy Glide targeted into that slot anyway. Clearly enough to secure the knockout here, taking neutral damage on the Toedscruel. All eyes move on to Cynthia's signature Pokemon, Miss Garchomp, the Dragon Claw, and thanks to that Intimidate on the previous turn, Rillaboom is hanging on. It's now a 2 versus 1. The world champion is showing why they have that title.
This is so classic. This is absolutely classic Eduardo Cunha gameplay going on right here. Just playing the margins, playing the right turns consistently. He's such an established player at finding those slight win conditions that generally do work out in his favor. Now, the Garchomp does have to go for a Dragon Claw here, but it's not enough now with all that recovery to take the KO on this Ursaluna.
No critical here. Now the Woodhammer neutral on the grassy terrain. That's going to be enough to secure the KO. A little bit of Ruskin chip damage doesn't matter. We know that our winner of Game 1 here at our Masters Top 8C, it's going to be Eduardo Cunha.
Yeah, Eduardo playing that game so well, just putting their Pokemon, although Eduardo was sitting there at a really detrimental position, it looked like, for most of that match, they had just enough health to make everything work out in their favor in the end. And I think the key moment in that game, aside from knocking out the Hisuian Typhlosion and taking that pressure away, being able to take that Terrafire Eruption from the Typhlosion on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, was the turn that the Woodhammer targeted down into the Toedscruel. Took that into Grassy Glide range. We didn't say it at the time, but that Toedscruel does not have access to Protect.
Eva now has to decide how to adapt heading into this next game. And really, Eduardo was able to take 2 pretty swift knockouts in that Game 1. Eva needs to work out how they can get more out of their Pokemon here. The Galarian Weezing, it's fun, and certainly carrying the Choice Specs, it's dealing a significant amount of damage with the Dazzling Gleam, or any move it were to lock into as well. But perhaps we'd like to see Eva getting a little bit more out of their resources. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, you have to, if you're on the front foot, maintain that advantage. And while Eva was able to get themselves into a good position, they also just weren't able to convert that. I think that started when the Blood Moon knocked out the Choice Specs Weezing. And I think that was the tipping point to put things in Eduardo's favor. He just had to wait out all of that offensive pressure before he was able to come back strong.
The winner of this next match will be progressing through to our top 4 as long as it's Eduardo or Eva can take it to a 3rd game. This time it's going to be Typhlosion in the lead alongside Toedscruel. Eduardo going for the lead that worked for them in the previous game. Blood Moon Ursaluna and Smeargle.
Now there is still the opportunity for Smeagol to go to sleep, but it can obviously follow me away like it did in Game 1. Any sort of spores going into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but this is the opportunity for the Rage Powder to be coming out. That's going to allow this Hisuian Typhlosion to just start on the offensive.
Here we go.
Get that eruption going.
There's that Choice Scarf eruption. The Smeagol down to his Focus Sash. The Ursaluna below 50% here. That could be the opening that Ivar needs now to carve a path through the Ursaluna. Going for the cheeky move that we don't often see on Smeagol. That Tailwind, the speedy bear that's going to eclipse this Toadscroll with a Blood Moon is brought down to a third of its HP, and a little bit of leftovers recovery here to boot.
And now the interesting position here, because the Toadscroll was able to survive that, but these Blood Moons, they only have 2 attacking options. They're going to have to switch between them as they're going through the motions. And so the fact that the Earth Power is the only move of choice makes it so this Ursaluna definitely wants to protect itself, so another Blood Moon can come out next turn.
Smeagol now got a speed drop thanks to his Moody ability there, but we do still have the Tailwind over on that side. Toadscroll the center of attention, but Hisuian Typhlosion able to get off this eruption to secure the KO onto the Smeagol. A very excessive eruption there, but Smeagol has done what it needed to do. It set up the Tailwind. It means that Eduardo is going to be outspeeding Ivar's team for as long as that is in effect. Well, hopefully, though you are facing down a Choice Scarf Hisuian Typhlosion.
And this is, I'm wondering in this situation whether or not the second eruption after a couple of turns of leftovers is enough to pick up the KO on this Ursaluna.
Yeah.
Or whether Eduardo's going to need to actually commit a Grassy Glide into the Hisuian Typhlosion to try and put that damage onto it before it acts as well. The Rillaboom is not able to be redirected by the Rage Powder, so it's a real opportunity for Eduardo to actually get themselves on the front foot rather than being on the back foot.
Rillaboom, really interesting switch in here. Of course, it's going to be taking super effective damage from Ivar's eruption that Hisuian Typhlosion is locked into here. Could be a bait, could be going for the terrestrialization. The Rillaboom for Eduardo does have the Terrafire type, so it can resist all of that damage. But is it going to be enough for Ivar just to sit there with the Typhlosion and keep clicking the eruptions as Ivar takes the time to lock into their moves? We'll shortly be finding out. Here comes the Typhlosion switching out of there, so Ivar wanting to switch up their game plan now and switching in its place. This Garchomp now on the field. Let's see if it's able to provide the utility Ivar needs. The high horsepower. A little bit of rough skin chip damage now onto that Rillaboom. Another Blood Moon coming out into the Toadscroll. This time that's going to be enough to put it to bed.
Yeah, Toadscroll's caused so many problems for Eduardo already along this set, but now it has been knocked out. There is no worries about that going into the future. But the Tailwind turns are diminishing. This is the last turn of Tailwind that Eduardo has access to. And if that last Pokemon for Ivar in the back has Protect, then it's going to be Garchomp that's going to end up with the speed advantage overall. Instead, something maybe better than Protect. A Fake Out coming in from that Incineroar.
Fake Out so that the target cannot act even if it wants to here. The Incineroar has been brought. The Galarian Weezing has been benched. I really like this adaptation here from Ivar. Seems like Eduardo is considering getting that Blood Moon Ursaluna boosted up with another move that we rarely see on this composition, that Calm Mind.
Yes, like Calm Mind looks really good in this spot with all of the HP recovery coming out from the leftovers, as well as the grassy terrain. And it does mean that the Earth Powers are going to be able to do significant damage to the Incineroar, but also maybe a Blood Moon would pick up a KO onto this Garchomp too.
Of course, the Incineroar holding the Assault Vest, bolstering its special defense, but it's going to be Sneasler brought this time from Eduardo. We didn't see it in Game 1. Right, Terrestrialization time, and it will be an Incineroar for Ivar, going for its Terra Grass Terrestrialization, now resisting the Earth Powers that Eduardo's Blood Moon can threaten in its direction. Let's see if it's going to be enough for Ivar to carve a path through to Game 3, as Garchomp will just be taking no damage this turn. Ursaluna able to get that Calm Mind set up, boosting its special attack, boosting its special defense as well, which could be crucial for that Hisuian Typhlosion lurking in the back. Now, going to be the Incineroar U-turn. Sneasler, it was resisting that move anyway, but thanks to that Grassy Seed defense boost, Critical Hit might come into contention later. Switching out, and it's going to have to be the Hisuian Typhlosion taking its place.
Yeah, so this is a really clever position for Ivar to try to get themselves into as the Tailwind expires. That's going to set the Garchomp up as being the second fastest Pokemon after the Sneasler, but also get your Choice Scarf Pokemon in front of these two Pokemon. Now, the Calm Mind does keep Eduardo overall on the front foot. They don't have to worry so much about what's happening here with their Ursaluna, because not only have they recovered so much HP already, almost back up to full, but also they can take these eruptions, more likely heat waves, so well.
And the Rillaboom lurking in the back certainly wouldn't. Sneasler also not the bulkiest of Pokemon, so that could just go down as well. Eduardo needs to take the time to decide what to lock into here. Winning this game would stamp their ticket through to our top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships. But just how is Evar going to be adapting? You're threatening super effective damage onto the Sneasler as well with your Garchomp ground. Super effective against poison. The time is ticking, Eduardo. Let's see what they decide to do. And it's going to be locking into the Terra now. Terra flying acrobatics coming out from this Sneasler.
All right, that's going to be big damage into this Hisuian Typhlosion. And whether or not the Blood Moon KOs the Ursaluna, especially after the +1 special attack, is going to be pretty significant.
Here it comes, the balloons atop its head. It scales the cliffs of Hisui, but it can't scale the mountain that is this Hisuian Typhlosion. It is the Heat Wave locked into. Eruption, of course, depends on the amount of HP you have left. Dragon Claw and to the Ursaluna.
1 HP!
It hangs on with 1 HP. The invisible Focus Sash coming in clutch. Ursaluna is now eclipsing this Garchomp. My goodness gracious me. The fortune is certainly on that turn going in Eduardo's favor.
Wow, what a close call between these two trainers. That was absolutely unbelievable here. There's still a Rillaboom in the back, so that Ursaluna going down definitely made a big impact, but the Grassy Glide will be able to pick up the KO onto this Hisuian Typhlosion. Whether or not the Sneasler and the Rillaboom would have been enough to pick up the KO here onto this Incineroar with its Terra Grass is something that we will never have to find out. Wouldn't be surprised now. This is a specialty of Eduardo here in these situations, is finding those win conditions. Would not be surprised at all to see a Protect on the Blood Moon, have the Sneasler get KO'd for a combination of attacks, and then we'll see the Rillaboom come in and just do the Grassy Glide stuff.
Well, it's going to be a double Protect coming out for Eduardo. You may as well stall out this potential fake out coming out from Evar's side of the field. Evar down to their final 2 Pokemon. Eduardo still has that Rillaboom lurking in the back.
And now there is nothing stopping the Sneasler attacking with acrobatics into that Hisuian Typhlosion, picking up the KO there. Now, in trade, Evar could knock out the Sneasler with a Flare Blitz, but if you do that, then you don't knock out this Blood Moon that's just doing what it's been doing all match long and recovering all that HP. I feel like players against this Ursaluna need to knock out about 6 Ursalunas to be able to wake their way through it. Such a well-played game here by both of our trainers, but Eduardo is edging closer to their top 4 spot.
Ursaluna has been on the field the entire game of Game 1, and so far the entire game of Game 2. The acrobatics, of course, going off first there, thanks to the Unburden ability, boosting the speed of Sneasler since it's now lost its held item. Blood Moon now connecting into this, albeit Assault Vest Incineroar, so it's going to be able to take it a little bit better than it would have done ordinarily. This Incineroar, it's such a good Pokemon, but it's having a little bit too much asked of it, as now Sneasler is going to go down to that Flare Blitz. You're going to suffer some recoil damage as well. It looks like certainly Eduardo's moon is rising.
Does look that way. Now Rillaboom gets to come in. The grassy terrain will be leaving the field imminently, but that doesn't matter whatsoever. It's just the fake out that Eduardo needs on the Rillaboom coming in to give that recharge turn to Ursaluna's Blood Moon. We have seen that the Blood Moon Ursaluna is faster than the Incineroar, and so with the Incineroar not being able to protect due to the Assault Vest, and yeah, look at that timing as well, getting the grassy terrain reset back up for the next 5 turns to keep that Ursaluna healing along. Here's the fake out. The Earth Power follows up. May not be enough to pick up the KO here, though.
It certainly is going to be enough. And we know that our winner in Top 8C progressing to Top 4, it's the one and only Eduardo Cunha.
Against a team like Evar's, you've got to be nervous. It doesn't matter who's at the helm. That team is looking very, very strong. Evar has been improving year after year, coming back and showing us why their creativity meets their skill and how they can keep progressing in these events. But Eduardo Cunha has champion in so many of their accolades for a reason, and the way that they've trained their Pokemon, the margins that they're playing with are so slight, but that is the skill of Eduardo Cunha.
And that's what you'd expect at this stage of the competition as well. Now, even though that was a 2-0 set, that is not to belittle what Evar was able to achieve there. Reaching top 8, their best achievement to date, and putting up a really good showing against Eduardo Cunha. The Galarian Weezing didn't put in all that much of a shift in Game 1. It was dropped in Game 2. Fantastic to see that adaptation from Evar there. I really like the idea of this Choice Scarf for Suin Typhlosion. The problem is, if you're running the Choice Scarf, you're not running the Choice Specs, and that can mean that this Suin Typhlosion's damage output, even with this Terra Fire that we saw, can be a little bit lacking.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like the speed is great, but then you can't necessarily use the Acid Spray to its fullest potential. And even though these eruptions are very pressuring, they certainly did a lot in the start of that game too. If you can't pick up the KOs or can't quite pick up the KOs, then it's very susceptible to return damage from your opponent.
Oh, this 1 HP survival on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Look at Eduardo going absolutely crazy on the stage there. I wonder if they predicted that the Ursaluna would survive that attack, because, I mean, Garchomp, sure, it's rising up in the metagame, but it seems like that's a Lille thing right now. Don't know if Eduardo had that prior knowledge.
Well, it's like even so, you've got to give Evar a lot of credit for going for that turn in the moment, because knowing that that Blood Moon was there being knocked out was the ticket to victory. That's when you know you have to lock in and make that read. If Eduardo went for a switch, went for a protect on that turn, yeah, maybe they weren't getting the damage off, but maybe the Blood Moon would have hung on for a little bit longer regardless. And so, like, that balance of decision-making process in that situation is really, really important.
Ben, I believe, speaking of situations, that you have a moment that you would like to analyze from that previous game. Take us through it.
Yeah, so this is going back to Game 1, where we had a little bit of a decision to be made for our trainers here. Here's where the Ursaluna is switching out into the Incineroar. If I just go back here a little bit, the pressure on the Toedscruel in this situation, you've got Rillaboom pressuring it right here, but you've also got the Toedscruel pressuring down a KO onto this Ursaluna at this point. This is where Eduardo decides to switch it out and bring in the Incineroar. Now, the Incineroar getting KO'd here is really quite detrimental to Eduardo, but it's all at the cause of being able to get an Intimidate drop down onto this Garchomp and make sure that the Dragon Claws that are targeting down into the Rillaboom and also into the Ursaluna that's in this slot, just make sure that they're not actually doing enough damage to be picking up the KO while the Rillaboom gets to target down this Toedscruel.
Wonderfully done, Ben. Those arrows were starting to look a little bit messy there, but I know exactly what you were saying.
I've not got the best handwriting out there. It's certainly true.
I think you did a masterful job there, Ben. And the Toedscruel hanging on through the wood hammer as well. But yeah, you're so right. The Intimidate drops there, and this is the thing, another mark of such high-skilled trainers is when to drop those Intimidates. And of course, Garchomp is now locked down on the field. So preserving your Incineroar for the late game so that you know that you have that facility to be able to do that at a point where you cannot reset them over on Evar's side of the field.
Knowing that this Toedscruel here doesn't have the opportunity to go for Protect means that you just get to focus down turn after turn after turn into that slot and to be able to KO it. Rillaboom isn't too worried about that Garchomp. It's not really doing anything. And so Eduardo's setting up the end game board to have this 2v1 targeting down into the Garchomp where there's no Toedscruel left in play.
I can't see it. You've totally removed it from the screen. Where's it gone? You've disappeared that Toedscruel.
I just totally missed.
You missed.
Just totally missed.
But you are showing your love for the trainers there on the stage. And again, huge congratulations to Evar there. Not only making their first top 8 at any tournament, but or at least any major tournament, but doing it with such a unique team. And we said it before, how Evar likes to get into the kitchen and cook up these fresh teams and have a new take on the metagame. And I think if there's one regulation set where a player like Evar Vliga can really thrive, it is going to be regulation set H, where the power level is lower and you have that ability afforded to you. But it will be Eduardo Cunha progressing through, and we just have one more match before we know who's going to be our complete top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships.
It's all getting I was about to say it's all getting exciting. It's been exciting the whole weekend long, but now we are really getting to crunch time for all of our trainers. Nearly only 5 remaining now in the bracket. But before we get on to our last top 8 match, let's go over to the couch and hear from Eduardo Cunha about his thoughts of that match.
Thank you, Ben and Charlie, and we are here with Eduardo, winner of that last round. First of all, I gotta ask you, that matchup, it seemed a little bit difficult. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I was really scared, to be honest. Both matchups in the previous round, like, whoever won would have been a rough one because, I mean, Dondozo, when you replace Ninetales Sword Dragonite, we're really going to Dondozo. For Smeargle, that kind of just doesn't like the Terra Grass Dondozos very much. It was also a rough one. And then it was either that or Weezing. And then I was kind of scared because Weezing Toadscruel, like, it's really hard for me to stop it. They can just redirect my spores if I try to go with Smeargle. Even though Smeargle's main role isn't really to spore. But it can really stop the pressure I want to put. But most importantly, the Kilowatt roll is like my best way to beat Toadscruel. Weezing usually is Incineroar, and it was really scary to bring Incineroar into Kilowatt roll, right? And then the Typhlosion too. It's really fast and hard hitting. And my team's kind of slow. If I face something really fast, I have to react properly, and it can be a little rough when I also have to react to the Toadscruel Weezing.
Yeah, so then in the first game, you still did bring Incineroar, but you brought it in the back. And then there was this one turn where it was like, is the Typhlosion going to Terrestrialize or not? And I could see you just shaking your head because you went for the knockoff. But then it turned out that with Eruption and Earth Power going into your Incineroar, it made it through the turn, and also Ursaluna made it through the turn. So what was going through your head in that moment?
Yeah, so I really thought they were going to double the Ursaluna. I mean, I checked I kind of calculated the damage before the set, and I knew that at most they would do 80%, and I looked a little bit over. So I knew I'd lived the. I mean, most people might have been shocked that I lived the Eruption, but I knew that I was basically guaranteed from there. I was afraid of the Earth Power. Now, if they don't Terra, I don't know if Earth Power plus Eruption actually gets me, but if they do, it definitely does. And I was going to fake out the Typhlosion, and I kind of psyched myself out of it because I was like, even if they Terra, I get the knockoff. Next turn, I get Rillaboom in. I can fake out knockoff again. The Toadscruel has no pressure. I still have my Terra. I can Terra the Incineroar into the Garchomp. So it's not completely lost. It actually still feels somewhat favorable. I mean, I didn't know it was Garchomp in the back yet, but I didn't know that I still had outs, and I didn't want to, like, to them it might have felt like the Eruption plus Earth Power was going to KO anyway, and it might have been a risk to Terra. So at first I was like, yeah, I'm faking out the Typhlosion. When I was sacrificing Smeargle to get in the Incineroar, I was like, yeah, now I fake out the Typhlosion. But then I psyched myself out of it, and I was like, when I saw it, I was like, I could have looked so cool.
Yeah, for sure. And it also could have gone so badly, but then fortunately, while Earth Power goes into Incineroar makes it through the turn, maybe not something your opponent was expecting.
Yeah, most Ursalunas, sorry to cut you off, but most Ursalunas probably would have dropped. I have a lot of special defense.
Yeah, and then also in the second game, Ursaluna making it through there as well on the 1 HP. And with that, yeah, you're moving on now into top 4. So do you have any like final words and shoutouts, because we gotta get the
of course. First of all, my wife, who's in the crowd, she's been my rock since forever, and I literally couldn't have been here without her. So thank you, Katarina. Love you. Also to obviously Francesco Pardini and Seba Trinchi. They worked with me on this team. And with practice, Pardini also helped me with much more than just that. So thank you to him. He actually gave me the confidence to run both Calm Mind and Smeargle. I was very impressed with some of the replays he sent, and I thought it was the right call. So it's absolutely thanks to him that I brought this team, and I had so much success with it. So thank you, Francesco. A shout out also to Francesco's girlfriend who's here, and it's her birthday. So happy birthday, Francesca. To all of the Portuguese community has been supporting me like crazy. They're in the crowd cheering for me. Thank you so much. And everyone, my students as well. I feel like I learned a lot from my students. They teach me so much. Thank you to my students. And finally, I have to thank TPCI for giving me another chance. Thank you very much.
All right, well, we will see you in top 4 in just a little bit. But before that, we have a couple of more top 8 matches, so don't go anywhere.
Next up,
from Japan, our video game senior champion, Rei Yamanaka!
もし僕がポケモンだとしたらノーマルタイプだと思います。特に何の特徴もないから。一番最初の好きなスターターポケモンはニャーハです。見た目が一番可愛いからです。スカーレット・バイオレットから対戦を始めて公式大会にも出るようになりました。
Ray himself, I mean, relatively newer player, so this is humongous.
私がポケモンをプレイするのが好きなのはやはり対戦相手に勝つことが楽しいと感じられるからです。対戦する上でいろいろな言語のポケモンの名前を知ることができました。今回の WCS でマスターカテゴリーで出場した秋山翔さんが自分の憧れのプレイヤーです。他のものがありましたけど今回の WCS で優勝できたことによりそれに変わりました。
Rei Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion!
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたのでとても驚いているし嬉しいです。
And from the couch, back behind the desk, I'm here with Lee Provost, and we will bring you the final top 8 game here from Lille. The action is just accelerating, isn't it?
I know, it is really accelerating, and yeah, what an exciting game that last one was. That 1 HP survival with the Blood Boon. Coming back for revenge in that one, and Eduardo making their way into top 4 is very exciting, but we have one more top 8 match to feature here and see who our remaining or last top 4 player will be.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be Giuseppe, who we have featured yesterday.
Yes.
And also, you talked to him today a little bit?
Yeah, I got the chance to speak to Giuseppe earlier, and again, yeah, I think Giuseppe kind of understates the ability that they have. I think, you know, like, they're such a talented trainer.
Yeah.
And he was saying how there's so many big names amongst the top cut, and
he's one of the big names.
I said this
right?
to him. I said, you are one of the big names, you know, and I think you're proving that every time you're on the broadcast. You play these incredible sets and you really showcase their talents, and I'm always blown away with how well they do play and the team choices as well. And they did talk about the inclusion of the Dragonite over the Ninetales.
Yeah.
That we talked about yesterday when we were able to kind of feature their game, and I think it was a really good choice because it was pivotal in their match when we were seeing Giuseppe versus Giovanni and how much that Dragonite put work in.
Yeah, I mean, if there is no rain around, and we haven't really seen that many, I mean, we saw a couple of rain teams yesterday.
Yeah,
and
I think early on, Federico.
Still also won, maybe still in the tournament.
Yes, with Jay, yes.
Jay.
Yeah.
But in this matchup against Armin, I don't think we will see some rain, and instead it is going to be a little bit of a very kind of straight up strategic battle. Lots of Pokemon that we see quite often, but I like those games as well because there's going to be a lot of skill involved, strategically positioning Incineroar and Rillaboom. If you are in for that kind of action, then this is a match that you should not miss. Giuseppe against Armin.
It's going to be incredible, and like you say, a mix of Pokemon we've seen time and time again. There are some iterations from both of our players stamping their own mark on these teams and these Pokemon that we see occasionally, and it's all going to be about how they lead into the match, how they prepare. But before we get into the teams and the tactics themselves, let's celebrate our players who have managed to get to this stage of the tournament. We'll start off with Giuseppe. You can see the accomplishments. More recently, that top 16 finish here at the World Championships last season by that Lille Regional Top 4, Barcelona Special Champion Top 4 2024, and Stuttgart Regional Champion back in 2018. So is a remarkable player in their own right. Amin as well has got all of the accolades there and will be able to add top 8 from this event after this event, if not something a little bit higher, hopefully. 2025 special event champion, top 16, going down the list as well, and, you know, not unfamiliar with this stage.
And here you can see the team that Giuseppe is bringing to the table. You were just hinting at it. It is 5 of the same 6 Pokemon that were able to win in Frankfurt. But instead of Alola Ninetales, we have Dragonite. Well, with a Terra Fairy, you can kind of like mimic the type chart a little bit. But the role, of course, slightly different. Dragonite, I would say, I guess also has the role there to bring the speed control to the table, and then with Haze can also counteract Dondozo quite effectively.
Yeah, exactly that, and I think that's a really nice option, especially if that is something that they face further down the line. But we can take a closer look at Giuseppe's team as they are trading team sheets, and both players will be able to see exactly what each other are bringing against each other. And there we go. There is Amin's team, the Rillaboom Annihilate, Goldingo, Mousehold, Ninetales, and the Ursaluna.
Yeah, on similar teams that we've seen before, sometimes Ninetales carries Icicle Spear in order to activate Annihilape's Rage Fists, or to boost that rather. Amin deciding to go with Beat Up, the more classic Mouse-Ape duo, and Ninetales though still on the team as a supporting Pokemon with Icy Wind, with Encore, with Aurora Veil, a lot of supporting options. And I wonder if that is going to be a Pokemon that Amin will bring to this battle because of how good it would be into Dragonite, but at the same time, it might not be as effective against, for example, Goldingo or Incineroar.
No, and it's got an interesting Terror type on there as well, and the Poison that could come in useful against maybe some options, namely the Rillaboom on Giuseppe's side of the field, which could be a big advantage. But outside of that, it's going to take a lot of damage from other things like Ursaluna and things, so probably the Pokemon that we'll see terrestrializing, but it is all about that Annihilate, getting that beat up off and that Rage Fist powered up, and how Amin is going to approach that. But we are getting into game 1 here of the top 8 Lille Regional Championships. We're going to see Amin leading off with that Alola Ninetales and the Annihilate, and Giuseppe leading with their Ursaluna and the Dragonite.
Only one more spot in our top 8, and Giuseppe will try to utilize the same kind of duo. We've seen it over the course of this weekend a couple of times. Dragonite and Ursaluna, they both really have nice synergy, both offensively and defensively. Amin on the other side, this Ninetales could just go ahead and set up Aurora Veil. We know that there is, it's the fastest Pokemon on the field, is not really under a lot of pressure at this point, and with Aurora Veil could really help out Annihilate as well.
Well, under the threat of the Ice-type moves, the Dragonite just wants to retreat, make its way for Goldingo, which is going to come in for Giuseppe now, and it'll be able to apply a little bit more pressure going into the next turn. We are going to start off with a terrestrialization as well, and it will be from that Ursaluna going for that electric Terra type here. Take away primarily that fighting weakness and the ice weakness that is on the other side of the field. As that, like you said, Marcus, the Aurora Veil, the opportunity was there. That is set up to bolster those defenses. But what is this Annihilate going to do? Well, it is that Drain Punch, but not super effective after the terrestrialization. It's going to do some nice damage, but it allows this Ursaluna to now get an all-important Yawn onto that Annihilate, and it will be on a timer before it takes a nap.
Yeah, you have to expect the Yawn in this positioning, because Annihilate traditionally, of course, would like to just sit there on the field, get started with some bulk up setup, but you kind of know that, oh, wow, yeah, with Yawn, there's no way Giuseppe lets you do that. So Annihilate going for the Drain Punch, kind of forcing Giuseppe to go for terrestrialization. Now that is already committed, and Annihilate likely will have to swap out, but a nice play there from Giuseppe, bringing in Goldingo. And this creates a little bit of an interesting dynamic where if, kind of wanted to get some damage down on that Goldingo, a Rage Fist is just not powerful enough, so Annihilate likely going to swap out, but Giuseppe has the opportunity to go ahead and, with Make It Rain, knock out Ninetales easily. So Ninetales also would like to swap out, does not have Protect. So, under a lot of pressure, and depending on what they have in the back, they might just take a ton of damage this turn.
Well, under that threat, the Annihilate switches out for their own Goldingo, and they followed up with an Icy Wind from this Ninetales, which will lower the speed on both Pokemon and Giuseppe's side of the field by 1 stage. Now, in return, there is the Make It Rain. Will be enough to get the Alola Ninetales on Amin's side and do some nice chip damage to the Goldingo switching in, but a good defensive switch nonetheless. But if an Earth Power is chosen here, things could get tricky as this Blood Moon Ursaluna is still yet to move. There's the Life Orb chip, and it is the Earth Power. It will be into the Goldingo.
Wow.
And even through that Aurora Veil, it will be enough because the critical hit lands, picking up a huge double knockout on this turn 2.
Definitely fortunate with this critical hit, but the prediction was right. Targeting down Annihilate with Earth Power, and then it switched into Goldingo. Great turn there by Giuseppe, and he got that double knockout that we were kind of talking about. So a really, really great play. And now with Mousehold and Annihilate being the last 2 Pokemon, well, this is the dreaded Mouse-Ape combination, but Beat Up only really works to its full effect when there are all 4 Pokemon still around. So this time, Beat Up, yeah, wouldn't be that powerful. I mean, you still probably have to go for it at this point. However, with Yawn Ursaluna still around, no option to switch for Amin anymore. If you can get up a Yawn, that will be permanent.
That's the thing, the Yawn there. And have you got the ability to get rid of that Ursaluna at this stage of the match? Probably not. There's just not enough firepower there. It does come down to what this Mousehold decides to do. Go for that B2, or you could go for a Super Fang and combine that with maybe something. But like you say, Marcus, the issue is the Rage Fist not at the power that you need it to be. And you've probably got to take that turn to get that move powered up. Now we are seeing a bit of a switch up. The Goldingo now getting that -1 special attack. Does want to reset that, switches out for the Rillaboom, which brings that grassy terrain to the field. And just a follow me from this Mousehold, wanting to protect that Annihilate at all costs as it is drawing in all those attacks. And this Annihilate on Amin's side, going for the opportunity to set up itself, boosting that attack and its defense by 1 stage as a Yawn is followed up from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And it will be into the Mousehold again now on a timer. 1 turn it's got before it does take that sleepy turn.
I think this was a really nice attempt there by Amin. Going for the follow me this turn and bulk up would allow him to go for a beat up and Rage Fist next turn to potentially knock out Ursaluna. But Giuseppe read right into that, brings in Rillaboom, and now has the option to threaten Fake Out into Mousehold. So you kind of have to commit the Terra Ghost on Mousehold this turn. And that is just one more resource that is down for Amin. And yeah, that's what we're seeing. But it seems like Giuseppe, reading right into that, understanding the power dynamics in this matchup, will go for targeting onto Annihilate instead.
Well, there's the Terastallization on the Mousehold into that Ghost type, and there is the beat up. Like Marcus mentioned, it relies on the team members you've got left. It's only hitting twice, but that Rage Fist is going to be powered further by that bulk up the previous turn, and it won't be enough into that Blood Moon Ursaluna, followed up by a Wood Hammer from this Rillaboom into the Mousehold, able to take that pretty comfortably, just below 50%, and now that Ursaluna is going to disrupt even more, and another Yawn finally into that Annihilate. As this turn ends, the Mousehold's going to get a bit of recovery, but it will be taking a nap.
Yeah, Mousehold will fall asleep and Annihilate will follow soon. So yeah, Giuseppe playing this very, very carefully and slowly, but I think eventually we will find Giuseppe in a spot to go for all the damage. Now, Annihilate can get off another Rage Fist, potentially into Rillaboom, which cannot protect. But yeah, I feel like even if you just go for double targets here, just make sure that you can knock out Mousehold, then Annihilate will fall asleep. And because you forced out Terastallization on Mousehold, Goldingo that is waiting in the back for Giuseppe will hit Annihilate super effectively with Shadow Ball. Of course, you still gotta watch out just a little bit because Aurora Veil is still up and Annihilate carries a Citrus Berry, so you don't want to boost Rage Fist further unnecessarily.
Well, there's the guaranteed sleep from the Mousehold and a Rage Fist out into the Rillaboom, but it hangs on with 1 HP. In return, the Wood Hammer going to be able to get rid of that Mousehold once and for all, but that recoil damage from the Wood Hammer going to be likely enough to take that Rillaboom down with it. It does open the door, though, for the Ursaluna to get an attack off into this Annihilate, but that Aurora Veil still is in effect, so will help protect it a little bit further, not doing as much as we're used to, but a good number of damage there as that Snow does stop, and that is the end of the Aurora Veil as well.
Yeah, and now Golden Go can come in, Annihilate has to go to sleep, and with Shadow Ball and Earth Power, this game will easily be wrapped up for Giuseppe. Yeah, he looked to be in a little bit of a bad spot there, turn 1, facing down a lot of Ninetales with Dragonite, but managing to bring in Golden Go at the perfect time, just like he's bringing it now at the perfect time once more. And just 2 strong hits from this Golden Go is kind of what sealed this first game. The first one was the big Make It Rain, and now it will be Shadow Ball.
And it looks like the cancellation is locked in. Giuseppe taking game 1 in this top 8 here at the Lille Regional Championships. 1 step away from making their way into top 4. All to do for Armin though. Can they adjust, Marcus, going into this game 2?
Well, I mean, try to go for a Annihilate-centric game plan. Set up Aurora Veil first, then bring in the Mouse Hold at some point, go for the beat up, and then go from there. But that plan seemed just to be a little bit too slow against Ursaluna, because Ursaluna's Yawn doesn't really care about Friend Guard or about Aurora Veil. It just sits there, clicks Yawn, right? And then it forces you to kind of switch out of favorable positions. If Amin could just stay in with Annihilate initially and just set up a couple of bulk ups, I think they would have been in a fantastic spot. But because Ursaluna just sits on the field for so long with leftovers and grassy terrain recovery, and then because you have to switch so often to counteract the Yawn, it was just too tough to execute that game plan with Aurora Veil. So I think Amin might need to consider a little bit of a more offensive approach, maybe dropping the Ninetales in favor of Golden Go, for example, and then, for example, going for something like a Mouse Hold plus Golden Go lead with Annihilate in the back. But yeah, it is quite tough to figure out how to bypass or how to come by this Ursaluna because of how well it was positioned by Giuseppe.
We're going to see now how Armin is going to lead into it exactly as you said, Marcus. The Golden are going to be the option of choice there, head up with that Mouse Hold. And we're going to see that Dragonite and the Ursaluna from Giuseppe's side once again.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense for the reasons that I explained. And Armin can now go ahead and go for a Super Fang break multi-scale on Dragonite and then potentially follow up with a knockout on Golden Go. So that is something that both players have to keep in mind. I would expect another Terrestrialization to Electric. It seems like this is the best choice for Giuseppe for this game. And one additional aspect about Golden Go is also the fact that it cannot be yawned. So you would need to go for the Earth Power like we saw in the first game. However, with Friend Guard out there, Golden Go can take an Earth Power.
Oh, we're not going to see that interaction just yet as the Golden Go makes its way off the field and the Annihilate onto it. As we are going to open up with a Terrestrialization, it will be from Giuseppe's side, and it will be that Ursaluna once again opting for that optimal Electric Terra type on that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Going to take away that fighting weakness that's predominantly there and weaken those Make It Rains when they come later in this game. The Dragonite don't want to contend with any attacks this turn, just going for a Protect. As the beat up comes out from the Mouse Hold, it will be into the Annihilate and doing some maximum hits, boosting that Rage Fist to unseen levels.
Very, very well done by Armin. And the Earth Power will boost Rage Fist even further, and with the special defense drop, also Defiant kicking in as well. So this Annihilate is absolutely ready to take up some chaos.
Yeah, and now, after that Protect from the Dragonite, it hasn't got the Tailwind support there to lay down any further attacks onto the Annihilate, but it is ready to go, especially with the Mouse Hold now that has that Follow Me for the redirection support.
Yeah, so now Armin can kind of choose. Do you want to follow me and Rage Fist knock out the Dragonite, or do you want to KO Ursaluna? At least that is what I think might happen, even with multi-scale and even with how powerful and how bulky Ursaluna is.
Well, here's the Rage Fist after that Follow Me from the Mouse Hold. It will be into the Dragonite through the multi-scale, and more than enough after those Defiant boosts and the Rage Fist boost the previous turn. Where is this Ursaluna going? It is going for that Blood Moon. It will be into the Mouse Hold, and it barely survives there. And did that even activate the focus sash? Because it didn't. It didn't activate.
I don't think it did.
Activates, so I'm just about hanging on.
Yeah.
And even if it had gone down to 1 HP, it would have activated. But the Blood Moon there cannot be used this next turn. And that Annihilate looking very strong and threatening going into this next turn.
Yeah, and now that Dragonite is out of the picture for Giuseppe, there is no way for him to control the speed. Annihilate seems to be relatively fast, and Mousehold's still there to support it. I think this can just be another, say, follow me and Rage Fist play. However, this is quite telegraphed, so maybe if Giuseppe can call out where this Rage Fist is going to land, protect that Pokemon, and then do something with the other, there is still a way to come back into this game.
The Ursaluna does go for the protect, so leaving the door open for the Goldingo to go for something, as that Mousehold does go for the follow me to try and pull in any attacks. The Rage Fist, though, catching the protect where it landed, going after the Goldingo that didn't, and picking up another big one-hit KO.
Yeah, nice attempt there by Giuseppe, but Amin reading right through it, protecting Ursaluna, because I think Goldingo, of course, was the bigger threat there. You don't really care too much if Mousehold goes to sleep. Mousehold is at 1 or 2 HP. But Goldingo with Make It Rain could have caused some trouble. So Amin understanding that maybe Giuseppe will try to make a read there, and instead of going for something like a Protect and Yawn or Protect Earth Power play, will try to protect Ursaluna. So perfectly called by Amin, and now there's not really anything that you can do here. Fake out into Annihilate, that's not going to do anything.
No.
Follow me coming out, and this should be the end of game 2.
Yeah, that follow me going to pull in any of those attacks, but not after, but have to be after this Rage Fist, if it is enough, and it is more than enough to pick up the Ursaluna. Another knockout, clean knockout with that Rage Fist. How dangerous this move can be once it is set up, and now just leaving that Rillaboom, it looks like we will be going to a game 3 as this Annihilate doesn't look like it can be stopped.
Yeah, and this game really showing just how strong and powerful Mouse Ape can truly be. Putting on pressure with Mousehold and Goldingo, and then bringing in Annihilate on turn 1 with the beat up. Dragonite was scared of being knocked out by this Super Fang and Make It Rain combination, so instead, Amin using that free turn to set up Annihilate, and of course, to make matters worse, Earth Power dropping the special defense, boosting Annihilate up even further, and then from there, Amin did not let that game slip. He knew that he was in a fantastic position, and Rage Fist, Rage Fist, Rage Fist, game over. We are going to game 3.
Yeah, now I think Amin has found a lead that's going to apply that pressure to Giuseppe. And do they change it up? I would say probably not, because then you've got the flexibility of going for that Super Fang and the Make It Rain this next turn. If it does leave Giuseppe open to maybe saying, I'm not going to protect again, I'm going to go for the Tailwind, get some value here, but then getting punished for that if the Goldingo stays on the field and then goes after a Super Fang if it connects. So there is a real mind game to consider going into this game if we do see the same leads come out, and maybe that is where we see Giuseppe change things up.
Yeah, this is really tough, because I think the lead that Giuseppe was putting out there, it just does really, really well and gives you a lot of options to play into anything that Amin can do. But if Amin just calls that correctly and goes for this same self-beat-up setup again, this would be devastating for Giuseppe. So once again, both our players find themselves in the same positioning, and this is the question. Will they go for the same plays again as before, or are they anticipating their opponent to switch something up?
Yeah, it's all to play for here, as everything is on the line. Whoever wins this game is going to progress into top 4, so these players are going to want to make sure they click the right buttons at the right time and overcome the opponent that's in front of them. We are going to wait to see what Amin locks into. Giuseppe locking in their options pretty quickly here, and we are once again starting off with that Terastallization. It will be into that Blood Moon Ursaluna. We know for good reason it's going to resist the Make It Rain if that comes out from that Goldingo, and if we do see any future fighting type attacks, it's not going to have the weakness there. Another protect from the Dragonite, so the opening is there from Amin if they would like to see it, and it is the Super Fang. Giuseppe not falling for it, playing in the same play again. That Dragonite going to be able to stick around on the field as that Make It Rain from the Goldingo is dropped to try and catch Giuseppe out, but not falling for it and not doing anywhere near enough damage to that Blood Moon Ursaluna, which will now be able to get a big tack off in return. But what does it decide to go for? It is the Earth Power. It will be super effective, not quite enough, but putting that Goldingo into a very precarious position.
Yeah, this was a really, really good play by Giuseppe, just anticipating that Amin knowing the caliber of a player that Giuseppe is, will expect Giuseppe to maybe switch some things up. And this is exactly what you need to understand about these dynamics and about the prediction game that Pokemon sometimes can be. Just going for the same play that backfired so much in Game 2, but going for it again with confidence, and this time it works. Ursaluna not taking that much damage, and now because Gholdengo dropped its special attack stat, the same superpower and Make It Rain KO is not on the table anymore against Dragonite. So Giuseppe can set up either a Scale Shot or get Tailwind going, and Ursaluna is pretty much uncontested at this point.
Well, now we're going to see a switch up. The Gholdengo are going to be careful later. The Maushold wanting to protect itself, doesn't want to take any unnecessary damage this time around as that Ninetales makes its way onto the field. The Dragonite does set up the Tailwind, so boosting the speed on Giuseppe's side for the next 3 turns as a Blood Moon is targeted down into that Ninetales, but nowhere near enough to pick up the knockout, but doing some very respectable damage, taking it below 50%.
Yeah, that Blood Moon just doing so much damage to Ninetales. And now with Tailwind being on the field for Giuseppe, Dragonite can go ahead and go for a Scale Shot into Maushold. Now, of course, you could try and maybe swap Maushold into Annihilate to get the Rage Fist boosted that way. But because Ursaluna is ready to maybe follow that up with a Yawn, that really might not improve Armin's position that much, and you would also take a lot of damage on Annihilate if that is the final Pokemon. So yeah, I'm wondering if there is another way. Maybe you can try and switch in Gholdengo, let Gholdengo go down, and then maybe get off Blizzard or Icy Wind to get some control in with Ninetales, but it seems like Armin has other plans.
Yeah, as that Ninetales is leaving the field, but the Annihilate coming onto the field in its place, maybe trying to get a beat off onto it, but can this Maushold survive this turn? That's the big question, as those skill shots from the Dragonite on Giuseppe's side are fired into it. The 5th one is not enough. The Maushold is able to cling on. Is this Ursaluna targeting into that slot to prevent maybe a beat up to support that Annihilate? And that's exactly what we see. The Earth Power smartly targeted into that Pokemon, and Armin not getting any return from this here, as Giuseppe taking full advantage of these Tailwind turns.
Yeah, and Ursaluna outspeeding Maushold is exactly what Giuseppe needed to see here. Going for the double target, understanding that Maushold protected the turn before, therefore would be vulnerable to this combination of moves. And we know now for a fact that there was no real Pokemon. There was nothing that Armin could have switched into this combination. So already on the back foot. And this Dragonite and Ursaluna combination, quite unique there in the way that Giuseppe is using it with Yawn on Ursaluna, but it's been working out pretty well in this 3rd game.
Yeah, and that Yawn is now a huge threat. Not only that, but under the the Tailwind here that we've got, the Ursaluna is going to be able to just start picking things off like that Gholdengo to prevent it becoming from such a big threat. And you don't need to really target into the Annihilate, because when you do, you boost the Rage Fist, so you can just deal with that last when all of the other partnering Pokemon to it have went down.
Yeah, and now Scale Shot into Gholdengo should be enough for the knockout, and then you can go, as you said, for Yawn on Annihilate, lock it on the field. But Armin does not want to go down without a fight, switching in Ninetales, absorbing the Scale Shot, meaning that there is a way for him to swap out Annihilate to get out of this drowsy state.
Yeah, which is a nice play there, just to waste a turn of this Tailwind and the bulk up coming out from the Annihilate. But after that Yawn, it's going to go to sleep after this next turn. Does it really stay on the field? I don't think so. Probably switches out, but the problem is switching out. It's so obvious. It's an easy target for Giuseppe to go for that Earth Power into that slot and pick up an easy knockout onto that Gholdengo that makes its way onto the field. And can this Ninetales stick around to get maybe an all-important Aurora Veil up at the same time as well?
Yeah, if Ursaluna should outspeed Ninetales under Tailwind, so Blood Moon would get the knockout there. This kind of forces Eamon to make a swap if he wants to keep that Pokemon around. But then, yeah, you said it, Annihilate will go to sleep at the end of this turn, and with this Gholdengo likely to go down against Ursaluna Blood Moon, it seems like Giuseppe, just with the first 2 Pokemon, has created, a winning spot.
Yeah, and that is the Blood Moon into the Gholdengo, and it will be falling to a big attack. The Dragonite just protecting here to get around any potential Rage Fist attacks that are coming out, which is a really nice catch there from Giuseppe. Really clinical in their play here as they're fully utilizing this Ursaluna that does finally get full recovery from that leftovers as that Annihilate goes to sleep, and it is just down to the Alolan Ninetales that comes onto the field as that Tailwind does pitter out. So it does have the opportunity now to go for a Blizzard or an Aurora Veil to further support that Annihilate.
Yeah, but Dragonite has increased its speed before, now can set up Tailwind once more, and there is no way for Armin to get through Ursaluna at this point. He really would have needed maybe the Dragonite to attack into Annihilate to boost up Rage Fist, but Giuseppe is too good of a player to go for that. Instead, just going for the Protect, letting Annihilate go to sleep. Now knows, okay, Ninetales does not have Protect. I can set up Tailwind again, go for Earth Power, take the knockout there, and now it's a 4v1 situation, similarly to how the first game ended.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult from this spot on as the active Scale Shot and the Blood Moon are going to be fired into this Annihilate next turn, and it is asleep. Can it wake up? Can it claw back some opportunity for Amin? Feels like a long way to go, but you never want to give up at this stage. You want to try and go till the very end to see if you can get yourself back into it, but that is not the case. Giuseppe Musico will be moving into top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships.
He just needed 2 Pokemon in the end because he knew the trap that his opponent has laid there in this very first turn of Game 3. And he was fully confident and ready to step into the same trap once more. But this time, Armin, unlike in the second game, choosing a different path, deciding to leave the Golden Go in, going for the Super Fang and Make It Rain combination that they were threatening in the second game, which only allowed them to go for this awesome play in Game 2, switching in Annihilate on turn 1 and going for the beat up that way. But Giuseppe, seeing right through it, goes for the same play again. Protect Dragonite, Earth Power in Goldengo, and this time it worked.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? Because I think if you are Amin, you think your opponent's never going to fall for the same trick twice, right? They're never going to let you do the same thing that happened in that game too. And unfortunately, that is just a mind game. Giuseppe kind of reading ahead of that and saying, yeah, well, you're probably going to change things up because of my mentality, I would. And then playing right into it.
Absolutely. And here in this first game, Giuseppe was absolutely dominating. So Amin knew he had to change something up, and he did. Going with this Annihilate-centric game plan in Game 2 worked so perfectly well. No chance for Giuseppe whatsoever after how turn 1 went. And it was clear that this battle had to be decided in a Game 3.
It definitely did. And you just hope that Amin went for the same play, seeing that Protect come out from the Dragonite, but just didn't happen. Giuseppe just reading through it, getting that Protect off, getting the Ursaluna in that position where it is taking resisted hits from most of those big threats on the opposite side of the field, and then utilizing the Yawn so perfectly, targeting into the right slot when needed to with the Earth Power, with that Blood Moon, and picking up just a piece at a time until it was the Annihilate asleep against all 4 of what Giuseppe's remaining Pokemon were. Excellently executed in that end game.
Yeah, really, really well played. And Giuseppe now finds himself again in top 4, just like last year, I believe.
Yes.
And yeah, that was definitely deserved with how that third game went. But credits to Armin as well, identifying this line, leading with Goldengo, but then with the intention to swap it out on turn 1. That is a very, very advanced tactic, and he pulled it off so perfectly in Game 2.
Yeah, that was so well done, wasn't it? And it's really great to see that combination in particular when it does get going, and it is utilized in a different way to what we may have seen it used in a more common kind of matchup base. So utilizing the pressure of the Goldengo there to really draw in all that attention from Giuseppe and say, I'm going to have to react to this because this is threatening me right now. But knowing that in the back of their mind, thinking, well, I'm not even going to use this Goldengo because it's doing a job, an unbeknown job to you. And the Annihilate coming in, and then once it got set up, once that Rage Fist was boosted, the Defiant boost definitely helped out. I think that just sealed the deal and sped things up. But getting that special defense drop, it just, was just out of control from there, and it really showed the ability of Annihilate when it does get set up and why it is such a scary threat.
And with this, we have our 4 semi-finalists. So let's hear from our newest one, Giuseppe, in the interview.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Lee.
We are joined here, of course, by our last semi-finalist, top 4 at the Lille Regional Championships. Giuseppe, how are you feeling right now?
Really happy. Like,
yeah,
I didn't expect to be here at all, but yeah, it's going well for now.
Very, very well indeed. And Giuseppe, top 4, you've been here many times before.
Yeah.
But it's been a little while since you won the Stuttgart Regional Championship back in 2018, since you've made it past your top 4 match. So I want to hone in on that. How are you feeling for your top 4 match? Have you even looked at your opponent that you're going to be playing so far?
Yeah, so I know I will be playing against Eduardo Cunha, I think. Yeah. And fun fact, 2 years ago, we faced each other in top 4 at the Barcelona special event, and he destroyed me.
Okay.
And another fun fact, it was the second time we played the same matchup, because last time it was a World. And I beat him at Worlds, then he prepared the matchup and beaten me at Barcelona. Now I face him today in Swiss, and I beaten him. So I expect him to be very, prepared for this matchup and really wanted to win. So it will be a tough match.
Close match that you had between you two earlier today?
It was very close. Yep. I won 2-0, but there were really, really close games where I can to the real last turn the win. And I think I had bit of luck, but just number of scale shot and making some good predictions. Not much, but yeah, they were really close. So not the easy matchup. Yeah.
This is definitely something that we can be excited for seeing, and hopefully you can make it all the way to the finals.
Hopefully.
Again. Yeah. What would it mean to you to get all the way to the finals and win in this?
Winning. I mean, not only winning is the objective for every player in every tournament, really meaning much, but thinking that it will get me the qualification to Worlds directly, so I can I can go to other tournaments without pressure of making points to qualify to Worlds. That will mean a lot for myself, because for last year I've been going to a lot of events, and preparing every event is takes a lot of time, and it's hard to find the time, and qualifying to Worlds directly now would be such a good thing, because I wouldn't have to worry for the qualification at all after this. Yeah.
Makes a big difference to your season, doesn't it?
Sorry?
It makes a big difference to your season.
Yeah, sure. Exactly. I would feel with no pressure at all.
So, Giuseppe, who back home has been helping you along the way with your preparations?
My preparation, I mean, all my friends from server, we're a very big group of very strong players, and sometimes, I test with one player, sometimes with the other. Before this Top Cup match, I was asking, for example, suggestion from Luca Ceribelli. He was helping me a bit, and the good thing about it is that when we need each other, we're there for each other, and that's a good thing, yeah.
Pokemon is a game that's all about community trainers. Well, Giuseppe, we're going to let you get rested up and ready for your top 4 match. Congratulations again. Best of luck for your next round. We'll let you rest a little bit, but we'll be right back, trainers, very soon for your top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships.
This could be the day he cements himself in Pokemon history.
This is his moment.
I'm Giovanni Siski, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Imagine if you have stuck to your guns and you're going to win the World Championships as your first major title.
There's so much pressure on the line here.
It's absolutely surreal. I mean, I feel like everything and nothing at the same time. It's just amazing. My Pokemon type would be Dragon because of Koraidon. It was very instrumental to my victory.
Another one-hit knockout for Geo.
My favorite starter is Piplup because my brother, for his 8th birthday, received Pokemon Platinum, and so every time now I pick the water starter because of him.
What makes Geo's team so threatening is the options feel endless.
I first got into competitive Pokemon through the 2014 US National Championships, the finals between Alex Ogloza and Adib Alam. That best of 3 really motivated me to get into competing, and in 2018 I went to my first regional, and from there, I mean, you know the rest.
As coming in as a trainer that hasn't had a major win yet,
Imagine if this is the one.
I've never really considered quitting. I've been through some disappointing tournaments, but with the support of my friends, they've always encouraged me to keep on pushing, and they've always believed in me since day one, and I'm glad that I could repay them in this way. I was more so worried about strong players than strong Pokemon into my team, because everyone's strong at the World Championships, and no matter the team you play, you're gonna have to give it your best and prove that you deserve to win every single round. I would say my most difficult match was the Grand Finals, actually. It was a very stressful team to prepare against, because there were so many options that both myself and my opponent had, and so many different ways it could play out. It's an extremely stressful, high-stakes match. All eyes are on you, so you have to go out there and do your best. At the World Championships, I plan to use Koraidon and Lunala together to utilize both a very offensive, threatening strategy with fighting-type attacks and ghost-type attacks, combined with Choice Scarf Chiyu that can both abuse the sunlight with set by Koraidon, and provide Beads of Ruin to combine with Lunala for devastating attacks. The MVP was certainly Koraidon. It was incredible in all my matches. I believe that I brought it to every single match at the World Championships, and it was consistently my best Pokemon throughout the tournament. The deciding moment was when my Terrastellar Shadow Ball and Beads of Ruin, combined with Sun Boosted Heat Wave, was able to claim the knockout on the Koraidon, and my opponent was not able to come back from that because the Incineroar had also been knocked out on the same turn, and it was just a Caloric Shadow against my Fluttermane Chiyu and my Koraidon, and my opponent had no way back into the match from there. My favorite moment was lifting the trophy, of course. I mean, there's no other feeling like it. Words can't really describe that kind of moment, and I'm glad to be part of the game's history forever.
Je m'appelle Ismaël, je viens de France.
Ismail, a EUIC London finalist last season.
Le feu, parce que c'est mon type préféré, c'est le type de mon Pokémon préféré, c'est Garden Fire. Je serais sûrement Salamèche, parce qu'il évolue en Dracofeu et c'est un de mes Pokémon préférés aussi. Un des amis à mon père, son fils faisait de la compétition Pokémon. Et mon père allait à Yokohama et a vu comment ça se passait, et on a commencé avec Pokémon comme ça. C'est que souvent, nous en junior, moi et mon frère, on fait souvent des bons scores, et parfois même ma petite sœur. Je ne sais vraiment pas décrire qu'est-ce que ça représente. Ça représente beaucoup d'entraînement. Aujourd'hui, avant la finale, j'ai pas lâché l'entraînement. Les fois d'avant, j'étais plus courageux et j'étais un peu plus stressé. Cette fois-ci, j'étais un peu moins stressé que la dernière fois. Oui, c'est les switch-in. Par exemple, cette finale, j'ai fait beaucoup de switch. C'était de placer la distorsion, pouvoir taper vraiment fort avec Ursaluna.
And we've got Ursaluna in Trick Room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it. Ismail Hardy is your Latin America International Champion of the Junior Division.
Franchement, je me sens excitée et il y a plein d'émotions dans ma tête, de la joie. Je pense que c'était celui-ci. Mais je visais un peu plus haut, je visais top 4 des Worlds. Si je m'entraîne dur, je peux. Si je m'entraîne vraiment tous les jours, longtemps. Sinon, je pense que j'y arriverai pas si je m'entraîne pas beaucoup. Cette année, ça sera pas possible, mais l'année prochaine, oui, ça sera Kevin Han. Parce que j'ai perdu contre lui à l'UIC, j'ai toujours pas pris ma revanche. Qu'il faut pas être déçu de perdre, de ne pas rager quand l'adversaire a un coup de chance. J'ai pas assez encore de bon niveau pour me donner des vrais conseils, mais faut pas perdre espoir quand on perd.
Well, hello, welcome back to the desk. We are about to get in, I can't believe we're saying this, top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships. What a way to finish top 8, Marcus. Incredible, and I can't believe we're down to our last 4 players.
Yeah, hundreds of players started yesterday morning, and now we are down to the final 4. At the end of the day, one of them will be crowned a champion, but all of them will be walking away with a little medal.
Oh yeah, that's a huge bonus and surprising as well, which is really nice as a bonus on top of it. But those medals, what is your opinion on those medals? Because obviously from playing back in the day, we're more used to the trophies, and then we had the breaks, but now we got these medals. I think they're great, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think whether it's a medal or a trophy, whatever, like it's a token that reminds you of your achievement, and that is something that you can carry with yourself, yeah, throughout the rest of your life. Basically, we'll always remind our players about this special weekend.
What a perfect answer. And yes, definitely do that. But getting back to the tournament, we can look at the top 8 bracket, see how our players have been progressing, who made it into that top 8 cut, and who they've got yet to come. As you can see, Marco Silva is in that top 4. We'll be going up against Jay Ballister, and they have had to overcome some big opponents, and Rian there going toe-to-toe with Marco in that top 8 match. Jay taking it right down to the wire against Javier, and those two will be facing off in our first top 4 match.
All right, so in this top 4, we have a world champion, we have multiple international champions, and we have regional champions. And then there's Jay. His breakout performance,
it's incredible.
Really incredible. Coming in there with a unique team, bringing the Weavile and Dondozo, making it all the way into top 4, and now has the opportunity to take on Marco Silva.
I think has a really good matchup into Marco. When you look at the teams, we'll get into those details in a moment when we are getting closer to the match starting, but I do think Jay has a good chance, and he's been incredible. Whenever we've been featuring him on the broadcast, it's been brilliant to see, and that Weavile has surprised, I think, not only us, but probably Jay as well, saying in the interview earlier that it was their MVP of this event, you know, and I think when they were saying they looked at it originally, that it was just a choice that was kind of a funny choice because it fit the bill for what they were looking for, but then it actually in practice turned out to be a great pick and was getting the results that they were looking for, and that has translated exactly like we're seeing here at this event here in Lille.
Yeah, I think Weavile is definitely something that we can take away from this tournament regardless of how this top 4 match goes. And then also Marco, I was in the kitchen a little bit, cooking something up with Ribombi and Komo-o. 2 Pokemon I think that our trainers after this event will have to look into a little bit more. But now it is time for our players to get ready on stage. Top 4 about to start.
Yeah, it is about to start. And yeah, both trainers, it's really great as well. You know, both trainers have those odd picks. You know, you've got Jay there with the Weavile, and then you've got Marco with the Ribombi. These are Pokemon, I think, if I'd said to you at the start of this weekend, Marcus, before we got into the matches, that these would be in top 4. I don't know if you would have believed me or if you thought I would have been joking around, you know?
Yeah, that would have made quite some funny caster predictions.
Maybe you're used to that sort of drivel from me, and then you would have just been like, yeah, all right, yeah, well, whatever.
But well, here we are. Of course, they are not the only Pokemon that have done well for both of our trainers. I think Jay definitely also had the Dondozo pull a lot of weight. Something
That's what
we
I
had
think.
on our caster predictions.
Yes.
And then over on Marco's side, I think the combination of, or the defensive core of Dragonite, Ursaluna, and Golden Go, that is something that definitely helped him in this tour.
Oh, definitely, no doubt about that. And I'm sure that'll help them out in this game going forward as well. As always, though, we can start off by taking a look at our players' accomplishments. Jay is going to be able to add a top 4 to their accolade, at the very least. Maybe something a little more after this match. But of course, they've got to go up against one of the best players in Europe, if not in the world, in Marco Silva. So it's not going to be easy. But when you're in this sort of form, who knows what can happen? You just got to believe in yourself and believe in the team that you've brought. On the opposite side of the field, we have Marco, not familiar, no stranger to this sort of environment. All those accolades to their name. 3-time international champion, once in Oceania IC 2020, 2 times in LAIC, 1-time regional champion we talked about earlier, and 2 world's top 16 finishes. Just absolutely remarkable. And yeah, can't speak highly enough of Marco. But like we say with Jay, he's going to be able to add, at the bare minimum, a top 4 at the Lille Regional Championships to this accolade.
Will Jay's Cinderella story continue in this top 4? Will he be able to take down another one of the champions of this game? This is the team that he has brought and that he will use and try to move to victory. And once more, the question, of course, is going to be, is this a matchup for Dondozo, or does he have to rely on the Weavile and Annihilate combination here?
Well, I think the thing is, when you look at this team, I really do look at Marco's side, and I think you do struggle with Dondozo. I think you do have lines to get around it, but you're going to have to really lean into the Robombi and protect it.
Yes.
Because the Fake Tears is a way to really get around that Dondozo's boosts and then allow some of those special attackers that you got access to, you know, dispatch of it as quick as possible. But it's whether or not Marco can utilize that Robombi to its full effect when there's threats like Weavile on the other side that are going to really threaten at the same time.
Yeah, you're making some amazing points there, Lee. I think that is exactly what Marco needs to do. We did not see Robombi come out in either of the 2 streamed sets that we saw, neither from Dill nor from Marco. But I think it is time for Robombi to make an appearance, because it will be so helpful taking on Dondozo with Fake Tears. Also, setting up Tailwind will be really helpful, and just having Moonblast available against Weavile, against Annihilate, Tatsugiri also has really, really good coverage against Jay's team. So I think Robombi could be the star of the show in this top 4 match, but it will not be able to do it on its own. It will definitely need some support, and this is where I think Kommo-o could come in.
Yeah.
The Terra Water Ursaluna, that's another Pokemon to look out for.
Yeah.
But you really need to also be prepared to deal with Archelodon and that Troy Scarf Pelipper, because Jay's team just has a couple of different options to go for.
Well, we're going to get into it. This is top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships. We're going to see Jay lead out with the Weavile and the Annihilate, and Marco lead out with that Dragonite and the Ursaluna.
And already there is a lot of mind games in there. Will Ursaluna terrestrialize this turn, or are you free to go for a triple axle into it? Because if you predict the Terra, maybe you can even go for something like a beat up and a Rage Fist into Ursaluna right away, since Dragonite is also heavily threatened by triple axle. But then maybe you want to terrestrialize Dragonite right away into the Steel typing. It's a huge turn already on turn 1.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to see how things play out, what decisions our players have made, everything on the line to move into the finals here. And it will be the terrestrialization on this Blood Moon Ursaluna, turning into that water type to take those threatening ice type attacks on the opposite side a lot better. And it is a triple axle, but it's not into the Ursaluna, it's into the Dragonite. Only needing those 2 hits after the multi-scale broken, and an easy, quick knockout here from Jay's side.
Dragonite down. What will Annihilate decide to go for? Could be the close combat.
Close combat from that Annihilate, not quite hitting the mark after that terrestrialization, taking away that fighting weakness, and now the Blood Moon Ursaluna are going to be able to fire in response into that Weavile, take it down to its sash, and what a fast-paced turn, and the Dragonite, no value there getting from Marco.
Great prediction by Jay, and there it is. Robombi makes an appearance at the perfect time, because while Dragonite is out of the picture, Robombi could set up Tailwind right away, and then Ursaluna could fire back with Hyper Voice. However, you would probably boost Annihilate's Rage Fist power up, which could be a little bit annoying, but seeing how well Ursaluna was able to take close combat the previous turn, I think that is what you could try and do. Now, the speed interaction between Robombi and Weavile is, of course, not something that we see too often, but that should be in Robombi's favor.
I think the threat is coming from the vacuum wave, from the Ursaluna to pick that Weavile off. So
Great
that's
point
something
there.
that you need to really be concerned about here. Not really getting much, and whether you switch it out or not. But no switch is happening going into this next turn. The Terastallization being determined on this Annihilate now as Jay goes for it onto it. And now that vacuum wave comes out. It is going to be enough to pick up the Weavile. It's not going to get any more value after getting the Dragonite, but that might be more than all that Jay needs going into this turn. The Rombombi is going to go for just a Moonblast, trying to get that super effective damage, doing huge damage, but there's the special attack drop, which is going to activate the Define ability, give it a +2 in attack, make it even stronger, activate alongside it that Citrus Berry, giving it a bit of that all-important health back before it fires off another close combat +2 into the Ursaluna. This time it is going to be enough, getting rid of that big target on Marco's side.
Yeah, that's a really important knockout there. But Marco also gets a KO with Vacuum Wave. Of course, Weavile actually the one. It's quite tricky with those speed stats around that mark, but Weavile actually, if it is trained to be as fast as possible, should be able to outspeed Ribombee by just a single point. So Vacuum Wave coming in very, very handy here. And now Marco already down to his last 2 Pokemon, but it is Golden Go. And Annihilate just terrestrialized into Fairy type. So yeah, that seems like a good opportunity to go ahead, maybe set up a Tailwind now, and then go for Make It Rain to get the knockout. But with Dondozo and Tatsugiri as a threat, that might be enough for Jay to power through here.
And it looks as though that is what we're going to see from Jay as the Tatsugiri makes its way onto the field. It will be going together with the Dondozo, that commander ability activating, and then it looked like Jay chose that Earthquake option, which will be hitting this Goldinger for super effective damage. Maybe not enough to get that Ribombee here, but if the Goldinger goes down, then things are looking pretty bleak for Marco in this game 1. It is not going to take any damage, though. Precautions are going to be made to protect there.
Is this a fake Tears?
Wow. It is a fake Tears coming out from the Ribombee now. No Tailwind needed. Just getting that special defense dropped. It is going to be back down to neutral. The Earthquake coming out. Let's see how much damage this does into the Ribombee. It is a part bug type, so it will be resisting this hit for the most part, but it is boosted, remember, and doing not a bad amount of damage to the Ribombee, but taking it pretty comfortably.
Is this another instance where Marco will want to try and go for a double protect? Yes, it is, but this time it fails.
No, double protect this time. Is the punish going to be there? The Moonblast coming out, doing nice damage there from the Ribombee. Wave Crash, though. Not the Earthquake this time, and it will be into the Goldinger, and it will be one more time. A big knockout, taking it down, leaving the Ribombee against this big Dondozo. Can it do enough to take it down? Probably not at this stage.
Well, it was the Wave Crash and not the Earthquake, but because Ribombee's Focus Sash is broken, I don't think that there is any way, since after Dondozo goes down, of course, Tatsugiri pops back out onto the field, and then with Tatsugiri and Annihilate, that should be enough, surely, to take on a Ribombee, right?
Yeah, I mean, more than enough now. The Moonblast's going to be hitting pretty hard, though, so we'll see how it plays out. But, I mean, even if you do take it down, you still got to deal with 2 Pokemon. Here's the moment of truth. It just survives there as the Wave Crash going to be chosen now, and going to be enough for Jay to take Game 1 in this top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships.
And Jay, just one game away from doing the unthinkable, powering through the bracket. Now, his toughest challenge yet, Marco Silva. If he can win one more game, he would be in the finals.
Absolutely incredible from Jay, and just so much pressure from the start there with the Weavile, and picking off the Dragonite so easily as well. You saw what Marco was trying to do, maybe guessed the Terastallization wrong in that situation, going for the Ursaluna when then the Dragonite becomes vulnerable, and Jay getting that call right and really punishing Marco and limiting the options, limiting the Tailwind. And then by the time the Ribombee comes onto the field, it does get the fake Tears off, but it's a little bit too late into that Dondozo. There is just an extra layer of support after the Weavile, after the Annihilate kind of did that initial damage.
Yeah, Ribombee definitely showed why we were hyping it up before the game, doing so much damage to Dondozo after Fake Tears and having the option to control the speed with Tailwind. But as you said, it was just a little too late. So maybe, yeah, I'm wondering, that just the triple axle is just so threatening into Marco's team. I mean, do you need to maybe bring Incineroar just so you can shut down Weavile a little bit more? It's really, really hard to come up with a plan here.
And it's risky bringing that Intimidate when there's a Defiant user on the other side. But we are going to see an adjustment here from Jay, leading out with the Pelipper now. That Scarf Pokemon going to hit the field, bring the rain with it, and the Dondoza out alongside it. For Marco, we're seeing the same lead, the Blood Moon Ursaluna and that Dragonite here. So what's changed coming into this game too, Marcus?
Yeah, so even though Jay won the first game, he is the one to change things up a little bit. Maybe thinking that, okay, you know what? If you're not leading with Ribombee because you're scared of my Weavile, maybe I can capitalize on this by going into a Dondozo right away. I mean, Pelipper is threatening quite a lot of damage onto Ursaluna here, so that could force out Ursaluna's Terrestrialization again, but I struggle a little bit to see what the downside would be for Marco to just go for a Terra Water on the Ursaluna and then set up Tailwind with Dragonite. There is a lot of damage potential here for Jay, but I just really feel like Weavile was the star of the show in Game 1.
Yeah, and it seems a bit strange to not bring it here, but we are seeing a quick U-turn after that Terrestrialization on the Blood Moon from Marco's side. The Pelipper going to make its way off the field, preserve for later. It's done its job in setting that rain up, and now we are going to see its partner in crime hit the field. The Tatsugiri, the command ability going to be activated, helping set up that Dondozo, giving that Omni boost across the board to all of those stats, taking them to +2, making it a big powerhouse going into this turn. And where will that attack land? Will it be into the Dragonite, or will it be into that Blood Moon Ursaluna? The order up is threatening. Big damage onto the Dragonite. Maybe not the Wave Crash, though, that has been chosen, and it is into the Ursaluna. So this time around, defensive Terrestrialization really coming in clutch here for Marco.
Yeah, still a lot of damage, but there is Tailwind, and I think the potential downside would have been if it was U-turn into Dragonite to break Multiscale and then order up to follow it up. But this is not what Jay decided to do. Now has to take a lot of damage on Dondozo with that Blood Moon. And now with Tailwind up over for Marco's side, while Dragonite does not carry Haze, so Dondozo doesn't have to worry about that. But there's still so much damage potentially coming out. There's Hyper Voice or Earth Power that Ursaluna can go for. And then Dragonite still sitting there healthily. Multiscale still in effect. Can maybe just go for a Scale Shot.
Yeah, the Ursaluna just wants to withdraw, be kept for later on in this match when it won't be more handy again and bringing more firepower onto the field. Marco bringing that Gold Ingot out with it, followed up by a Scale Shot now from this Dragonite, supported by that Tailwind, getting the speed advantage over this Dondozo for the next few turns. Going to be doing some respectable damage each and every hit here, just whittling away 4 times, not the 5 that Marco would have been looking for, but all damage is good in this matchup as the Wave Crash going to be opted for. Scouting out maybe a switch, and it will be into the Gold Ingot, dispatching of it so easily.
Yeah, that is a clean one-hit knockout with Wave Crash. Jay there, doesn't really mind the Terrestrialization on Ursaluna too much. And Dondozo not going down after this Wave Crash. Now, this actually might favor Marco a little bit, because had Dondozo gone down now, then that would have given Jay the option to reposition a little bit. Now, though, it seems like a double target from Marco, knocking out Dondozo with 1 hit and then hitting the Tatsugiri on the same turn could be devastating.
Yeah, that could be a big problem. And while we're seeing maybe a Protect here to help stall out these Tailwind turns while they're in effect. One more turn after this of the Tailwind before it does expire. But firstly, you're going to have to deal with a combination, the Scale Shot from that Dragonite and then that Moonblast from the Ribombee. I think, like you say, Marcus, it is a big threat to both of these Pokemon on the field now. The Dondozo's taken so much damage, and then the recoil from the Wave Crash KO onto the Gold Ingot. Here's that Scale Shot. Will it be enough to get rid of it and bring that Tatsugiri back onto the field?
Yeah, it should be enough, even with just 4 hits, and then Moonblast follow-up into Tatsugiri. That could be a two knockout turn for Marco.
Yeah, and with the safety goggles as the item here, it hasn't got that security of the Focus Sash, which is actually lying on that Weavile. And an all-important speed boost to that Dragonite from the Scale Shot there as the Moonblast comes in, and more than enough to pick up a knockout onto this Tatsugiri. Dispatched off pretty well in this match from Marco, quite convincing, even though they've lost that Gold Ingot in the process.
Yeah, this is the position that Marco wanted to set up, knocking out Dondozo and then knocking out Tatsugiri on the very same turn, while still keeping Tailwind up. So now the fast Pokemon hit the field for Jay with Pelipper that is carrying the Choice Scarf and Weavile that still has the Focus Sash available. But against Ribombee and Dragonite that also now got those speed boosts, it will be quite tough to make a comeback happen here.
Yeah, and what do you do in this situation? I think the Rabombi is really threatening that Weavile along with that Dragonite that does have that scale shot. And the Pelipper just feels like it's just not going to be able to do enough. It's got to lock into an option. You want the Tailwind, but you don't want to lock into it because then you're not going to get any utility from it. So it's very difficult in this situation. But in a response from that, we are going to see our Terrestrialization, and it will be into the Weavile, and it will be going into that Ghost Terra type to get rid of that fairy weakness that's imminently in front of it.
Yeah, but I'm afraid even without that weakness, Moonblast should still be enough for a 2-hit knockout. So I think the idea here from Jay to go for the fake out by 1 turn, and then also, interestingly enough, and we will see that in a second, with the Choice Scarf Pelipper, go for the Tailwind.
And it does lock into that speed control, so it is going to put that Weavile in a position where it is going to be able to utilize that triple axle as the rain does stop, but it is going to be locked into that option going forward in this match.
Yeah, not something we see too often, but now that was the only thing available that would allow Jay to have Weavile outpace Dragonite, since, yeah, with all those scale shots, Dragonite is boosted in its speed. I think what you need to do now is to go after Rabombi, get the knockout there, and then hope that Dragonite maybe misses a couple of scale shots. But it seems like instead of that, it is triple axle that will be missing.
There's a Tailwind coming out again, but it will fail. Consecutive uses, skill shot. This should be enough to get rid of the Weavile. There's the 2 hits, the 3, and the 4th should guarantee, if not, maybe 5. But I think, 1 HP, and it hits 4 times. It's the double up there from the Rabombi. You would say Marco being safe will target into that slot, but we'll yet to see where it goes. But it is into the Weavile now, and that is the game, because that Pelipper has no offensive presence locked into that Tailwind with that Choice Scarf. Jay going to be forced to maybe click in a forfeit, but has got the opportunity to take some time here to reevaluate. Not taking it, just wants to get on with Game 3. We are going to that Game 3 though, Marcus, and so exciting.
Yeah, even if Triple Axel connected there and got the knockout, there was still Ursaluna Blood Moon waiting in the back with a priority Vacuum Wave that can hit Ghost types thanks to Mind's Eye. So this game was locked up for Marco no matter what. And Jay tried something, I would say, in the second game. Tried to mix things up, and it looked to be working out at some point when he got the KO on Golden Go with Wave Crash from Dondozo. Such a powerful attacker. But Marco was able to position himself really, really nicely. Took the KO on Dondozo with Scale Shot, and then Rabombi took the knockout on Tatsugiri on the very same turn, and this just put Jay too far behind to come back into this game. So, yeah, the question, I guess, would be now, do you want to trust Dondozo again, or do you want to lean a little bit more into Weavile? And I think, at least to me, the answer would be clear. I think you got to go with Weavile.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think what worked in Game 1 was the pressure from the Weavile early on. You were able to force the Terrestrialization into the Ursaluna. You were able to pressure that Dragonite as well, which was a key thing to be able to do. We are seeing, as we get into this Game 3 here between Marco Silva and Jay Ballester, we are going to be able to see the leads of Ursaluna Blood Moon on Marco's side with the Dragonite, and then the Weavile, which has been brought back by Jay from Game 1, and that Annihilate again.
So, we have the spot again from Game 1. Which Pokemon, if any, does Marco decide to Terrestrialize? Because there is KO pressure. Triple Axel, we saw it, just 2 hits are enough to knock out Dragonite through multiscale. But then you could also go after Ursaluna. You could do that either with Triple Axel and say close combat, or potentially even with a sneaky beat up and Rage Fist play, where I don't know the calcs too much, but it seems like Jay is deciding and has made a decision. Let's see what Marco decided to do.
And where is that Terrestrialization going to land? Because Jay has doubled into that Dragonite, but it is a target into the Blood Moon Ursaluna once again, and it is that Water Terror type. But the Triple Axel is going to be going into the Dragonite here.
Did he protect? Did he protect the Dragonite?
If that is... it's no protect there. It is the Extreme Speed. Going to be useful in breaking that speed. The Vacuum Wave, will it be enough? It is enough. That's a huge knockout there with those priority attacks, leaving the Annihilate to go for a close combat into the Dragonite that's not going to be effective in the least.
Yeah, this is where Jay maybe should have considered the Terra Ghost on Weavile like he did in the previous game, as that would have allowed Weavile to take no damage from Experience Street whatsoever. Vacuum Wave still would have hit, but that would not have been, too bad, I guess. And then Triple Axel could have gotten the knockout on Dragonite. So Marco going for a risky play there, but it pays off. And with Weavile out of the game, this will be so difficult for Jay.
Yeah, really difficult here. The one advantage that you do have going into this next turn, if you're trying to take a glimmer of hope, is the fact that that multi-scale on the Dragonite has been broken. You've got the ability now to get the Dondozo set up with the Tatsugiri and then threaten that Dragonite with an order up into that slot. You have to forget about the Ursaluna, but with those boosts that you get from Tatsugiri, maybe you've got room to do that. And by switching that Annihilate off the field as well, it does give you a way to get rid of those defense drops that you've just taken. But a Protect coming out from that Dondozo this turn. No switch into Tatsugiri as a Taunt coming out from the Annihilate. Going to prevent potentially a Tailwind being set up from that Dragonite this next turn, as it is just a Scale Shot though, opted for not any of those attacking options. And we are going to see the Blood Moon go for that Blood Moon into the Dondozo, doubling up into that. Really nice Taunt to prevent that Tailwind in future turns.
Yeah, it's always a little bit kind of telegraphed. If Dondozo is already on the field, oh yeah, they're going to switch in Tatsugiri, activate Commander, and so on. But no, Jay's saying, hey, you know what? I have still a couple of tricks that I can go for, and I don't need to commit to combining as early as possible. Instead, going for the Taunt, nice play, but now the question is, how much damage can this Rage Fist do?
Not enough damage, nowhere near enough damage. Is the Scale Shot going to be targeted into that Dondozo once again? There's 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, and 4. It will get a 5th hit, because that will probably be enough to put it into range for an Earth Power, at least this next turn from that Ursaluna. Of course, it cannot use that Blood Moon once again, because consecutive turns is not allowed here. The Wave Crash, though, first going to be into the Dragonite, maybe expecting a switch into that slot, but a really good testing stay there with the Dragonite from Marco. The Earth Power coming into the Dondozo, doing some big damage without those boosts, and down to just 8 hit points.
Yeah, and Dondozo, that is already down to just 22 HP at this point. I mean, there's still the combination waiting in the back, but even without Tailwind, I mean, you won't be able to knock out Ursaluna right away, right? So, yeah, I feel like Dondozo might just go down in the next couple of turns, and then it will be so difficult for Jay.
Yeah, and if you're just able to pick up the Dragonite and you're not really able to make any kind of advantage against that Blood Moon Ursaluna that is free to just fire off an attack of any sort into that Dondozo this turn, it does make it very difficult, because as soon as that Tatsugiri goes in, as soon as that Dondozo is taken care of with such low health, that Tatsugiri is going to pop out again. So you've got to make sure you deal with one of these. But are you going to have enough to survive this? It doesn't look like it. The Scale Shot with those speed boosts going to keep it ahead of that Dondozo. Mean that Tatsugiri is going to be put in such a vulnerable place. And if this is Blood Moon, then it is going to be maybe too much, too far for Jay to make it any further in this tournament. And Marco Silva looking like they're going to wrap things up, but that Tatsugiri just about hangs on.
Yeah, just barely makes it through the turn, but of course cannot move this turn. And so it is, a sitting duck. And on the plate kind of for Marco to go through in this next turn. It's all eyes on Annihilate, but against a full health Ursaluna and this boosted Dragonite, I mean, there's Terra Fairy as an option, so you can get around the Scale Shot damage.
There is, yes.
Rage Fist not boosted. With Close Combat, you would lower your defenses. That's not really what you would want to do here. But yeah, Jay's just forced to do it, fighting till the very end.
And that's exactly what it looks like they're going to have to do. But like you say, that Terra Fairy is an option, but there's a Gold Ingo lurking in the back for Marco. It's going to have a really easy time as that Tailwind is now set from the Dragonite, boosting the speed on their side of the field for the next few turns. Hyper Voice opted for from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It is going to be enough to get the remaining HP on that Tatsugiri, taking that Pokemon down. Respectable damage to the Annihilate. It has just been boosted, but will it be boosted enough? Nowhere near enough, not even 50% on that Ursaluna, as now the Dragonite in a prime position to go for that Scale Shot, followed up by an attack from the Ursaluna, and potentially pick up the win and take them into the finals of this regional championship.
Yeah, Marco playing so well with this Ursaluna and Dragonite lead. coming up with a plan into the Weavile turn 1, doubling up with 2 priority moves, not something that Jay saw coming. And now with the last-ditch effort, Annihilate terrestrializes into Fairy, but extreme speed. Yeah, Marco predicts even that.
Yeah, and there we go. No one to even risk the terrestrialization. It is going to activate that Citrus Berry, but is it going to be enough? We'll find out in this next turn. Is it going to be the Blood Moon to seal the deal for Marco here? And it will be. Marco Silva will be making their way into the finals here at the Lille Regional Championships.
One of the most consistent players in the Scarlet and Violet era has done it again. I believe this might be the 5th final appearance in a major tournament, whether it's LAIC, Gdansk last year, or over in Toronto. Now here in Lille, Marco is looking to do what his brother almost did in the seniors division.
Yes.
Got second place there, but Marco will be in the finals as well and has the chance to claim the title.
Wow, incredible. Especially after that game 1 where it just seemed so one-sided. And I think that's just testament to Marco as a player as well, how they were able to recover, come back and adjust their game plan and see a line that got them to that victory that they needed to, and just caught Jay out with a lot of different options there that, you know, Jay might not have seen coming. The Ursaluna, the Dragonite was so pivotal in this, and that Rabombi did play its role in this game as well, with those fake tears, those Moonblasts, the pressure that it was able to put on when it did come to this matchup. But Jay doing everything right with that Weavile in game 1, made an adjustment to game 2, didn't quite work out there in game 2, and then just not getting the targeting right in game 3, and Marco getting the targeting right, and it all going one-sided.
Yeah, this turn 1 in game 3 really being so decisive. Yeah, I mean, there were so many mind games going on there, but this extreme speed and vacuum wave combination, the perfect answer that Marco had prepared here for game 3. And with that, I think, well, the game wasn't over yet, but yeah, I mean, it was heavily in Marco's favor, and a player of his caliber, he knows how to convert those winning positions. Kept on going, kept on predicting the moves, made sure that he stayed ahead in terms of speed advantage, went for the Tailwind, then even predicted the Terra there in the end. Just, yeah, flawless execution and deservingly moving on into the finals.
Yeah, and just one more step away from taking the championship title here, and it'll be a really great one to do for whoever ends up taking that first place, because they guarantee themselves a ticket, an invite to the World Championships next this season in San Francisco, which is going to be just incredible. And it takes so much pressure off, right? It takes so much pressure off you if you do pick that up now early in the season, where you can kind of relax into the rest of the season and be a bit more casual with how you approach things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm still thinking about maybe is there something from these teams that I can use at my next tournament, as of course Rabombi. Yeah, that just seems so much fun to maybe try out. And if you at home are thinking the same and want to maybe go to some of our local tournaments, then make sure to have a quick look at this and identify where you can play Pokemon with maybe some new friends.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, not gone yet.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
You'll have to let me know how you do get on at your next locals. If you do take Rabombi, or if it's everyone else at your locals bringing Rabombi and you have to deal with it. If you want to get involved in your locals, wherever you are located, use this QR code on the screen right now. It'll help you find out where you can go for your next pit stop to get involved in your own competitive journey. And maybe you'll end up here at one of these regional championships, and maybe even we can get you on the broadcast, streaming you to the world.
Yeah, no matter whether it's the Pokemon video game, the trading card game, or Pokemon GO, at your nearest league, you might be able to find someone to play those games with and just enjoy Pokemon in general. So scan that QR code and use our event locator to find spaces around you where you can play Pokemon.
Yeah, because it's definitely always a lot of fun. Even if you're just going along as a casual kind of perspective, not really wanting to get heavily involved in the competition, just to go along and take place and meet new people that have similar interests to you, that love for Pokemon, you're going to have an absolutely incredible time. And you never know. You might think you don't want to get into competitive, but you might get the bug, you might get the itch, and you want to keep going and see how far you can test your own skills. So yes, like Marcus said, get involved, find out, and head along and get involved.
Yeah, I think the bug that I might catch next might be just that Ribombee with how...
A fairy bug, is it?
A fairy bug, yeah. Just with how well it has been doing there. Of course, gotta remember that Weavile, of course, could outspeed it. Now, I don't know the damage calculations with the triple axle.
I think it probably gets it. If it gets all 3 hits.
All 3? Yeah.
I think.
But you gotta factor in the accuracy as well.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed, so yeah, it's the, I think Weavile and the Kilowattrel are on the same kind of...
Yep.
They're about as fast as each other, and the Robombee's just a little bit slower, which is not great for those Ribombee players when they see those Pokemon, because it makes it very awkward to lead out, because you're in that really vulnerable position.
So then maybe the idea isn't to actually use Ribombee as the only supporter, but use Dragonite to support Ribombee, which is kind of what Marco was doing there in those games, and go with the Tailwind first and then bring in Ribombee when it's already faster.
That's the way to do it, I think, especially in those awkward situations, because then I mean, the Dragonite not going to have the best of time in front of a Weavile, but Kilowattrel doesn't mind too much, does it? And it's always with the multi-skill going to be probably able to set something up to support the Ribombee going forward. Maybe a special Dragonite to take advantage of the fake tears.
I'll keep it in mind for my next locals, but
probably not.
Besides that, of course, not only can you play at locals, but also you can check out when the next major tournaments are happening in our event calendar, as there are so many great tournaments coming up this season. And of course, you can still register to some of them, whether it's as a player or as a spectator. So you can head to the link down below, and yeah, maybe we'll see you at some of our tournaments in the future.
Yeah, and Marcus makes a good point. If you don't want to come along and compete to begin with, just come along and spectate, check the venue out, check what goes on at these events. I think if you've watched the broadcast this weekend, there's been a lot of videos that we've done out and about around the different sections at the venue. You've got vendors, you've got the fun zone, you've got a prize wall. There's lots that you can take part in, not only the competition, and then you can enjoy the championships as they unwind as well on the big screen. But we are going to take a quick break now before we get into our next top 4, determine our last finalist. So it gives you an opportunity to get a break, have a break.
Gives us the opportunity to get out there and watch the finals.
That's right. Get a beverage.
That's
we'll
it
be
from
right
us
back.
Behind the desk.
It is.
We'll
Thank
leave
you so much, Marcus.
Ben and Charlie. It was a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
And I'll see you at the trophy ceremony.
Yes,
later.
we will. Yeah. Who will it be? Stay tuned and find out.
Marco Silva stamps their ticket all the way through to our grand finals here at the Lille Regional Championships. And very shortly, we're going to be able to see who will be joining them. It's Charlie Merriman here on the desk with Ben Kiriakou. Ben, this weekend, it's gone by in a flash, really. There's been so many fond memories. But it's all going to come down to the next, hour or so?
Where we decide who will be our Lille Regional Champion. And it's been such a fantastic tournament. We're going to be seeing two fabulous trainers that we've been able to feature this weekend playing up against each other in a little bit of a rivalry that's been forming over the years. Giuseppe Musico versus Eduardo Cunha.
Absolutely. Two trainers is such incredible standing. Eduardo Cunha, of course, our London Worlds 2022 champion. Let's see if they're able to bring that experience to bear in the grand finals against Marco Silva, or will it be Giuseppe Musico, a fellow Italian player, meeting Marco in that hallowed spot?
I mean, it's an absolute clash of titans here in Lille, and seeing these two trainers battle it out over the years, we've seen that leveling up of Giuseppe. But these two trainers have played over the years before as well. Giuseppe was telling me about how originally at the World Championships, either in 2022, 2023, 2024, they were battling it out with a particular team matchup. Then they played again in the top four of Barcelona in the same format. The first time round, Giuseppe won the match. The second time round, in top four, it was Eduardo. Now, they have played earlier today in the Swiss as well, and it was Giuseppe that won with a 2-0 record. So they are familiar with each other's teams, but Giuseppe here on the right-hand side of your screen was saying how close those matches were. A couple of little decisions here or there could have been different, and it could have been Eduardo coming out with the win.
What's wonderful to see is Eduardo is just relaxed and smiling up there on stage with their lucky beret as well. A nod to the Smeargle that they have on their team, a Pokemon we don't see too commonly in Regulation Set H. If that was such a close game, Ben, that these two trainers had when they faced each other earlier on in the tournament, I am brimming over with excitement to see how it will unfold here on stage. Just two more matches remain of the Lille Regional Championships. This is the penultimate one. This one will decide who will face Marco Silva in our grand finals.
And I think this is one of those battles where both trainers seem to approach the game in pretty similar ways. They are so solid. I would describe them in the way that they play Pokemon. We saw in Eduardo's previous stream match how he was able to preserve that Ursaluna Blood Moon, use the leftovers and grassy terrain recovery to keep it healthy. Giuseppe using some pretty similar strategies along the way with a few little differences, but both of these trainers, they're trainers that don't really make any big mistakes. They can make a call when they need to, but they don't often open the door for their opponents to take advantage of them.
Giuseppe also having a smile up there on the stage. What you can't see is the adoring crowds looking at these trainers. There are masses of people forming out there. The atmosphere here is incredible to cheer on these two decorated champions. Champion is certainly the name of the game when we cast our eye over Eduardo's achievements there. But on the right of your screen, you can see that in 2018, Giuseppe was the Stuttgart regional champion then. Now going for the next big win. And could it happen here in Lille just one season after they achieved the top 4 position right here?
This is it. This is the third time round that Giuseppe is able to make top 4. Could this be the time that he makes it all the way to the finals? Now, the two special championships that Eduardo did win previously was in 2017 in Madrid and 2024 in Barcelona. So there's plenty of other accolades that Eduardo has to their name over the years.
Oh yeah, far more than can ever fit on this screen. But as you say, Ben, Giuseppe is a trainer who seems to have really found their footing recently in the game. After being the 2018 Stuttgart regional champion, has now just got those more recent results to their name as well. Let's remind ourselves of Eduardo Cunha's team, or perhaps you're just joining us for the first time now, in which case, where have you been? We've missed you. Rillaboom, Incineroar, Goldengo, Sneasler, Smeargle, and Ursaluna.
So that's Smeargle being the Tailwind setter of choice. Not a common way that we see Smeargle run, but it's clearly working very, very well with that Terra Ghost to allow it to set up the Tailwind more easily, or support with Fake Out. Depends on what exactly Eduardo needs out of it. It's carrying that Moody ability that can get a cheeky speed boost as well. Calm Mind on the Ursaluna with the Terra Electric, so taking these Yawn variants and flipping the script a little bit, going for Calm Mind instead to boost up, to bolster that special defense, but also, more importantly, the special attack. Everything else is looking relatively commonplace here with that more popular Acrobatics Sneasler taking the 4.
Speaking of taking the 4, it's now time for Giuseppe's team to do just that as we take a deeper dive into the text. They'll be running another Acrobatic Swords Dance Sneasler alongside Rillaboom, Incineroar, Golden Go, Dragonite here, and Ursaluna. So it's looking pretty similar to teams that we have seen do well in regulations at H Part 2 so far. For example, Emanuele Briganti's Frankfurt regional winning team, but with the Dragonite there instead of an Alola Ninetales.
Well, both players are taking a leaf out of that book, and Smeargle and Dragonite being the only 2 Pokemon that are different between each other. Other than a couple of little differences on the set, you have got that Yawn on the Ursaluna Blood Moon. You've got the Terra Water on the Golden Go in both cases. You've got a Terra Fire Rillaboom in both cases. Terra Ghost Incineroar in both cases. You can see how similarly the choices that these trainers have made coming in are as they come up onto the screen, and you can see, I mean, all of the items are the same as well, barring the Focus Sash and barring the loading dice.
Even though this is going to be our first game in Masters Top 4B, in a certain way, it's more than that. They've faced each other before. We want to hear you in the venue, everybody. Make some noise for Eduardo Cunha and Giuseppe Musico here in our second Top 4 at the Lille Regional Championships. Golden Go, Incineroar, Incineroar, and Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Because these players have played before, they may have an understanding of exactly what speed tierings either of their Incineroar are. Although the Pokemon look very similar, they can be trained to be slightly different, and how those things add up during a match like this, especially when both players like to play fairly defensively overall, can really stack up. Where does the Fake Out go here? Does Eduardo commit a Fake Out into a Incineroar, or do either of these players just go straight for the knockoffs and straight for the damage into each other, especially since the Ursaluna versus Blood Moon is a matchup that Blood Moon Ursaluna tends to be favored in overall.
Giuseppe and Eduardo taking their time, but now it's time to get sparkly trainers. It's time to shine for this Incineroar for one of our fantastic trainers on stage. Terra Ghost, of course, meaning that Fake Out is not going to be affecting it one little bit. The Ghost type immune to those normal type moves. That was Giuseppe's Incineroar. An immediate Make It Rain, get that damage down on the Ursaluna, get the damage down onto the Incineroar. You're suffering a special attack drop now, and now a little bit of Life Orb recoil too. The knockoff, though, following up into Giuseppe's Golden Go. Not enough to secure the KO, but it is certainly enough to remove that Life Orb from contention. The responding knockoff, now Ursaluna has lost its passive recovery as well.
Yeah, big knockoffs there on both sides of the field. Ursaluna would love to make advantage of the leftovers with getting this Calm Mind special attack and special defense boost. Eduardo didn't want to commit the Fake Out. This is something we've seen him do time and time again. Respect the option that his opponent has and therefore not fall foul of it later. Without the Life Orb now, the Golden Go and the special attack drop and no Life Orb, it's unlikely that that Ursaluna is going down, but equally, it's not recovering any HP. I think Giuseppe's on the right footing here by putting some damage onto that Ursaluna, but then also cutting off its recovery source and making sure that it can't just heal back to full and provide itself to be much more of a problem.
Has a little bit more longevity on the field thanks to its special defense boost from Calm Mind, and it's hitting a little bit harder, but let's see if it's able to get that off. It takes the Make It Rain thanks to that recoil of the special attack drop, and Golden Go now suffers another one. Incineroar for Eduardo now, reducing the Incineroar's attack stat as well, really wanting this Blood Moon Ursaluna to be able to hang on at the end of this turn and provide some damage on the field on this very one. Incineroar switching to the back. Eduardo now can switch in a different Pokemon, deciding it's going to be this Golden Go. If it were to suffer a knockoff, then at least the damage will be mitigated. Flare Blitz, though, into Eduardo's Ursaluna. That is going to be enough here to secure the KO.
So it looked like Eduardo was on the front foot there, but Giuseppe is biting back in this matchup and just using the offensive potential that he has to the most of its use. Now, one Pokemon down for Eduardo. That's going to limit the options that Eduardo has for switching and repositioning, and especially important since now that the Golden Go is on the field for Eduardo, it does have the opportunity to start dishing out damage. Now that the Incineroar is a Terra Ghost, it doesn't resist those Make It Rains. Golden Go on Giuseppe's side has had its special attack dropped a couple of times, and so Ed's in a perfect spot to be able to start thinking about boosting up that Golden Go and then spreading out all of that damage with Make It Rain later on.
Incineroar's gone for Giuseppe. Coming in is going to be Dragonite. This Pokemon, this adaptation that Giuseppe's made to such a popular archetype. Golden Go gets off another Make It Rain. That's going to be Giuseppe's own Golden Go down now. Dragonite has its multi-scale broken and receives a good deal of damage thanks to the Make It Rain. Now, after this Life Orb recoil damage, which can all stack up, the Woodhammer double resisted from the Dragonite, but it's enough to bring it down to the orange.
Pretty respectable damage on that Dragonite. That's going to add up as well, especially since the Dragonite doesn't get any HP recovery since it's floating above the grassy terrain. And certainly with the Intimidate in the back, now that gives Eduardo a good opportunity to protect that Golden Go just that little bit more. You can even switch it out and make sure that it's not going to be falling foul of a knockoff. Get the special attack drops reset. But equally, there's so much repositioning that you can do. Rillaboom and Incineroar love these kind of positions where they can just keep on switching around, and Giuseppe needs to find a way to break through some of that defensive core that Eduardo has set up to be of real significant use.
Now, of course, the Incineroar not going to be taking resisted damage from the Woodhammer, and that is what Eduardo looked in. But can a Shadow Ball take care of it first? No.
Close.
It's going to be the Incineroar brought down very, very low. Scale Shot now into Eduardo's Rillaboom. Rillaboom's going to be able to hang on, whether it's 4 hits or 5, but Dragonite will receive a speed boost at the end of this move, as well as a defense drop, and that could play in Eduardo's favor. Ultimately, it's going to be a 5-hit Scale Shot, and every bit of chip damage means that Rillaboom is all the closer to being KO'd next turn. There's the defense drop, there's the speed boost, and here's this Woodhammer. Is this going to be enough to secure the KO? Yes, it is. Giuseppe down to their final 2 Pokemon.
Okay, and now Eduardo has the Pokemon advantage. He's found a way to carve out that advantage. Now the Dragonite is locked on the field with its defense drops. It's got its speed boost. That's going to be really useful for Giuseppe, definitely, and can haze away any sort of special attack rises that the Golden Go tries to go for. Not to mention an Intimidate that could be coming out on this turn for Eduardo. Switching in the Incineroar in this spot seems very, very tempting, and it would put a lot of pressure onto the Rillaboom and the Dragonite, just reducing their damage output. But if Giuseppe is able to mitigate that with a haze, maybe this Rillaboom with its ground and grass type coverage, and mostly the ground type coverage, might be able to pull things back.
It's going to be fine margins indeed, just as it has been between these 2 fantastic trainers earlier on in our Lille Regional Championships. Eduardo hovering over that Incineroar. Don't want to squander this opportunity now. The winner of this match will progress through to our grand finals versus Marco Silva. Incineroar is indeed going to hit the fray. 2 physical attackers over on Giuseppe's side. They're not going to appreciate this Intimidate attack drop one bit, and it could be just what Eduardo needs. The Dragonite launches those scales into the Incineroar. That's going to be the second hit here. It's going to be at least 4 thanks to the loaded dice. That's number 3. Here comes number 4. Do we have a 5th here? Putting it in range of a Rillaboom hit? Yes, quite possibly. That's going to be number 5. That's going to be Incineroar brought down to the red. Another speed boost for this Dragonite now. Eduardo needing to deal with that at some point. Another Make It Rain might just be what's needed, but the Dragonite is going to be hanging on here. That could be the sliver of opportunity that Giuseppe can capitalize on now. Now Rillaboom, the high horsepower, is connecting, and it's going to be super effective. Eduardo now also brought down to their final 2 Pokemon. The critical hit likely not mattering there. Now the Rillaboom joining the fray once more.
Now there's a decision to make for Giuseppe as to whether or not you go for a haze in this situation. There's likely to be a little bit of protecting going on from the Golden Go, but what you don't want to do if you're Giuseppe is to give Golden Go all of its special attacks back. You want to, have that, even though you've got the attack drops on the Rillaboom and the Dragonite from the Incineroar switching in the Intimidate, actually having the 2 minus special attack on the Golden Go works out pretty well in your favor. Now, Fake Out does land into Dragonite. So there was a call.
There was no protect from that Dragonite, and it's down. Is this Rillaboom going to be enough to secure the game for Giuseppe, especially with Golden Go going for this nasty plot? Yes, the Rillaboom has access to high horsepower, but not the most powerful move, and it's not coming off a ground type, but actually targeting down the Rillaboom with Woodhammer. Is now Golden Go versus Rillaboom, but we know that Eduardo's Golden Go is moving first. We know it's got a +2 to its special attack. The Rillaboom is holding the Assault Vest, but a Make It Rain should be enough to secure the game here, and even if the Rillaboom hangs on, a high horsepower shouldn't take care of the Golden Go before it can remove it.
Certainly not without a critical hit. I think that is Giuseppe's way into the match. Eduardo not wanting to take the risk of going for 2 Life Orb procs on the Golden Go, instead boosting up to 2+. 2+ single target Golden Go, Make It Rain, almost certain to get the knockout here onto this Rillaboom, and timed it absolutely perfectly. Not that it would have picked up the KO here, but these fine margins do really matter to make sure that this Golden Go can Terra Water away from its ground type resistance and maybe get 2 Make It Rains just in case Golden Go needs it.
But then, of course, you're putting yourself in range of a grass move, but of course, Grassy Glide is no longer an option. The Grassy Terrain has expired. No terrain available for the Rillaboom to take advantage of. Eduardo deciding to go for it, deciding to go for that Terra Water here. But surely this +4 Make It Rain is enough to secure the KO onto the Rillaboom. It's going to be ticking away the time in this game. Here comes the Make It Rain. That's going to be Rillaboom down. That's going to be Eduardo claiming our first game in our Masters Top 4B.
And what a game it was to win there. Eduardo played that so well. And maybe there's shenanigans going on with the water there, but you won the game, Eduardo. Don't worry too much about it. I'm sure the crowd is cheering you on as well as cheering on Giuseppe to see if he can bring it back for a game to take us to a game 3 to decide who is going to be your second finalist here at the Lille Regional Championships.
And whichever way this battle goes, it's going to be an absolutely incredible final that we have on our hands. Is it going to be former world champion Eduardo Cunha, or is it going to be fellow Italian Marco Silva, our first finalist, Giuseppe Musico? So, Ben, did Giuseppe have the right ideas? What adaptations do you need to see?
I think the overall plan, I think, for Giuseppe early to really target down into the Ursaluna, I thought was a really good plan overall. But unfortunately, there was a couple of little calls that Eduardo just made slightly better. And I think this is one of those matchups where both of the trainers kind of have a good idea of what they need to achieve, especially after playing this matchup before. So it's more about the calls in the moment, I think, and how you choose to maybe lead off the game, what sort of strategy you want to go for. I don't expect to see too much switching up between these two players because, as I said, they played this matchup before, but if there was a switch up for Giuseppe, I'm wondering if the switch up is to maybe think about bringing that Sneasler into the match and trying to take advantage of the Incineroar Rillaboom combination a little bit, use it to support the Ursaluna in the back that can kind of clear everything else. Certainly the Golden Go that caused Giuseppe a little bit more of a problem.
If there's one thing that we've seen from Eduardo Cunha in that previous game is that they're not afraid to play to every single one of their outs with that nasty plot we saw in the late game. It's now time to get into game 2. If Eduardo wins this, they will be our second finalist. The Blood Moon Ursaluna face-off with Smeargle and Incineroar.
Smeargle putting on a lot of pressure immediately, not just with the fake out, but with the Spore, but with the fake out as well after this first fake out turn. And certainly Ursaluna will be able to protect itself this turn, but if it does, then it opens itself up to be Spored on the next turn. And so this combination is really, really scary. And yeah, that's even before you start thinking about the Tailwind speed control that the Smeargle is going to be able to afford Eduardo.
Giuseppe's own Ursaluna is going to hibernate for a turn at least, as Rillaboom, the chosen one, has been the chosen one to join the fray here on the field and providing that passive recovery that actually Eduardo's Ursaluna can benefit from so much, given its stack with the leftovers. Eduardo with a little fist bump, clearly making a call. Earth Power, super effective into Giuseppe's Incineroar is not going to be enough to secure the KO. Of course, Incineroar, such a bulky Pokemon, and a special attack boost to the Smeargle. That one doesn't matter at all, but at least the speed wasn't dropped.
Yeah, this is a great turn one for Eduardo, calling that the Ursaluna did not want to stick on in there and targeting down one Pokemon that's really actually quite problematic for a Smeargle to be there because Incineroar is carrying the safety goggles. So now Eduardo gets to put Ursaluna a little bit on the front foot. The Smeargle can follow me away those super effective attacks. Ed can think about maybe trying to get a calm mind up with the Ursaluna or even just put the damage down into the Incineroar slot. It's either a Blood Moon into that slot is either going to pick up the KO on the Incineroar or do significant damage to anything that Giuseppe wants to switch in.
Smeargle scampering back to Eduardo. Joining in its place going to be the Incineroar, two physical attackers that Giuseppe has here. Unsurprising to see Eduardo favoring this Intimidate over in their direction, giving the Ursaluna that little bit more wiggle room. But it's just going to be stalling out. It's just going to be protecting it. It's not taking any damage this turn. Now, the Rillaboom going to be faking out the slot that was once the Smeargle there. Crucially, would have been breaking the Focus Sash, and the follow-up knockoff hopefully would have secured the KO. But no, it's going to be the Incineroar taking that in its place. The safety goggles, though, knocked off from Eduardo's Incineroar.
Not really too valuable, the safety goggles in this matchup for Eduardo. Not like it is for Giuseppe, where Eduardo has the pressure of Spore from the Smeargle. But again, masterclass from Eduardo, just bringing out their Smeargle and saving it for later, both the fake out and the Spore pressure. Once you put that pressure into the two Pokemon that are out on the field right now, Giuseppe has under threat of being knocked out, and then the Spores can start doing exactly what Eduardo wants to do with them. Now, the Ursaluna coming away from being hit with a super effective Grass-type attack.
And here comes Rillaboom in its place. A total mirror right now on the field. Incineroar versus Incineroar, Rillaboom versus Rillaboom, but Giuseppe's Incineroar won't be moving. High horsepower, super effective now into Edu's own Incineroar here. And it's brought down a little bit lower. Of course, this is something that the top trainers will be trying to do. It's not so much about those big one-hit knockouts. It's about putting Pokemon in range for the knockouts later in the game.
Yeah, this is like the support pieces are so important in these matchups, and when you are not able to just switch in without thinking about it too much. These players are thinking about it very hard, but certainly the higher HP they've got, the easier it is to switch those Pokemon in. Once that stops being the case, these matches turn from being slow, being steady, being calculated into how do you get those key KOs.
Incineroar is going to be switching. This could be one way to get one of those key KOs because, of course, Golden Go joining the fray here instead. Another heavy attacker. The Wood Hammer resisted by the Incineroar, but it will be enough to secure the KO with a critical hit. And that could be the opening now Giuseppe can capitalize on in order to try and secure this game and take us through to a Game 3.
With the Golden Go coming onto the field, the Incineroar is definitely a key KO to get, but the Golden Go can shrug off that Wood Hammer. Now Giuseppe in the driving seat to start putting some pressure back on Eduardo's side. The nice thing about Golden Go is that it is immune to moves like Spore, but what it is not immune to is the effects of things like Follow Me, nor the effect of Earth Power from this Blood Moon Ursaluna coming in. And especially with its ability to go for Terra Electric, it can resist Make It Rain, but also not be weak to that -1 Rillaboom's Wood Hammers. And because of the grassy terrain, because of the leftovers recovery, it's a trade that you're willing to make, I think, in this spot, if you're Eduardo, to get some damage down onto Giuseppe's side of the field. You've got to carve back some advantage.
As Rillaboom switches out, the Incineroar lost for Eduardo here. Can they try and balance the board state as Incineroar now joining for Giuseppe instead? Intimidate drop onto the Rillaboom and, of course, an active fake out heading into the next turn so that Ursaluna can't get off the moves that it would like to. Time to terrestrialize now over for Eduardo, going for this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Is turned into its Terra Electric type. Of course, will be resisting the Steel type Make It Rain should Golden Go choose to lock into that move. It's weaker to the high horsepower, for example, but it should be able to take that just fine for a little bit at least. Golden Go, though, not going on the offensive. It's just going defensive, protecting, and it's not going to be taking any damage from this high horsepower as a result.
Okay, so what is the Ursaluna going to do? Yeah, okay, setting up the Calm Mind, so making it even stronger against that Golden Go. The Golden Go can boost up a little bit quicker than the Ursaluna with its Nasty Plot, but every time you go for a Nasty Plot in front of the Ursaluna and you don't have this fake out backup, that the Incineroar and Rillaboom are providing for Giuseppe, you open up the door to get knocked out yourself. So while Golden Go on Giuseppe's side can just keep going for those sort of boosting moves, put some pressure onto the pieces at the side, it does look like Giuseppe's actually going to have a little bit of trouble now getting all the way through that Ursaluna that Eduardo is setting up.
Can this Blood Moon Ursaluna utilize that calmness of mind that it's got so beautifully set up here to its advantage? Can it make up for the fact that Incineroar has been lost for Eduardo and make it rain resisted by the Ursaluna? The Smeargle brought right down to its focus sash here. The Terra Electric paying dividends. Now, where else are we targeting? As Golden Go takes that drop to its special attack. The recoil from that move, albeit boosted by the Life Orb. The knockoff now into the Smeargle, so a double target into that slot. Eduardo is brought down to their final 2 Pokemon, whereas Giuseppe has all 4 remaining. But is this Calm Mind Ursaluna going to be enough to carve out the path through to the grand finals? That's going to be Golden Go down, of course, weak to that super effective Earth Power.
It's one of those tough situations where Giuseppe has had a really great early game, but just hasn't quite managed to convert as well against that Ursaluna as maybe he was planning to do in the early game. In game 1, Eduardo left it out to dry there against an onslaught of attacks from Giuseppe, was able to target it down very, very early. This time round, even though Eduardo has the Pokemon deficit, Giuseppe is going to still have a little bit of a tough time, even with the Ursaluna that he's brought in damaging down this Ursaluna because of that Calm Mind boost. I think it now comes down to Giuseppe being able to land some Yawns, and the fact that Eduardo cannot switch their Pokemon now means the Yawns will stick on the field.
Yeah, you're immediately in an advantageous position when you have 1 more Pokemon to work with and you have your opponent locked down to 2 on the field as Ursaluna just scouts out. High horsepower resisted into Giuseppe's Rillaboom here. What was once the Incineroar would have been super effective, but can this follow-up Blood Moon with the Calm Mind boost secure the KO?
Can.
Yes, it certainly can through the Assault Vest, and Eduardo looks delighted.
That is a big, big knockout for Eduardo, especially since the Ursaluna on Giuseppe's side went for the Protect. Now, both trainers are down to just 2 Pokemon remaining. Giuseppe does have the Fake Out advantage in this spot, as well as the Intimidate advantage down onto this Rillaboom. So there is definitely options for Giuseppe here, but the Rillaboom and the Ursaluna are just that bit more healthy overall. And the Calm Mind, again, I'll keep going on about this Calm Mind. It's really changing up this matchup.
And that's exactly the tech that Eduardo believed in coming into this tournament. We don't see Calm Mind Ursaluna Blood Moon a whole lot, but maybe we just will heading into the rest of regulation stage. Eduardo Cunha potentially influencing the metagame here, and it's clearly something that, no matter how this match goes, has got them through to top 4 of the Lille Regional Championships.
Now there's the option for a little bit of a double target here. I think Eduardo's objective is maybe just to knock out the Incineroar. That gives Eduardo the ability to just play into Giuseppe's Ursaluna in the endgame. But this is what Giuseppe was waiting for, unleashing the Terra Ghost Incineroar, giving themselves a last opportunity to survive a high horsepower.
High horsepower, no longer
back.
super effective. The knockoff getting rid of the leftovers, but you still have recovery from the grassy terrain. Now it's going to be the Earth Power super effective from Giuseppe into the Ursaluna for Eduardo. It's not going to be enough. There's no critical hit. The Ursaluna hanging on, and that low HP bar is infinitely more than 0. You can secure the KO onto the Incineroar. Giuseppe down to just their Blood Moon Ursaluna, where once they had 4 Pokemon and Eduardo had 2. Now the shoe is on the other foot. Eduardo has the Pokemon advantage against Giuseppe's lone Blood Moon.
It was a great call, and that Calm Mind has saved the Ursaluna from being knocked out this turn.
That's going to be cancelled. The forfeit. Eduardo Cunha is your second finalist here in Lille.
Absolute masterclass from our former world champion. Everyone make some squad noise for Eduardo Cunha.
Wonderful scenes up there on the stage, and clearly Giuseppe feeling, you know, calm and collected as well. Commiserations to Giuseppe. A fantastic run through to this point in the tournament, but you just wonder how many Calm Mind Blood Moon Ursaluna Giuseppe had practiced for against on their way to top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships. And oh my goodness gracious me, what a grand finals we have on our hand. Our 2022 world champion Eduardo Cunha going up against Marco Silva, defending Latin America international champion for the previous 2 years. 3-time international champion overall, one of the greatest trainers of the modern age. And it's all happening right here, right now in Lille.
This is absolutely crazy that we get to see this as a rematch again in the finals. But before then, let's have a little bit of a recap of what went down. The trading of these 2 trainers was happening turn after turn after turn. They were using that Incineroar Rillaboom combination to an absolute degree of skill that we've seen so much in this regulation set, but just taken to another level.
Another level indeed, and that's no less than you'd expect here in such a hallowed position at the Regional Championships with such a stacked tournament field out there. And yes, a rematch of the 2020 Oceania International Championships finals. Marco Silva versus Eduardo Cunha. So exciting. Of course, it was Marco Silva that came out on top there, but now can Eduardo Cunha balance the books and stamp their name as the winner here in Lille. Marco running that Ribombee, a Pokemon that we haven't seen too often in regulation set H, but I think we're about to see it a whole lot more. And Eduardo with this really fantastic adaptation with Calm Mind Ursaluna, and of course the Smeargle that we haven't seen either too much in regulation set H. Eduardo just believing that even when the chips were down, setting up just the one Calm Mind with their Blood Moon Ursaluna would be enough to get their name into that finals position. Wow.
It's just seeing how to take one of these amazing teams that has been doing so well in regulation set H, and then flipping the script a little bit. One Pokemon change, maybe a different little bit of training around all the rest of your Pokemon, and one move on Ursaluna Blood Moon, taking you all the way to the finals. Now, this matchup is going to be something that neither trainer has precisely prepared for, and that's one of the most exciting things to see. 2 trainers that have made it to the finals already, both of them OCIC champions, in fact, as well as international champions, and just fantastic competitors in their own right, now battling up against each other for the title of Lille Regional Champion.
Incredible names, incredible scenes, and it only gets more incredible. And to cast our mind back to Giuseppe and Eduardo for a little bit, Ben, remind us how it went when they played earlier on today. Who won that one?
The other way round.
The other way round. Giuseppe won, but this time Eduardo came out on top. And that's another mark of these incredibly skilled trainers. You take the loss, you go away, you work out what went wrong, and you come back roaring. And that's exactly what Eduardo did in a 2-0 set against Giuseppe. Wow, but still top 4 at the Lille Regional Championships. Just like Jay Ballester reaching that hallowed position, their first ever day 2 at a tournament.
Getting the top 4.
Incredible. And that could be you trainers if you're thinking, oh, I just want to give it a go, I want to test my skills. Why not join us at one of these Pokemon Regional Championships? And one day, it could be you in the spot of Eduardo or Marco.
Well, Charlie, I want to see how this tournament is going to shake up, who we're going to crown the winner. So we're going to be going to a quick break. We're going to set up our 2 finalists. We're going to get ready to go, and then we'll be right back at the Lille Regional Championships.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying. Make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held what they are playing in their locals all the time. So you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
NAIC was home to the final Pokemon Unite tournament of the season, the final stretch. Up for grabs, prize money, a championship title, and the final Western spot at the World Championships. The field was full of terrifying Worlds qualified teams in Day 1's group stage. Teams like Peru, Luminosity Gaming, Stamina Esports, and Nouns Esports. For 2 international teams, the stakes were even higher though. Both DreamMax Esports from Brazil and Daybreak from OC. Both of these teams were hunting for that last Worlds invitation. Day 1 went according to plan, but the Day 2 single elimination bracket proved too tough, as DreamMax lost a nail-biter set to rivals Nouns Esports, and Daybreak fell to eventual finalists Revelation. And with that match, Revelation qualified for the World Championships. This set up the final stretch finals on Championship Sunday. Newly Worlds qualified Revelation would battle against LAIC and EUIC champions Luminosity Gaming. A reunion of NAIC champs on either side of the battlefield was set to take place. Revelation's Celeste and Luminosity's Otter won in 2023. The Grand Finals was an action-packed best-of-5 series, packed full of interesting strategies as the finalists tried to outsmart and outplay one another. Decidueye, Duraludon, and Charizard made special appearances in the match as well. In the end, Luminosity Gaming closed it out in a 3-1 fashion and became the first players in Pokemon history to win all 3 international championships in the same season.
One of the best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming!
History was made in New Orleans, and Captain Curios said it best after the match. Only one more to win. See you at Worlds. Make sure you never miss a moment of exciting Pokemon competition. Head over to Pokemon.com/compete.
It's enough to send shivers down your spine here in the spooky season. It's the grand finals of the Lille Regional Championships, and oh my goodness, what names we have meeting there. It's going to be Marco Silva going up against Eduardo Cunha. I myself am Charlie Merriman. I'm so merry to be joined by Ben Kiriakou. Ben, it's been an incredible tournament, and we're about to reach the summit.
Unbelievable, absolutely crazy the amount of different teams that we've seen, the players and the skill that they've taken, coming all the way up to the finals here, and 2 trainers that couldn't deserve it more, 2 trainers that you could look at the roster of players that are competing this weekend and say, yeah, they could be the one to take it all. Well, now one of them will be winning. Marco Silva versus Eduardo Cunha, a rematch from the 2020 Oceania International Championships.
Which is where Marco Silva came out on top. But will it be Eduardo Cunha this time beating Marco Silva in the grand finals of the Lille Regional Championships? We've had trainers hopping across the pond, coming over from the NA region here to France to compete. They don't remain, unfortunately, in our grand finals. It will be 2 European stalwarts meeting here on that stage, and they're just getting set up. We'll be into the action oh so shortly.
And of course, Marco being a multiple-time international champion, but he's never conquered the World Championship stage, just like Eduardo has. Eduardo is an international champion, but he hasn't been able to take multiple titles. So each of them sort of batting up against each other with the accolades that they have against each other. And let's just have a reminder of how their top 8 has gone. You can see there Eduardo beating Ivar Vliga 2-0, as well as Giuseppe Musico, a player that has been so consistent over this entirety of this tournament.
Marco Silva, on the other hand, has dropped a game in both of their top 8 and top 4 sets. Moranguese and Jay Ballester. Jay with that fascinating Weavile team. Moranguese was the final French player left in the tournament, but now they're meeting in the finals. Is the fact that Eduardo going 2-0, is that momentum going to be carrying them all the way through to lifting that trophy? Or can Marco now lock in and find out how to get that decisive victory over our 2022 world champion?
Especially after just playing a rematch of something that happened earlier on today. But I feel like Marco has had the slightly more difficult top 8 run in trying to figure out these teams that maybe he's not so familiar with a team that is not really as commonplace in the format. Ribombi, we've been talking about it all tournament long. Dil Yeoman's also running a similar, if not the same, team, and we saw that on stream as well as Marco piloting it, and both of them did so well with this composition. There is just something about how that Ribombi performs with the Komodo, with those clanging scales and all of that coverage option, backed up by this tried and tested composition.
Absolutely, tried and tested, but then, of course, you also turn your eye over to Eduardo's side of the field, where you've got some of those tried and tested Pokemon, but you've got some brand new strategies as well. Calm Mind, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, as well as a Smeargle that has access to Tailwind. Not only do we not often see Smeargle in Regulated Set H, or we haven't up to this point, but with Tailwind, all the less so. And there they are, ready on stage.
It's that thing with Smeargle. That is the Pokemon that is the epitome of move slot syndrome, because you can run any move that you like, and usually there's a little bit of a toss-up whether or not you go for moves like Wide Guard in a format, or whether you go for those follow me redirections. And you know, if that wasn't enough, it's also backed up by that Moody ability, sharply raising one stat every turn and lowering another. But you don't know which one that's going to be. It's been quite infamous over the years for raising speed in lots of situations, and it usually comes packing a move that puts Pokemon to sleep.
And this one certainly does as well. Of course, the problem with that, the problem with wanting to run so many of those supportive moves, is that you're not running any offense beyond the fake-out move that can make Pokemon flinch. Yes. But it's certainly not the strongest of those moves. Not that you want to run much offense on your Smeargle. It doesn't really have the stats to back it up. Eduardo just breathing it in, being in the finals yet again. Marco as well. Marco always looks so cool and calm and collected, not letting this tournament, this finish, this crowd phase them. They're just taking a few deep breaths. We'll be able to remind ourselves of their teams and their achievements very shortly. But wow, imagine being sat in that position, having battled long and hard all weekend, and knowing that in about half an hour's time, the conclusion will be reached.
Well, the last time that it was Eduardo winning a special championships or a regional championships was back in 2024 in Barcelona. Marco Silva won his last regional championships in Jönköping back in 2019. It's been a while, but it could be this time that he's adding a 2 times, as well as being a 2-time LAIC champion, 2 times top 16 world competitor.
And there you saw it. You saw OCIC champion in 2020 for Marco and 2019 for Edu. These trainers are well-versed on that stage, well-versed on big stages, well-versed against each other. Speaking of each other, let's see what teams they will be bringing to counter each other. Eduardo, in case you're just tuning in, trainers, for these grand finals, with the Rillaboom, Incineroar, Golden Ghost Sneasler, Smeargle, Ursaluna, with the Carmine, with the Tailwind on the Smeargle.
Now, we're not going to zoom in too much on those top 4 Pokemon. If you've been following Regulation Set H, they are overall what you expect, except for the Sneasler going away from Diaclaw, as Marcus was saying right at the start of the show. Dire times are over for us. The Sneasler is carrying Acrobatics instead. Now that Smeargle is carrying the Terra Ghost, Focus Sash, Spore, Follow Me, Fake Out, and the ability to go for a Tailwind to get speed control. Now in Eduardo's last match that we saw just a moment ago, where they punched their ticket to the finals, that Carmine on the Ursaluna with its Terra Electric came in absolutely clutch in an Ursaluna mirror. And we do have two Ursalunas that are going to be facing each other down. So that Calm Mind could be coming into play yet again. It might even be able to mitigate some fake tears that Rabombi on Marco's side is going to be able to dish out if Marco brings it to the battle.
Fake Tears, that reduces the special defense of the target by 2 stages, really softening up those Pokemon, and Ursaluna can take advantage of that. You've got the priority move and the Vacuum Wave there, even though you're lacking a Rillaboom and that Grassy Glide, alongside Incineroar, Dragonite, Golden Go, and Komodo. And Komodo is another Pokemon we don't see too regularly in regular stage, or we certainly haven't this time around. This is our second time playing the format, but I do love that Throat Spray there. Going for a sound-based move like Clanging Scales is going to mean that Komodo gets that boost to its special attack. Is going to hit so much harder.
Many Komodo really try to play into the Clangorous Soul with the Throat Spray, try to get that Omni boost into all of their stats before going on the offensive. But I really like the way that Marco's approaching the Komodo, using it as just a straightforward offensive piece, not trying to protect that piece of the puzzle, instead using it to protect other pieces of his puzzle, like the Ursaluna, like the Golden Go, that like to sit on the field and be the target of lots and lots of attacks.
Eduardo channeling the power of that Smeargle with that beret, and now we're ready to get into our grand finals. Everybody in the venue, we want to hear you. Make some noise for your trainers. Marco Silva with Rabombi and Golden Go, and Eduardo Cunha with Smeargle and Golden Go.
Tailwind apiece for both of these trainers, and they're maybe going to have to think about whether or not they commit to that, especially with these Golden Goes potentially speed tying. Both of them are carrying the Life Orb. Many Golden Go are trained to be as fast as physically possible. On that scenario where Golden Go mirrors are ensuing. So the Rabombi will be able to get the Tailwind first, but if the Rabombi goes for a Tailwind, that does open up the door for this Focus Sash Smeargle to be able to get a Tailwind of its own.
Marco's Golden Go, he told me in an interview I had with him earlier, has been trained to be especially offensive. Is that going to be damage there? Is going to catch Edu off guard. The immediate Terra Steel for that Golden Go. Looks like offensive is exactly the name of the game that Marco is leaning into here. The Tailwind, here comes that big Make It Rain, resisted by Eduardo's own Golden Go. The Smeargle brought down to Focus Sash, just 34 HP remaining. That was a critical hit there as well. Now, how will Eduardo's own Golden Go be responding? Of course, the speed advantage squarely on Marco's side of the court now. The Life Orb recoil damage, it all adds up, trainers. The Shadow Ball, it's going to be neutral damage now into Marco's Golden Go. It's going to be hanging on as well.
That Terra Steel was both offensive and defensive in nature. Now, Eduardo being able to match that Tailwind. But as you were saying before, Charlie, the downside of having a Smeargle on your side of the field is it's not providing any offensive potential. Now, if these Golden Go are speed tying, we don't know that yet, then it will be a case of a coin flip between these Golden Go as to who's going first. But if Eduardo's Golden Go is able to go first, then maybe it could pick up a cheeky knockout, while the Smeargle's Follow Me redirects any Moonblast away from the Golden Go from Rabombi.
This turn is going to be so crucial, not just for the game at hand, but also for the future ones, knowing who has the speed advantage. But we're not going to have the luxury of finding out. Marco's Golden Go is going for the Protect. Smeargle is redirecting attention from the Rabombi away from Golden Go. Moonblast, easily enough to secure, of course, this 1 HP remaining on the Smeargle. It goes down. Eduardo down to their final 3 Pokemon now. And now responding with a Make It Rain. The Rabombi, of course, holding the Focus Sash. It's super effective. It's going to be brought down to that. 1 HP, infinitely more than 0. Maybe the Rabombi is able to get off another move, something like a Fake Tears maybe, that could pave the way for Marco all the way through to the trophy.
Marco playing this really cleverly as well. The Golden Go hangs on after its Life Orb recoil, so that's pretty big for this matchup. But Rabombi sticking around on the field, but being able to knock out that Smeargle means there's no redirection support. But now this is where it gets complicated. The Rillaboom comes in for Eduardo and offers some fake out support. Now, if that goes into the Rabombi, then that's going to pick up the KO. If it goes into Golden Go and the Rabombi gets to go for an attack onto this Golden Go on Eduardo's side, then Marco could be picking up a cheeky KO. But this might be the time, if you're Marco, to start thinking about how you're going to reposition. You've KO'd the Smeargle. That means that you can now set up the Tailwind a little bit later on. Eduardo isn't going to be able to do that. But what is in the back for Marco that he could easily reposition into?
Eduardo, are they going to get the advantage here? Are we finally going to see which is the faster of these Golden Go, as Rabombi is going to be felled to a grassy glide? 3 Pokemon apiece as of yet, but that Life Orb chip is going to be securing the knockout. Shortly onto Eduardo's Golden Go. It's going to be Eduardo that moves first that time around. That's going to be Shadow Ball securing the KO. And now all of a sudden, Eduardo about to lose their Golden Go 2 to that Life Orb chip. And both trainers brought down to their final 2 Pokemon.
It's all about what Marco has in the back now, especially after committing the Terra Steel on Golden Go in the first turn. Now, if the 2 Pokemon that are in the back, if one of them, say, an Ursaluna, for example, it's not going to like being in front of this Rillaboom nor the Sneasler that's coming out. Now, Incineroar will be getting the Intimidate down, and Dragonite is certainly one of those Pokemon in the back. This is why Marco didn't want to pivot in this situation. Much more valuable to have these 2 Pokemon nice and healthy. You know, if the Golden Go on Eduardo's side was going to attack, then it was going to knock itself out to Life Orb Recoil.
Sneasler's defense boost is really nice here in the face of these 2 physical attackers, but the Intimidate is putting in so much work. The close combat, not enough to secure the KO onto Marco's Incineroar there. And now, of course, it's softened up. There's no Focus Sash to speak of. It's lost its Grassy Seed. It's faster thanks to its unburdened ability. Dragonite attempted to go for Tailwind. It looks like Marco made a misclick there, head in hands, and that is something you cannot afford to do in front of a player as skillful as Eduardo. And the same, of course, goes for the vice versa. Dragonite is now left alone, and now the Tailwind peters out. Marco maybe miscalculating there, and now can Marco turn this around after that misplay?
I think Marco does have the opportunity to do so, but what he's got to be really careful of is the defense drops that Scale Shot will afford onto the Dragonite. Now, Sneasler did get a defense boost from the Grassy Seed, but it's lost that now after the close combat, so multiple attacks from this Scale Shot will potentially pick up the KO on the Sneasler, but it's not going to be this turn. Sneasler going for the Protect.
Just goes to show how it happens to the best of us trainers, and Marco Silva is very much the definition of the best of us. As the Woodhammer enough to break now the multi-scale on Marco's Dragonite. A little bit of recovery, bringing the Rillaboom back up to full. Again, the Sneasler at -1 in its attack. Let's see if Eduardo can capitalize on the opening provided for them.
Every little bit of damage will count on this Dragonite because of those defense boosts as well. You're going to really need to capitalize on them. Eduardo, though, going for his Terra Flying. This is every last bit of damage that Eduardo can scrounge up in this situation to do as much damage as possible to this Dragonite.
Terra Flying acrobatics into the Dragonite with the Intimidate drop. It takes that pretty nicely. Now the responding Scale Shot here.
Ooh, that's close.
That's going to be 1. Here's going to be the second hit. Of course, minimum 4 hits from the Scale Shot with the loaded dice item. That's going to be number 4. Is number 5 going to be able to secure it? The Sneasler
yes, it is
down and out. It's just this Rillaboom now. Could Marco do the unthinkable? Could they come back after clicking Tailwind when it wasn't intended and now claim the victory against Eduardo? Rillaboom can't threaten this Dragonite with much damage at all.
But with those defense drops, they're going to add up. You're going to need more than 1 Scale Shot in order to pick up the KO here. And now, okay, the Woodhammer, it's 4 times resisted. You can't go for high horsepower, of course, because Dragonite is a flying type Pokemon. But now there's only 1 turn of grassy terrain left. So, if Marco is able to protect this turn, to wait out the grassy terrain, that's going to reduce the damage that Eduardo is able to dish out on this Dragonite. And maybe, just maybe, a few Scale Shots, if they land their mark, will be enough to pick up the KO on this Rillaboom, who now does not have any recovery from the grassy terrain, nor the power boost that it affords.
The Dragonite does still have access to extreme speed as well, so it's not like you have to roll the dice with a move that's going to miss, but you're going to need to go for Scale Shot a few times in order to get it into that range. Here comes another Scale Shot here. This is the dice we like to roll in Regulations at H. Is it going to be 4? Is it going to be 5 hits? This is number 4 right now. Do we have a cheeky 5th? No, just going to be the 4. Rillaboom brought down to the orange. Another defense drop, and that means Rillaboom's Woodhammer is going to be hitting harder too. Woodhammer connecting onto the Dragon. Oh my goodness gracious me.
Is that a crit?
It's going to be
Is
enough.
that a crit?
It was the critical hit. Eduardo absolutely scenes here in the Lille Regional Championships final. That critical hit was the difference between potentially Eduardo winning this game and losing, and he was not expecting that.
This is exactly what Eduardo needed to take this game 1. That's the extra little space that he needed. Now, with one game up, Marco played that game fantastically, navigated all of the things that Eduardo put in their way. But the problem in that end game was it was attack after attack after attack into the Dragonite. It did so much heavy lifting, and after all those hits, a critical hit is bound to happen.
It's bound to happen, exactly. You roll that dice multiple times, the critical hit is going to come through at some point. Marco is going to be kicking themselves even more for clicking that tailwind before the tailwind had ended, because that's just resources that you're not getting maximum value out of. That was a real seesaw of a match there, Ben. The advantage swinging from one trainer to the other. The critical hit that ultimately secured the game for Eduardo here. But now we're heading into our second game. If Eduardo wins this, then they become our Lille Regional Champion. If Marco wins, we go to a decisive Game 3. And Ben, what are your thoughts heading into this next match?
So I think the question I've got, and the question in this matchup as a whole for me, is whether or not that Komodo comes to the game or not, because it's such a great defensive Pokemon, even against a Terra Flying Acrobatics. It's known for its physical defense. In that end game, it could have been the key to victory. I think Marco played this extremely well in the early game. He did take advantage of a critical hit against the Golden Go to put it into a position where it was struggling. But let's see if there's any switch-ups. Game 2, Rabombi and Golden Go and Sneasler.
This could be it, trainers. Eduardo versus Marco in the grand finals of the Lille Regional Championships. Eduardo is going to want a surer win condition than what happened in that previous game, the lucky critical hit. Let's see if Rabombi and Golden Go can pave the way for Marco into a Game 3.
Okay, so the question is whether or not Marco does commit the Terra Steel in the first turn like he did previously, and if so, can Eduardo take advantage of that, maybe go for a fake out into that slot? But it's going to be Eduardo playing defensively here with their Golden Go, going for the Terra Water.
And of course, Rabombi with that shield dust ability, the fake out from Smeargle, means that it wouldn't flinch on that turn. It would still be able to act. The responding terrestrialization, though, now it's going to be Marco going all in on their Golden Go too. Checks cashed in. Now it's going to be Terra Steel, going to be hitting even harder with the Make It Rain. But as you said, Ben, it's defensive as well as offensive, removing that Ghost-type weakness from Shadow Ball. Rabombi able to set up that tail, and Marco has the speed advantage here. But as we saw in the previous game, Smeargle can respond with that too. Now the Make It Rain coming out from Marco's. Smeargle down to its Focus Sash. Golden Go resisting it this time around. We didn't see that Terra Water in the Golden Go in the previous game. The Focus Sash, the special attack drop from that Golden Go, as well as the Life Orb recoil damage. Golden Go's Shadow Ball is going to be neutral into Marco's Golden Go here. It's going to be a great chunk of damage there, but of course not quite enough.
And now the Tailwind goes up yet again for that Smeargle. Both of these trainers making sure they're matching each other's Tailwinds. Now that special defense increase in defense drop from the Smeargle and its Moody ability isn't going to play any factors whatsoever at 1 HP. Any attack going into that slot, of course, will be enough to pick up the KO. And based on the last game, Eduardo's Golden Go looks like it could be the faster of these two Pokemon, and committing the Shadow Ball, I think, is really clever for Eduardo to be locking in, but there's no Protect on the Golden Go on Marco's side this time.
There's no Protect. Is the Golden Go going down immediately? Smeargle certainly is, thanks to this Moonblast from the Rabombi. It may be cute, but don't let those cute looks belie its offensive capabilities. Claiming the knockout there with the Moonblast. Another Make It Rain. That's going to be enough to secure the KO onto the Golden Go, and that's going to be Rabombi brought right down to its Focus Sash as well.
That's a big, big KO this time. Last time, Marco did protect that slot just to make sure that the Smeargle could get knocked out to follow me. Now Marco making a little bit of a call in this spot, trying to go for the damage, maybe thinking that this is still a speed tie. Maybe it still could be, but it looking like Eduardo is in a much, much better position this time round. Now, there is a complete switch up from Eduardo's side. Seeing what Marco did in Game 1, seeing that the Ursaluna may be now a path to victory against this Dragonite that caused him so many problems in that end game of Game 1.
And deciding that, I don't want to risk having Rillaboom against a Dragonite again. It's a little bit too difficult to try and get that victory without a critical hit. Bloodmoon Ursaluna, I love this adaptation. It's providing more offense on the field. It means that that Dragonite is much, much less safe than it was before.
Yeah, especially once the multi-scales got broken, the Blood Moons will be stacking up in damage as well. Golden Go does retreat for Incineroar, gets the Intimidate down onto the Dragonite.
And that's crucial because the scale shots, if every single one of those 4 or 5 is hitting less hard, that accumulates very, very quickly, trainers. The Moonblast, the follow-up scale shot, that's going to be 1. Can this Incineroar still hang on through 5? It certainly looks like it's going to be able to with the Intimidate drop, because that's the 3rd hit. Here comes number 4. Do we have another one? And even if there had been one, that could be crucial, putting Incineroar in range of a knockout from another Pokemon on a later turn. But the all-important defense drop now. Ursaluna just going to secure the KO onto that Rabombi with Earth Power.
So now Eduardo has the Pokemon advantage 3-2. Marco has 1 more Pokemon in the back. Wondering if that's Komodo, but no, it's Incineroar coming in, getting an Intimidate of its own out onto the field. And both of these Incineroar are on the field now for the first turn, so they are going to be potentially trading those fake outs. Marco does not have the Terrestrialization available, neither does Eduardo in this spot, so no worries about Ghost-type Incineroars. It's just going to be a fake out into the Dragonite.
Just going to be a fake out, but it's one that's going to break the multi-scale on Marco's Dragonite as well, softening it up for future turns. Just going to be the flinches all round, though. Let's just trade those fake outs, and now we'll head into a turn where that option cannot be selected.
No, and especially with the Tailwind petering out, there's an opportunity now for Marco to reset that with the Dragonite, but on the same turn, if you're doing that, then you're allowing this Ursaluna to just be able to get off an attack without doing too much damage into it. Incineroar coming out, going into Golden Go. Eduardo preserving that fake out and Intimidate for later.
Has the Golden Go switched in safely, or is it going to be vulnerable? Well, certainly 1 more scale shot looks like it's going to be enough to secure the KO here. Eduardo deciding that another round of Intimidate, another round of fake out is the better play here. Makes total sense because Marco can no longer switch out these 2 physical attackers. That Intimidate drop is going to stick around on the field. The 3-hit scale shot, and Dragonite once more going to have its defense mitigated, going to have its speed boosted. It's going to be all the faster in the Tailwind if indeed Marco needs to set it up, which arguably it doesn't. The knockoff just targeted now into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and Incineroar is going to rejoin the fray shortly.
Now, one downside to having extreme speed on your Dragonite, as Marco has chosen to do in this situation, it's been fabulous for him all tournament long, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to haze away any of those attack drops in this particular endgame. This is what Eduardo was working towards. Intimidates out down onto Marco's side of the field. Ooh. Now we can get the fake out, the defense drops, making sure that Dragonite is taking loads of damage there.
Okay, at least the knockoff, you're removing the leftovers, you're removing the passive recovery on this Ursaluna, especially because it's now sending out that Calm Mind, clearing its thoughts and maybe clearing the way to Eduardo becoming your Lille Regional Champion. A boost to, crucially, its special attack here. Special defense not mattering in the face of these physical attackers. Cashing it all in on this Ursaluna, and it could certainly be the one that eclipses Marco's Pokemon.
This is one of those times where getting that special attack boost is really, really valuable because you know that it's not going to knock out the Incineroar here. Passing shot as well. You can see Eduardo really slowing things down, and only critical hits are standing between him now and being able to take that crown. Look at the Flare Blitz not doing really any damage at all, but Marco's done something great here in being able to knock off the leftovers from Ursaluna as it goes for a Blood Moon into that Dragonite.
Yeah, Dragonite's certainly the stronger threat here. Even a residual burn from the Incineroar or Marco side of the field thanks to Flare Blitz wouldn't matter because, of course, Ursaluna, a special attacker. Protect on the Incineroar for Marco. Not a move that we often see there. Another scale shot
this is
here.
close.
A good measure. I think it's going to be enough, Ben. This is going to be number 3. And then 4 should be enough to secure the KO.
It is
just about enough. Now, Blood Moon Ursaluna, this is the toll you pay for going for that Calm Mind. It's leaving that Incineroar a little bit more vulnerable alongside it, but of course the payoff is that now the Ursaluna is all set up and ready to deal all of that damage. Now, as Marco knows to their detriment all too well, a critical hit that's misplaced can spell the end for you, and now Eduardo is hoping that that's not going to happen in reverse.
Marco's played this endgame so well to get into a situation where both the Ursaluna doesn't have any recovery, but also your 2 Pokemon are still intact and still have the opportunity to attack into this Ursaluna. Scale Shot is going to need to hit multiple times, and maybe if there's a critical hit along the way, each individual Scale Shot can can get a critical hit. There's one. There's one.
And that's the 5 hit as well. That's exactly what Marco needed here. Now, where did Eduardo decide to target? Of course, that could be the difference here as Flare Blitz now. 5 HP on the Ursaluna. However,
and the burn.
The burn. We are all but sure
this is it.
Heading through to a Game 3 in our Masters Finals of the Lille Regional Championships. That's going to be the Earth Power, clearly enough to secure the KO onto the Incineroar.
Wow.
Seems like this technique that Eduardo has piloted, has honed for this championship, has backfired in this game. The Calm Mind was not enough.
Ursaluna goes down. 1 game to Eduardo, 1 game to Marco. It all comes down to 1 game here, Charlie, to decide who is going to be our Lille Regional Champion.
It's exactly what you want to see, and it's nothing less than we'd expect from 2 incredible trainers like Eduardo and Marco. They know how to match each other toe for toe. There was no lucky critical hit that Eduardo scored against Marco there. Quite the reverse. The 5-hit scale shot, the critical hit as well, and the burn from the Incineroar coming out from the Flare Blitz on Marco's side of the field that just sealed things up. The Dragonite looked so difficult for Eduardo to be able to take care of in that end game. How do you think he's going to go about it, Ben?
I mean, this is so difficult. You see a completely different game plan for Eduardo, and it's definitely better against the Dragonite, but the problem is that the Incineroar on Marco's side of the field knows that pesky move Protect. And this is where this end game in Game 2 came down to, because Incineroar was able to protect itself on the right turns, as was the Dragonite. Eduardo just couldn't weave in an attack through the defensive play that Marco was running. But of course, Marco had to get all of those turns right every single time in order to come back in that match. Not just that, but then to be able to get at least 1 critical hit on the scale shots through those Intimidate drops. So, Eduardo having a fantastic plan. Marco also still having a fantastic plan, and it's coming down to those such small margins between these trainers. My question is whether Marco this time goes a little bit more on the offensive turn 1 and just goes straight for the Moonblast and the Make It Rain on the Smeargle. Let's see, Game 3 here at the Lille Regional Championship Finals.
It all comes down to this, trainers, and yet again our leads are going to be Golden Go apiece and then Rabombi versus Smeargle.
So, if the Rabombi just goes straight on the defensive, on the offensive, with Golden Go and Rabombi being naturally faster than a Smeargle, then maybe there could be an opportunity to get a quick KO. The question is do both of these trainers commit their terastallization turn 1 yet again?
Terra Steel, here we go on the Golden Go for Marco, and it's going to be boosting the power of its Make It Rain. There's no Terra to speak of over on Eduardo's side of the field as Rabombi goes for that Protect. It's not going to be taking any damage. There's no Tailwind this time around. That's Shadow Ball into Marco's Golden Go. A great amount of damage there as well. Seems like there's no special attack drop to speak of onto the opposing Golden Go on Marco's side. An attempted Spore this time around, so both trainers taking a leaf out of each other's books, deciding not to set up that speed control. There's Make It Rain. There is the Golden Go brought down low, and Smeargle once more down to its focus Sash.
Yeah, now Tailwind can go up this turn because both trainers did not commit to going for a Tailwind this time. It changes the dynamic between these 2 players. Now, Rabombi is the fastest Pokemon on the field, and it can go for a Tailwind before the Smeargle can do so. Now, Golden Go on Marco's side, maybe it has enough gas in the tank with the Terra Steel Make It Rain to be able to knock out the Golden Go, but with the special attack drop, that is looking a little bit dicey.
Smeargle going to be retreating this time around. Eduardo decided that maybe that is the key piece I need in the very end of this game. Incineroar now hitting the field instead, dropping the Intimidate. That's not going to matter in the face of these special attackers, but what could on the next turn is that fake out into the Golden Go for Marco. Now, Rabombi gets that Tailwind set up this turn around. Going to be acting faster. This Terra Steel boosted Make It Rain. Eduardo's Golden Go in the face of it.
10
this time
HP.
is going to be able to hang on with 10 HP. The Incineroar down, what, lost about a fifth of its HP there as well.
But after this Golden Go goes for the Make It Rain, the Life Orb recoil.
There it is, the Life Orb recoil, and Marco's Golden Go is down. Of course, Rombi's once more brought down to that Focus Sash. And as you say, Ben, the Life Orb recoil damage there could just be enough to secure the KO onto Eduardo's Golden Go. And that is a key offensive piece down and out for Eduardo. Here it is, that Life Orb recall, and yes, Golden Go for Eduardo is down. We have lost the Golden Goes here, trainers. We're no longer taking a trip to the bank.
But we have not lost the Smeargle this time round. This changes the dynamic of the end games that both of these trainers are going to be working towards. Now, that Rabombi does have access to Protect. So even though it's immune to the flinching effect of Fake Out because of its Shield Dust ability, it's still going to take the damage. The damage is what's key here. This Dragonite coming in, there's no risk of a Tailwind, but there is risk of a Calm Mind being set up by Eduardo on this Ursaluna. And maybe that's something that Marco could be thinking about, whether or not, maybe not this turn, but maybe next turn, launching out a Fake Tears to just diminish the special defense that Ursaluna is racking up.
Smeargle is going to join the fray once more. It's only on 1 HP. Is it going to be able to...
Oh, the call!
Turn? The call! But no, the Moonblast going to be enough to secure the KO onto the Smeargle there. Eduardo already brought down to their final 2 Pokemon. And now the attention goes to the Dragonite. Scale Shot here. That's going to be the first hit. Are we going to have another 5? Are we going to have a critical hit somewhere along the way? The resources are being dwindled over on Eduardo's side of the field. It's just going to be the 4 hits. No critical hits to speak of. As Dragonite once more softens itself up in its defense, and it gets that speed boost now to boot. Earth Power just securing the KO onto Marco's Rabombi. 2 Pokemon versus 2 Pokemon.
In the face of Fake Out, not going for the Protect that turn. Eduardo trying to switch in the second Fake Out Pokemon on a double Protect, so the Fake Out is much more valuable, but Marco seeing right through that. Is this going to be Marco paving their way to be the winner of the Lille Regional Championships after taking that first game loss? We've seen it multiple times this weekend where Marco takes the first game loss and then comes back and wins the second 2 games.
Marco's Incineroar looking like the faster there, the Intimidate dropping over on Eduardo's side of the field rather than the other way around. Now, 2 full HP bars over on Marco's side and no Calm Mind set up on this Ursaluna. You need to get some damage off. You need to break that multi-scale on the Dragonite first and foremost.
Yeah, it's like, and now the terrestrialization option for Eduardo is at their disposal as well. That changes, again, the dynamic of this end game interaction where Marco, again, committed to the Golden Go, going for the Terrasteel turn 1, game after game after game.
The terrestrialization now onto Incineroar here. It's become its Terra Ghost. It's channeling the spooky season spirit, trainers, and no longer taking any damage or effects from those normal type moves. Eduardo's Incineroar is Ghost. Dragonite goes for a Protect. No damage coming into that slot. The Incineroar faking out Eduardo's Blood Moon Ursaluna. Whatever happens is not going to be able to move this turn. Knockoff attempted to break the multi-scale, get rid of the loaded dice onto Marco's Dragonite, which is certainly something you want to prioritize.
Marco making the right call there and making sure that the Ursaluna is not attacking. But what he hasn't done yet is knocked off that leftovers that Eduardo's been using to make sure that Ursaluna is able to survive double ups that we would never expect it to be able to take with all that HP recovery and bring it on back. Now Incineroar has gone for the Terra Ghost. That does make it susceptible to a combination of Scale Shot and Knockoff. Maybe that's what Marco's going for here.
Scale Shot, that's going to be the second hit. Here comes 3. We've seen this damage rack up time and time again. The Incineroar is being brought down oh so low, but it's still around crucially on the field, even with that 5 hits. Another defense drop on the Dragonite, and indeed another speed boost here. The knockoff this time, super effective into Eduardo's Incineroar, and all of a sudden, it is just this Blood Moon Ursaluna, seeing that moon potentially be eclipsed, covered by the clouds once again. Now, going to be the safety goggles, of course, knocked off, and Ursaluna responds with the Blood Moon into Marco's Dragonite. So much damage, it will be that critical hit, but does Ursaluna have what it needs to be able to tie this up for Eduardo?
Well, now the Ursaluna gets to recover that little bit of HP. You can see how well Marco has used that Tailwind that he got up in turn 1 to its fullest advantage, but Eduardo is not out of this yet. is able to just protect every other turn and just make sure that that Ursaluna is keeping its HP ticking up. Now, the scale shot does have the downside of lowering the defense, but Marco has done so well in being able to knock out every single physical attacker on Eduardo's team. So you can scale shot for free without worrying defensively. A Blood Moon is going to take out the Dragonite, absolutely no problem. But the Earth Power does need a Calm Mind boost to be able to knock out the Incineroar.
Wow, this is the endgame, trainers. Whatever else you're doing, make sure you get your eyes on this stream because it's going to come down to such fine margins. Another scale shot coming out from Marco's Dragonite here. Eduardo head in hands. Are we going to have any cheeky critical hits, any cheeky fifth hits? Marco praying. That's the third. Here comes number 4. The Dragonite going to hit again. It's going to be at number 5. Now, how is the response going to come out? The Dragonite suffers yet another defense drop, not mattering here, as you say, Ben, and another speed boost, the knockoff into the Ursaluna. It's brought down to the red, but it's not enough for the KO. Leftover's gone, no more passive recovery. Going to be the Earth Power into the Incineroar. That's also not enough to secure the KO. And with that, it seems like Eduardo just doesn't have the resources necessary. Extreme speed, Ursaluna down to 7 HP. And with that, another Flare Blitz. The trainers have stood. We have another invitation to San Francisco. Your Lille Regional Champion, Marco Silva!
Charlie, in the future, if you ever catch me thinking that Marco is down and out after game 1 loss, pinch me because I was wrong yet again. Eduardo was looking so strong, but Marco found every last resource he needed to clinch that victory. Congratulations to Marco. Congratulations to Eduardo for being our worthy finalist here in Lille, and what a way to close out this tournament.
Marco Silva claims that golden ticket to the World Championships in San Francisco. Incredible runs from both of these trainers. It's one of those times when the margins are so fine that if we'd gone to a 4th game, maybe Eduardo would have won that. Certainly this critical hit in game 1 was absolutely crucial just to be able to absolutely secure the game for Eduardo. You could see how little he was expecting that there, but Marco was able to adapt so masterfully. That's at least the 3rd time on stream, Ben, that we've seen Marco lose game 1 and come back to win the next 2 games. It's just a showcase of why you cannot afford to get tilted when you're playing competitive Pokemon at VGC. Marco stayed headstrong and knew how they had to adapt.
And see how much this scale shot was really impactful across the entirety of the set. It's just that Dragonite in the end game. After Marco decided to go for that Terra Steel, commit it on turn 1, do the damage that they needed to allow the end game where Eduardo had less resources. Overall, maybe Marco had less resources too, but that scale shot was just so powerful in those end game positions.
Yeah, it absolutely was. It was so fascinating to see both of the trainers go for essentially the same play, certainly in the first 2 games, you know, setting up the Tailwind, going for, in one case, terrestrialization, but often just the raw damage, the Make It Rain from Marco, and of course, the Shadow Ball coming out from Eduardo's side of the field. But it was changed a little bit up in game 3.
And especially, this is what happens when you lead a Pokemon with Tailwind and a Focus Sash with a Pokemon that can do lots and lots of damage. Let's have a reminder of Marco's run through this tournament and losing to Eduardo Cunha in round 2.
Yes.
Now they meet again in the finals, and often we often see players in this position. I've been known to do this as well, as like you lose to someone who's like, oh well, I better see you in the finals then. And it happened. It came to pass where Marco was able to reset themselves versus Jordan Milton, and said in an interview how he had a little bit of a tricky time doing so after taking that loss to Eduardo, but was able to keep that momentum flowing all the way through phase 1.
See a whole lot of green lights there, Ben, just giving Marco the signal to go all the way.
Win-win-win.
Lifting at the medal here at the Lille Regional Championships. I mean, this is Marco Silva we're talking about, even playing so well that they secured the bye in order to progress through to the top. top 8 there. It was only a matter of time before Marco secured their spot at the World Championships. Are they going to take the next season off? Well, if last season was anything to go by, where Marco accumulated approximately 1 billion championship points, no, we will see Marco compete again. And of course, it's nearly the Latin America International Championships, where he could do the unthinkable and become our 3-time defending Latin America International Champion.
It would be absolutely unbelievable, as is the 13-match win streak.
Yes, yes.
That Marco went on. I had to spend some time counting there, Charlie.
Yeah.
My maths is not so good these days, especially after these long days of competition. But yeah, 13 win streak. After losing to Eduardo Cunha, to beat Eduardo Cunha, the final boss here at the Lille Regional Championship.
Absolutely love that, but also let's not forget that top 8 and top 4 game as well as the Masters Finals. Again, it was Marco losing the first game. Yeah. So sure, you just see a sea of green lights there, but that's not to speak of the record that Marco had in each of those games. It's not to do a disservice to how fine those margins could have been, because the field out there absolutely stacked. And as I said, trainers hopping over the pond to join us here in the EU region just to get that little taste of competition. But in the end, it was Marco, not quite on a home turf, but certainly on EU turf, going all the way. But Eduardo, fantastic to see another incredible showing from them. And it's only a matter of time before we see them again. Probably only a matter of time before we see Marco facing off against Eduardo again.
I'm sure it's going to happen again, these two. Every time I sort of think of them at the prime of their career, they just keep leveling it up and keep going. And it's so hard to stay relevant format after format after format, and just keep improving at the game overall. And also to keep those fundamental skills completely sharp, no matter what format you're running. Every single time the rule sets change, those priorities change. We have new toys to play with, and they work slightly differently to the old toys that we were working with before. And sometimes that can throw you off, but I don't think there's a season that I remember where Eduardo or Marco weren't trainers to be feared if you see them on the other end of that match slip.
It's not just that, of course, but it's also the fact that this is the second time around that we've had Regulation Set H and the adaptations this time versus last. And there are those top 8 trainers and their teams. There's a whole lot of Golden Go in there, Ben, but we've also got a couple of Killer Wattrel there as well, and then some Pokemon we're expecting less. But looking down this top 8, I don't believe we have any team that's exactly the same as that team that's been oh so dominant so far in Regulation Set H, the one that Emanuele Briganti piloted to win the Frankfurt Regional Championships in mid-September. The team that met each other in the grand finals of the Milwaukee Regional Championships recently as well. A couple of Garchomp too. Whole lot of Blood Moon Ursaluna. What else is standing out to you here, Ben?
I mean, it's the Dondozo Tatsugiri. You know it was coming. You knew it was coming.
Of course.
And the Weavile. Absolutely. The Weavile was... So we were chatting backstage about the Dondozo Tatsugiri, and I was trying to bring that in with a load of Ninetales and an Annihilate. I thought that was a really good way to start pressuring Dragonite, and we saw how good that Weavile was, piloted by Jay into Dragonite with his triple axle, bypassing the multi-scale and being able to absolutely demolish them, as well as Blood Moon Ursaluna as well. It's a really clever way of bringing that team together, and I really hope to see Jay showing their creativity time after time after time.
Well, I think it's time we hear from our champion. Let's go over and hear from our finalists as well. Let's crown our Lille Regional Champion 2026.
Oh, wow. To be able to pick up the knockout.
Ben, and we have the privileged position to be here on the stage to talk to both of our finalists and our champion after such an incredible showing in that finals match here at the Lille Regional Championship. So first off, well, let's bring to the stage our finalist, Eduardo Cunha. Everyone give it up for them. Come in, Eduardo. Congratulations first on an absolutely incredible run this weekend at the event. You've entertained us, you've given us inspiration as well with how you've played and the team choices as well. So huge congratulations. And for that final as well, how are you feeling though after what was probably such a tough match and the outcome there?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd faced Marco before, as you've probably said countless times on stream already. And I faced him in Swiss, but to be fair, I mean, actually, I won 2-0 in Swiss, but the games went completely different. I didn't even bring Smeargle, but then I realized I found in Swiss that he had modest Golden Go, so I figured, you know what, actually they can't outspeed my my Smeargle and prevent Tailwind, so I tried a different plan, and it worked out really well game 1, even with a critical hit. And honestly, I thought I had it game 2, but he kept calling where I was targeting with the protects, and then game 3, he was also very close. He came down to a couple calls, and he got me most of the time. I feel like I had an advantage. And I feel like Marco had to make more calls than I did. And he made them, he got them right, and he's a rightful winner.
Very humble words from a great finalist. And Eduardo, it's interesting that you had that match early on in the Swiss and you came out on top, and then changing the game plan going into the finals as well. So really well adapted. It just so close margins as well. It couldn't have been any closer. What I want to talk about is the hat, the Smeargle, and the choice of the Smeargle coming into this event, because it's not really something we've seen before. And has it performed as you expected, better, or is it something that you'll be maybe not playing with going into future events?
Oh yeah, obviously the hat is, you know, alluding to the Smeargle, yeah. And it was an idea I had. Actually, I was watching Phantom of the Opera with my mom, my aunt, and my wife. And they talked about the plot, right? And I was thinking, Nasty Plot is actually really good in the format, but I feel like we're not supporting Golden Go well enough, right? And I'd been working with Francesco Pardini on this idea, actually the same 6 that Giuseppe used. And I brought that to a local. I really liked it, but there was some spice missing, you know? And when I thought about plot and Nasty Plot with Calyrex and Smeargle, I was like, now we have Golden Go. Maybe it works, you know? And I realized a lot of the main threats of the format are actually slower than Smeargle, and for Golden Go, even though it's immune to Spore and faster than Smeargle usually, it's forced to click Make It Rain and drop its special attack to even touch me, and not Nasty Plot, which gives me an opening to maybe set up a Tailwind, or I could run Wide Guard to completely stop the Make It Rain. I had multiple options. I thought it was, you know, actually a cool call for a team that has very solid 5 Pokemon, but has a 6 that I don't think is completely set. As we've seen, some people are trying Dragonite. A lot of people are replacing the Golden Go, but I'm a big Golden Go fan, so I didn't do that. I thought Ninetales was more replaceable. I feel like the Rain matchup is fine with what you have. You don't need the Ninetales. It's kind of overkill. You do need it kind of for the Dragonites. And one of the weaknesses of having Smeargle is that although you outspeed and sleep the Dragonites, if they get some sort of sleep advantage, they KO us through the Sash, and it's not helping with the goal of damaging Dragonite. And it kind of caught up to me because I've been using the combination of Dragonite, Ursaluna, Golden Go, known as Doug, for the longest time, and I stopped using the Dragonite for this tournament, so instead I ran the Smeargle, and I ended up losing to Doug in the finals, and that's kind of like the drawback. If you position well the Dragonite, it's kind of tough for me to break through it, and that's one of the drawbacks. It's not perfect, but besides that, it was fantastic. I mean, it's still outspeeding Dragonite allowed me to, you know, get a few games maybe that I shouldn't have by sleeping the Dragonite, so it's still not completely useless in that matchup while helping many others. It was so clutch having redirection in a team that usually doesn't have room for it, while still having a lot of the other roles. So it was fantastic. Just, you know, I hope I don't ruin the format too much by the further sort of advertising Smeargle.
Well, I was going to say, I think if we see a lot of Smeargle in Gdansk next weekend and for the rest of the regulation age, we got you to thank for it. But I love the conception of that story. Before we let you go down and celebrate with your friends, any shout outs for anyone here, anyone at home?
Of course, first my wife, she's right there watching and supporting me. She's been helping me so much, and I wouldn't be here without her. I say this every time, but also my mom. I keep thanking my mom, and I'll do it forever because she also helps not only me but us and everything that I do. Obviously, Francesco Pardini and Seba Trinchi, who helped me with the team. He gave me the motivation to run the Calm Mind Ursaluna, which is a great call. I've said this before. It was we had a fantastic group. It really helped me with some ideas, some lines. So huge shout out. Also to the Portuguese community who's been supporting me always. I think we're doing a good job developing it a little more. And it's all thanks to you as well. So thank you. Obviously to my friends at home, the whole community that's been supporting me. And yeah, to everyone that's hosting this tournament. It was a lot of fun to be back, and thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Eduardo. Once again, congratulations. Great to see you. And hopefully see more of you in the future very soon. Thank you very much, everyone. Give it up for Eduardo Cunha. What great insights there we got from our finalists, but now it is time to bring our Lille regional champion up to the stage. Hear a few words from them. So everyone, give the biggest round of applause. Congratulations for Marco Silva. There we go. Marco, congratulations. Another regional championship to your name, another title. How are you feeling after that incredible match and that display that you put on for the audience at home?
Yeah, it feels great because I feel like in the first game I almost had a lot, but I made a terrible mistake. I miscounted the tailwind turns. I was almost still able to win. I figured out that if I didn't have tailwind, that was my best play because the Dragonite wouldn't get a defense drop if I don't go for scale shot. So I can go for tailwind, attack, and then try to swing from there. In game 2, I was really like back against the wall. I had to call every turn right. And I know I play a lot of times against him. I know that a lot of times he tries to basically go for the move that it's more that gives you the more chances to win. And I feel like the path that he chose was the one that was basically, even if I call all the turns right, I have to either get lucky with the hit that I have to get with scale shot, or it's gonna be like extremely close. So I decided I completely backed on the fact that he was gonna go for these moves, and it paid off.
Yeah, well, that's a great, I just am amazed every time, and I'm sure people watching at home are amazed by your skill level every time we see you, and just look forward to seeing more of you each and every time. The one question that I have for you, how do you feel about bringing a Rabombi to a regional and not only playing well with it throughout the event, but stamping its authority on the map and winning a regional championship with it?
So, first of all, I have to thank Dio for suggesting to try this team, and then we, of course, we worked together on it. So, big shout out to them for that. I was really scared because I usually played extremely banner stuff and stuff that's pretty solid. I have to say that every time that I try something a little bit new, it usually goes well. So maybe in the next couple of tournaments, I will try something new again.
Amazing. Well, hopefully we see more of you and then that innovation in future. Have you got any future plans? Will you be at Latin America International Championships or Gdansk in the next couple of weeks?
Yes, I'll be to both, and hopefully I'll be able to get great results there as well.
Brilliant. Well, we look forward to seeing you, Marco. And before we let you go down and celebrate this absolutely incredible victory, any shout-outs for anyone here at the venue or at home?
So I want to shout out my family. Then I also want to shout out my team, Novo Esports. And I want to shout out the friend group of Il Server and all the people that helped me prepare for this tournament, helped me test matchups, and especially Dio that suggested the team. And we worked together on this build of Rabombi Hyper Offense for the last 2 months.
Amazing. Thank you once again, Marco. Congratulations on an incredible run this weekend. Everyone, please give it up for our Lille regional champion, Marco Silva. What an incredible run this weekend has been. We've had ups, we've had downs, we've had innovation, we've had skill, we've had it all. But we aren't quite finished yet. We are going to wrap up on the couch, so don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back. So join us all as we close the show up.
Let's go.
just like that, Marco Silva has gone all the way to claim gold. It's been the Lille deal this weekend, and oh my goodness gracious me, what a weekend of thrills and spills and chills it's been in Lille. The spinner acts have been busy, but blowing out the cobweb was that grand finals, wasn't it, Ben?
Oh, absolutely amazing. 3-game set, and it could have gone either way. Our trainers played it so well, but Marco just about coming out on top.
Lee, you're able to pick the brains of both Marco and Eduardo there. What's standing out to you?
Just how well Marco played, I think, against such a formidable opponent in Eduardo. And I think Eduardo said it, you know, for Marco to win that matchup, he had to make every call right in pretty much every situation of that game. And that's exactly what kind of played out. There was a little bit fortune here and there, but I think you need that. But overall, Marco, just one of the best players in the world. And the accolades show that. And I think that was a great example of 2 of the best players that we've ever had in this format. So it was just absolutely incredible way to end the show.
Totally agree, and that's only our 2nd EU stop on our road to Worlds 2026. But Marco Silva's just one of our winners this weekend. We can now see who won in our seniors and juniors divisions as well here at the Lille Regional Championships. Let's see, and keep your eyes on these names, trainers, because they will be ones to look out for in the future. Of course, Marco Silva was once one of these younger trainers, as is his younger brother, Pietro. But it was Michael Collier who went ahead and became your senior champion, and Eric Allegre, your junior champion. And Marcus, I know you're someone who's played the game for a very long time. So these wins for the juniors and seniors, it's going to pave the way for greatness.
Oh, absolutely. I think like every season we see some seniors or junior player graduating into the higher division and then repeating their success there. And yeah, Marco's brother actually was in the finals of the seniors division, coming close there, but then Marco was able to get the win for the family, kind of. So yeah, I think there's definitely potential in the senior and the juniors division.
That's fascinating. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. My goodness, what a talented family. Let's take a look, shall we? Let's see how our EU regional champions are shaping up. So early on in our 2026 season, Emanuele Briganti, of course, in Frankfurt, and now Marco Silva in Lille. We were talking up a big game about this team that Emanuele did so well with in Frankfurt, but Marco's kind of flipped the script on that somewhat, Ben.
Yeah, a little bit. I think this is the tournament where after a couple of North American regional championships, where it was time to innovate, it was time to go away from the team that had been dominating every level of competition that it had been included within, and try something a little bit different. That's exactly what Marco Silva did, bringing that Rabombi Kamoa as well as 4 tried and tested Pokemon as a little bit of a backbone to those newer, untested Pokemon.
But so many silhouettes yet to fill in on our road to the World Championships 2026 in San Francisco. And of course, our next event will be just next weekend in Gdansk. So the Pokemon thrills and spills are coming thick and fast for you trainers. Let's remind ourselves on that note as to the dates of the stops we have coming up on our road to Worlds 2026. There it is, Lille, all blacked out. Lee, very sad.
I can't believe it's the end of the weekend already and we've crowned our champion. It only felt like a minute ago that we were starting off the proceedings. But look what we've got to look forward to. Gdansk next weekend, and then after that, Sao Paulo, our first international of the season. And then so much left for us in Europe here with Stuttgart, Birmingham, before London, IC. And then we move into the second part of our regional calendar before getting to Worlds.
Crazy, isn't it? The time just flies by, flitting by like a little Rabombi. But it's not just the competitive action that we have to look forward to, because of course we have our Pokemon Twitch channel as well. What else will we have our beady eyes on this week? Marcus, what are you going to be watching?
Maybe the Gdansk Regional Championships? No, I'll be in attendance there, but there's a couple of great shows coming up, of course. Pokemon Master Quest on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, you can watch Marco Silva potentially do well at a tournament if you really want to, if you didn't get enough of that. Because there's going to be a rerun of the Latin America International Championships. And then, of course, the Pokeween Thrills and Chills on Thursday. Not something you would want to miss.
Ben, you don't have your blanket to cower behind for that one, unfortunately.
I need to grab Lee.
Oh, yeah. Lee's got it there
I need that
instead.
blanket.
The Gotta Catch 'em All game show as well. Such a cool new format that we had. And, of course, took place live at the World Championships this year in Anaheim. Yes, there's Gdansk. Make sure you are cozy and warm at home, surrounded by pumpkins, tuning into that one, trainers. Poland, Gdansk, such a beautiful city and such beautiful dumplings, Marcus.
Oh, absolutely. That's part of the reason why I'm going.
100%. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Incredible they are, too. If you haven't visited Gdansk yet, trainers, whether it's a Pokemon or not, make sure you go along, because now we're going to be able to have an aerial view as to what this incredible city looks like. Look at that, with the channel running all the way down the middle of it as well. That architecture, a little bit reminiscent of the houses we see in Lumio City, in fact, in Pokemon Legends ZA, and it's just next weekend, so mark your calendars. You certainly do not want to miss that one. But that was EU. What about NA? We're going to hop over the pond very shortly after Gdansk, of course, and join all of the action happening in Las Vegas, Lee.
Oh, I know. What a great place and venue to have a regional championships. If there was ever a time I could make a trip over the pond, it would definitely be for this one. And that'll be happening from the 14th until the 16th of November, very shortly after Gdansk. And it's going to be an exciting regional for our NA players.
It certainly will. Oh, my God.
And anyone else that wants to attend.
No, only the NA players will have fun at that regional. No, of course, yeah. Everyone in attendance will. And speaking of fun, listen, I've got one more joke for you all, okay? What is the Ghost type's favorite rock band? The Rolling Houndstones. And with that, trainers, we will bark all the way over to our Pokemon.com/broadcast. That, of course, is where you're going to want to be following along with all of the action in Gdansk next weekend, and, of course, with Las Vegas so shortly after that as well. That's /broadcast, our new home for all of the live streams that we have in our competitive Pokemon events, where you're going to be watching them as well on those channels over on YouTube and indeed on Twitch. Make sure you don't miss a beat of the action, because as you saw there, it's going to come thick and fast, bringing us right up to the end of the calendar year 2025. What's that hashtag, everybody? Just for old time's sake, on 1, 2, 3, play
Pokemon.
Terrifying, wasn't it? Yeah. Those thrills, fortunately, have come to an end for you all now. Follow us along on all of the social media too. And we'll see you very soon. Well, trainers, Lille's come to an end. We've had many delights, and we hope we haven't caused you too many frights. Just 2 things more before I end my rhyme. Enjoy the spooky season, and we'll see you next time.